Chapter 1. You want to marry a martial artist with $1 million debt? Nothing was said that night. Or rather, the whole night was filled with dreams. Chen Lin dreamed of many women and many children. Orioles and swallows surrounded her knees. Their faces were blurred, but the children's laughter sounded incredibly real. A warm current flowed through his limbs and bones in the dream, making him feel stronger than ever before. The next morning, Chen Lin opened his eyes to find that the sunlight was already streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting a long, narrow strip of light into the room. He sat up, feeling a surge of indescribable power within him, as if the dream he had just experienced last night had not been an illusion. Many children, many blessings. He muttered to himself, then threw back the covers and got out of bed. In the living room, the parents had already prepared a simple breakfast, 2 bowls of rice porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables. "Shaolin, you're awake? Come and eat." Mother Chen Xiulan called out, her face showing unconcealed worry. The father, Chen Jiangwo, sat to the side, silently smoking an e-cigarette, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat somber. They were all waiting for Chen Lin's final decision. The choices between gritting your teeth and taking on a huge loan to attend a private martial arts university with an uncertain future, or accepting government placement. Chen Lin pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up a spoon to stir the rice porridge in the bowl. The rising steam blurred his face. "Dad, Mom." He spoke. The couple paused simultaneously and looked at him. "I've made up my mind." Chen Lin raised his head, meeting his parents' anxious gaze. "I'm not going to attend a private university. I choose to accept the post-graduation placement." After he finished speaking, the living room fell silent for several seconds. Chen Xiu was overjoyed and could hardly believe his ears. "Son, are you telling the truth? Really?" Chen Lin nodded, giving them a definite answer. "Oh. That's great. That's great." Chen Xiulan stood up excitedly, paced back and forth a couple of times, and clasped her hands together. "You finally figured it out, kid. I thought you were going to get stuck on that one thing." Chen Jiangwo also exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, his tense shoulders relaxed, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. "That's right." He stubbed out his e-cigarette and slapped Chen Lin on the shoulder. "What's the point of going to that private university? The tuition is hundreds of thousands a year, and you might not even become a martial artist after graduation. You'll end up with a mountain of debt. How will you get married then? It's better to settle down properly. Although it's a job at the grassroots level, it's stable, and I won't have to worry about food or clothing. Living a peaceful and stable life is better than anything else." Chen Xiulan nodded repeatedly, her eyes reddening slightly. Yes, your dad is right. You're the only son in our family. We don't need you to go out and fight. Being safe and sound is more important than anything else." Seeing his parents' heartfelt relief and joy, Chen Lin felt a mix of emotions. He knew they would never understand his resentment as a time traveler. That desire to control one's own destiny and to see a wider world might just be seen as immature rebellion. However, that doesn't matter now. He found a new path. A road to heaven that they neither understood nor could imagine. I've figured it out. It's better to stay calm," Chen Lin said, taking a big gulp of porridge. Breakfast ended amidst the parents' relief and Chen Lin's hidden worries. Back in his room, Chen Lin opened his personal terminal. This is a wristband-shaped device with a light screen projected into the air. He skillfully opened the Galaxy Citizen Service Center and entered the graduation path selection for recent graduates interface. The two options are listed side by side. Application for private university eligibility fees to be borne by the applicant. Accepting placement upon graduation by the galactic government. Chen Lin lightly tapped the second option with his finger. A confirmation pop-up appeared. Are you sure you want to accept the job placement after graduation? This choice is irreversible, and the central AI will assign you a position based on your comprehensive evaluation. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lin pressed confirm. Your application has been submitted. We are currently assigning you a position. The progress bar on the light screen scrolled rapidly. A few seconds later, the allocation results were announced. Name, Chen Lin. Citizen ID, 340,823. Assigned position, Grain Production Area Pig Farm Number 4136 Administrator. Pig Farm. Administrator. Chen Lin's lips twitched involuntarily as he looked at those words. Although I was mentally prepared, I knew that with my poor overall evaluation, it was impossible for me to be assigned to a good place. But the title of pig farm manager still gave him a headache. If this were in his previous life, wouldn't he have been a stable boy? No, it's Bijou Wen. This world is indeed filled with malice towards time travelers. Just as he was at a loss for words, the voice in his mind rang out again. Ding! The system has detected that the host has determined a future development path, meeting the system activation requirements. The Many Children, Many Blessings system, featuring a partner matching function, is officially launched. This system is dedicated to selecting the best reproductive partners for the host, helping them reach the pinnacle of their bloodline as soon as possible. Matching based on the host's current condition and surrounding environment. Match successful. Chanlin's spirits lifted. It's here. This is the real reason he chose to settle down. On the light screen, the original job information was replaced by a brand new interface. The interface displayed the profile pictures and information of 3 women. Candidate 1, Xuanji. Age, 19. Identity, pig farmer at pig farm number 4136. Genetic potential, 11%. Physical condition, healthy. Asset status, none. Debt status, none. Overall rating, average. Its location overlaps with the host's workplace, making it easy to access and a viable initial transitional option. Chenlin glanced at it and swiped past it. It's too ordinary, no different from him, and the amplification effect is probably negligible. Candidate 2, Li. Age, 20. Identity, resident of Hongqi Town, where pig farm number 4136 is located. Genetic potential, 13%. Physical condition, healthy. Asset status, none. Debt status, none. Overall rating, average. Slightly better than candidate 1, but the advantage is not significant. It's still just average. Chenlin continued reading, and when his gaze fell on the third candidate, his pupils contracted slightly. Candidate 3, Zhu Gachi. Age, 22. Identity, a person returning to Hongqi Town to visit relatives, formerly a senior student at the Extreme Martial Arts School in Tianhua City. Genetic potential, 42%. Strength assessment, quasi-martial artist. Physical condition, healthy. Asset status, none. Debt status, tuition loans of 1 million star coins. Overall rating, excellent. A near martial artist physique with genetic potential far exceeding that of ordinary people. If one can unite with this person and produce offspring, it will provide the host with a massive bloodline boost. Highly recommended. Quasi-martial artist. Genetic potential 42%. Chenlin's heart skipped a beat. These attributes are absolutely overwhelming. Compared to her, the other 2 candidates were like fireflies in the bright moon. Although he's a bit older, a full 10 years older than me. Although I am millions in debt. But none of these are problems. Older people are more mature and sensible. As for the debt, what does a million matter if you can become a martial artist? A martial artist's appearance fee for a single mission is more than that. This is an excellent investment with high risk and high return. She's the one. Chenlin made a decision in an instant. He excitedly grabbed his personal terminal and ran out of the room, wanting to share this good news with his parents and, incidentally, inquire about Zhu Gachi. Dad. Mom. Look. Chen Jiangmo and Chen Xiulan were clearing away the dishes when they were startled by his loud and boisterous manner. What's wrong again? Chen Jiangmo asked. The government has assigned me a position, pig farm manager, number 4136, Chen Linxian said, explaining his role. It's just a pig farm. The manager is doing fine too, he's an official. Chen Xiulan said dismissively. That's not the point. Chenlin turned the light screen towards them. The point is, I've found a very suitable marriage partner. He directly opened Zhu Gaqi's profile. Chen Jiangmo and his wife came over to take a look. Zhu Gachi? That name sounds familiar. Doesn't it sound like the daughter of the old Zhuge family in the east of town? Chen Xiulan muttered. 22 years old? 10 years older than you, son. She exclaimed immediately. Chen Jiangmo also noticed the glaring number and frowned. What's wrong with being older? A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick, a woman 10 years older is like a mountain of gold. Chen Lin said dismissively. Look further down, she's a near martial artist. Her genetic potential is 42%. A quasi-martial artist? Chen Jiangwo and his wife exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. Ordinary people like them feel both awe and unfamiliarity with the world of martial artists. Then, isn't that great? Chen Xiulan hesitated. Being able to find a potential martial artist as a daughter-in-law would be a source of pride. What's so good about it? Didn't you see what's below? Chen Jiangwo pointed to the last line of the screen, his voice suddenly rising. Debt status, tuition loans of 1 million star dollars. 1 million. Chen Xiulan gasped, completely stunned. She owes so much money? This isn't a wedding, it's inviting back an ancestor. An ancestor who's collecting debts. Chen Jiangwo was so angry his hands were shaking. 1 million. Our family couldn't pay that back even if we didn't eat or drink for 100 years. Son, have you lost your mind? What do you see in her? Chen Lin tried to argue, she's not an ordinary person, she's a quasi-martial artist. Once she becomes a martial artist, she'll be able to pay off this debt quickly. Later? How long is later? Chen Jiangwo retorted sharply. She's already 22 and still hasn't become a martial artist. Who knows when she'll become one? What if she never becomes one in her lifetime? Will our family have to shoulder this $1 million debt? Chen Xiulan also realized what was happening and stomped her feet in frustration. No. Absolutely not. She snatched Chen Lin's personal terminal as if to hide it. Son, listen to your mother, we can't afford to offend Zhu Biqi. She is so ambitious and a near martial artist, how could she possibly look down on an ordinary family like ours? She is just back to visit relatives, she'll be gone soon. Besides, she owes so much money, whoever marries her is doomed. Our family isn't well off, we can't afford such a mess. Look at Lili, isn't she great? She's 20 years old, an ordinary person just like us, no loans, clean and honest. That's the kind of person you should look for to settle down with. His parents' fierce opposition was like a bucket of cold water poured over Chen Lin's head. He looked at Lili's ordinary face on the screen, and then at Zhu Biqi's strikingly handsome face. A life that represents stability and the correct life that parents expect. The other one represents risk, and also the path to becoming stronger indicated by the system. The atmosphere in the living room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Jiangwo's angry rebuke and Chen Xiulan's tearful pleas intertwined, like two mountains pressing down on his heart. Chen Lin stood still, his finger hovering over the light screen of his personal terminal, motionless. Chapter 2, Contractual Marriage, with a clear price list. Silence. A deathly silence. Chen Jiangwo's angry rebuke and Chen Xiulan's tearful pleas still echoed in the living room, but Chen Lin could no longer hear anything. In his world, only those two clearly distinct options on the screen remained. Lili, unremarkable, represents the stability her parents hoped for. Zhu Biqi represents both risks and opportunities, signifying the path to success pointed out by the system. Which one to choose? Do we even need to choose? Son, say something. Don't scare your mother. Chen Xiulan's voice was choked with tears as she shook his arm forcefully. Chen Lin slowly raised his head, his face expressionless. I've made up my mind. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I want to see her. You. Chen Jiangwo was so angry he almost couldn't breathe, and his finger was trembling as he pointed at him. Chen Xiulan was struck dumb, and her whole body went limp. Chen Lin didn't look at them again. He turned around, went back to his room, and slammed the door shut. Through the door, the parents' roars and cries became muffled noises. He opened his personal terminal and found a request partner matching meeting button below Zhu Biqi's profile. He clicked it. Ding. A matchmaking request has been sent. The other party has accepted. Meeting time, 3 p.m. today. Meeting location, meeting room number 3, Hongqi Town Citizen Service Center. Please be on time for the appointment, showcase your personal charm, and strive to capture the target in one fell swoop. The system's voice carried a hint of teasing and encouragement. Chen Lin turned off the light screen, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. He needs to conserve his energy. This is more than just a blind date. This was a negotiation that would determine his future fate. 3 p.m., Hongqi Town Citizen Service Center. Chen Lin arrived at meeting room number 3 10 minutes early. It was a very small room with only a square table and 2 chairs. The walls were a monotonous white, and the atmosphere was as serious as an interrogation room. He was restless, his palms slightly sweaty. What I'm about to meet is a living, breathing martial artist. She is that woman with a genetic potential of 42%. At exactly 3 o'clock, the door was pushed open. A tall figure walked in. Chen Lin stood up instinctively. The person who arrived was very tall, estimated to be over 1.75 meters, and was wearing a simple black tracksuit, which made her figure appear even more upright. He had a neat short haircut, deep-set features, and a commanding presence. She wasn't wearing makeup, she was completely barefaced. But the powerful confidence she exuded from within was more captivating than any makeup. This is Zhuge Qi. She is more impactful than the photos in the files. Zhuge Qi's gaze swept over Chen Lin, calm and composed, carrying a sense of scrutiny and assessment. That feeling made Chen Lin very uncomfortable. He felt like he wasn't on a blind date, but rather being chosen as a product. Chen Lin, she asked, her voice clear and cold, devoid of any emotion. Yes. Chen Lin nodded. Sit. Zhuge Qi pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, the movement swift and decisive. There were no small talk, no formalities. She placed her personal terminal on the table, and a light screen projected her personal information, exactly the same as what Chen Lin had seen. You should be aware of my situation. Zhuge Qi got straight to the point. I need a partner, to get married as soon as possible, and to have children as soon as possible. Her frankness surprised Chen Lin, but he appreciated it even more. Dealing with smart people is effortless. I understand. Chen Lin also opened his terminal and turned the interface toward her. My situation is also very simple. I come from an ordinary family, just graduated, and was assigned to work as an administrator at a pig farm. Zhuge Qi's gaze lingered on his file for less than 3 seconds before shifting away. Clearly, she didn't care about any of that. You must also be clear about my conditions. She held up one finger. First, I owe $1 million in student loan debt. After marriage, this debt will be considered marital property and we will need to repay it together. Chen Lin nodded, no problem. She then raised her second finger. Secondly, I am 22 years old, and you are 19. I am 3 years older than you. A woman 3 years older than her husband is like a mountain of gold, Chen Lin immediately replied. A very subtle change finally appeared on Zhuge Qi's face, but it quickly disappeared. She continued, raising her third finger. Third, and most importantly, after marriage, I must continue my martial arts training and strive to reach the true realm of a martial artist. I will not waste my time on mundane matters. That's the key point. Chen Lin leaned forward slightly. I support your cultivation. But, cultivation requires money, a lot of money. We still have to repay that $1 million loan. Where will the money come from? This is the most crucial issue. If this problem cannot be solved, everything else is just empty talk. Zhuge Qi seemed to have anticipated that he would ask this question. How much do you know about the Galaxy government's Citizens Fertility Incentive Act? She countered. Chen Lin was taken aback. He hadn't really paid much attention to this. Before he could answer, Zhuge Qi began to explain on his own. To address the declining population, the government provides substantial subsidies to families with newborns. For the first child, there is a one-time bonus of 100,000 star coins and a monthly allowance of 3,000 star coins. For the second child, there is a bonus of 200,000 star coins and a monthly allowance of 8,000 star coins. For the third child, there will be a reward of 500,000 yuan and a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. In addition, starting with the third child, the government will provide a welfare housing unit of no less than 120 square meters. The more children you have, the greater the reward and the higher the allowance. She stated these numbers calmly, as if reciting a text. But these numbers stirred up a storm in Chen Lin's heart. One child costs 100,000, 2 cost 200,000, and 3 cost 500,000. This isn't childbirth, it's printing money. So, your plan is? Chen Lin understood instantly. I'll use the maternity allowance to repay the loan and cover my subsequent cultivation expenses, Zhuge Qi replied. This is a crazy plan. But it's also a perfectly feasible plan. Chen Lin looked at her, and she looked at Chen Lin. The air seemed to freeze. After a long while, Zhuge Qi noticed that he remained silent and assumed that he was frightened by the plan. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face as she stood up. If you can't accept it, then forget it and don't waste each other's time. She turned to leave. Etc. Chen Lin suddenly spoke up and called out to her. Zhuge Qi stopped and turned to look at him. Chen Lin also stood up, walked step by step to her, and looked directly into her eyes. I have absolutely no problem with your plan. So, you just want to have children as soon as possible, right? The more the better, the faster the better, he confirmed. Zhuge felt a little uncomfortable from his approaching movements, but still nodded, yes. Very good. Chen Lin smiled. His smile was radiant, carrying a kind of fanaticism that Zhuge couldn't understand at all. I also love children, the more the better. He leaned closer to her, lowered his voice, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Therefore, I only have one condition. We'll keep having children, until neither of us can have any more. Zhuge body froze instantly. She could hardly believe her ears. She anticipated that Chen Lin might make various demands, concerning money, family, and power. But she never expected that he would make such a vulgar, blunt, and even shameless request. A wave of shame and anger washed over her, and her cheeks flushed bright red. But just a few seconds later, she forced herself to calm down. She re-examined the man in front of her. He wasn't some naive boy who knew nothing. Like her, he was a realist who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. This marriage was a transaction from the very beginning. She sold her genes and uterus in exchange for resources and time for cultivation. He coveted her bloodline and offspring to satisfy his ulterior motives. No one is more noble than anyone else. Can. Zhuge squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. She took a deep breath and regained control of the negotiations. Since it's a transaction, let's make the terms clearer. First, all maternity allowances and rewards will be at my personal disposal, used for loan repayment and cultivation. You cannot touch a single penny of them. Sure, Chen Lin replied without hesitation. Second, you must provide me with a quiet and independent training space, where no one can disturb me while I am practicing. No problem. Third, Zhuge paused, this was her final bottom line, you cannot touch me until we become a real couple. She wanted to retain the last shred of dignity. However, Chen Lin smiled. Zhuge, aren't you mistaken about something? He shook his head. There was no process of becoming a real couple between us. We were together by agreement, and our goal was to have children. Therefore, there is no before. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. We'll start tonight. Zhuge was completely stunned. He tore everything apart, laying it bare and bloody on the table, leaving no room for illusion. She looked at Chen Lin's young yet unusually resolute face for a long time before slowly exhaling. She reached out and took his hand. Make a deal. Ding. Partner matching intention confirmed. Generifying electronic companion agreement. The agreement has been generated. Please confirm and sign it. The two simultaneously pressed their handprints onto their respective light screens. Congratulations, host, on officially establishing a partnership with the highly desirable target Zhuge. Wedding gifts are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Star System Government Resettlement Housing Unit. Address, Room 101, Unit 1, Building 3, Xingqiuli Community, Hongqi Town. Please move in immediately. Chen Lin pulled the still somewhat dazed Zhuge out of the service center. Let's go, honey. Where to? Go home and see my parents. When the door to Chen Lin's house was pushed open, Chen Jiangmo and Chen Xiulan were sitting on the sofa, sighing. Upon seeing Chen Lin, Chen Xiulan was about to reprimand him when she noticed the tall woman following behind him. The air in the living room froze instantly. Dad, Mom. Chen Lin pulled Zhuge in front of him. Let me introduce you, this is Zhuge. We have already registered. Chen Jiangmo and his wife were completely petrified. Son Chen Xiulan's voice trembled, that 1 million. Mom, don't worry, Chen Lin interrupted her, announcing loudly. Zhuge said that she likes our family very much and she also wants to settle down as soon as possible. He glanced at Zhuge, who had no expression, and braced himself to continue making things up. She has an extremely strong desire to have children. She's willing to have as many children as possible for our family right now. Chen Jiangmo and his wife stared blankly at Zhuge. Zhuge neither admitted nor denied it. For her, this was indeed the truth. Chen Jiangmo opened his mouth, but only managed to stammer out, then, the bride price, the wedding. Keep it simple, Zhuge finally spoke. I don't need those. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangmo and Chen Xiulan's tense nerves seemed to finally relax a little. Despite being burdened with huge debts, this daughter-in-law doesn't seem so difficult to deal with? And she's even willing to have a baby right away? Okay, Chen Xiaolan murmured. Chen Jiangwo slapped his thigh, stood up, and pointed at Qianlin and Zhuge Qi. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Make the most of it. Have more children, get more subsidies. Chapter 3, A Sleepless Night. Nothing was said that night. Or perhaps, a sleepless night. When Qianlin opened his eyes, the sunlight outside the window had already illuminated the room. The woman beside him was breathing steadily and seemed to be fast asleep. He carefully turned to the side, looking at Zhuge Qi's sleeping profile. Without the sharpness and wariness of the day, her face appeared much softer, and her long eyelashes cast a light shadow under her eyes. Everything from last night felt like a hazy, unreal dream. From a bleak graduate to a man with a system, a wife, and even an impending child, the transformation of his identity took less than 24 hours. It all started with the woman beside him. It was she who brought about the official activation of the system, the newbie gift pack, and the enhancement of gene potential. Ding! Positive emotional fluctuations detected in the host towards their partner. A friendly reminder: continued positive and emotionally beneficial interactions with your partner can help enhance the genetic potential of your offspring and your own strength. The system's playful voice rang in my mind. Qianlin could almost picture a cheeky little sprite winking and making faces in his ear. This is really an unorthodox system. However, the reminder was correct. His gaze fell on Zhuge Qi's flat stomach. The system's newbie benefit, 100% chance of conception within 10 attempts. Last night. The seed should have already been planted, right? Just thinking about this made him feel a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen. This is a descendant containing 42% of the genetic potential. Once born, how much of a boost can one gain? Just as he was filled with excitement, Zhuge Qi beside him trembled slightly with her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. The air froze instantly. Zhuge Qi's eyes were still a little sleepy, but she quickly came to her senses. Memories of last night flooded her mind, causing her body to tense up involuntarily. She subconsciously pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulders. Qianlin was also a little embarrassed, so he quickly looked away and coughed. Good morning. Morning. Zhuge Qi's response was very soft, almost inaudible. Silence fell in the room once again. In the end, it was Qianlin who broke the deadlock. He sat up, threw back the covers, and got out of bed. I'm going to wash up. You lie down a little longer? After saying that, he fled into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water coming from inside, Zhuge Qi's tense body slowly relaxed. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The transaction has begun. She gave her body, and the reward is in the making. She gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Soon, a new life will be born here. A child who can help her pay off her debts and allow her to continue pursuing her martial arts dreams. Thinking about this, her originally complicated feelings gradually became more resolute. A moment later, Qianlin came out of the bathroom and changed into a clean set of clothes. My parents want us to come home for dinner today, he said, drying his hair. It's kind of like a formal meeting. Zhuge Qi nodded and got out of bed, her movements carrying a hint of barely perceptible stiffness. She took out a set of sportswear from her suitcase, changed into it with her back to Qianlin, and then went into the bathroom. The two did not exchange any words throughout the entire process. The awkward atmosphere only eased after they left the house. Qianlin's parents' home. The atmosphere at the dinner table was even more somber than yesterday. Chen Jiangmo and Chen Xiaolan looked at Zhuge Qi across from them, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to begin. This daughter-in-law is a near martial artist. Her aura is so strong that it puts an invisible pressure on ordinary people like them. What's more, he was also burdened with a huge debt of 1 million. Xiaoqi, Chen Xiaolan finally mustered her courage and forced a smile. Eat more vegetables, you've gotten so thin. Thank you, Auntie, Zhuge Qi replied politely, but her words carried a hint of distance. She was never good at handling family occasions. Qianlin picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in her bowl, trying to ease the tension. Mom, don't call me Auntie anymore, you should call me Xiaoqi now. Chen Xiaolan was taken aback for a moment, then chimed in, yes, look at my memory. Xiaoqi, from now on, treat this place as your own home. Zhuge Qi didn't speak, but just lowered his head and picked at the rice in his bowl. The meal was so bad that I couldn't taste anything. After dinner, Qianlin and Zhuge Qi suggested moving to the government-allocated housing. Chen Xiaolan wanted to say a few more words to persuade him to stay, but Chen Jiangwo stopped her with a look. He could tell that this daughter-in-law wasn't one of them, and forcing them together made everyone uncomfortable. Go on, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand. Young people have their own lives. Did you get the house keys? I received it, from Xingfuli community. It's not far. Come back and visit often when you have time. Yes, Dad. The two said goodbye to Chen Lin's parents, carrying their simple luggage, and arrived at their so-called new home. Room 101, Unit 1, Building 3, Xingfuli Residential Complex. It's a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room public rental apartment. It's not very big, but it's fully furnished and equipped with appliances, and it's very clean. Not bad. Chen Lin put his luggage in the living room and looked around. Zhuge Qi didn't say anything, but went straight into one of the smaller bedrooms and put her suitcase inside. I'll stay in this room, she announced. Chen Lin was taken aback. Then he saw Zhuge Qi pointing to the large bedroom with a balcony. You can keep the big one as your training room. Her tone was calm, as if she were stating something obvious. As mentioned in the previous agreement, she needed a separate training space. Chen Lin looked at her, feeling a little uneasy. This is not just a problem with a training room. This means that starting tonight, they will have to sleep in separate rooms. Was everything last night really just a job purely for the purpose of creating offspring? No need, he shook his head. I don't need such a big place. You can stay in the master bedroom, it will be more convenient for training. I said I'll stay in this room, Zhuge Qi said, her tone leaving no room for argument. She has made her decision and has no intention of changing it. Chen Lin wanted to say something more, but looking at her face that seemed to say do not approach, he ultimately swallowed his words. Never mind. There is ample time. Anyway, the newbie benefits from the system are still there, so I'm sure I'll get a child. The most urgent task is to improve our own strength. He carried his luggage into the master bedroom and then walked up to Zhuge Qi. I'm going to report to the pig farm tomorrow. Do you want to come with me to Hongqi town? No, Zhuge Qi refused decisively. I need to start rehabilitation training. She has wasted too much time. After leaving the martial arts school and returning to Hongqi town, her training basically came to a standstill. Now that her worries are temporarily resolved, she must devote all her energy to cultivation. Breaking through to the martial arts realm is of utmost urgency. Seeing the urgency and determination in her eyes, Chen Lin's heart stirred. Cultivation requires resources, right? Like nutrient supplements, qi and blood pills, and the like? Zhuge Qi paused for a moment. I'll figure out these things myself. How do you plan to solve this? Chen Lin pressed. Rely on maternity allowance? That would have to wait until after the child is born, which is a long-term solution that won't solve our immediate problem. He got straight to the heart of the problem. Zujiki fell silent. This is indeed the biggest dilemma she is currently facing. Without cultivation resources, relying solely on arduous training is extremely inefficient. Her original plan was to first recover her condition through basic physical training, and then purchase the cheapest cultivation resources after the first maternity bonus arrived. I have an idea. Chen Lin's voice rang out. Zhuge Qi looked up at him. Chen Lin smiled, opened his personal terminal, and brought up an interface. The Citizen Service Center in Hongqi town has a section called Couple Support Tasks. He turned the light screen towards Zhuge Qi. The town will issue some tasks that require multiple people to complete, and the pay is much higher than that of ordinary jobs. One type of task is specifically for aspiring martial artists and ordinary couples. He pointed to one of the tasks. Mission: assist in hunting down a level 1 mutated beast, the Iron Skin Board. Requirements: 1 aspiring martial artist and 1 partner. Reward: 5,000 star coins, or the equivalent of 3 qi and blood pills. Qi and blood pill. Those are the most commonly used auxiliary cultivation pills in the quasi-martial artist stage, and 1 pill costs 1,800 star coins on the market. Zhuge Qi's breathing quickened slightly for a moment. You want to take this mission? That's right. Chen Lin nodded. You're a quasi-martial artist, so you'll be in charge of the main attack. Although I'm not very strong, I can still help you out and draw some fire. That's too dangerous. Zhuge Qi refused without even thinking. Although the Iron Pig is only a level 1 mutated beast, it has extremely strong defense and great impact. You are just an ordinary person. If you are hit, you will either die or be maimed. This is not a drill. This is a real battle. She was confident, but she couldn't afford to be distracted in the midst of battle to protect a burden. How will we know if we don't try? Shenlin seemed very confident. Besides, this is currently the fastest way for us to acquire resources, isn't it? He looked directly into her eyes. Or do you think I'm holding you back? Chapter 4, I just got my wife pregnant, and the system reward was this. Zhuge Qi froze. She looked at Shenlin, a man 10 years younger than her, whose face held a stubbornness she couldn't understand. What do you take this battle for? Her voice carried a hint of coldness. This isn't a game, people can die. Of course I know people will die. Shenlin stepped forward, getting closer to her. But I also know that if I don't fight, I can only wait to die. Or, wait for you to give birth to the child and use that allowance to support this good for nothing? These words were extremely harsh. You. Zhuge Qi felt a tightness in his chest. We're a couple by agreement, aren't we? Shenlin chuckled self-deprecatingly. We share the risks and the benefits. Or is it that in your eyes, I'm only responsible for providing a gene, and I don't even have the right to share the risks? He stared intently at her. I admit you think I'm a burden. But you won't even give me a chance to prove I'm not a burden. Zhuge Qi, that is not fair. The air was deathly still. After a long while, Zhuge Qi looked away. If you want to prove yourself, you can. She turned around and walked towards the small bedroom that had no balcony. But not in the hunting grounds. Shenlin was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. Right here. Zhuge Qi closed the door. The next second, the door to Shenlin's room was pushed open, she walked in, and locked the door behind her. Prove to me you're worth . I spent a sleepless night. Shenlin felt like he had been thrown into a washing machine and spun dry a full 800 times. Every muscle and every cell in my body is groaning and protesting. He was completely drained. The woman beside him was breathing steadily, long and strong, as if the battle that had just exhausted him was nothing more than a warm-up exercise for her. Is this what a quasi-martial artist is like? Is this the constitution with 42% genetic potential? That's inhuman. Shenlin's heart was filled with accusations against the non-human beings and grief and indignation at his own weakness. At first, he was able to gain some initiative thanks to his youthful vigor and drive. But soon, he was completely crushed. Zhuge Qi showed him through his actions what an absolute gap in physical fitness truly meant. Later on, he was completely passively enduring it. Humiliation. This is so humiliating. He, a time traveler, was utterly defeated in the most primitive battle. It's over. Zhuge Qi's voice rang in my ears, clear and cold, carrying a trace of the afterglow of battle. She prepared to get up. Shenlin also breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't ended soon, he really would have wondered if he would die young. However, at that moment. Ding! Host detected engaging in highly efficient reproductive behavior. Target Zhuge Qi pregnancy progress, 910. Friendly reminder, the final step is crucial. Completing this interaction guarantees conception and activates the newbie gift pack. Good luck, host. The system notification sounded like a thunderclap in Shenlin's mind. What is that? Is it 100%? Is this just the last push? New player welcome pack. This is the fundamental reason why he chose this path. No. We absolutely cannot fall here. An unknown force surged through his limbs and bones in an instant. He suddenly flipped over, and amidst Zhuge Qi's astonished reaction, regained the initiative that he had long since lost. Are you insane? Zhuge Qi was genuinely shocked. She could clearly feel that Shenlin's body had reached its limit and was only holding on by willpower. What is he after? Just for that ridiculous bit of male pride? However, when she met Shenlin's eyes, she found no resentment, no anger, only a kind of, almost fanatical obsession. It was as if there was some priceless treasure ahead that I absolutely had to get my hands on. This persistence made her feel a little unfamiliar, and a little, indescribably touched. This man, the weak, possessed an unexpectedly strong will. She did not resist anymore. After an unknown amount of time, as the last lingering effects dissipated, Shenlin felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He collapsed limply, not wanting to move a single finger. Did it work? He asked nervously. Congratulations, host. Target Zhuge Qi has successfully conceived. The many children, many blessings system is officially activated. New player gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the access to a random cultivation technique, the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics. It's done. Chen-Lin was overjoyed. But the next second, his joy froze. The 233rd set of Galactic Broadcast Gymnastics? What the hell is that? Isn't this something primary and secondary school students use to exercise? Is this considered a martial art? System, are you messing with me? Exercise method, the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics. Level 1010. Effect, slightly improves blood circulation and strengthens muscles and bones. Upgrade notes, completing 10 full training sessions will upgrade you to level 2. A clear panel appeared in his mind. Chen-Lin stared blankly at the progress bar that read 010. Cultivation privileges, is that what it means? Every instance of cultivation will be quantified and clearly displayed. And if I do 10 more sets of radio calisthenics, I can advance to level 2? This is practically cheating. In his past life, his favorite way to level up in games was with a progress bar, simple, direct, and brutal. What nonsense are these cultivation insights and vague bottlenecks? They're all trash in the face of the progress bar. All you need is a liver. The overwhelming ecstasy overcame the physical exhaustion. Chen-Lin suddenly jumped out of bed. His sudden movement startled Zhuge Qi, who was standing next to him. "What are you doing?" she asked, puzzled. Chen-Lin stood naked in the center of the room, assuming a perfectly standard starting stance. "Let's begin now," the 233rd set of broadcast gymnastics, marching in place. He recited the commands as he meticulously performed the tasks. Stretching exercises. Chest expansion exercises. Rotational movements. Zhuge Qi sat on the bed, wrapped herself in the quilt, and stared blankly at the man doing radio calisthenics in the room. Has he really gone mad? Having just gone through an extreme sport, not only did I not rest, but I also had the energy to do calisthenics? What kind of strange quirk is this? She couldn't understand Chen-Lin's logic at all. At this moment, Chen-Lin was completely immersed in his own world. His body was already at its limit, every movement aggravated his aching muscles, consuming his last bit of strength. Sweat quickly soaked his back. But he ignored it all, gritted his teeth, and with sheer willpower, managed to perform the entire set of broadcast gymnastics perfectly from beginning to end. When the last movement, the cool-down exercise, is finished, the panel in his mind quietly changed. Level 1110. It really works. Upon seeing the one, Chen-Lin's last doubts vanished. A tremendous sense of satisfaction and security welled up inside me. The road to heaven is right beneath your feet. After extreme mental excitement comes the instantaneous collapse of the body. He could no longer hold on, his vision went black, his body went limp, and he collapsed straight to the floor. A muffled bang was heard. Zhuge Qi. She looked at the man lying unconscious on the floor of the room, remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly. She lifted the covers and got out of bed, took a thin blanket from the closet, and covered him with it. The next day, Chen-Lin was awakened by a rich aroma of food. He opened his eyes and found himself still lying on the cold floor, covered with a blanket. Memories of last night flooded my mind. He immediately looked at the system panel. Level 1110. The progress bar is still there. It's not a dream. He felt a surge of excitement and wished he could get up immediately and do it 9 more times. But the extreme emptiness and hunger he felt left him without the strength to even get up. Gurgle. My stomach started growling uncontrollably. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open. Chen-Lin turned his head. Zhuge Qi walked in, already dressed in a smart tracksuit, but on the outside, she was wearing a rather comical pink cartoon apron. In her hands, she was holding a steaming hot casserole. Inside the casserole, the milky white broth was bubbling, and the rich aroma of meat and the fragrance of herbs mingled together, forcefully filling Chen-Lin's nostrils. Chen-Lin was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him, who was holding a clay pot in one hand and a soup spoon in the other, wearing an apron that contrasted sharply with her appearance. That cold and powerful quasi-martial artist now exuded an indescribable gentle and domestic charm. Zhuge Qi placed the casserole on the bedside table, turned around, and met his blank gaze. She seemed a little uncomfortable, but she still spoke, her words brief and to the point. Woke up? I made you some bone broth, get up and drink it. Chapter 5, The Nourishing Essence Soup? This must be a happy soup. Bone broth. Chen Lin looked at the pot of milky white broth bubbling with a rich aroma, but only these 3 words were on his mind. He struggled to sit up from the floor, the thin blanket covering him slipping off to reveal his sweat-soaked body. Last night's frenzy and the radio calisthenics before he fainted had drained him of every last bit of strength. You overexerted yourself last night, and your qi and blood are depleted. This is a tonic soup to replenish your body. Zhuge Qi placed the casserole on the cabinet, looked down at him, and stated a fact. The pink cartoon apron she wore contrasted sharply with her cold, aloof face. But Chen Lin was in no mood to appreciate it at all. Deficiency of qi and blood? That sounds so professional. So what if they were drained dry? A sour, rotten smell, a mixture of sweat and some other indescribable odor, wafted into my nose. Zhuge Qi frowned slightly and took half a step back. Go take a shower, you smell bad. Dislike. It was an undisguised disdain. Chen Lin felt a lump in his throat. Is this a case of discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose? No, it's like they've already complained about the donkey's stench before they've even started grinding. He wanted to retort and regain some of his masculine dignity, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt dizzy and weak. Never mind. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid. He leaned against the wall, stood up unsteadily, and slowly made his way into the bathroom. Hot water gushed from the showerhead, washing over my tired body. Chen Lin looked at himself in the mirror. Her body was still thin, but seemed a bit firmer than yesterday, with the muscle lines of her abdomen and chest faintly visible. This is all thanks to that one round of broadcast gymnastics. This cheat is so cool. He felt his fatigue gradually subsiding as the hot water washed over him. After taking a shower, Chen Lin came out wearing only a towel around his waist. He didn't do it on purpose. He forgot to bring a change of clothes. In the living room, Zhuge Qi was about to ladle out the soup when she heard the noise and subconsciously turned around to look. Then, she froze completely. The boy's body, still damp from the bath, slid down his clearly defined muscles and into the edge of the towel. It was a physique somewhere between a boy and a young man, slender yet not weak, full of vibrant life force. Zhuge Qi's cheeks flushed red instantly, as if scalded by steam. She turned around abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. She picked up the soup spoon, but her hand was a little unsteady, and she almost spilled the soup. That bastard. Chen Lin was completely oblivious to her strange behavior. His mind was preoccupied with the pot of soup. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhuge Qi had already filled a bowl and pushed it in front of him. Drink it. Her movements were somewhat stiff. Chen Lin picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The broth is delicious and rich, and a warm current instantly slides from the throat into the stomach, then quickly spreads to every part of the body. The aches and fatigue in my body seemed to be mostly washed away by this warm current, and the extreme weakness was greatly relieved. Nice one. Chen Lin's eyes lit up, and without caring about the heat, he quickly finished the bowl of soup. Another bowl, please. Zhuge Qi silently served him another bowl. This is made by simmering the leg bone of a level 1 mutated beast, the horned antelope, along with 3 kinds of herbs that strengthen the body's foundation for 3 hours, she explained. It can quickly replenish qi and blood and repair bodily deficiencies. In the future, you can drink more of it. She originally meant to say, you're too weak, you need to eat more, but for some reason, the words changed when they reached her lips. Chen Lin paused in his act of drinking soup. He looked up at the woman in front of him, wearing a ridiculous apron, serving him soup and showing concern for his health. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her striking profile. At this moment, she didn't seem like a high and mighty aspiring martial artist, but rather like a wife. Thank you, Chen Lin said sincerely. You're welcome, it's part of the deal, Zhuge Qi said firmly. Chen Lin smiled. You look very nice in an apron. Zhuge Qi's hand, which was serving soup, suddenly trembled. She didn't answer, but simply placed the bowl heavily in front of Chen Lin, filled her own bowl, and silently drank it with her head down. But the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed the unease in her heart. Breakfast ended in a subtle atmosphere. Eat quickly, then go to work. Don't be late on your first day, Zhuge Qi urged, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. Okay, Chen Lin replied, finishing the last sip of soup. He stood up, preparing to go back to his room to change his clothes. Oh, right. Zhuge Qi suddenly called out to him. Chen Lin turned around. I've already made an appointment for a checkup at the Citizens Health Center tomorrow, she announced calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Chen Lin was stunned. Examine? The next second, he instantly realized what was happening. Newbie bonus. 100% chance of conception within the first 10 tries. Last night, it was a success. An overwhelming sense of joy welled up inside me. So fast? He grinned, his smile bright and tinged with pride. Looks like I'm pretty efficient. Shut up. Zhuge-Qi's cheeks flushed red again, both ashamed and annoyed. How could this man talk about something so casually, with such a boastful look on his face? But amidst her embarrassment and anger, deep down she also felt a hint of joy that she herself was unaware of. Child. The seed of hope that could carry her martial arts dream and free her from the shackles of debt has been planted. The two stared at each other, one smug and the other filled with shame and indignation, but the air was thick with a tacit understanding called accomplice. For maternity benefits and for martial arts training, they are allies on the same side. After saying goodbye to Zhuge-Qi, Chen-Lin felt like he was walking on air. Ding! Your affection for your partner Zhuge-Qi has increased by 5. Current affection level, 60, sharing the same boat. Congratulations, host. Your partner's affection level has increased. You have received the following reward, physical strength +1. A system notification sounded in my mind. Chen-Lin immediately felt a faint warm current flow into his body, and his previously unsteady steps instantly became steady and powerful. He clenched his fist, exuding power. This system is amazing. With excitement, he arrived at the bus stop in Hongqi town. He was wearing a khaki uniform typical of pig farm managers, with the words Grain Region Logistics Department printed on his chest, which looked somewhat comical. While waiting for the car, a tall, thin young man in the same uniform approached, looking surprised. Chen-Lin? It really is you, kid. Chen-Lin turned his head and was also stunned for a moment. Wang Chang? This was his high school classmate. Their relationship was neither good nor bad, and they lost contact after graduation. Unexpectedly, we met again here in this matching outfits way. You've also been assigned to the pig farm? Wang Cheng pointed to Chen-Lin's uniform, then to his own, looking utterly hopeless. Yes, the 16th Grain District. Holy crap! I'm from District 16 too. We're in the same unit. Wang Cheng exclaimed in surprise, then his face fell. But what's there to be happy about? By Shuwen, it's embarrassing to say this out loud. He looked Chen-Lin up and down. Where do you live? I just came from my home at the west end of town. Chen-Lin pointed to the Xingfuli residential area not far away. I live there. Wang Cheng looked in the direction he was pointing, and when he saw the 3 words Happiness Lane, he was completely dumbfounded. Xing. Xingfuli? Isn't that government-subsidized housing? As if he had just thought of something, his voice suddenly rose in pitch. Only recent graduates who have completed the partner matching process and started a new family can apply. You're married? Wang Cheng's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Just as Chen-Lin was about to nod, his personal terminal vibrated with a hum. A message popped up. The sender was wife. He subconsciously opened it. It was a message from Zhuge-Qi. A file transfer request. The file name is 8 Treasures Gone, Elementary Cultivation Authorization. There is one more sentence below. This body strengthening exercise is for beginners. Look at it yourself first, and don't get out of breath while practicing. I'll teach you when I get back tonight. Wang Cheng curiously leaned closer and caught a glimpse of the sender's profile picture. It was a passport photo of Zhuge-Qi, without makeup, yet his striking and handsome appearance was undeniable. Wang Cheng's breathing stopped instantly. He stared intently at the profile picture, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Zhuge-Qi? Zhuge-Qi? His voice was trembling, filled with disbelief. Zhuge-Qi from the Skyfire City Limitless Martial Arts Gym? She's your wife? Chapter 6, My classmate was stunned. The cultivation technique my wife gave me. Wang Cheng's breathing was heavy, like a broken bellows. He stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the screen of Chen-Lin's personal terminal. The elegant and dashing ID photo seemed to possess some kind of magic, rendering him unable to move. Chen-Lin slowly turned off the light screen and retracted his personal terminal to his wrist. He didn't answer, but simply looked at Wang Cheng with a calm demeanor. But to Wang Cheng, this calmness was the highest form of ostentation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Cheng was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly bristled. How could she possibly be your wife? What incredible luck you've had. No. This must be a photoshopped picture. It's a lie. He circled Chen-Lin twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe with the eyes of someone examining a conman. I get it. Does she have some hidden illness? Or a huge personality flaw? Otherwise, why would she be interested in you? A good-for-nothing assigned to a pig farm. The sour smell of jealousy almost solidified, bursting forth from every pore of Wang Cheng's body. In high school, Chen-Lin was the kind of person who was inconspicuous in his class. His grades were average, his family was of ordinary means, and after graduation, he even ended up raising pigs. Wang Chang, though just an ordinary person, came from a slightly better-off family and considered himself superior to Chen-Lin. But now, Chen-Lin, the loser in his eyes, has actually married Zhu Geqi. That celestial beauty who only exists in news and legends. How can he accept this? Are you done talking? Chen-Lin picked at his ear. The Levitation Express is here. A sleek, silver-white train silently glided to the platform, and the doors opened. Chen-Lin was the first to board. Wang Cheng stood there, stunned, his face turning pale and then red, but he gritted his teeth and followed. He refused to believe it. He was determined to get to the bottom of this today. The carriage wasn't crowded, and the two found seats at random. Wang Cheng was about to speak when Chen-Lin closed his eyes, looking like he couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Hey! Chen-Lin! Stop pretending to be dead. Tell me what happened. Wang Cheng pushed him relentlessly. Chen-Lin opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. Wang Cheng, are we that close? His words left Wang Cheng speechless, his face turning bright red. Yes, their relationship was neither good nor bad. They lost contact after graduation, and today was just a chance encounter. What right does he have to pry into someone's private affairs? Wang Cheng opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He could only sit back down dejectedly, muttering things like I got lucky and a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Chen-Lin ignored him, his mind sinking into his thoughts. The file sent by Zhu Geqi lay quietly in his consciousness. With a thought, he slowly unfolded the document. The opening section is a general outline, explaining that this technique is a body-strengthening method designed specifically for ordinary people who have not yet entered the realm of martial arts, emphasizing gradual progress and strengthening the foundation. The following section contains illustrations of 8 basic movements and methods for cultivating qi. White ape offering fruit, tiger descending the mountain, black tortoise exploring the sea. Each movement is accompanied by a detailed 3D dynamic demonstration, with the human figure and light and shadow rehearsing repeatedly, clearly showing the exertion of every muscle and the flow of every breath. Chen-Lin was completely engrossed. It was far more ingenious than he had imagined. Compared to the radio calisthenics he used to do, it was like the difference between college calculus and elementary school addition and subtraction. Radio calisthenics is purely physical exercise, while the 8 treasures exercise involves the application of qi vital energy. Although it was only the most basic guidance, it was the first step from an ordinary person to the extraordinary. He suddenly remembered the message Zhu Geqi had sent, I'll teach you when I get back tonight. A warm feeling slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. This nominal wife, though talking about a transaction, was already paving the way for him in her actions. He even began to look forward to the tutorial sessions that evening. Grain production area, transit station number 16 has arrived. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960, please prepare to disembark. The announcement brought Chen-Lin back to his senses. He opened his eyes and got off the train with Wang Cheng. Before you stands a massive domed building, where countless pipes and transport tracks converge, exuding an atmosphere of industry and technology. I am going to report to pig farm number 952. Wang Cheng pointed in one direction, his expression still somewhat dazed and unwilling. This way, 939. Chen-Lin pointed in another direction. All right then, see you later. Wang Cheng waved his hand, turned and left, his back view filled with desolation. Chen-Lin shrugged and, following the map on his terminal, quickly found the logistics management office of pig farm number 939. Inside the office, a middle-aged man with slightly receding hair and a slightly overweight build was processing documents in front of a light screen. Report, Chen-Lin knocked on the door. The man looked up and adjusted his glasses. The new administrator? Chen-Lin? Yes, Supervisor Zhang. Sit down. Manager Zhang pointed to the chair opposite him, his attitude neither warm nor cold. I've looked at your information. It's good that you're a young person who has just graduated and are full of energy, but what we need here is more attention to detail and patience. He pulled up the structural diagram of the pig farm. Our pig farm, number 939, is mainly responsible for the breeding and raising of tin-skinned pigs. Don't be fooled by the word pig in the name into thinking they are ordinary livestock. Supervisor Zhang's expression turned serious. These big guys are all descendants of level 1 mutated beasts. Although they have been domesticated for many generations and have lost most of their wildness, they still have considerable aggression. So, your job has nothing to do with pigs themselves. He zoomed in on the map, pointing to a green area. Your job is as a planter in Zone C7. You are responsible for the planting and maintenance of that 100-acre Golden Harvest number 1 high-energy nutrient valley. Planting worker? Chen Lin was taken aback. He thought he was here to be a pig farmer, but he didn't expect to be here to be a farmer. Golden Harvest number 1 is a staple food that our farm specially bred for iron pigs, and it has an extremely high energy content. Your job is to ensure a good harvest on these 100 acres. From sowing, irrigation, pest control to harvesting, you're responsible for the entire process by yourself, Manager Zhang continued to explain. Of course, most of the work is assisted by automated machinery. Your main responsibilities are monitoring data, handling emergencies, and making necessary human interventions. He handed Chen Lin a data panel and a multi-tool gun. These are your tools. The data panel has a detailed machine operation manual and a crop maintenance knowledge base. Study it and learn as much as you can. The dormitory in Zone C7 is right next to the fields. Just go there. If you don't understand anything, ask me through the terminal. After explaining everything, Supervisor Zhang waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Chen Lin took his tools and walked out of the management office. Zone C7 wasn't far, it was just a short walk through an area of metal buildings. The 100 acres of land were far more magnificent than he had imagined. Golden ears of grain swayed in the artificial sunlight, stretching as far as the eye could see. Beside the field stood a small, 2-story White House, which served as his dormitory and monitoring room. Chen Lin pushed open the door and went inside. The room was fully equipped and full of high-tech features. He spent the entire afternoon familiarizing himself with the various information on the data panels and learning how to operate the large agricultural machinery. From water pressure regulation in automatic irrigation systems to flight path planning for insect-repelling drones, and real-time analysis of soil nutrients, everything is both novel and tedious. As the artificial sun slowly set and transitioned into a soft moonlight mode, Chen Lin stretched and finished his first day of work. He was physically tired, but mentally fulfilled. This job, though ordinary, was not boring. He leaned back in the chair in the monitoring room, watching the golden wheat fields undulating in the wind outside the window, a sense of peace washing over him. He thought of home. He thought of the woman in the comical apron who used to cook soup for him. He thought of the 8 treasures exercise she sent him. He thought of her words, "I'll teach you when I get back tonight." Chen Lin stood up, locked the door, and strode towards the floating expressway station. When he used his key to open the door to apartment 101 in the Zingfili residential complex, the apartment was quiet. The living room light was on, but no one was home. He changed his shoes and placed his toolbox in the entryway. "Honey, I'm home," he called out energetically towards the master bedroom. After shouting, he felt a little guilty and amused. However, the next second, the door to the small bedroom creaked open. Zhuge Qi came out from inside. She had changed into a tight-fitting black training outfit that accentuated her agile and powerful physique. Fine beads of sweat still clung to her forehead, clearly indicating she had just finished training. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy rosy glow from the intense exercise. Upon hearing Chen Lin's address, her body visibly stiffened, and her ears quickly flushed crimson. She avoided Chen Lin's gaze, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it reached Chen Lin's ears clearly. "Honey, you're back." Chapter 7. The first time his wife called him husband, his classmate caught in and frozen on the spot. That single word, husband, was as light as a feather brushing against the heart, yet it struck Chen Lin's chest with a thunderous roar. Thump! 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 He could even clearly hear the sound of his blood rushing through his veins, a surge of heat shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This is completely different from last night's transaction. Last night was a surge of hormones, a purposeful demand. At this moment, this woman, this powerful, aloof, and almost transactional quasi-martial artist, acknowledged another layer of their relationship with an almost whispered shyness. The air was no longer filled with the smell of sweat and post-training, but with a strange, sweet and sour scent that made one dizzy. Zhuge Qi herself was embarrassed by the way she had blurted out the address. She lowered her head abruptly, her fair neck instantly flushing a delicate pink, as if she wanted to shrink herself into her tight training clothes. It was so shameful. She only heard Chen Lin's strong and resonant wife, and in a moment of impulse, I'm covered in sweat, I'm going to take a shower first. She said this and turned around almost as if she were fleeing, rushing towards the bathroom. Watching her somewhat flustered retreating figure, Chen Lin's smile widened. He stretched his limbs, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. The effects of that nourishing soup, combined with the 1 point of stamina awarded by the system, helped him shake off his morning weakness, putting him in an unprecedented peak state. Just as Zhuge Qi's hand was about to touch the bathroom doorknob, a hand reached out from the side, pressed against the door, and blocked her way. Chen Lin's tall figure loomed over him, carrying a refreshing scent that blended the aroma of shower gel with that of a young man. "Don't rush to wash, wife." He deliberately emphasized the word wife, enjoying the momentary stiffness in her body. "You forgot? You promised to teach me the 8 treasures exercise tonight." Zhuge Qi had her back to him, not daring to turn around. Wait until I'm done washing." Her voice was a little unsteady. "Why wait?" Chen Lin leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. "Isn't the bathroom quite spacious? You teach me, I learn. Perfect, we can work up a sweat and then shower together, saving water." "You, shameless." Zhuge Qi's cheeks burned completely. She turned around abruptly, trying to push away this man who was taking advantage of her. However, when she placed her palm on Chen Lin's chest, it felt like pushing against a tough piece of cowhide. He didn't move an inch. She was somewhat taken aback. Last night, this man was like a lump of dough that could be kneaded at will under her touch. How could his body have become so firm after just one day? Chen Lin grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He grabbed her hand that was pressed against his chest and pulled her into his arms, while his other hand turned the bathroom doorknob. How can something between husband and wife be called shameless? He half pushed and half carried Zhuge Qi, whose face was flushed, into the steamy bathroom. With a bang, the door was locked from the inside. "Come on, teacher, let's begin our first lesson." "Is this how you practice? The white ape offers fruit." "No. You bastard. Where are your hands going?" "Oh dear, I've gone mad from practicing martial arts, I can't control it." An hour later, the bathroom door clicked open. Zhuge Qi, wrapped in a bath towel, darted out like a startled rabbit and disappeared into her small bedroom, where she remained motionless. Through the crack in the door, all one could see was a large, ambiguous blush remaining on her snow-white skin, like fine rouge that had been spilled. A moment later, Chen Lin emerged looking refreshed. He was only wearing a towel around his waist, and the muscles in his exposed upper body were even more defined than in the morning, exuding a fluid and powerful aura. Ding! High-efficiency partner interaction completed. Host and partner's emotional and physical intimacy has increased. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics +1. Current skill level, level 1 to 10. It's done. Chen Lin clenched his fist, feeling the faint heat within his body slowly growing stronger. The feeling of becoming stronger through intimate interaction is better than any magic pill. This isn't a many children, many blessings system, it's clearly a happy and powerful system. Dinner was simple, leftover bone broth from breakfast, along with some vegetables and instant rice. When Chen Lin brought the food to the table, Zhuge Qi finally came out of the room, albeit reluctantly. She had changed into a loose set of loungewear, but her flushed face and the way she avoided eye contact with Chen Lin betrayed the turmoil in her heart. The atmosphere at the dining table was completely different from that in the morning. Gone is the deliberate maintenance of distance and rigidity, in its place is an indescribable warmth and beauty. Ahem. Chen Lin spoke first. "How was work today?" Zhuge Qi was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to ask that. She looked up, glanced at him quickly, then lowered her head to eat her rice. The recovery training is going well." "I'm not asking you," Chen Lin laughed, "I'm asking me. It's my first day at work, and you don't even care?" Zhuge Qi paused, her chopsticks stilled. She then realized that today was also Chen Lin's first day at the pig farm. Because the afternoon's teaching was so intense, she almost forgot about it. A strange sense of guilt welled up inside her. "How is it?" she asked softly, her voice filled with concern she herself was unaware of. "Not bad. I'm not going to raise pigs, I'm going to farm." Chen Lin briefly explained his work for the day, his tone relaxed. "C7 area, 100 acres of golden harvest #1 are all under my management now. I'll be a big landowner in Hongqi town from now on. Seeing his smug look, Zhuge Qi's tense mood relaxed, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards. Although the smile was fleeting, Chen Lin still caught it. After dinner, shall we go for a walk? Chen Lin pressed on, to get acquainted with our future home. Zhuge Qi hesitated for a moment. But looking at Chen Lin's expectant face, she nodded as if possessed. Okay. The Happiness Lane residential area was quieter at night than during the day. The streetlights cast a soft glow as the two walked side by side along the tree-lined path in the community, neither of them speaking. Chen Lin could smell the same scent of shower gel emanating from the woman beside him. He quietly reached out and tentatively touched the back of her hand. Zhuge Qi's body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Chen Lin grew bolder and directly grasped her hand. Her palms were a little rough, with thin calluses on her knuckles from years of training, but they were very warm. The moment he took her hand, Zhuge Qi's steps faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and simply let him lead her forward silently. Chen Lin felt incredibly sweet, as if he had been given honey. This feeling was even more satisfying than mere physical intimacy. Just as the two were enjoying this rare moment of warmth, a voice filled with dejection and resentment came from the bench in front of them. Damn it, why? Chen Lin looked up and burst out laughing. Who else could it be but Wang Chang? He was sitting alone on a bench, sighing and looking utterly hopeless in front of his personal terminal. Chen Lin intended to walk around him to avoid disturbing his existential crisis. But Wang Chang happened to look up and immediately saw Chen Lin. His face instantly filled with disgust and contempt. He was about to utter a few sarcastic remarks when his gaze froze. He saw the woman beside Chen Lin. The darkness and streetlights did not conceal her beauty, instead, they added a touch of soft, hazy beauty to her striking features. She stood there quietly, her aloof demeanor clashing with the bustling atmosphere around her, as if she were a celestial being who should not exist in the mortal world. It's her. It really is Zhuge Qi. Wang Chang's breath caught in his throat, and his mind went blank. Then, his gaze slowly moved down and landed on the two people's tightly clasped hands. At that moment, Wang Chang felt like his whole world had collapsed. The good-for-nothing Chen Lin, who had been assigned to raise pigs, had actually married the beautiful and talented Zhuge Qi. They were holding hands, just like any ordinary couple, taking a walk after dinner. Wang Chang's mouth opened wider and wider, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he seemed to be frozen in place, completely immobilized. Yuali made a strange hoarse sound in his throat, his finger pointing at them trembled violently, and he couldn't utter a single complete word. Chapter 8. The classmate was petrified on the spot, and his wife actually leaned against him. Wang Chang's worldview is collapsing, rebuilding, and then collapsing again at an unprecedented speed. The hoarse sound coming from his throat was like that of a rooster being choked, both comical and pathetic. The trembling hand pointing at Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Chen Lin looked at him with great interest, and even took the initiative to lead Zhuge Qi a couple of steps forward, exposing their tightly clasped hands more clearly in the halo of the streetlights. Wang Chang, why aren't you home this late? Are you feeding the mosquitoes here? Chen Lin's voice carried a lazy smile, each word like a needle, precisely piercing Wang Chang's fragile self-esteem. You. Wang Chang stammered for a long time, his face turning red, unable to utter a complete sentence. He wanted to question, to roar, to tear apart the glaring scene before him. Why? This guy, who was unremarkable in high school and was assigned to raise pigs after graduation, why is he able to hold Zhuge Qi's hand? That's Zhuge Qi. The most famous genius in Red Flag Town in the last 10 years, a senior student of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Skyfire City, a quasi-martial artist who was just one step away from making a leap to the top. Such a privileged young woman, even if she were to find a partner, should be a talented young man from Skyfire City, or a young master from a martial arts family. How could it be Chen Lin? Just as Wang Chang felt he was about to be burned to ashes by the flames of jealousy, a sweet and charming voice came from behind him. Chang, what's wrong? Who did you see? A slightly chubby girl with a round face and a cute appearance walked over and affectionately took Wang Chang's arm. Curious, she followed Wang Chang's gaze and her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi. Wow! The girl exclaimed softly, her gaze lingering on Zhuge Qi with pure admiration. Senior, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She has such a great presence. The girl's address made Chen Lin pause for a moment before he remembered that she seemed to be a junior student a year below them, named Zhang Jinjin. Unexpectedly, she and Wang Chang ended up together. That word, girlfriend, was more damaging than any explanation. Wang Cheng's face instantly turned from flushed red to deathly pale. He could feel that his girlfriend Zhang Jinjin's heartfelt praise was like an invisible hammer, shattering the psychological defenses he had just barely built up. Jinjin, don't talk nonsense. Wang Cheng forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and forcibly pulled Zhang Jinjin behind him, as if trying to block her view. This is my high school classmate, Chen Lin. He glanced at the expressionless Zhuge Qi and added with difficulty, this is his lover, Zhuge Qi. Lover? Zhang Jinjin covered her mouth, her eyes widening even more. You two got married? Congratulations. Senior, you moved so fast. She looked at Zhuge Qi and sincerely praised, Senior, you have such good taste. Senior Chen Lin was very honest and a very nice person when he was in school. Honest? A good person? Chen Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this assessment. This girl really is a very honest person. A very subtle change appeared on Zhuge Qi's face. She glanced at Chen Lin, her eyes seeming to say, were you this innocent before? Chen Lin returned her an innocent emoji. The small interaction between the two, in Wang Cheng's eyes, became a blatant display of affection. He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Cough, cough. Wang Cheng coughed heavily twice, interrupting Zhang Jinjin, and pulled her into his arms. He said in an exaggerated tone, our Jinjin is the best. She's so chubby and comfortable to hold. I love you just the way you are. Zhang Jinjin was a little embarrassed by his sudden action and gently punched him in the chest. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Cheng, however, seemed to have found a lifeline. He hugged his girlfriend tightly, talking non-stop while frantically brainwashing himself in his mind. Yes, that's it. Zhuge Qi is beautiful, but she looks cold and aloof. She's also a quasi-martial artist. Marrying her would mean enduring mistreatment every day, and she might even be abusive. This kind of woman is all looks and no substance. She's nowhere near as good as Jinjin. She's gentle, knows how to be charming and caring, and has a soft, comfortable body. She's the kind of woman you want to live with. Chen Lin is nothing. He just picked up a hot potato that no one else wanted. He looks glamorous on the surface, but who knows how much suffering he's going to endure inside. I'm the lucky one. Contentment brings happiness. Contentment brings happiness. After a frantic period of self-hypnosis, Wang Cheng's mood seemed to have calmed down considerably. The distorted expression on his face relaxed, and he even managed to force out what he considered a very generous smile at Chen Lin. Chen Lin, do you live in this complex too? Yes, room 101, Chen Lin replied casually. That's good, Wang Cheng said dryly. We won't disturb your walk any longer, we'll head back now. After saying that, he practically dragged the still somewhat reluctant Zhang Jinjin away, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Watching his hurried departure, Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhuge Qi asked beside him. Laughing at him. Chen Lin shook their clasped hands. He probably won't understand in his entire life why a beautiful flower would be stuck in what he sees as cow dung. Zhuge Qi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him playfully. Who's the flower, and who's the cow dung? You are the flower, and I am the soil that nurtures it. Chen Lin immediately changed his tune, speaking in a serious tone. Without my fertile soil, you wouldn't have blossomed so beautifully, would you? You're such a chatterbox. Zhuge Qi said this, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, and she held his hand tightly as they continued walking forward. The little incident just now, instead of ruining the atmosphere, acted as a catalyst, bringing the two of them even closer. The surrounding lights and night seemed to soften. The two walked in silence for a while, and Chen Lin could clearly feel the warmth from her palm. He suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. Did you have a tough time before? Zhuge Qi paused. She turned her head and looked at Chen Lin's earnest face under the streetlight. No one had ever asked her this question before. Everyone only saw her genius, her status as a quasi-martial artist, and the glory of being only one step away from the gate of martial arts. Only she herself knew that every step she took along the way was soaked in sweat and hardship. She had no illustrious family background and no wealthy parents. Every bit of cultivation resource and every exorbitant tuition fee had to be earned through her own hard work and effort. While others were resting and relaxing at the martial arts gym, she was training. While others were enjoying the warmth of family life, she was worrying about her loan payments for the next semester. Those days were tough and exhausting, but she never told anyone. Because she knew that complaining was useless. This world only cares about results. It's nothing. After a long while, she finally spoke softly, her voice so calm that it was impossible to detect any emotion. Besides cultivation, I'm trying to find a way to raise tuition fees. A simple sentence encapsulated her life over the past decade. Chen Lin's heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. He stopped, turned around, and faced her. He released her hand, then gently cupped her face in his own. It won't happen again. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, and every word was firm and resounding. I'll figure out the money. I'll pay off the debts. I'll take care of the cultivation resources. He looked directly into her eyes, which were slightly widened in surprise, and said, word by word. Just focus on your cultivation, advance to your martial arts realm, and do whatever you want. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Zhuge Qi was completely stunned. She looked at the man in front of her, at his young yet incredibly determined face. He said, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. These words, like a warm torrent, instantly shattered all the defenses she had built with indifference and strength. She has always been her own pillar of support, her own pillar of strength. She is used to facing all the storms alone, and used to bearing all the pressure on her own. She never imagined that someone would stand in front of her and tell her that he would be there to protect her. A sudden pang of sadness shot through her nose, and her eyes welled up uncontrollably, quickly blurring her vision with tears. She didn't want him to see her vulnerable side, and instinctively tried to turn her head away. But the next second, she made a move that surprised even herself. She took a step forward and gently, with a hint of tentativeness and reliance, rested her head on Chen Lin's shoulder, which, though not broad, made her feel incredibly safe. The delicate fragrance emanating from his hair and the soft weight on his shoulder made Chen Lin's heart skip a beat. He reached out, somewhat stiffly yet naturally, and pulled her into his arms. From now on, I will be your home, he whispered in her ear. The body in his arms trembled slightly. After a long while, a faint hum sound, barely audible but with a strong nasal tone, came from his chest. Chapter 9, My Wife Charges 500 per hour? I made that in one night. A gentle night breeze dispelled the last trace of awkwardness in the air. The two did not remain in an embrace for long before Zhuge Qi pulled away from his arms, but the hand he held did not slip away. She kept her head down, her hair falling down to obscure her expression, only her reddened ears stood out under the streetlights. Chen Lin didn't say anything more, but simply took her hand and slowly walked back. The distance from the bench to their room 101 was only a few hundred meters, but the two walked very slowly. No one broke the silence, only the sound of footsteps echoed along the empty tree-lined path, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas in the summer night. He could feel the calluses on her palms rubbing against his, a rough yet reassuring touch that spoke of the hardships she had endured over the past decade. And now, that roughness was being gently enveloped and melted away by the warmth of his palm. When I got home, the motion sensor light in the entryway turned on automatically. I. The two spoke almost simultaneously, then stopped at the same time, looked at each other and smiled, instantly easing the tension. You go first, Chen Lin gestured for her to speak. Zhuge Qi changed into slippers, tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ears, and although the blush on her face hadn't completely faded, her expression was much more composed than before. What happened in the bathroom doesn't count. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. I'll still formally teach you the 8 treasures exercise. She brought it up herself. It was no longer teaching done with shame and resentment, but genuine guidance. Chen Lin felt a warmth in his heart and nodded with a smile. Okay, teacher wife, your student is ready. Don't yell like that. Zhuge Qi scolded him, but her tone had lost much of its power and sounded more like a coquettish scolding. She led Chen Lin into the small bedroom she had converted into a cultivation room. The room was small and simply furnished. Apart from a metal shelf with bottles and jars on the wall, there was a large open space in the center covered with high-density cushioning mats. The air still carried the faint scent of her sweat from her previous training, mixed with the fresh fragrance of her after showering, creating a unique aroma. Watch closely. Zhuge Qi walked to the center of the arena and took a deep breath. Her entire aura changed instantly. If she was a girl next door who had let her guard down and revealed a touch of softness as she walked along the tree-lined path, then at this moment she was a sharp sword about to be drawn, every pore of her skin radiating focus and sharpness. The 8 treasures exercise is a basic body strengthening technique that emphasizes mobilizing the body's muscles, bones, qi, and blood to strengthen the foundation and nourish the vital energy. Although it is simple, every movement must be performed without the slightest deviation. She explained as she began to demonstrate. The white ape offers fruit. Her body slowly squatted down, her arms outstretched. The movement seemed slow, but it was full of supple tension, as if a real ape was stretching its body in the mountain stream. A fierce tiger descends the mountain. Her figure suddenly changed, she lunged forward, her 5 fingers spread like claws, her movements fierce and powerful, an invisible sense of oppression swept over them, causing Qianlin, who was standing to the side, to subconsciously take a half step back. She practiced the 8 movements, black tortoise exploring the sea, spiritual serpent coiling around a tree, with effortless grace. Her agile figure, taut curves, and sweat trickling down her smooth forehead, dripping onto the cushioning pad. At this moment, she exudes a powerful and healthy beauty, more radiant than ever before. Qianlin was somewhat stunned. This was a completely different experience from watching a 3D animated demonstration in his mind. Seeing it with your own eyes allows you to better appreciate the rhythm and power contained in this set of exercises. Do you understand now? Zhuge finished his practice and stood up, his chest rising and falling slightly, but his breathing remained steady. I understand. Qianlin came to his senses, nodded quickly, and then began to clumsily imitate. He imitated Zhuge, adopting the starting stance of white ape offering fruit. However, his rendition of the same movement was completely different. His body was stiff, his hands and feet were uncoordinated, and he couldn't even squat down, looking just like an old monkey with arthritis. Put. Zhuge couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time Qianlin had seen her laugh so heartily. Her cool eyebrows curved into crescent moons, as if the ice and snow had just melted and spring flowers were blooming. Qianlin blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I'm still new to the job. He continued gesturing awkwardly while asking curiously, this thing is so difficult, do you think those little kids can learn it? How much do you pay per hour for that part-time job? He was simply making conversation to ease his awkwardness. Zhuge Qi's smile faded a bit. She walked to his side and reached out to help him adjust his posture. Her fingers touched his waist, and Qianlin stiffened. Focus, she whispered sharply before answering his question. I used to be an assistant instructor at the martial arts school, teaching the basic classes for 100 credits an hour. Later, as my reputation grew, some wealthy families would hire private tutors specifically for their children's early education. She paused, then gave a number. Right now, 500 credits per hour. 500? Qianlin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 500 credits, that's 500 yuan. 1 hour. That's faster than robbing a bank. He counted on his fingers. He had been teaching in the bathroom for an hour, and then he was giving a formal lesson here. It must have taken at least another hour, right? He slapped his thigh, his face beaming. So I just made $1,000 for free tonight? Zhuge, who was adjusting the angle of his arm, couldn't control her strength and pinched him hard when she heard this. Qianlin gasped in pain. What are you thinking about all day long? Zhuge cheeks flushed again, both embarrassed and angry. If you keep talking nonsense, this is the end of it for today. No, my dear teacher, I was wrong. Qianlin immediately begged for forgiveness. I will definitely study hard and never let you down. Seeing his silly antics, Zhuge annoyance vanished, leaving only helplessness. She put on a stern face and began to carefully correct his every movement. White ape offering fruit, the key is to channel the power from your waist and hips to your fingertips. Right now, your power is scattered, all concentrated in your shoulders. Sink your waist, yes, lower it. The tiger descending the mountain is not about actually lunging forward, but about focusing your mind and power. Use your shoulder to lead your elbow, and your elbow to lead your wrist, feeling like a fully drawn bow. Breathe. How many times have I told you, your movements must be coordinated with your breathing? Inhale to gather strength, exhale to release it. You're doing it all the wrong way right now. Inside the training room, Zhuge Qi's clear, crisp voice and Qianlin's labored breathing echoed continuously. Her teaching was even more patient than expected. She would explain every detail and every technique of exerting force to him in great detail. Sometimes when Qianlin couldn't find the right feeling, she would even press her back against his and use her body to guide him into the correct posture. A soft, warm touch came from behind, accompanied by a faint fragrance, which made Qianlin's mind wander several times, and he almost lost control. After more than an hour, Qianlin was already covered in sweat and felt like his bones were about to fall apart, even though he hadn't finished half of the 8 treasures kung fu routine. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Chapter 10, My wife won't let me accompany her to pregnancy checkup? Then I'll secretly upgrade my level. It's so difficult. This thing looks simple, but it's incredibly hard to do. Every muscle, every bone needs to be precisely controlled, and it also needs to be coordinated with a specific breathing rhythm. You have to multitask, and your brain simply can't keep up. Get up and continue. Zhuge Qi handed him a bottle of water, her tone leaving no room for argument. Honey, take a break, I feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion. Chen Lin waved his hand weakly. Seeing his exhausted appearance, a barely perceptible smile flashed in Zhuge Qi's eyes, but she still said with a straight face, "This is nothing." For an ordinary person to even get started, they need to practice like this continuously for at least a month. She crouched down, looked at Chen Lin, and softened her tone. Your physical condition is too poor, you can't expect to become fat overnight. Take it slow, there's no need to rush. The genius's encouragement made Chen Lin feel much better. He unscrewed the bottle cap, gulped down half a bottle of water, and felt like he had come back to life. Although he was exhausted, he could feel a faint warm current flowing slowly through his body, following the path of the cultivation technique, with each repetition of the practice. This feels completely different from the previous experience of improving physical fitness through system rewards. That was a passive enhancement, but now it's a change he actively guided. After Zhuge Qi went to wash up, Chen Lin slumped on the sofa, his mind lost in thought. He wanted to see if his hard work that night had actually paid off. The familiar system light screen unfolded in my consciousness. In addition to the previous 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics, a new line of information has been added below. Technique, 8 Treasures Technique Beginner Level. Not even a beginner. These words were like a bucket of cold water, poured over Chen Lin's burning heart. He slumped on the sofa, feeling a tingling, exhausting fatigue permeating every bone in his body. For the past hour or so, under Zhuge Qi's strict, hands-on guidance, he felt as if he had undergone torture. And the result? He didn't even get started. The threshold for this 8 Treasures Kung Fu was much higher than he had imagined. With a creak, the door to the cultivation room opened. Zhuge Qi, having finished washing up and changed into a clean set of cotton pajamas, came out. She didn't go back to her room immediately, but stood at the door of the cultivation room, took another deep breath, and assumed the posture of white ape offering fruit. Her movements were more relaxed and composed than when she was instructing Chen Lin earlier. Moonlight streamed in through the window, bathing her in a silvery glow. With her eyes closed and her expression focused, each breath was long and powerful. Her body moved with the practice of the exercises, like a plant slowly stretching its branches and leaves under the moon, full of the rhythm of life. Chen Lin was somewhat mesmerized. He could sense that some kind of invisible energy in the air was gradually flowing into her body with each of her movements. This is true cultivation. Day after day, year after year, using sweat and perseverance to hone one's body and break free from the shackles of one's genes. Looking at himself again. Chen Lin looked down at the line of text on the system panel. Technique, 8 Treasures Technique not yet mastered, he sighed. This path was too difficult. Asking him to practice like Zhuge Qi, spending several hours a day in grueling effort, and still not knowing when he would even begin to grasp the basics, he knew he lacked the perseverance. He had his own system and shortcuts, so why insist on taking the most difficult path? A thought suddenly dawned on him. The 8 Treasures Kung Fu is too difficult, so let's put it aside for now. Let's tackle the simpler stuff first. He suddenly sat up from the sofa, a movement that aggravated his aching muscles, making him wince in pain. Hiss. The commotion startled Zhuge Qi, who was practicing his martial arts. She slowly finished her practice, opened her eyes, calmed her breathing, and then turned to look at her. What's wrong? It's all right, you continue, I'll stretch a bit. Chen Lin waved his hand, then took a deep breath and stood in the open space of the living room. He recalled the incredibly familiar movements in his mind and assumed a starting stance. Section 1, Stretching Exercises. Section 2, Chest Expansion Exercises. Chen Lin began to perform the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics meticulously. The movements are simple, unpretentious, and even somewhat comical. Compared to his clumsy imitation of the 8 Treasures exercise earlier, he now performed this set of radio calisthenics with unparalleled fluency and precision, each movement as if measured with a ruler. Zhuge Qi, who was finishing her practice, was completely stunned. She stood at the door of the cultivation room, watching Chen Lin earnestly doing calisthenics in the living room, and her beautiful brows slowly furrowed. What is she doing? Has she given up on treatment? She admits that the 8 Treasures exercise is difficult, but does that mean she should be doing something like children's calisthenics after such a setback? What use is this thing, other than for stretching your muscles? However, Chen Lin was completely immersed in his own world. He could clearly feel that as the calisthenics continued, the faint heat generated in his body from practicing the 8 treasures exercise was being activated. Although it lacked the precise guidance of the 8 treasures exercise, this warm current flowed slowly through his limbs and bones as he stretched and moved, nourishing his tired muscles and bones. More importantly, on the system panel in his mind, the progress bar representing the 233rd set of Galaxy broadcast gymnastics was moving forward slowly but steadily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Current skill level, level 1 to 10. Current skill level, level 1 3 10. It works. It really works. Chen-Lin was overjoyed. He guessed right. As long as it's a technique, you can increase your proficiency by practicing it yourself. Although it can't match the speed of couple interaction, it has the advantage of being under your own control. He felt as if he had discovered a tremendous treasure, and he practiced even more diligently. Once, twice, 3 times. In the living room, only his panting and the slight sounds of his joints moving could be heard. Zhuge Qi simply crossed her arms, leaned against the doorframe, and silently watched him. Her expression shifted from initial confusion to doubt, and then gradually acquired an indescribable meaning. This man seemed a little different. He has a very strange quality. One second he's like a shameless rogue, and the next he can show an almost obsessive focus on a goal. Just like now, he tirelessly repeated a simple set of radio calisthenics more than a dozen times. Sweat had already soaked through his vest, clinging tightly to his body and outlining the contours of his muscles, which were even more muscular than in the morning. His breathing became increasingly heavy, and his movements began to become distorted, clearly indicating that he had reached his physical limit. But he didn't stop. He kept gritting his teeth and persevering. That tenacity, that unwavering determination to achieve the goal, gently touched Zhuge Qi's heart. Finally, after doing the jumping exercise for who knows how many times, Chen-Lin's legs went weak and he could no longer support himself, and he was about to fall straight backward. Just as he thought he was about to have a close encounter with the cold floor, a soft yet strong body caught him from behind. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into my nostrils. That's enough. Chapter 11, Becoming a Father Unexpectedly, and Becoming Stronger with Joy. Zhuge Qi's voice came from beside her ear, carrying a hint of concern that she herself was unaware of. Are you out of your mind? Chen-Lin leaned against her, panting heavily, unable to even speak. He felt like he was about to collapse, every muscle in his body was protesting and screaming, but his heart was burning with passion. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics +1. Current skill level, level 1 9 10. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and I'd be leveling up. Help me, get up, I can, do it one more time. Chen-Lin struggled, trying to stand up straight. Are you crazy? Zhuge Qi grabbed him and pressed him down, her tone tinged with anger. She could feel that the man in her arms was burning hot, and his muscles were still spasming slightly out of control. This was a sign that his body was severely overdrawn. If he continued to train, something really bad would happen. Go take a shower, then go to sleep. She half-dragged, half-carried Chen-Lin, who was practically boneless, into the bathroom and pushed him directly under the showerhead. Wash yourself, and don't come out until you're done. With that, she slammed the door shut, then leaned against it, her heart pounding. The palm of my hand still seemed to retain the scalding heat from his body. This man was a madman and a fool. Chen-Lin didn't know how he finished taking a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, he fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, without even having time to look at the system panel. In his sleep, he felt someone cover him with a blanket. The movement was very light and gentle. The next morning, Chen-Lin was awakened by a strange feeling. He felt something pressing on his chest. It wasn't heavy, but it was very elastic and had a slight coolness to it. He opened his eyes groggily, and the first thing he saw was a small, fair foot. The toes were round and cute, like a few peeled lychees, and were restlessly stepping on his chest. Chen-Lin looked up from the toes. On the other side of the bed, Zhuge Qi was fast asleep. She lay on her side, one leg restlessly draped over him, the hem of her pajamas rolled up, revealing a section of her smooth, firm calf. It turned out to be her foot. Chen-Lin wasn't angry at all. Instead, he found it rather amusing. Who would have thought that this Valkyrie, who appears as aloof as an iceberg to outsiders, would be such a restless sleeper? He quietly reached out and grasped the toe that was causing trouble on his chest. It feels cool to the touch and has a delicate texture. Zhuge Qi seemed to sense something, let out a soft moan, and opened her eyes groggily. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Ah! A short scream. Zhuge swiftly withdrew her leg, sat up abruptly, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her eyes filled with shame and indignation showing. Her face turned red from her ears to her neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. You. Chen raised his hands, looking completely innocent. Wife, you were the one who started it. I? Zhuge was speechless. She clearly slept in her own room last night, so how did she end up in his bed? And even put her feet on him? Her mind was a complete mess, and she couldn't remember anything at all. Seeing her embarrassed look as if she wanted to disappear into the ground, Chen was in a great mood. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, stretched, and felt refreshed and full of energy. Last night's extreme training, coupled with a good night's sleep, made him feel like he had been reborn. On a whim, he brought up the system panel. Host, Chen. Physical fitness, 13. Spirit, 11. Genetic potential, immeasurable. Technique, level 2 of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics 0100. Technique, 8 treasures technique beginner level. Upgraded. Physical fitness increased by 2 points. Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that was more than twice as strong as before, and he almost wanted to roar to the sky. The happy and powerful system truly lives up to its name. You turn around. Came Zhuge muffled voice from behind. Chen turned around, smiled, and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. By the time Zhuge had finally finished getting ready and came out of her room, Chen had already prepared a simple breakfast. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere returned to that somewhat awkward and subtle tension. Zhuge lowered her head, took a small sip of milk, and spoke up, I need to go to the community health center today. What are you doing there? Are you feeling unwell? Chen asked immediately with concern. No. Zhuge cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her voice. Go get a checkup. Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant. Early pregnancy checkup. I'll go with you. He put down his chopsticks, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. No need. Zhuge immediately refused, raising her voice several decibels. I can go by myself. She couldn't imagine the two of them appearing together in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Chen looked at her nervous and resistant expression and suddenly smiled. He stood up, walked to her side, bent down, and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Okay, whatever you say. His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. But my wife looks really beautiful today. Zhuge froze completely, almost dropping the milk cup in her hand. She looked up and met his eyes, which were full of smiles and doting affection. Her heart skipped a beat again. This man was getting better and better at it. After finishing breakfast, Chen put on his work clothes from the pig farm and prepared to leave. Be careful on the road. He stood in the entrance hall, turned around and reminded me, if anything happens, contact me anytime using your personal terminal. Zhuge stood behind him, looking at his tall figure, and nodded as if possessed. She only slowly came back to her senses after Chen figure disappeared through the doorway. She lowered her head and gently placed her hand on her still flat stomach. Inside, a little life is growing, belonging to her and that man. An unprecedented and wonderful feeling, mixed with anticipation, trepidation and a touch of warmth, quietly spread in her heart. A happy pig farm brings joy to everyone, Chen hummed the slogan painted on the pig farm wall as he deftly poured a large bucket of mixed feed into the trough. Immediately, the pigsty erupted in cheerful grunts and sounds of scrambling for food. Sunlight streamed through the plastic roof, warming the pigsty and filling the air with a complex odor that was a mixture of feed, disinfectant, and some indescribable smell. Just then, his personal terminal in his pocket vibrated. He wiped his hands, took out his phone, and saw that it was a voice message from Zhuge. His heart tightened for no reason, and he quickly clicked to play. The test results are in. Zhuge voice came through, carrying a hint of nervousness and shyness. The doctor said, it's confirmed, I'm pregnant, 6 weeks along. Boom. Chapter 12 isn't enough. It's far from enough. Chen felt his mind go blank, and the shovel in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The grunts of the piglets around him, the whistling of the wind on the roof, all sounds seemed to vanish in an instant. In his world, only Zhuge's words remained, endlessly looping. I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. I'm going to be a dad? After a few seconds of deathly silence, an indescribable ecstasy erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcanic eruption. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He stood by the pig pen like a fool, hands on his hips, laughing loudly. His laughter was so loud that it startled the few timid pigs next to him, causing them to shrink back. He's going to be a father. A little life, connected to him by blood, is about to be born into this world. Without further hesitation, he immediately dialed Zhuge Qi's video call. The connection was established, and Zhuge Qi's pretty face, which could be both happy and angry, appeared on the screen. The background was the living room of her home, and she seemed to have just returned, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Wife! Chen-Lin exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling out incoherently. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Am I dreaming? Seeing his silly expression, Zhuge Qi's shyness turned into a smile. She gently hummed in agreement and nodded. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Chen-Lin was overjoyed. He looked at the screen and said in a commanding tone, "You. Right now. Immediately. Go sit on the sofa. No, go lie down on the bed. Yes, lie down. From today onwards, you are a first-class protected animal. You are not allowed to do anything. I will cook the meals, I will mop the floor, and cultivation will also be suspended for now. I'm not that delicate." Zhuge Qi was amused by his nervous appearance, but a warm feeling welled up in her heart. I am a quasi-martial artist, and my physique is much better than that of ordinary people. The doctor also said that moderate exercise is fine. That won't do. Your job is to rest well and get back to health. Chen-Lin said firmly. Wait for me, I'll be back as soon as I finish my work. After hanging up the call, Chen-Lin felt like he was bursting with inexhaustible energy. He completed the routine work at the pig farm with unprecedented efficiency, and even helped his colleague Lolly clean 2 extra pig pens. During his free time in the afternoon, he found a quiet corner where no one was around, and his heart was filled with excitement. He must become stronger. He must become stronger as soon as possible. For his wife and for his unborn child, he must become their strongest support. He took a deep breath and focused his mind. Technique, Level 2 of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics 0100. This is it. He immediately got into position and started doing the radio calisthenics in a very precise manner. Motivated by the joy of becoming a father, he felt better than ever before, and every movement was full of power. After completing the exercise, he was drenched in sweat, but felt incredibly refreshed. Proficiency in the 233rd set of Interstellar Broadcast Gymnastics plus 15. Current skill level, Level 215-100. It worked! Chen-Lin clenched his fist, feeling the increasing power within his body, and felt reassured. In the afternoon, he took some time to practice again, and the progress bar steadily advanced once more. Current skill level, Level 225-100. As soon as it was time to leave work, Chen-Lin rushed home eagerly. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food wafted out. He saw Zhuge Qi bringing the last dish to the table, and he rushed over to take it, muttering, I told you I'd do it, why don't you listen? I only made 2 simple home-style dishes, it's fine. Zhuge Qi took off her apron and looked at his travel-worn appearance, her eyes softening unconsciously. You've had a hard day, and you still have to cultivate, how can you not eat more? The dinner was exceptionally warm and intimate. The two chatted, their conversation revolving entirely around the unborn child they had yet to meet, the air thick with the sweetness of the moment. After dinner, Chen-Lin wanted to go to the training room, but Zhuge Qi stopped him. Today I will guide you for another hour in the 8 treasures exercise. She stated unequivocally, while radio calisthenics may be effective quickly, it lacks a solid foundation. To go further, a strong foundation is essential. She paused, then added, besides, I can't do high-intensity training now, so I can use the time I spend teaching you to replace some of my own training. Looking at her earnest profile, Chen-Lin felt a warmth in his heart and nodded vigorously, okay, I'll listen to my wife, teacher. An hour of practicing the 8 treasures kung fu was still a torture-like experience. But this time, Chen-Lin gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single complaint. After Zhuge Qi finished her instruction and went to wash up and rest, Chen-Lin dragged his aching body back to the living room. Looking at his progress of level 225-100 on his system panel, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Not enough. Far from enough. He gritted his teeth and did the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics over and over again. End of first round. Current skill level, level 235-100. By the time he finished the second take, he was panting heavily and sweating profusely. Current skill level, level 250-100. The third time, he persevered entirely through willpower, each movement seemingly a struggle against the limits of his body. Current skill level, level 270-100. After completing the third round, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, not wanting to move a single finger. But looking at the progress bar 7100, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this rate, he'll reach level 3 by tomorrow. At the latest by tomorrow. He fell into a deep sleep after an unknown amount of time. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Zhuge Qi came out. She looked at Chen Lin, who was sleeping like a log on the floor, and shook her head helplessly. She brought a thin blanket and gently covered him with it, then knelt down and used a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking at his sleeping face, her eyes held a complex expression. She knew that the 8 treasure skill, a traditional martial arts technique, had boundless potential and was a broad road to becoming a strong person. In Chen Lin's view, the radio calisthenics she was so obsessed with was more like a shortcut to opportunism. He seems to have developed a path dependence on this shortcut. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had channeled all that same relentless energy into the 8 treasures kung fu, his future achievements would have been limitless. But then she thought about it again and felt relieved. Why does he work so hard? Isn't it for himself, for his family, and for the baby who is coming soon? He simply wanted to shoulder this responsibility in the way he knew best and was fastest. Thinking of this, Zhuge Qi's gaze softened considerably. She leaned down and placed a feather-light kiss on Chen Lin's cheek. "Silly boy," she murmured softly, a happy smile spreading across her lips. Chapter 13, The Shortcut, and My Road to Success. The next day, Chen Lin appeared at the pig farm looking radiant, as if he weren't the person who had collapsed on the floor from exhaustion the night before. The extreme exertion of last night, coupled with a full night of high-quality sleep, did not make him feel tired. On the contrary, it was like a deep tempering, bringing his body and mind to a new peak. "Xiao Chen, you're here. You look great today." Logistics supervisor Lao Zhang, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "How's it going? Getting used to the work? I see you've been working really hard lately, even the pigs look healthier than before." "Hello, Manager Zhang." Chen Lin replied with a smile, "It's a good habit. Thanks to the care I've received from the company, and the thought of becoming a father soon gives me a lot of energy." "Ah, that's a good thing. A really good thing." Old Zhang nodded approvingly. "Young people are energetic and responsible, not bad. Keep up the good work, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Lin threw himself into his busy work. He's now working more than twice as fast as when he first arrived. Tasks that used to seem dirty and tiring now fall into his hands with ease and grace. After finishing the daily cleaning and feeding work, Chen Lin had a long stretch of free time before the afternoon's work began. He greeted his colleagues and then went into an abandoned tool shed at the back of the pig farm. This is the secret training base he found. He closed the door, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of all distractions. Last night, he had already advanced the progress of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics to level 270-100, and only needed 30 more points of proficiency to level up again. Without the slightest hesitation, he assumed a stance and began his training for the day. Section 1, Stretching Exercises. Sweat quickly soaked his work clothes, but he didn't care. With each familiar movement, he could feel the power within him being fully mobilized. Every stretch, every jump, was precise and powerful. After completing the exercise, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, feeling incredibly refreshed. In my mind, the cold system notification arrived as expected. Proficiency in the 233rd set of Interstellar Broadcast Gymnastics plus 15. Current skill level, level 285-100. 15 points to go. Chen Lin rested for less than 2 minutes before gritting his teeth and starting the second round. When the last movement, the cool-down exercise, ended, he was panting heavily, as if he had been pulled out of the water. At that very moment, a series of system notifications exploded in his mind. Proficiency in the 233rd set of Interstellar Broadcast Gymnastics plus 15. Current skill level, level 2 100-100, meets upgrade requirements. The exercise set 233 of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics has been successfully upgraded to level 3. Upgrade reward, host genetic potential plus 0.2%. Boom! A surge of heat, far greater and purer than any previous upgrade, erupted from his heart and instantly swept through his limbs and bones. Chen Lin felt a jolt throughout his body, as if some kind of constraint had been broken. His exhausted body seemed to be infused with new vitality, every cell rejoicing. In that instant, his control over his body reached a whole new level. Even more remarkably, a more complex and sophisticated set of movement techniques automatically surfaced in his mind, as if he had practiced them hundreds of times and knew every detail by heart. This is level 3 Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics. So that's how it is. Chen Lin slowly straightened up, clenched his fist, felt the surging power within him, and his eyes gleamed with enlightenment. He finally understood that orthodox martial arts like the 8 treasures skill require enlightenment, comprehension, and breaking through bottlenecks. His own path was extremely simple and brutal. No need for understanding, no need for sudden enlightenment, just repeat it over and over again like the most devout believer, fill the damn progress bar with sweat and perseverance, and the upgrade will come naturally. This might seem like a shortcut to a genius like Zhuge Qi, but for him, it was the right path to success. He couldn't wait to bring up the system panel. Host, Chen Lin. Physical fitness, 15 plus 2. Spirit, 12 plus 1. Genetic potential, 6.35%. Technique, level 3 of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics 0200. Technique, 8 treasures technique beginner level. His physical and mental abilities were enhanced once again. But what made him ecstatic was the brand new attribute genetic potential. Previously, it displayed unable to estimate, but now it has finally given a specific figure. 6.35%. Chen Lin's heart pounded wildly. He clearly remembered that the basic education textbook stated that the genetic potential of ordinary people is generally below 5%, and once the 7% threshold is broken, it means that the genetic lock has been initially unlocked and one has officially entered the ranks of quasi-martial artists. He's only 0.65% away from that threshold. Based on a 0.2% reward for each level up, he only needs to level up 3 more times to become a true quasi-martial artist. Almost there, almost there. Chen Lin murmured to himself, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. For his wife, for his children, for his family, he must break through that barrier as quickly as possible and possess the power to truly protect them. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the daytime heat. Chen Lin rode his second-hand magnetic bicycle, speeding home. He didn't even activate the power assist mode, relying solely on his legs for power, yet the ground beneath the wheel sped backward, blurring the streetscape into a blurry patch of color. The feeling of a level 3 body is completely different. The surge of heat that erupted from his heart and flowed throughout his body not only increased his strength and spirit, but also served as a profound optimization, giving him an unprecedented sense of control over every muscle and nerve in his body. He can now even clearly feel how the power is transmitted and superimposed layer by layer from his ankle, calf, thigh to waist and abdomen when he pushes off the pedal, smoothly and efficiently, without the slightest waste. This feeling is wonderful. When I got home, Zhuge Qi had already prepared dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table remained warm and cozy, but Zhuge Qi seemed to be looking at him more often than usual. She had clearly noticed the changes in Chen Lin as well. The vibrant energy emanating from within was undeniable. But she didn't ask anything. Chen Lin was happy to keep her in suspense, for now he wanted to give her an even bigger surprise. After dinner, it was still time for instruction on the 8 treasures exercise. Today we'll practice standing meditation. Zhuge Qi stood in the center of the living room with his arms crossed, his expression as cold and serious as ever. Horse stance, do you remember the key points I taught you yesterday? Remember. Chapter 14, Genetic Potential Surges, Wife Goes Mad. Chen Lin took a deep breath, lowered his legs, straightened his back, and held his hands loosely in front of him, assuming a standard horse stance. Zhuge Qi walked around him once, preparing to point out dozens of mistakes in his movements, as usual. Such as unstable center of gravity, loose waist and hips, and restless breathing. This time, however, she circled Chen Lin twice, her beautiful brows furrowing more and more tightly. She extended a finger and gently poked Chen Lin's lower back. Without moving an inch, she increased the pressure, pressing down on his shoulder. Chen Lin's body only sank slightly, but his feet were firmly planted on the ground, his lower body was as stable as a beginner. Zhuge Qi withdrew his hand, his heart filled with turbulent waves. Something's not right, something's really not right. Yesterday when he was practicing this move, he was a complete novice who couldn't even find his center of gravity. His whole body was swaying, and he was drenched in sweat and his muscles were shaking like leaves after standing for less than 3 minutes. But now, his posture was frighteningly steady, his breathing was long and deep, and although his body was tense, there wasn't an ounce of extra trembling. This wasn't just simple progress, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Your radio calisthenics. She stared at Chen Lin's face, asking each word carefully, has improved again? Chen Lin grinned, relaxed his stance, and stood up straight. My wife, teacher, truly has discerning eyes. He didn't keep anyone in suspense and immediately shared the results of his exciting afternoon. This afternoon at the pig farm, I did it twice and leveled up to level 3. My physical fitness increased by 2 points, now it's 15, and my mental fitness increased by 1 point, now it's 12. Zhuge Qi's breath caught in his throat for a moment. It only took less than 2 days to go from level 2 to level 3? To raise her physical fitness from 13 to 15, she spent 3 months undergoing countless hellish physical training sessions and consuming numerous expensive nutrient solutions and medications before she could barely achieve that goal. And he, right there in the pig farm, did that ridiculous set of radio calisthenics a few times, and easily crossed that threshold. This can't be described as genius anymore, this is simply monster. And Chen Lin looked at her shocked expression, feeling extremely pleased, and dropped the final bombshell. Most importantly, the system rewarded me with 0.2% of my genetic potential. I'm now at 6.35%. Boom! This sentence had a greater impact on Zhuge Qi than all the previous numbers combined. Her mind went blank, a buzzing sound. Genetic potential increased? Did doing calisthenics increase genetic potential? How could this be? This completely overturned all the knowledge she had built up over her more than 10 years of martial arts career. It is generally acknowledged in the martial arts world that genetic potential is innate and is the fundamental factor determining a person's upper limit in martial arts. Training can only develop this potential, but it can never increase it out of thin air. The problem that countless scientists and martial arts masters have spent their entire lives trying to solve has been solved by a set of galactic broadcast gymnastics that appeared out of nowhere? If this is true, then the entire martial arts system of the world will be completely rewritten. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed Chen Lin's arm, her fingertips digging into it, as if trying to confirm whether the man in front of her was just a figment of her imagination. Are you sure? Her voice trembled slightly. Absolutely true. Chen Lin took her cold little hand in his and pulled her to sit down on the sofa. Honey, I know this is unbelievable. But this is my path. He gazed at her, his expression more serious than ever before. It might seem like a shortcut or opportunism to you. But it will make me stronger and give me the ability to protect you and the children as quickly as possible. For me, this is the best path, my road to success. Zhuge Qi stared blankly at him, at the light in his eyes, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, her belief in martial arts was violently shaken. The next 5 days became a completely new way for Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi to get along. Chen Lin still went to work at the pig farm every day, but his cultivation became increasingly frantic. The abandoned tool shed in the pig farm became his private training room. During his lunch break and free time in the afternoon, he would lock himself inside and repeat the more complex and physically demanding movements of the level 3 broadcast gymnastics routine over and over again. Sweat soaked through their clothes, then dried, then soaked through again, leaving a layer of white salt frost on their work clothes. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 3 10-200. The level 3 broadcast gymnastics routine requires less practice with each repetition, but the results are better. After each session, he could feel subtle yet profound changes occurring in his body. And Zhuge Qi has changed too. She no longer mentioned the 8 treasures exercise or the foundation. Every night, she would sit quietly to the side, watching Chen Lin practice diligently in the living room, drenched in sweat. She would prepare nutritious meals for him in advance to replenish his energy, and when he collapsed on the floor from exhaustion, she would quietly bring him a towel and water. Sometimes Chen Lin would practice too late and fall asleep in the living room. When he woke up the next morning, he would always find an extra thin blanket on him. They didn't communicate much, but a silent understanding quietly grew between them. Chen Lin could sense that she was slowly accepting her path and slowly accepting herself. Host, Chen Lin. Physical fitness, 15. Spirit, 12. Genetic potential, 6.35%. Technique, level 3 of the 233rd Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics set 8200. Partner affection level, 65. Seeing the 5 points of favorability quietly increase on the panel, Chen Lin became even more motivated. Finally, the weekend arrived. After a week of intense training, Chen Lin felt that the power within him had accumulated to a critical point and urgently needed an outlet. Honey, shall we go to the community gym? Chen Lin suggested during breakfast. I want to test how strong I really am now. Zhuge Qi put down her milk glass, also somewhat curious. Data is just data, and she wanted to see for herself what level Chen Lin, whose physical fitness score was 15, had actually achieved in reality. Okay, she nodded in agreement. I also want to see just how strong you are. The community gym is a public facility, but it's well equipped with a wide variety of strength and fitness testing equipment. The moment the two entered, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. This was simply because Zhuge Qi was too dazzling. She wore a simple white tracksuit today, her long hair tied in a neat ponytail, and she had no makeup on, yet she was still so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. That aloof and detached demeanor was completely out of place in the sweat-drenched atmosphere of the gym. Chen Lin was about to head to the strength testing area when a voice, tinged with a hint of frivolity and surprise, came from the side. Chen Lin? It really is you. A tall, handsome young man dressed in designer sportswear walked over. Chen Lin recognized the person who had arrived, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Zhang Yixuan. His high school classmate was also a well-known rich kid in the class. Relying on his family's wealth and his athletic talent, he always acted arrogantly at school and bullied his classmates a lot. Chen Lin was one of them. Zhang Yixuan's gaze swept over Chen Lin, then immediately fixed on Zhuge Qi beside him, making no attempt to hide his amazement and possessiveness. He looked Zhuge Qi up and down before turning his gaze back to Chen Lin, his expression a mixture of jealousy and disdain. He deliberately moved closer, as if wanting to smell if Chen Lin had any strange odor, and then chuckled. Well done, Chen Lin. It's been years. Where have you been making your fortune? And this beautiful lady is your colleague? Chapter 15. You call this brute force? Colleague? Chen Lin's smile faded. He stepped to the side, subtly shielding Zhuge Qi behind him, and calmly met Zhang Yixuan's aggressive gaze. Zhang Yixuan, she is my wife. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhang Yixuan's frivolous smile froze. He looked Chen Lin up and down, from his faded old tracksuit to his ordinary sneakers, his disdain almost overflowing. Wife? Chen Lin, are you awake yet? Where are you working now? Still delivering packages, or carrying bricks on a construction site? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the few people around who were listening intently to see what was going on. I remember during your high school physical exam, your genetic potential was less than 5%, right? You were a complete waste. Zhang Yixuan chuckled, deliberately puffing out his chest muscles under his designer sportswear, and said boastfully, back then, I was in the top 6.5%, almost passing the martial arts college entrance exam. Even now, you can't compare. Chen Lin ignored his shouts, grabbed Zhuge Qi's hand, and headed straight for the strength testing area. This disregard angered Zhang Yixuan more than any rebuttal. What? You want to test your strength again? Don't break your hand. Zhang Yixuan followed, arms crossed, looking like he was waiting to see a good show. Chen Lin stood in front of the punching power testing machine, the distinctive smell of sweat and disinfectant mixed together in the gym filling his nostrils. He ignored the gazes around him, simply exhaling slowly as he recalled the new sense of control that came with his level 3 body. He lowered his waist, turned his hips, and his right arm, like a taut steel whip, suddenly lashed out. With a dull thud, the entire punching bag shook violently. The surroundings fell silent instantly, with only the clanging of metal echoing from the adjacent equipment area. The electronic screen above the punching bag flickered a few times before finally settling on a glaring red number. 602 kilograms. The mocking smile on Zhang Yixuan's face froze completely, as if a pause button had been pressed. He stared intently at the number, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. 602 kilograms? How could this be? This strength was already firmly at the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. Cheating! This machine must be broken, he cried out, his voice shrill and distorted. How could a piece of trash like you possibly unleash such power? A hint of surprise, difficult to conceal, flashed in Zhuge Qi's usually cold eyes. She knew Chen Lin had become stronger, but she didn't expect that just 15 points in physical fitness could unleash such astonishing destructive power in reality. Chen Lin withdrew his fist and shook his wrist, but he was not entirely satisfied with the result. He could sense that the power transfer of that punch wasn't perfect. At least 30% of the power from his waist, abdomen, and legs was wasted. His potential extends far beyond this. He turned around, looked at Zhang Yixuan, whose face was alternating between pale and flushed, and spoke calmly. I forgot to tell you, my genetic potential just reached 6.5% a few days ago. These words struck Zhang Yixuan like a heavy hammer blow to the heart. He was completely stunned. Punching power can be attributed to luck or machine malfunction, but the enhancement of genetic potential, that's a fantasy. This is something that overturns the common sense of the entire martial arts world. He wanted to refute, to say that Chen Lin was bragging, but the terrifying 602 kilograms of punching power was right in front of him, like a loud slap that made him dizzy. Zhuge Qi's heart was deeply touched at this moment. Looking at Chen Lin's calm profile and the unwavering composure in his eyes, an indescribable warmth welled up in her heart. He truly succeeded, using his shortcut that no one believed in to forge his own path to success. For her sake, for the sake of the children, he is growing into a towering tree that can shelter them from the wind and rain at an incredible speed. I'm going to train my legs over there. Zhang Yishuan's face drained of color. He couldn't stay any longer. He left behind a polite remark and practically fled into the crowd in the equipment area. Wife, why don't you give it a try? Chen Lin was in a great mood and pulled Zhuge Qi to another testing machine. Zhuge Qi's curiosity was piqued, and she nodded and walked to the machine. What is your current genetic potential? Chen Lin asked casually. 9.5%, Zhuge Qi replied calmly. Chen Lin's mouth, which was about to say amazing, instantly gaped open in an O shape. 9.5%? That's just one step away from the 10% threshold for becoming a formal martial artist. Before he could recover from his shock, Zhuge Qi had already made his move. Unlike Chen Lin, she didn't adopt a complicated stance to exert force. She simply stood there, her pale fist lightly extended as if she were merely brushing away the dust in front of her. Beep. A sharp, unusual beep rang out, and the test machine emitted an overload alarm-like sound. The entire gym fell silent at that moment. The muscular man doing bench presses stopped, the beautiful woman sweating on the treadmill stared wide-eyed, and everyone's attention was focused on the wildly flashing screen. 972 kilograms. Nearly a ton of force. Chen Lin felt as if his brain had stopped working. He stared blankly at the number, then looked at his slender, aloof wife. Is this the strength of a top-tier quasi-martial artist? He suddenly thought of his radio calisthenics. Level 3 already had a 6.55% potential, so what if he leveled up to the maximum? Could he also reach 9%, or even break through 10%, and directly become a true martial artist? This thought, like a burning meteorite, crashed into his heart, igniting a raging inferno. Let's go home. Ignoring the awe-inspiring looks from those around them, Zhuge Qi naturally took Chen Lin's hand and walked towards the door. After the two left, the deathly silent gym instantly came alive, like water boiling over. In a corner of the equipment area, Zhang Yishuan overheard the people around him saying, "Is that beautiful woman that kid's wife, and she's too fierce, one punch is as fast as a ton. That guy's not bad either, he's a near martial artist." The whispers went on, and the man, his face ashen, gritted his teeth and denied it to his companions. His wife? Don't be ridiculous. That good-for-nothing could never be worthy of a woman like that. She must have been hired to put on a show. Outside the gym, the cool evening breeze felt especially refreshing on my face. Zhuge Qi stopped and turned to look at Chen Lin, a hint of pride in her eyes that she herself was unaware of. You are now more outstanding than I was at the same age. Looking into Chen Lin's incredibly bright eyes, she said softly, "Once I break through to the martial artist realm, our family's financial situation will improve significantly. At that time, you should also go to the martial arts university. Your path deserves a bigger stage." Chapter 16, This university is a must-attend. Martial Arts University. These 4 words are like a pebble thrown into Chen Lin's heart lake, stirring up thousands of ripples. He held Zhuge Qi's soft hand, feeling the support and trust emanating from her palm. A warm current rose from the bottom of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body. This was the first time he had seen a look of pride in the eyes of his aloof wife. On the way home, neither of them spoke again. A gentle evening breeze carried the aroma of food wafting from the apartment buildings, and the streetlights cast long shadows of them. But Chen Lin's thoughts had already drifted far away. Go to the martial arts university? Is it really necessary for him? His path has been different from others from the very beginning. No intuition or bottlenecks are needed, all that's required is hard work and repetition. The complex theories and ingenious explanations in university seemed superfluous to him, who had a progress bar cheat code. Back home, the warm lights dispelled the chill of the night. Chen Lin finally couldn't resist and sat down on the sofa, looking at Zhuge Qi, who was pouring him water. Wife, what do you learn at the martial arts university? Zhuge Qi handed him the water glass, sat down beside him, and the pleasant fragrance emanating from her body filled his nostrils. It's not what you imagine. Martial Arts University has almost no theoretical classes. 90% of the courses are about cultivation. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. The school will provide top-notch training facilities, including gravity chambers, reaction training rooms, and simulated combat rooms. More importantly, there will be a public QA session with instructors every week. A tutor's answer? Chen-Lin asked, puzzled. Yes. Zhuge Qi's expression turned serious. Take the 8 treasures technique for example. Right now, you're just copying it blindly. But once your genetic potential reaches a certain limit, such as 8%, if you want to increase it by another 0.1%, you need a deeper understanding of the technique, you need to adjust the subtle ways of exerting force, and you even need to coordinate with a specific breathing rhythm. This is the significance of the mentor's existence. Chen-Lin nodded subconsciously, but inwardly he was wondering, understand? Did he need to understand? Once the progress bar is full, the system will automatically imprint the most perfect action points into his mind, more accurately than any instructor's explanation. Then why does it have to be at school? Isn't practicing at home the same? The atmosphere is different. Zhuge Qi shook his head. Those who can get into martial arts universities are all geniuses from various cities. When everyone around you is practicing like crazy, chasing after each other, that invisible pressure and motivation is something you can't experience alone, she continued. There are also resources. The school will provide specially formulated nutritional meals based on each student's physical data to maximize the replenishment of qi and blood and repair the body's damage. If you had to bear this cost yourself, it would be an astronomical figure. Chen-Lin remained silent. The nutritious meals were indeed tempting, but the system's reward of heat flow seemed to have an even better effect each time he leveled up, practically giving him a full recovery on the spot. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Zhuge Qi added the most crucial point: the value of a mentor lies in saving you a lot of time. They can pinpoint any bottleneck you encounter with just a single sentence, saving you from taking months or even years of detours. Moreover, the school had various rankings, weekly competitions, monthly competitions, year-end competitions. The rewards were extremely generous, but unfortunately, I wasn't very talented and never achieved any good rankings. At the end, there was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Chen-Lin's mind, however, became completely active. A strange image appeared in his mind. A group of exceptionally gifted individuals gritted their teeth and persevered in the gravity chamber, sweating profusely as they struggled to break through their genetic potential by a fraction of a percent. And he, in the corner beside him, silently did that set of galaxy broadcast gymnastics once, twice, 3 times. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his stats skyrocketed on the leaderboard, easily reaching the top. When asked what his secret was, he simply wiped his sweat and said casually, "Nothing much, just consistent exercise and doing calisthenics every day." The scene, just thinking about it, is exhilarating. It's like a game changer. Just as he was about to completely deny the role of the martial arts university, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, making him shudder. He suddenly remembered his system panel. Technique, 8 treasures technique, beginner level. Why am I still not a beginner? He had always thought it was because he hadn't practiced diligently, but now he realized it wasn't that simple. If the system could help him master calisthenics, why couldn't it directly introduce him to the basics of the 8 treasures exercise? A bold guess formed in my mind. Perhaps, the system needs an authorization process to include cultivation techniques. The 233rd set of galactic broadcast gymnastics is publicly available, so the system can directly include it. The 8 treasures Kung Fu is a closely guarded secret of the Zhuge family. Although he learned the movements, he did not receive true authorization, which is why his system panel has always been in the beginner state. If this conjecture is true, then if he wants to learn more and stronger techniques through the system, he must first obtain the legal qualification to learn these techniques. And in the entire world, the only place besides the military that can provide the fastest and widest access to a vast array of advanced martial arts techniques is the Martial Arts University. That place is an ocean of cultivation techniques. It is the only stairway to a higher realm of power. Having figured this out, Chen-Lin felt a sudden sense of clarity. All his previous doubts and hesitations vanished. For him, the Martial Arts University was not for the guidance of mentors, the atmosphere of cultivation, or even the abundant resources. It is his only way to obtain more system ammunition. He raised his head and looked at Zhuge Qi beside him, his eyes shining with an astonishing light, as if 2 flames were burning fiercely within them. "Wife, wait for me." He spoke solemnly, his voice not loud, but filled with an unprecedented determination. "I absolutely must go to university. As Jugachi looked at the flames burning in his eyes, the string of belief in her heart was gently plucked. She had never seen Chen Lin so confident. His energy, as if he wanted to tear a hole in the sky, made her feel a little dazed, and also a little at ease. The rewards from the martial arts university are more than just resources. She was touched by his emotions, and her voice softened unconsciously. Most importantly, they are credit points and authorization to practice martial arts. Credit points? Chen Lin's curiosity was completely piqued. Yes, that's the hard currency within the martial arts university, Jugachi explained. You can get credits by completing tasks assigned by the school and winning prizes in various competitions. It can be used to exchange for top-grade nutrient solutions, rent higher-intensity gravity chambers, and even purchase the qualification to learn powerful cultivation techniques that are not publicly disclosed. Chapter 17, Focusing on Intent, Not For My Wife's Gone Mad Again. Qualification to learn the cultivation technique. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the system ammunition he had been longing for? I heard that the top-ranked students have the opportunity to enter the secret realm for cultivation, and even receive personal guidance from martial arts masters. Jugachi's tone carried a hint of longing. That's the real way to rise to the top in one step. Chen Lin was thrilled and his mind was already racing with ideas. For others, their secret realm is a trial with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. His secret realm, isn't it just finding a secluded corner and frantically doing gymnastics? He chuckled, leaned closer to Jugachi, and whispered slyly. Honey, you're at 9.5% right now, just one step away from becoming a martial artist. Do you think it's possible that I'll reach 10% before you? Jugachi glanced at him, her eyes looking at a fool talking in his sleep. But instead of directly attacking him as before, she simply smiled faintly and pinched his cheek. Okay, I'll wait. If you can really beat me, I'll cook you delicious food every day. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of indulgence and tenderness that she herself was unaware of. Chen Lin grabbed her mischievous little hand and pulled her into his arms. Holding her warm, soft body, his heart burned with desire. He lowered his head and solemnly promised her. Let's work hard together. Once I get into the martial arts university and master all those techniques, we'll become martial arts grandmasters together. Jugachi didn't speak, but simply rested her cheek gently against his chest. Through the thin fabric of her clothes, she could clearly hear his strong and powerful heartbeat, one beat after another, striking her heart and transforming all her unease and wavering into peace and happiness in that moment. On Monday morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and there was still a slight chill in the air. The express bus stop in the community is much busier than usual. The air was filled with the aroma of various breakfast buns and the smell of cheap perfume. On the platform, there were many young men and women in pairs, most of them looking awkward and maintaining a polite but distant distance. These are the new couples from the previous batch of genetically matched individuals, and they have officially begun living together. Chen Lin, holding Jugachi's hand, stood out in the crowd. He could clearly feel that many men around him were looking at his wife with undisguised jealousy. He saw a high school classmate named Li Wei, whose physical examination showed a potential of 6%, which was considered good among ordinary people. Standing next to him was a slightly chubby, plain-looking girl who was complaining incessantly, while Li Wei kept his head down, his face full of suppressed frustration and helplessness. He then saw another couple. The man was a muscular strongman with probably high genetic potential, but the girl next to him was as thin as a bean sprout, timidly hiding behind him, not daring to even lift her head. The burly man's face was full of disgust, as if he had brought not a partner, but a burden. This is reality. Chen Lin gripped Jugachi's hand tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. In the abandoned tool shed of the pig farm, amidst the strong smell of engine oil and rust, Chen Lin yawned, preparing to begin his midday meditation. He was still feeling a bit tired after chatting with Jugachi too late the night before. He reluctantly got into position and began doing the third level of radio calisthenics. His movements were distorted, his power was weak, and he swayed limply through several movements that required core tension. He was like an undercooked noodle, completely lacking the sharp, flowing power he had before. After finishing the set, he was panting heavily, and it was only through sheer willpower that he didn't stop halfway. Sigh, my condition is terrible. He shook his head self-deprecatingly, habitually bringing up the system panel to see if this shoddy pass would affect his proficiency. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 39200. Ha! The weariness on Chen Lin's face vanished instantly, and his eyes widened like saucers. His proficiency hasn't changed? His routine just now was far from standard, it was downright chaotic, and even he himself found it unbearable to watch. But the proficiency level given by the system was exactly the same as when I went all out before. A crazy idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that the system judges proficiency not based on the quality of the movements, but rather on the degree of completion? Does completing the entire routine from beginning to end count as a success? To verify this conjecture, he suppressed his elation and got into position again. This time, he did it even more perfunctorily, with pitifully small movements. For many twisting and stretching movements, he simply shook his arms and twisted his waist, and that was it. The whole process was less about cultivation and more about stretching one's muscles and bones. The set was complete. He eagerly looked at the panel. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 3 100-200. Boom! Chen-Lin felt like the top of his head was about to be blown off by this huge surprise. It's true. This system has such a huge bug. It doesn't check whether the actions are standard or not. As long as you complete the process, you'll still get the reward. In an instant, the highway leading to Kanzhuang Avenue has been transformed into a runway for takeoff. Pursuing perfect form is time-consuming and energy-draining. A single set leaves you exhausted. But if it's just a formality, he can do it 3 times in one go, no, 5 times without even breaking a sweat. The efficiency of cultivation increased 5-fold instantly. I got home in the evening and had dinner. Chen-Lin couldn't wait to get started and set up his equipment in the living room. As usual, Zhuge Qi sat quietly on the sofa with a glass of warm water, ready to watch him cultivate. However, what happened next made her beautiful brows slowly furrow. Chen-Lin limply raised his arms, his waist and hips swayed loosely, and his horse stance turned into a casual knee bend. The whole set of movements was fluid. No, it was done in a blur, lacking any sense of power or beauty, much like an old man doing his morning exercise in the park. What are you doing? Zhuge Qi finally couldn't help but ask, her tone full of confusion. Your technique is completely wrong. Your core isn't engaged, so your power is scattered. Training like this is not only ineffective, but it can also easily strain your muscles. Chen-Lin finished his practice, his face was not covered in sweat, and his breathing was incredibly steady. He turned around, met his wife's questioning gaze, put his hands behind his back, and struck a mysterious pose. Wife, you don't understand. He lowered his voice, feigning seriousness. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 3 realms. The first realm is form training, which is what you call standard movements. The second realm is qi training, pursuing the smooth flow of power. And I have now entered the third realm. He paused, then slowly uttered 4 words, practice the mind, not the form. Zhuge Qi was completely stunned. Practice the mind, not the form? This is a profound state that martial arts grandmasters occasionally mention when explaining their martial arts philosophy. It means that the movements are no longer important, what matters is that power arises spontaneously from the intention. But you, with a genetic potential of only 6.5%, haven't even touched the threshold of a quasi-martial artist yet, and you've already started practicing intent? Isn't this like a primary school student who has just learned addition and subtraction claiming that he has begun to study the Riemann hypothesis? Chapter 18, 4 levels in one night, a genetic leap. Seeing his wife's "do you have a fever" expression, Chen-Lin almost burst out laughing inside, but on the surface he remained as calm as a rock. He needed to find a reason to cover up his frantic leveling up behavior and the rocket-like leveling speed that might follow. This reason is undoubtedly the best excuse. He didn't explain further, but instead, in front of Zhuge Qi, he did that health exercise again in a haphazard way. Then the 3rd time, the 4th time. By the time Chen-Lin calmly completed his 5th reading, Zhuge Qi had gone from initial confusion to utter bewilderment. She couldn't understand it, but she was deeply moved. Late at night, the bedroom lights went out. Chen-Lin quietly opened his eyes, confirming that his wife beside him was breathing evenly. He tiptoed out of bed and slipped into the dark living room, not daring to turn on the lights. Using the dim moonlight filtering in through the window, he got into position again. Once, twice, 3 times. In the darkness, there was only a blurry figure, tirelessly repeating that strange health exercise over and over again. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Proficiency plus 10. Current skill level, level 3 190-200. Watching the numbers on the panel rise rapidly, Chen-Lin felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This feeling of watching himself grow stronger was more addictive than any form of entertainment. The upgrade is happening tonight. The living room was pitch black, with only the cool moonlight from outside the window casting dappled silver light on the floor. Chen Lin's figure swayed in the moonlight, his movements light and airy, like a weightless ghost. He casually swept his arms through the air, his waist and hips swaying lazily, exuding an indescribable perfunctory air. Exhausted of his last bit of strength, he completed the 10th repetition of the health exercise, feeling as if his bones had been removed, and slumped limply against the sofa. Almost simultaneously, a deep blue light screen, visible only to him, suddenly lit up before his eyes. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 3 200. It's here. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his breath caught in his throat for half a second. The next moment, the text on the panel refreshed rapidly. Ding! The 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics has been upgraded to level 4. Physical fitness plus 1, genetic potential increased by 0.2%. Boom! A warm current, more powerful and hotter than any previous upgrade, exploded out of his tailbone without warning, like a fire dragon awakening, roaring up his spine and instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. Ugh! Chen Lin groaned, his bones emitting a series of fine popping sounds, as if countless craftsmen were hammering and reshaping his body inch by inch with small hammers. The muscle fibers under the skin are violently writhing and tearing, and then reorganizing at a faster speed and with a more resilient structure. The intensely tangy sensation almost made him scream, yet it also brought with it a transformative, exhilarating feeling. A few seconds later, the heat slowly receded, seeping into every cell of the body. Chen Lin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling as light as if he were about to float away. The fatigue from the all-night training vanished, replaced by an unprecedented surge of energy. He could clearly feel a qualitative leap in muscle density and bone hardness. He couldn't wait to bring up the control panel. Host, Chen Lin. Techniques, level 40300 of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics, and the 8 Treasures Exercise Beginner level. Physical fitness, 16. Genetic potential, 6.75%. Upon upgrading to level 4, the proficiency cap increased to 300. And his genetic potential remained a solid 6.75%. This figure surpasses even the once arrogant Zhang Yixuan. Chen Lin slowly clenched his fist, feeling the solid yet explosive power in his palm, and could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Overnight, from level 3 to level 4. Who would believe such rocket-like speed? He glanced at the wall clock. It was 3:30 a.m. Sleep? Are you kidding me? Anyone who can sleep at a time like this is the biggest insult to cheating. Suppressing his elation, he struck a pose once more. This time, he didn't even bother with pretense. His movements were smaller and faster, almost like dancing in place. Once, twice. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. The prompts on the panel kept popping up, and my proficiency steadily increased. Current skill level, level 44300. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed into the living room through the gaps in the curtains, Chen Lin finally stopped and slumped onto the cold floor. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were 2 dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he had been pulled out of the water, and his face was frighteningly pale. This is a consequence of overdrawing one's mental energy. Even though the health exercise doesn't require much physical exertion, staying up all night is still too much for even the strongest person. But his eyes were surprisingly bright. Current skill level, level 4 150-300. Overnight, more than half of the level 4 certifications were achieved. This efficiency is simply incredible. Chen Lin? What are you doing in the living room? The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Zhuge Qi came out in her pajamas. When she saw Chen Lin slumped on the floor, her beautiful brows immediately furrowed. Chen Lin jolted awake and quickly got up from the ground. Forcing himself to remain calm, he put on a nonchalant expression. It's nothing. I suddenly had some insights last night, so I practiced intention a little longer. Zhuge Qi looked at his face suspiciously, which seemed to say, I'm about to die, but in the end she didn't ask any more questions. She just turned around and went to the kitchen to heat up some milk, go wash up and get ready for work. The express train platform was bustling with people in the early morning. Chen Linxiang stood in the crowd, trying to stay awake, yawning repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhuge Qi, standing beside him, cast a worried glance his way, to which he could only respond with a smile that said, I'm fine. Hey, isn't this our great master Chen Lin? What's wrong? You used up all your strength yesterday with a punch that hit 600 kilograms, and now you're feeling weak? A sarcastic voice came from not far away. Chen Lin raised his eyelids and saw Zhang Yishuan standing with his arms crossed, looking at him with a mocking expression. Standing next to Zhang Yishuan was a tall, thin man, who was his high school classmate, Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei was fawningly agreeing, Brother Xian is right. Some people just pretend to be something they're not. Maybe that machine was already broken, and he got a freebie, and now he really thinks he's something special. Zhang Yishuan's gaze swept past Chen Lin, greedily sweeping over Zhuge Qi beside him. The jealousy and resentment in his eyes were almost tangible. He still remembered the embarrassment he suffered at the gym yesterday. He deliberately raised his voice so everyone around could hear, Chen Lin, your wife is so beautiful, you'd better put in some effort. Otherwise, you'll break down and be left watching others help you, that would be the laughingstock of the year. A suppressed burst of laughter rose from the surroundings. Zhuge Qi's cool and pretty face instantly turned frosty. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Lin gently pulled her hand. Chen Lin yawned widely and squeezed out a few drops of physiological tears. He rubbed his eyes, too lazy to even look at Zhang Yishuan's distorted face, and just stared listlessly at the express train that was about to arrive at the station, muttering something softly, as if talking to himself. Sigh, it's still too slow. Chapter 19, Rocket Upgrade, Advancing by 1,000 miles a day. Chen Lin's voice wasn't loud, like a wisp of smoke, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. The laughter abruptly stopped. The mockery on Zhang Yishuan's face froze instantly, as if he had punched cotton and then been poked by a steel plate hidden inside. Too slow? What does he mean? Does he think his sarcasm wasn't strong enough, or that waiting for the bus here is too slow? Both of them exude an infuriating, deep-seated disregard. Li Wei's fawning smile froze on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. The surrounding crowd of onlookers shifted their gazes back and forth between Chen Lin's sleepy face and Zhang Yishuan's liver-colored face, creating an awkward and subtle atmosphere in the air. Beep beep, the express train smoothly pulled into the platform, and the metal doors slid open, interrupting the silent standoff. Chen Lin, holding Zhuge Qi's hand, squeezed onto the train with the crowd. He didn't look at Zhang Yishuan once more, as if he and his sycophant were just two insignificant stains on the platform backdrop. The car door slowly closed, blocking Zhang Yishuan's venomous gaze that seemed to spit fire. Inside the carriage, the air was filled with the smells of sweat, the greasy smell of breakfast, and cheap perfume. Chen Lin found a corner to stand in, shielding Zhuge Qi in front of him and separating her from the crowded people. His extreme mental exhaustion made him particularly sensitive to these chaotic smells. However, as the train started moving, a strange feeling welled up from deep within my body. He could clearly hear a couple arguing quietly in a distant carriage. He could discern the content of a storytelling performance playing on a phone played by an older man 2 people away, and he could even feel the extremely subtle vibrations under his feet from the seams of the rails. The world seemed to instantly become high definition. He clenched his fist, his knuckles making a crisp sound. It wasn't brute force, but a refined, restrained power, as if it could unleash a torrent of energy at any moment. He had a strong intuition that if he were to test his punching power again now, the number would definitely easily exceed 650 kilograms. This is the qualitative change brought about by level 4 broadcast gymnastics. It not only improves strength, but also speed, endurance, and even concentration and perception of the outside world. You really didn't sleep a wink last night? Zhuge Qi's worried voice rang in his ears, pulling him back to reality from his reverie about power. It's nothing, I just had some insights and couldn't stop thinking about it. Chen Lin rubbed his throbbing temples and grinned. Don't worry, your husband is made of iron. Pig Farm number 939. The pungent smell of fermented feed and disinfectant is still strong. Chen Lin greeted his colleague Wang Chang, who, noticing his heavy dark circles, teased, Lindsay, did you go mining? Take it easy, don't ruin your health at such a young age. Chen Lin gave a vague reply, saying that he was too tired from work recently, and then quickly threw himself into the inspection work. After expertly inspecting all the equipment in the pigsty, he immediately slipped into his sacred place, the abandoned tool shed. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately got into position and began his health exercises. His movements were perfunctory, and his expression was lazy, but the numbers on the panel didn't lie. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 4 160-300. After finishing one round, he took a short breath and immediately began the second round. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 4 170-300. Watching the progress bar steadily rise, Chenlin's fatigue dissipated considerably. Just as he was preparing for his third attempt, the iron door of the tool shed creaked open. Logistics supervisor Lao Zhang, with a beer belly, walked in carrying a folder. When he saw Chenlin, he frowned and said, "Little Chen, hiding here slacking off? Perfect, I have a task for you." He slammed the folder onto the rusty iron table, kicking up a cloud of dust. "The farm needs to conduct a 3-day survey of crop growth data across all areas. You're quick-witted and efficient, so the recording and sampling work will be yours." Chenlin's heart sank. A data census? That was a grueling and arduous task, meaning he would be spending the next 3 days in the mud, dealing with crops. How could he possibly have time to practice here? Chenlin spent the entire afternoon in the experimental field behind the pig farm. Wearing heavy waterproof boots, he trudged along the muddy field ridges, measuring the height and leaf width of each crop as required, and carefully cutting off samples for preservation. The tedious procedures and monotonous data left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. By the time the bell rang to signal the end of the workday, he had only completed less than a fifth of his task. Dragging his tired body home, he was greeted not by the usual quiet, but by the aroma of food and Zhuge Qi's smiling face as he opened the door. "You're back. Go wash your hands, I made your favorite braised pork." Chenlin was stunned for a moment, looking at the sumptuous dinner of 3 dishes and a soup on the table, and then at his wife wearing an apron, feeling somewhat flattered. At the dinner table, Zhuge Qi took the initiative to talk about the good thing that happened today. "The community arranged a job for me, to be an instructor for the martial arts introductory class at the 3rd primary school." A hint of joy appeared on her cool face. "It's a mommy job, with only 3 days of classes a week. The work is very easy, but the salary and benefits are much higher than before." Chenlin immediately understood. The so-called mother's position was a preferential position specifically offered to the partners of those with outstanding potential. This was undoubtedly because of his displayed potential, which allowed Zhuge Qi to benefit as well. He placed a piece of braised pork with alternating layers of fat and lean meat into his wife's bowl, a warm feeling welling up inside him. "Thank you for your hard work." "I should thank you." Zhuge Qi looked at him, her clear eyes reflecting his figure and a light called hope. "Chenlin, I never thought life would turn out like this." Her words were soft, yet they struck Chenlin's heart with a heavy weight. He knew she was referring to their journey from being matched to supporting each other. "Things will get better in the future." Chenlin grasped her hand, which was resting on the table, and made a serious promise. "Trust me." It was late at night. After confirming that Zhuge Qi was fast asleep, Chenlin quietly slipped into the living room again. The progress lost during the day must be made up for at night. He was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, repeating that extremely perfunctory health exercise over and over again in the darkness. For the next week, Chenlin lived like an ascetic. By day, he was a data analyst rolling around in the mud, surrounded by crops and soil. By night, he was a meditation fanatic in the living room, draining all his energy into monotonous repetition. Even on his only day off, Sunday, he chose to stay up all night, frantically working on the project. Finally, as another dawn was about to break, as he dragged his nearly broken body to complete the final repetition, the familiar and comforting azure light screen appeared as expected. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 4 300. Ding! The 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics has been upgraded to level 5. Physical fitness plus 2, genetic potential increased by 0.5%. Boom! This time, the heat was no longer a fire dragon, but a volcano erupting with a roar. A violent and unparalleled energy exploded from the deepest part of his body, with an overwhelming force, washing over every inch of his bones, every meridian, and every cell. Chenlin shuddered violently, his vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. An indescribable mix of excruciating pain and pleasure seemed to tear his soul apart and rebuild it. When everything calmed down, he gasped for breath, collapsing onto the floor, too exhausted to move a single finger. Every part of his body radiated a reborn lightness and strength. He struggled to bring up the control panel. Host, Chenlin. Techniques, level 50500 of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics, and the 8 Treasures Exercise Beginner level. Physical fitness, 18. Genetic potential, 7.25%. Chapter 20 is just one last time. 7.25%. This number is like a brand, deeply etched on Chenlin's retina. His body, limp on the floor, was still trembling slightly, every muscle telling the story of the ferocity of the transformation that had just taken place. But in stark contrast to his weary body was an unprecedented level of mental exhilaration. He felt like a camera that had just had its top-of-the-line lens replaced. The whole world had become incredibly clear, filled with details he had never noticed before. The dust particles floating in the air, the texture of the curtain fibers, and even his wife's steady, long breaths from the next room were all presented to his senses in a three-dimensional way. It's a sense of almost absolute control over the body and the environment. He slowly propped himself up, the coolness of the floor spreading through his palms, yet unable to suppress the newly awakened heat within him. He stood up without making a sound, his movements as light as a feather. The bedroom door creaked open, and Zhuge Qi appeared in the doorway. She was clearly awakened by the prolonged silence in the living room, her sleepy face showing a hint of worry. But when her gaze fell on Chen Lin, she paused slightly. The man before me still had that familiar face, but with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a pale, tired look. But his overall feeling underwent some indescribable change. Like a famous sword hidden in a simple scabbard, even without being drawn, its restrained sharpness can still penetrate the scabbard wall, making one's heart tighten. She stepped forward, not scolding him, but simply reaching out her cool hand to gently stroke his burning cheek. "You didn't sleep all night again?" Chen Lin grasped her hand, the delicate touch calming his restless heart. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "It's all right, I've gained a lot." Zhuge Qi didn't ask any more questions, but simply pulled him towards the bedroom. She could feel that the warmth emanating from his palm was no longer the superficial warmth of the past, but a condensed, profound, and molten power. The string of belief in her heart was plucked once again, and this time, it produced a symphony of awe and reassurance. The moment his head hit the pillow, Chen Lin fell into a deep dream. In his dream, he was no longer the health guru who danced around in the living room. He stood atop a shattered star, surrounded by an endless, dark universe. A set of boxing techniques he had never seen before unfolded in his hands with fluid grace. It was no longer calisthenics, but true martial arts. With a single punch, space trembled, and a distant asteroid belt crumbled into dust. With a single stomp, the stellar debris beneath his feet disintegrated. That was a supreme state where power arises spontaneously from the mind, the true form of the practicing the mind, not the form that he had used to deceive his wife. When he woke up from this wonderful dream, the sunlight outside the window was already quite dazzling. The next 45 days seemed to be fast-forwarded. Chen Lin lived an extremely monotonous life, going back and forth between 2 points. The pig farm and his home, the tool shed and the living room, became his 2 training grounds for frantically honing his skills. He was like the most obsessive programmer, adding code to his system day and night. His physical changes became increasingly noticeable. Dark circles under his eyes became a regular feature, but his physique became more upright, and the muscle definition was visible even through his work clothes. Occasionally, when moving heavy objects, he can easily lift a feed bag that used to require 2 people to lift it by himself, leaving his colleague Wang Chang dumbfounded and wondering if he had secretly taken some kind of powerful drug. The atmosphere at home was also subtly changing. Zhuge Qi began experiencing pregnancy symptoms. At first, it was just a loss of appetite, but later it progressed to the point where she would gag at the smell of cooking oil. Chen Lin saw this and felt deeply for her. Without saying a word, he took over all the housework. He did everything meticulously, grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning. He would even go to a market far away just to buy a certain sour fruit that his wife suddenly wanted to eat. Late at night, when he dragged his tired body around the living room dancing and gesturing, Zhuge Qi would often wrap herself in a blanket and sit quietly on the sofa watching him. Her eyes showed growing worry with each passing day, but so did her trust. She didn't know what he was doing, but she could see the results. This man was becoming increasingly powerful in a way she couldn't comprehend, while simultaneously protecting this family in the most clumsy yet tender way. In the early morning of the 46th day, before dawn, the air was damp and cold, a characteristic of the pre-dawn period. In the living room, Chen Lin mechanically repeated the last set of movements. His mind was numb, sustained only by a stubborn obsession. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 9990-1000. Just one more time. He gritted his teeth and assumed the fighting stance again. The movements were so small they were almost invisible. He was merely waving his limbs symbolically. When the last movement was completed, the azure light curtain erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for a long time. Proficiency in the 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics plus 10. Current skill level, level 9 1000. Ding. The 233rd set of interstellar broadcast gymnastics has been upgraded to level 10 maximum level. Physical fitness plus 5, genetic potential increased by 2%. The main cultivation technique has been detected as max level. The associated technique, 8 treasures technique, has been automatically activated. Current level, level 1 beginner. This time, there was no raging heat, no tearing pain. A gentle, jade-like yet vast energy quietly surged from the depths of every cell in his body, silently transforming everything like spring rain nourishing all things. His bones became translucent, his muscle fibers resembled the finest alloy, and his blood flowed with a powerful life force. All fatigue vanished. Shenlin slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. He straightened his body, his joints making a series of crisp sounds, like a string of jade beads being plucked. He brought up the control panel. Host, Shenlin. Techniques, Level 10 max of the 233rd set of Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics, Level 1 beginner of the 8 treasures exercise. Physical fitness, 32. Genetic potential, 9.5%. 9.5%. He finally reached the heights his wife was born with. Before his immense joy could fully take hold, his attention was drawn to another line of text. 8 treasures exercise level 1 beginner. He immediately focused his mind, wanting to see the details of this new technique. However, to his astonishment, the back of the 8 treasures technique was empty. There is no proficiency progress bar for 0xxxx. A line of cold, small characters slowly appeared below the name of the cultivation technique. Note, this technique is a true internal martial arts transmission and cannot be improved through simple repetition. Further cultivation requires the host to comprehend it through their own efforts and diligent practice. Shenlin's smile froze on his face. Self-discovery? Diligent practice? Doesn't this mean that his cheat code is ineffective against this new technique? The highway leading to a smooth road has suddenly turned into a winding, sheer cliff that needs to be carved out one pickaxe at a time. Just as he was lost in thought, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and a muffled sound of vomiting came from inside. Shenlin jolted awake from the shock of his technique failing and rushed over quickly. Chapter 21, A Crazy Plan. Jugachi was leaning against the sink, her face pale as she dry heaved. When she saw him come in, she weakly waved her hand. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Shenlin poured her a glass of warm water and handed it to her, gently patting her back. Looking at his wife's haggard profile, a thought struck him like lightning. The pregnancy symptoms I've been experiencing lately, and all the signs over the past month. He helped Jugachi to sit on the sofa, knelt down in front of her, held her hand, and said in a trembling voice, Chichi, shouldn't we go to the hospital to get it checked out? Jugachi's body stiffened slightly, then a complex blush spread across her face. She lowered her head and whispered, last week. I went by myself. She took a folded lab report out of her pocket and handed it over. Shenlin opened the app with trembling hands, his eyes fixed on the words in the conclusion section. He's going to be a father. Although he already knew, seeing the concrete test results still made him incredibly excited. A torrent of emotion, more intense than any previous upgrade, instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Looking at the woman who was bearing his life, and then recalling the cold words diligent cultivation on the panel, the sense of loss and confusion in his heart was instantly replaced by a stronger sense of responsibility and urgency. Diligent training? Too slow. He needs absolute power to protect the mother and child, power that can crush all dangers. He needs more system ammunition, and more techniques that can be recognized by the system and can be mastered quickly. Shenlin's gaze pierced through the wall, as if he could see the distant martial arts university and those authorized, powerful techniques. A crazy idea took root and sprouted in his mind, and then spread like wildfire, instantly taking over all his thoughts. The living room was deathly silent, with only the faint morning light from the window casting 2 long shadows on the floor. That thin lab report felt incredibly heavy in Shenlin's hands. He was going to be a father. This realization was like a torrent of magma, instantly filling his chest, burning hot and scalding, completely incinerating the disappointment and confusion he had felt before because the 8 treasures technique could not be mastered quickly. He looked up, his gaze fixed intently on his pale-faced wife on the sofa, his heart gripped tightly by a sense of responsibility. Diligent practice? Self-enlightenment? No, that's too slow. His woman and children need an unbreakable pillar of support, not a future warrior with limitless potential. He needs power, now, immediately. Chichi, Shenlin squatted down, carefully folded the test report, and placed it back in her hand, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. I'm going to the Fertility Management Center. Jugachi suddenly raised her head, her clear, cold eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. What are you doing there? I'll sell some things and earn some credits, Chenlin said casually, as if he were just going downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Zhuge Qi's brows furrowed instantly. She subconsciously assumed that Chenlin wanted to sell her reproductive information. She knew that the center only provided a token nutritional subsidy of a few hundred credits to ordinary men with a genetic potential of less than 5%. That was not only a drop in the bucket, but also a form of humiliating charity. Don't be ridiculous, her voice took on a stern tone. We don't need those few hundred credits. You've just recovered, don't do that kind of thing. Chenlin felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the worry and a hint of hidden humiliation in her eyes. He took her slightly cool hand, leaned closer, and lowered his voice, as if sharing a huge secret. What if my potential is more than 6.75%? What if it's already close to 7%? Zhuge Qi's breath hitched slightly. Nearly 7%? This number had already transcended the realm of ordinary people and touched the threshold of elites. Looking into Chenlin's bloodshot yet surprisingly bright eyes, the string of common sense in her heart was completely plucked. Could his strange health exercises really have such miraculous effects? An hour later, Chenlin stood at the entrance of the city's birth management center. The cold alloy door, the pure white walls without a single blemish, the strong smell of disinfectant in the air, everything exuded an inhuman sense of order and coldness. The process was simpler than anyone could have imagined. Guided by an intelligent wizard, he passed iris verification and entered a fully enclosed white cubicle. There were no extra questions, no complicated forms, just a sampler handed over by a robotic arm. As he stepped out of the cubicle, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly. Your account ending in 8977 has received a transfer of 5,000 credit points from the Birth Management Center in District 17. 5,000. Not 500, but a full 5,000. This amount is enough to pay for a whole year's tuition for the preparatory course at the Martial Arts University. The moment Chenlin's lips curled into a smile, that familiar azure light screen eagerly appeared before his eyes. Host genetic data detected as a match for a high-level sequence client remote conception process completed 3 minutes ago. Special reward mechanism triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cultivation privileges for the Taurus Official Revised Edition, 8 Treasures Technique. Chenlin's heart started pounding, and he immediately focused his mind to look. Technique, Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Technique, Level 101000. It's done. That damned understand on your own and practice diligently prompt disappeared, replaced by the familiar and comforting progress bar for proficiency. So this is the real training method. Radio calisthenics is just an appetizer, a beginner's guide. By selling his advanced genes in exchange for an official cultivation technique recognized by the system that can be mastered quickly, this is the true highway to the path to ultimate power. He almost wanted to roar to the sky. When he got home and opened the door, Zhuge Qi was sitting anxiously waiting in the living room. Seeing him return, she immediately went to greet him, her face filled with nervousness. Chenlin didn't say anything, but simply handed her the personal terminal on his wrist and pulled up the payment record. 5,000? Zhuge Qi's pupils contracted sharply. She counted the zeros several times before she dared to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. This number was far beyond her comprehension. This isn't over yet. Chenlin took out another hard card from his pocket. It was a genetic potential assessment certificate issued by the center. He placed the card in Zhuge Qi's palm. Zhuge Qi's gaze followed the card downwards, and when she saw the number behind the comprehensive potential assessment column, which was as dazzling as the blazing sun, she was struck dumb and froze on the spot. 9.5%, her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Her mind was blank. Chapter 22, The Mad Gambler. She knew better than anyone what this number meant. This means that her husband, whom she had always considered an ordinary person and even looked down on at the beginning of the match, possesses top-notch talent that is enough to make the whole city take notice. How could this be? Her innate pride, that sense of superiority derived from her bloodline, was shattered at this moment by this simple number. You. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were always as clear and cold as autumn water, were now filled with shock and confusion, like a lost fawn. Chenlin reached out and gently wiped away a tear that had somehow seeped from the corner of her eye, then pulled her into his arms. He rested his chin on the top of her head, feeling the slight trembling of her body, and spoke the prepared words in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. I don't know why, Kiki. Perhaps, my life only truly began to unfold from the moment I met you. It was you, and our child, who awakened what was dormant within me. This explanation is very mysterious, very idealistic, and even a bit cheesy. But for Zhuge Qi at this moment, it was the only acceptable answer. She buried her face deep in Chen Lin's chest, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. All the shock, doubt, and confusion eventually turned into a surge of warmth. After a long while, she finally lifted her head from his embrace, two excited blushes spreading across her pale face. The confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination and brightness. Chen Lin, go register. Let's go to Donghai Martial Arts University, right now. Don't worry about the tuition. We'll use these 5,000 credits first. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. She held Chen Lin's hand tightly, as if she were grasping the hope of the whole world. Chen Lin pulled her even tighter in his arms. The body in his embrace was warm and trembling slightly. That unreserved trust was more intense and moving than any sense of power brought by a genetic leap. Regarding the tuition, use these 5,000 credits. Before he could finish speaking, Zhuge Qi interrupted him. She broke free from his embrace, her face flushed with excitement, filled with an unprecedented urgency. It's not tuition. It's the registration fee. The joint selection exam for the 3 major private martial arts universities in Donghai City closes in 3 days, and the registration fee alone will cost 100,000 credits. 100,000. This number hit me like a bucket of ice water, poured over my head. The initial surge of pride fueled by the 9.5% potential and the hefty sum of 5,000 was instantly frozen. The atmosphere in the living room, which had just warmed up, tensed up again. Chen Lin's smile froze. He had worked himself to the bone for over a month, selling himself in exchange for 5,000. 100,000. What does that even mean? It's a mountain so high that even looking up at it makes his neck ache. Seeing Chen Lin's astonished expression, Zhuge Qi took a deep breath and began to explain rapidly, as if racing against time. What do you think a martial arts university is? The spots in public universities have long been reserved by those real aristocratic families and the military. We can't even get close to the entrance. Only private universities give ordinary people a glimmer of hope. These 100,000 credits are the first screening. They will weed out all the mediocre people who hesitate and lack the courage to take a gamble. As long as you pass the selection exam, with your 9.5% potential, even if you don't get into the top Azure Dragon or White Tiger universities, you'll definitely get a half or even full scholarship to a second-tier university. Tuition fees won't be a problem at all. She paused, a complex look flashing in her eyes, a glimpse into the world she once inhabited. True martial arts geniuses are identified early in their youth. They don't need to worry about money at all, as schools will vie to provide them with resources. What we need to do now is spend money to buy an admission ticket, a ticket that lets you stand in front of them. Chen Lin's heart was struck hard. For the first time, he glimpsed the real and cruel world he had never experienced before, through his wife's words. It turns out that his proud 9.5% was, in that world, merely the qualification to buy a ticket to enter. An even stronger sense of urgency lashed at his nerves like a whip. We can't miss this opportunity. Zhuge Qi's voice trembled slightly as she stared intently at Chen Lin, as if she had used all her strength. I still have 50,000 credits. Chen Lin suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply. 50,000. He knew that his wife hadn't worked since the match was made, and her only income was from the community's mom job, which barely covered the household expenses. Where did she get 50,000? Zhuge Qi seemed to see through his thoughts, a stubborn pallor appearing on her face. It's money I saved up before, I haven't touched it. I was originally thinking, never mind, you're the most important thing right now. What she didn't say was that this money was her last resort, a drop in the ocean compared to the millions of dollars in debt she owed to her family for nurturing her. But now, she is willing to pour all of this water into Chen Lin, this seed that seems to have already sprouted. Chen Lin looked at her, at the relentlessly burning flame in her cool eyes. He felt as if something was blocking his throat. All words seemed utterly inadequate at this moment. He reached out and grasped her hand tightly. Her hand was icy cold, yet it radiated a warmth strong enough to melt steel. I've saved 10,000 yuan over the past few years of working. His voice was soft, but unusually firm. I still need 40,000 yuan. I'll apply for a consumer loan, and the money will arrive in as little as an hour. Gamble. Use all your savings, take on heavy loans, and gamble on an unknown future. Zhuge Qi's body stiffened. She hadn't expected Chen Lin to be so decisive. But the next second, the flames in her eyes burned even brighter. This was the man she wanted. Okay. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately turned around, picked up her personal terminal, and her fingers flew across the screen. Your account ending in 8977 has received a transfer of 50,000 credits. The cold, mechanical voice sounded like heavenly music at that moment. Go now. Zhuge Qi shoved the terminal back into his hand and gave him a hard push. Apply for the loan now, and then register immediately. Don't waste a single second. Chen Lin looked down at the balance, 65,000, displayed on his personal terminal. The number felt as hot as a branding iron. He didn't say another word, just nodded heavily, turned around and rushed out of the house. The door closed behind him, and Zhuge Qi, leaning against the cold door panel, slowly slid down to the ground. The strong aura that had supported her vanished instantly, leaving only endless exhaustion and lingering fear. She buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She also became a madwoman, a complete gambler. She had placed all her bets on that man. Chapter 23, Notice of Changes to Examination Content. The financial district of Donghai City resembles a colossal steel beast crouching in the heart of the city. Chen Lin plunged headlong into this jungle of glass curtain walls and cold data without the slightest hesitation. The application process for consumer loans is incredibly fast. Under the emotionless questioning of the holographic AI customer service, his credit rating, work experience, and even the newly updated 9.5% genetic potential report are all transformed into strings of cold code for analysis. Ding! The soft sound from the personal terminal was like a divine decree. Your account ending in 8977 has been approved for a loan. 40,000 credit points have been credited to your account. Balance, 105,000. This number, carrying the madness of a desperate gamble and the heavy burden of debt, burned into his eyes. Without a moment's delay, Chen Lin immediately clicked on the registration portal that occupied the city's official website homepage, with an icon resembling a roaring tiger, the joint selection by the 3 private martial arts universities of Donghai City. 100,000 credits were drained from his account in an instant, like a torrent. Registration successful. Candidate Chen Lin, ID, D7734. Please proceed to the entrance of the Honeycomb Underground City in the west of the city in 3 days to participate in the practical selection. It was done. He stood on the bustling street, surrounded by the light trails left by the floating traffic, and the clamor of voices around him, yet his heart was filled with an unprecedented tranquility. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power slowly growing within his body, and a smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at home plummeted to freezing point. After Chen Lin left, Zhuge Qi's stubbornness vanished, and she immediately began to gather all the information about the selection exam for him. Her slender fingers flew across the screen, bringing up one past exam question and analysis report after another. But when she clicked on this year's latest announcement, her fingertips suddenly stopped, and her face turned deathly pale. Notice of changes to exam content. She murmured to herself, her pupils contracting sharply at the bold black text on the announcement. Instead of the basic physical fitness and potential assessment conducted in a safe area as in previous years, it has been changed to dungeon combat. The Hive Underground City is one of the most chaotic areas on the outskirts of Donghai City. It is a real battlefield used by the military and mercenary groups to clear out mutated creatures and hone new recruits. Although the screening will only be conducted in the outermost safe zone, the word safe is only a relative concept in that place. Every year, new recruits suffer accidental injuries or deaths during training, let alone these candidates who haven't even touched the basics of martial arts. This is the scene that Chen Lin saw when he pushed open the door. Zhuge Qi sat on the sofa with his back straight. On the screen in front of him, the words casualty rate, emergency evacuation regulations, and mutant beast encyclopedia were shocking. Registration successful. Chen Lin's voice broke the silence. Zhuge Qi suddenly looked up, her clear, cold eyes surging with fear and regret. We might have made a mistake. Her voice trembled slightly. The exam content has changed, it's now a practical test, in the Hive. She expected to see a shocked or panicked expression on Chen Lin's face. However, Chen Lin was only stunned for a moment, and then a surprisingly bright light flashed in his eyes. Real combat? Far from being afraid, he was like a shark that had smelled blood, every cell in his body excited. It's good that it's been modified. It's a good opportunity to test it out. His almost fanatical confidence, like a beam of light, instantly pierced through the gloom in Zhuge Qi's heart. She stared at him, mesmerized, at this man who had undergone such a complete transformation in just over a month. His innate strength and unwavering resolve, seemingly from the depths of his being, inexplicably calmed her heart, which had been hanging in suspense. The next day, at the pig farm. The pungent smell of feed mixed with the odor of disinfectant was a familiar one to Chen Lin. He found the supervisor, a slightly overweight man in his 50s with thinning hair. "Manager, I would like to apply for unpaid leave." The supervisor, who was watching the plump, genetically modified pigs on the monitor, looked up at the question, adjusted his glasses, and asked, "Going to take the college entrance exam?" The supervisor looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on his increasingly tall and straight figure, before nodding. "All right. I'll approve it for you. If you pass, don't forget your brother. If you don't, you're always welcome back here." There was no mockery, no questioning, only the calm acceptance of someone who had been there. "Thank you, supervisor." Chen Lin turned to leave, but bumped right into Wang Cheng, who was walking towards him. Wang Cheng, carrying tools in his hand, said with an exaggerated expression, "Oh, Scholar Chen is going to take the imperial examination? I'm not saying this to you, but old Chen, you're almost a father, what are you still doing? Isn't it better to live a peaceful life?" Chen Lin smiled, offered no explanation, simply patted him on the shoulder, and walked straight towards the tool shed. Some roads are destined to be walked alone. The next 3 days became his final sprint. During the day, he would still go to the tool shed of the pig farm to report for duty. This was something he had discussed with his supervisor, and he wanted to stand guard until the very end. However, instead of carrying heavy objects, he found the most secluded corner and struck a strange pose. That is the starting stance of the 8 treasures kung fu. Without the grand, sweeping movements of calisthenics, he simply stood quietly, his legs slightly bent, his hands clasped loosely in front of his chest, as if holding an invisible balloon. He stood there like a statue for hours on end. To outsiders, this is the ultimate level of slacking off. Only Chen Lin himself knew the earth-shattering changes taking place within his body. The gentle energy originating from the full level of radio calisthenics, guided by his will, began to slowly circulate through his limbs and bones according to the methods of the 8 treasures exercise. Each change of ownership is like using the finest carving knife to sculpt his bones and flesh. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency +1. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency +1. On the Azure screen, numbers jumped at an extremely slow yet incredibly steady pace. When he got home, Zhuge Qi saw his strange and eccentric appearance and initially wanted to advise him to move around more and not to keep himself cooped up. But when she saw Chen Lin standing quietly with fine beads of sweat on his forehead and his muscles trembling at a tiny frequency, she swallowed her words. She couldn't understand it, but she chose to believe. She simply prepared nutritious meals for him silently and handed him a glass of warm water when he finished his standing meditation. The last night before the exam, late at night. Chen Lin was not asleep. Only a dim floor lamp was on in the living room, casting a long shadow of him. He remained in that position, but the trembling of his body grew more and more intense, as if there was a volcano about to erupt inside him. Technique: Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Technique Level 1998-1000. Only 2 points left. He could sense an invisible barrier right in front of him. Once he broke through, a whole new world awaited him. He gritted his teeth, focused all his attention on his body, and unleashed his energy in a final assault on the barrier. The bedroom door opened silently. Zhuge Qi came out wrapped in a blanket and immediately saw the figure in the center of the living room, drenched in sweat and trembling violently. Her heart tightened, and she quickly walked forward, reaching out her hand to help him. But just as her hand was about to touch Chen Lin's shoulder, a warm and heavy wave of energy emanated from him, gently pushing her hand away. Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no fatigue, no bloodshot eyes, only a deep clarity that seemed to contain the stars and the sea. He slowly finished his practice, and a series of fine, popping sounds, like popping beans, emanated from his body. An aura that was far more condensed and powerful than before vanished in a flash. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency +2. Current skill level, level 1 1000. Ding! The level of Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Kung Fu has been upgraded to level 2. Stamina +2. Host, Chen Lin. Techniques, Set 233 Galaxy Broadcast Gymnastics Level 10 Max, 8 Treasures Exercise Level 20 Physical Fitness, 34. Genetic Potential, 9.5%. He turned his head, looked at his astonished wife, grinned, and revealed a set of white teeth. Ready. Let's go to the hive and hunt. Chapter 24, Genes 9.9%. Hunting. Chen Lin's voice still echoed in the living room, but Zhuge Qi was already captivated by the light in his eyes. That wasn't ordinary confidence, but a sharp, refined edge that seemed capable of piercing through all fog. She looked at him, and the unease in her heart completely dissipated, replaced by an almost blind trust. For the next 3 days, Chen Lin was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the changes brought about by the 8 treasures technique. The tool shed at the pig farm became his private meditation room. During the day, he still maintained that strange standing posture, but with each breath and each slight tremor of his muscles, it became more subtle than before, and the flow of energy became smoother. The numbers on the system panel, though changing slowly, never stopped. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency +1. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency +1. He could clearly feel that the tiny meridians inside his body were being washed and widened by streams of warm air. Strength is no longer just about muscle power, but a sense of control that permeates every cell from the inside out. He could even sense that his perception of his surroundings had become more acute. He could detect subtle changes in the airflow and faint sounds from afar. On the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun bathed the tool shed in a dim yellow light. As Chen Lin finished his practice, a deep, rumbling sound emanated from his body, like a giant sea monster turning over. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, only to instantly vanish into nothingness. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Proficiency, Level 2 2000. Ding! The level of Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Kung Fu has been upgraded to Level 3. Stamina +3. Congratulations, host! Your genetic potential has broken through again. Current genetic potential, 9.9%. Chen Lin looked at the lines of text flashing on the panel, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. 9.9%. This was no longer just the threshold of elite, but a true step into the realm of genius. He clenched his fist, feeling the full power emanating from his fingertips, an impulse powerful enough to tear the air apart. He stepped out of the tool shed, breathing in the cool evening air. Just then, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated. Taurus 0755 Galaxy Admissions and Examination Center. Dear Candidate Chen Lin ID, D7734, you have successfully registered for the Joint Selection Examination of Donghai City Private Martial Arts University. Please report to the 37th floor of the Kaimingsing Building in Tiantai City, the provincial capital, within 9 days for further qualification verification and entry arrangements. Failure to report by the deadline will be considered an automatic waiver. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow. Tiantai City, the provincial capital? This meant that he not only had to face the practical selection process of the hive, but also had to make a trip to the provincial capital first. It seemed that this path of martial arts was going to be more arduous than he had imagined. When he told Zhuge Qi the news, she simply nodded, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. 9 days is enough time for us to make preparations. As night fell and the city lights came on, Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi strolled hand in hand in the community park. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, and it also dispelled the heavy burden on their hearts. Zhuge Qi's morning sickness seemed to have lessened, and her complexion had become much rosier. They chatted about the baby's future name and their aspirations for martial arts university, occasionally exchanging smiles, a warm and peaceful scene. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. Hey, Scholar Chen, isn't this your sister-in-law? Wang Cheng and Zhang Jinjin appeared from around the corner of the park path, both holding iced drinks. When Wang Cheng saw Chen Lin, an exaggerated smile immediately spread across his face, but his eyes darted back and forth between Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi. Zhang Jinjin, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved and nodded to the two of them. Chen Lin smiled slightly. Wang Cheng, Jinjin. Are you taking a walk? How leisurely. Wang Cheng's tone was somewhat sarcastic. His gaze fell on Zhuge Qi's slightly protruding belly before quickly shifting away. I heard you stopped working at the pig farm? What, are you planning to be a stay-at-home dad? Chen Lin calmly replied, No, I'm preparing to apply to a private martial arts university. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinjin almost dropped her iced drink. Her eyes widened, her face filled with surprise and envy. Take the martial arts university entrance exam? Brother Chen Lin, you really want to take it? She knew what the martial arts university meant. It was the career path that countless young people dreamed of. She had once fantasized about it too, but ultimately reality had worn down her edges. Wang Cheng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He burst out laughing, and the laughter was jarring. Martial arts university? Old Chen, are you still asleep? With your genetic potential, let alone a private university, even a martial arts school might not even want you. He paused, glancing at Zhuge Qi, his tone becoming even more bitter. Is it your sister-in-law who gives you this confidence? It's good to be rich, you can do whatever you want. He thought he was subtly implying, but the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Zhuge Qi frowned slightly, about to speak, but Qianlin gently patted her hand, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. Everyone needs to have dreams, Wang Chang. Qianlin's tone remained calm, but his eyes deepened. Just because you think something is impossible doesn't mean others can't do it either. Wang Chang felt a little guilty under his gaze, but he didn't mince words. Dreams? I think you've been bewitched by that rich woman. Do you think ordinary people can get into a martial arts university? A 100,000 yuan application fee, how are you going to pay that? Don't tell me you suddenly won the lottery. He was filled with resentment. They were both ordinary people, so why did Qianlin get such an opportunity? It was all because of Zhuge Qi. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Jinjin quickly tugged at Wang Chang's sleeve. Wang Chang, stop talking. Qianlin ignored Wang Chang and simply smiled gently at Zhang Jinjin. Jinjin, how have you been lately? Is work going well? Zhang Jinjin was flattered and quickly replied, That's great, brother Qianlin. I wish you good luck on your exam. She was genuinely happy for Qianlin, but also felt a pang of regret for her own past abandonment of her dream. Thank you for your kind words. Qianlin nodded. Seeing that Qianlin ignored him, Wang Chang's face grew even uglier. He snorted and pulled Zhang Jinjin away. As he walked, he muttered to himself, so what if he's hooked up with a rich woman? What's so great about that? He really thinks he's someone important. What will he do when he fails the exam? Qianlin and Zhuge Qi watched the two leave. Zhuge Qi asked with some concern, what if he talks nonsense? People can say whatever they want, let them say what they want. Qianlin squeezed her hand, his tone calm. We'll go our own way. 2 days later, Qianlin and Zhuge Qi prepared to head to Tiantai City, the provincial capital. Their luggage was simple, consisting of only a few changes of clothes and Qianlin's worn-out training bag. Just before leaving the house, Lin's mother suddenly called via video. Hello, Mom? Qianlin answered the video call. Lin's mother's face appeared on the screen, with the kitchen of her old home in the background, where she was picking vegetables. Xiaolin, I heard from your dad that you quit your job at the pig farm? And you're going to take the entrance exam for some martial arts university? What's going on? Her voice was filled with obvious worry and a hint of confusion, even a touch of reproach. Mom, this is a long story. Qianlin was about to explain. What do you mean by growing? You're almost a father, how can you still be so irresponsible? Is martial arts university so easy to get into? What are you, an ordinary person, doing here? Isn't a stable job good enough? What will happen to your family if you quit? Chi-Chi is pregnant, and everything costs money, Lin's mother fired off a barrage of questions like a machine gun, giving Qianlin no chance to interrupt. Her tone was urgent, clearly indicating that she was worried that Qianlin might make an irresponsible decision in a moment of impulse. Seeing this, Zhuge Qi moved closer to Qianlin and whispered, Mom, don't worry, I support Qianlin. Chi-Chi, don't go along with his nonsense. Lin's mother interrupted Zhuge Qi, her tone becoming even more urgent, you young people are too idealistic. Life isn't that easy. Martial arts universities are for kids from wealthy families. How could our family afford that? You can't let him have his way. Looking at his mother's anxious face on the screen, Qianlin felt a surge of warmth, but also a touch of helplessness. He knew his mother meant well, but some paths he had to forge himself. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qianlin interrupted his mother's nagging, his tone firm. I will definitely pass the exam. Just wait and see how I make you proud. Lin's mother wanted to say something more, but seeing the unwavering determination in Qianlin's eyes, she ultimately just sighed. Never mind, just keep it to yourself. Be careful on the road, and let me know when you get there safely. After hanging up the video call, Qianlin looked at Zhuge Qi, whose eyes were full of support and tenderness. Let's go. Qianlin took her hand, pushed open the door, and the sunlight outside was just right. Tiantai City, he had arrived. Chapter 25, I know what I'm doing. On the intercity expressway in Tiantai City, a maglev train sped by at a speed that was almost touching the ground. Outside the window, the city's concrete jungle was gradually replaced by rolling mountains and verdant fields, and then quickly replaced by the outline of another, more magnificent city. Qianlin and Zhuge Qi sat in the spacious carriage, the surrounding noise not disturbing their thoughts. Zhuge Qi leaned on Qianlin's shoulder, gently stroking her lower abdomen, a hint of longing on her face. Qianlin gazed at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, but the echoes of the video call he had just made still resonated in his mind. Just as they were about to embark on their journey, Chen-Lin's personal terminal vibrated again. This time, it was his father calling. Chen-Lin answered, and on the screen, his father's weathered face looked particularly serious. "Xiaolin, your mother told me everything." Mr. Chen's voice carried an undeniable authority, his tone as heavy as a stone. "You really quit your job at the pig farm? And you're going to enroll in some martial arts university? Do you know how much that costs? 100,000 credits, that's more than your mother and I could ever save in a lifetime. Are you crazy?" Chen-Lin frowned. He could hear the worry in his father's words, but the distrust also made him angry. "Dad, I know what I'm doing. I'm not the same Chen-Lin I used to be," he tried to explain. "Not the Chen-Lin of the past? What do you mean?" Chen's father snorted, his tone clearly disdainful. "With your talent, you couldn't even get into a martial arts school back then, and now you want to go to a martial arts university? You've been fooled by your wife. Her family is rich, but that's their money. How can you, a grown man, rely on a woman to support you?" Chen's father's words were like a dull knife, stabbing Chen-Lin's heart with pain. He knew that his parents had lived a quiet and law-abiding life, and had a deep-rooted awe and incomprehension of the martial arts world. "Dad, my genetic potential is no longer F grade, it's 9.9%. Chen-Lin's voice suddenly rose, as he wanted to use this number to shatter his father's prejudice. On the other side of the screen, Chen's father was stunned, then burst into a shrill laugh. 9.9%? Have you been reading too many novels? 9.9%. Who do you think you are? A genius? Let me tell you, don't listen to that nonsense. Living a peaceful and stable life is the real deal. Get that registration fee back right away, find a job honestly, and stop causing trouble." That undisguised skepticism chilled Chen-Lin more than any scolding. He knew that in his parents' eyes, he would always be that mediocre, even somewhat useless, son. They couldn't understand what was happening inside him, let alone believe that he possessed superhuman strength. A nameless anger surged to their heads. "Dad, I'll say it again, I'm not joking." Chen-Lin clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. "I'm about to become a true martial artist." "A martial artist? Ha 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 ha." Chen's father's laughter grew louder, tinged with mockery and despair. "Alright, I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Do whatever you want, but don't ever say you're my son again." Deep Chen-Lin hung up the video call immediately. He stared at the blacked-out screen, his chest heaving violently as if a fire were burning within him. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness and the pain of being rejected by those closest to him. "Don't be angry." Zhuge Qi reached out and gently grasped his cold fingertips. Seeing the suppressed anger and grievance on Chen-Lin's face, she felt a pang of heartache. She knew that what Chen-Lin longed for most was his family's approval, but they regarded his hard work and talent as a pipe dream. "Chen-Lin, how about we go to my house first?" Zhuge Qi hesitated for a moment before making a suggestion. Chen-Lin turned his head and looked at her with some confusion. "Although my parents are somewhat stubborn, they are, after all, martial artists and have a better understanding of the martial arts world." Zhuge Qi explained softly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "If you can show them your potential, they will understand. Maybe they can even help you, at least, they won't be like your parents, completely disbelieving in you." Chen-Lin fell silent. He knew that Zhuge Qi's parents were martial artists, and he also knew that they had always had reservations about their match. Going to see them was tantamount to a new test. But seeing the unwavering support in Zhuge Qi's eyes and her concern for him, his agitation gradually subsided. "Okay, I'll go to your place." He nodded gently, his voice deep and strong. Meanwhile, far away in Donghai City, at Chen-Lin's parents' home, Chen's mother looked at her husband anxiously, her eyes reddening. "Old Chen, how could you say such things to your son? What did you mean by 'don't ever say you're my son again'? Have you lost your mind?" Mr. Chen slammed his personal terminal heavily on the table with a dull thud. "Am I out of my mind with anger? I think it's that kid who's out of his mind with anger. A martial artist? He's just an ordinary person with F-level potential, a martial artist. I think he's bewitched by that young lady from the Zhuge family and wants to use a woman to climb the social ladder. Let me tell you, if he really dares to apply to any martial arts university, he can forget about acknowledging me as his father." Mr. Chen was so angry that his beard stood on end. He simply couldn't accept that his honest and upright son would make such an absurd decision. The maglev train emerged from the tunnel, and the view outside the window suddenly opened up. A row of well-arranged townhouses comes into view, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Each one has a unique architectural style, and the solar panels on the roofs shimmer in the sunlight. Small private aircraft occasionally fly overhead. The air here is fresh and the green coverage is extremely high, which is in stark contrast to the community apartment where Chen-Lin lives. We've arrived. Zhuge Qi's voice woke Chen-Lin from his reverie. The two got out of the car and walked along a cobblestone path toward one of the villas. Chen-Lin's gaze swept around, and everything from the building materials of the villa to the meticulously manicured flowers and plants in the yard exuded an understated luxury. For the first time, he felt so directly the enormous gap in family background between him and Zhuge Qi. Chi. The villa door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in training clothes walked out. He was tall and straight, with a serious face and sharp eyes, and his every move exuded the competence unique to soldiers. He was Zhuge Qi's father, Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng's gaze fell on Zhuge Qi, and his eyes softened instantly. But when he saw Chen-Lin beside Zhuge Qi, a subtle hint of estrangement and scrutiny flashed deep in his eyes. "Dad." Zhuge Qi quickly stepped forward, took her father's arm, and said in a slightly coquettish tone. Zhuge Feng responded softly, but his gaze returned to Chen-Lin. He nodded slightly as a greeting. "My uncle and Zhuge Yun are also inside," Zhuge Feng said, his tone calm and revealing no emotion. Chen-Lin's heart sank slightly. Zhuge Qi's uncle is a powerful figure in the Zhuge family, while Zhuge Yun is Zhuge Qi's younger brother. He has always known that Zhuge Yun has some reservations about his sister marrying him, an ordinary person. It seems that this visit is far more complicated than he imagined. Chapter 26, The Shock of 9.9%. As you step into the villa, a blast of air mixed with expensive fragrances and a cool, refreshing breeze hits you. The living room was so spacious it felt almost empty, and the polished marble floor clearly reflected the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling. A well-dressed, elegant middle-aged woman sat on a leather sofa, holding a cup of steaming black tea. She didn't even lift her eyelids, as if the people who had entered through the door were just two insignificant servants. This is Zhuge Qi's mother, Lu Yuqin. On the sofa opposite her sat two men. The older one bore a resemblance to Zhuge Feng, but was more flamboyant, with a shrewd smile playing on his lips. The younger one, in his early 20s, dressed in designer clothes, was fiddling with his personal terminal, his brows revealing an arrogance born of indulgence. It was Zhuge Qi's uncle, Zhuge Yun, and her cousin, Zhuge Jia. "Mom, I'm back." Zhuge Qi's voice broke the cold silence. Lu Yuqin slowly put down her teacup, her gaze sweeping over her daughter's slightly protruding belly. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and her tone remained indifferent. At least you know to come back. And this is?" Her gaze finally fell on Chen-Lin, with a condescending scrutiny. "Chen-Lin," Zhuge Qi answered for him, standing beside him. My niece is back." Uncle Zhuge Yun laughed, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "You've come at the right time. I was just discussing a Jia's matter with your father." He patted his son's shoulder with a smug look on his face. Jia has also signed up for the joint selection of the private martial arts university. He's going to try his luck in Tiantai City. This kid's genetic potential is only 8.2%, but he's never lacked resources since he was a child. He has to get a good ranking this time. Zhuge Jia raised his head and glanced at Chen-Lin, his contempt undisguised, as if he were looking at a mouse that had wandered into the banquet hall. Zhuge Qi sensed the boasting and warning in his words. Instead of backing down, she stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "What a coincidence. Chen-Lin has also signed up for this selection exam. We are just about to head to Tiantai City." Upon hearing this, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Lu Yuqin's face instantly darkened. She stared at Chen-Lin and said sharply, "The registration fee is 100,000 credits. Where did you get the money? Chi, did you take out your dowry money?" Zhuge Yun laughed out loud in an exaggerated way. "Niece, you're not kidding, are you? Him? An ordinary person with F-level potential, going to participate in the practical selection? That's not going to take an exam, that's going to his death. Young people these days are really delusional." Exactly, Zhuge Jia put away his terminal, leaned back lazily on the sofa, and a mocking smile played on his lips. "Sis, even if you want to help him, you have to see if he's cut out for it, right? Is martial arts university something you can just throw money at? What if he doesn't get in, your money goes down the drain, and you end up getting pregnant?" Each word was like a poison needle, piercing Chen-Lin. Zhuge Feng, who had been silent all along, sharpened his gaze as he scrutinized the young man who hadn't uttered a word since entering, seemingly trying to determine whether he was simply foolish or had something else to rely on. Despite the room full of skepticism and disdain, Chen Lin remained expressionless. He simply raised his hand and turned on his personal terminal. A bright blue light screen was instantly projected into the air in front of everyone. Donghai City Gene Potential Assessment Center. Name, Chen Lin. Age, 19. Genetic Potential Assessment, 9.9% Elite Level. The bolded and enlarged number 9.9% exploded like a thunderclap in the luxurious living room. Zhuge Yun's laughter stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face froze instantly, as if he had been frozen in place. Lu Yuqin's hand holding the teacup trembled suddenly, splashing scalding tea onto the back of her hand, but she was completely unaware. Zhuge Feng, who had been as still as a mountain, also suddenly contracted his pupils, and for the first time, his straight back stiffened slightly. The most pathetic one was Zhuge Jia. He suddenly sprang up from the sofa, staring intently at the line of numbers, the color draining from his face instantly, leaving only a horrifying paleness. Impossible. This is absolutely fake. How could he possibly be 9.9%? The assessment center must have made a mistake. Chen Lin put away the light screen, looked around at the various expressions on everyone's faces, and then slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The assessment center's official website can be checked, and the number and identity information match. Oh dear. Nephew. Look at this, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. We're all family now, but we don't even recognize each other. 1 second Zhuge Yun had a sarcastic expression, the next he had put on an incredibly warm smile. He rushed over to Chen Lin, his attitude as intimate as if the two were long-lost brothers. I knew it. How could someone like Chi-Chi be an ordinary person? 9.9%. And at 19 years old. This isn't just an elite, this is a genius. A true genius. As he spoke, he enthusiastically reached out to pat Chen Lin on the shoulder. Nephew, you and Jia are both going to Tiantai City, why don't you travel together? It'll be good to have someone to look after you on the road. Don't worry, your uncle will cover all the expenses. The speed at which he changed his expression was truly exceptional. No need, uncle. Zhuge Qi said coldly, stepping between Chen Lin and Zhuge Yun. Her cool gaze swept over her uncle's fawning face. We have our own arrangements. Hey, Chi-Chi, what are you saying? Zhuge Yun didn't mind her coldness at all, on the contrary, he became even more enthusiastic. We're all family, helping each other is only right. Let Jia follow your brother-in-law, he can learn something too. It's settled then. Just as this awkward tug-of-war was starting, light footsteps came from the stairs. Sister. Brother-in-law. You're back. A girl in casual clothes with a ponytail ran downstairs like a little swallow. She looked about 16 or 17 years old, and her eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Zhuge Qi's, but her temperament was more lively. She rushed to Zhuge Qi's side, then looked at Chen Lin with curiosity and kindness, and sweetly greeted, Hello, brother-in-law. This is Zhuge Qi's 12th sister, Zhuge Shui. Her arrival was like a breath of fresh air, dispelling the stagnant atmosphere in the living room. However, in the corner, Zhuge Jia's face grew increasingly gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, was fixed on Chen Lin, filled with incomprehensible shock, jealousy, and a hint of barely perceptible resentment. What makes a good-for-nothing from a pig farm so special? What makes him so special that even he can only dream of such talent? Chapter 27, A Family. Zhuge Shui's appearance was like a gentle breeze, but the venomous gaze from the corner of the living room was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, cold and sticky. Zhuge Jia stared intently at Chen Lin, his handsome face slightly distorted with jealousy, his clenched fists with pale knuckles, almost crushing the personal terminal in his palm. Useless. Why should I? These 3 words roared wildly in his mind, almost breaking through the dam of reason. A soft cough broke the eerie atmosphere. Zhuge Feng, who had been silent all along, stood up. His sharp gaze shifted from the 9.9% figure to Chen Lin. The scrutiny and detachment had vanished, replaced by a complex emotion, shock, appreciation, and above all, the burning passion of a soldier discovering superior weaponry. Don't just stand there. Zhuge Feng's voice regained its composure, but carried an undeniable determination. Since Chen Lin is also going to Tiantai City, let's go together. Yuqin, go pack your things, our whole family will go to support the children. Lu Yuqin was still reeling from the shock when she heard her husband's words. She instinctively stood up and asked, "The whole family is going?" "Yes, the whole family," Zhuge Feng said decisively. He glanced at his daughter, then at Chen Lin, his tone softening considerably. "Chi-Chi is pregnant and needs someone to take care of her on the road. Chen Lin is going to Tiantai City for the first time and is unfamiliar with the place, so we need to look after him as well." These words were reasonable, but they made everyone understand that the real core issue was that 9.9%. A genius who may one day reach the pinnacle of martial arts deserves the entire family's resources. Chen Lin glanced at Zhuge Qi beside him and saw a hint of surprise and approval in her eyes, so he nodded in agreement. He knew that this was not only an opportunity to improve the relationship, but also a way to save himself a lot of trouble. "Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle and aunt. We're family, what's all this trouble?" Zhuge Yun immediately replied, his face crinkling with laughter. Before dinner, Chen Lin wanted to find a place to stretch his muscles. The Zhuge family specially arranged a training room for him on the basement floor of the villa. The room was large, with professional shock-absorbing flooring, and rows of cold metal instruments stood against the walls. The air was filled with a faint smell of sweat and plasters. He had just taken off his coat and was about to start practicing standing meditation when two small heads peeked out from the doorway. "Brother-in-law, are you practicing martial arts?" Zhuge Shui asked, pulling along a chubby-faced 7 or 8-year-old boy with stars in his eyes. "Hello, brother-in-law." The little boy, Zhuge Hua, Zhuge Qi's younger brother, greeted him in a clear and cheerful voice, mimicking his sister. Chen Lin smiled. He had only intended to stand there casually for a while, but seeing the two pairs of eyes filled with admiration, he changed his mind. He took a deep breath, slowly lowered his body, and assumed the starting stance of the 8 treasures kung fu. This time, he held nothing back. Whoosh! His movements weren't fast, even somewhat slow, but every move was full of rhythm. His muscles rippled like flowing water, his bones emitted subtle crackling sounds, and an invisible current of energy swirled and rose around him. He seemed to blend into his surroundings, his movements were simple yet grand, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity. Zhuge Shui and Zhuge Hua were mesmerized, their mouths slightly agape, forgetting even to breathe. Although they didn't understand the intricacies of the performance, they could directly feel the power and beauty within it. At the entrance of the training room, Zhuge Feng and Lu Yuqin had quietly appeared. Lu Yuqin's eyes were filled with disbelief, while Zhuge Feng's gaze grew increasingly intense. As a martial artist himself, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of Chen Lin's technique. This is by no means some common, basic skill. The flow of energy between its moves is clearly of a high level. Moreover, Chen Lin's control over his body has reached an extremely refined level. With 9.9% potential, coupled with such cultivation techniques and comprehension, the Zhuge family has struck gold with this son-in-law. The next morning, as dawn broke, the atmosphere at the dinner table was completely different from yesterday. Lu Yuqin warmly served food to Chen Lin and Zhuge Qi, showing them great concern and affection, as if Chen Lin were her long-lost son. "Xiaolin, eat more. Going to Tiantai City will take a lot of energy. Chi-Chi, you too, take good care of yourself and the baby." After breakfast, Zhuge Qi quietly tugged at Chen Lin's sleeve and whispered, "My dad said that all your expenses for this exam, including the 100,000 yuan registration fee, will be covered by the family. If you get into the martial arts university, you won't have to worry about the tuition." Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, a steady engine sound came from outside the villa. A luxurious, sleek, all-black floating van silently pulled up at the entrance. The car door slid open, and Zhuge Yun poked his head out, his face beaming. "Nephew, Chi-Chi, get in the car quickly. I specially arranged this car. I guarantee it will be fast and stable. The interior is as spacious as a small living room, with leather sofas, a holographic light screen, and even a minibar." Zhuge Jia sat in the corner with a gloomy face. When he saw Chen Lin get into the car, he just snorted and turned to look out the window. The hovercar took off smoothly and quickly merged into the city's main air traffic artery. "Nephew," Zhuge Yun took the initiative to start a conversation, trying to build rapport. "I've always heard Chi-Chi talk about you, but I didn't know what your family does? To be able to raise a genius like you must be from a martial arts family, right?" Zhuge Jia also pricked up his ears, equally curious about how a family with F-level potential could produce a monster with 9.9% potential. Chen Lin leaned back on the soft sofa, looking calm. "My dad works as a repairman in a machinery factory, and my mom is a cleaner in the community. Our family has nothing to do with martial arts." The moment these words were spoken, the carriage fell silent. Zhuge Yun's smile froze, and Zhuge Jia abruptly turned his head, his eyes screaming, "Are you kidding me? The son of a repairman and a cleaner? 9.9% genetic potential? This is more unbelievable than fiction." Then with your skills and potential. Zhuge Yun asked dryly, "What kind of nutrient solution and resources did you use to develop them?" Chen Lin glanced at Zhuge Qi, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and answered seriously, "It's a heart-shaped one." "Heart brand?" Zhuge Yun was taken aback. Was this some new top-tier brand? Zhuge Qi was both embarrassed and amused, and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Chen Lin's waist. The 2-hour drive flew by in a slightly strange atmosphere. As the hovercar began to descend, a magnificent cityscape suddenly came into Chen Lin's view. Countless skyscrapers pierced the clouds, with a spiderweb of skytracks running between them, and countless aircraft weaving through them like schools of fish. The enormous holographic billboards shifted and transformed in the air with dazzling light and shadow, making the entire city resemble a colossal steel beast crouching between heaven and earth, exuding a sense of futurism and oppression. This is the provincial capital, Tiantai City. Looking out the window at the forest of steel and concrete, Chen Lin felt an indescribable sense of awe and pride. From this moment on, his stage will no longer be that small pig farm. Chapter 28. What's the point of practicing martial arts if you don't have money? The luxury hover van slowly descended and landed precisely on the helipad atop a skyscraper in the city center. The building's glass curtain wall reflects the midday sun, and a line of large, gold-plated characters on the side, written in a bold, flowing style, reads Tianyue International Hotel, highlighting its extraordinary status. "Nephew, Chi-Chi, we've arrived." Zhuge Yun was the first to jump out of the car, his face flushed, and he opened his arms wide as if embracing the city. "This is the best hotel in Tiantai City. I've already booked a room. Let's rest for a bit and have lunch." He led the group into the magnificent lobby, stepping onto the soft carpet that sank into their ankles, and headed straight for the front desk. Zhuge Yun simply tossed out a black gold card and instructed the front desk manager, 2 adjacent sky suites with the best views. The manager respectfully accepted the card, his hands trembling slightly. A suite of this caliber costs enough for an average family to work a year's worth of labor for just one night. Zhuge Jia followed behind, his expression still not good, but a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. He watched his father's expression towards Chen Lin, as if he wanted to tear his heart out, and felt a mix of emotions. "Come on, nephew, let's go eat first." After completing the formalities, Zhuge Yun pulled Chen Lin towards the sightseeing elevator without further ado. The revolving restaurant on the top floor offers a panoramic view of the entire Tiantai city. The scenery is absolutely stunning. The elevator ascended rapidly, and the feeling of weightlessness was fleeting. As the restaurant doors opened, a panoramic city view unfolded before your eyes. Below, there are endless floating roads and matchbox-like buildings in the distance, clouds and mist swirl, and several taller buildings, like mythical pillars of heaven, pierce the sky. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Lin felt for the first time the magnificence and splendor of human civilization at its peak. This place is like a completely different world from the dusty pig farm he remembered. The lunch was so lavish it was astonishing. Chen Lin couldn't even name many of the ingredients. Zhuge Yun enthusiastically introduced each dish, his conversation always revolving around Chen Lin. "Nephew, is your martial arts technique a family heirloom? The aura it exudes is quite extraordinary." Chen Lin put down his knife and fork and calmly shook his head. "I just practiced blindly." "Practicing blindly?" Zhuge Yun was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Nephew, you are too modest. If you can reach this level by practicing blindly, wouldn't you soar to great heights if you had someone to guide you?" Zhuge Jia, who had been eating in silence, finally couldn't help but put down his utensils. He hesitated for a long time, as if he had made a huge decision, then picked up a glass of juice and spoke to Chen Lin in a dry voice. Brother-in-law, when I cultivate, I always feel that my qi and blood circulation becomes a bit sluggish when it reaches the 3rd cycle. What's going on?" His voice was soft, carrying a hint of reluctance as he asked for advice. Zhuge Qi and Zhuge Yun both looked at him with some surprise. Chen Lin glanced at him and said calmly, "Then let's not go through the 3rd cycle." "Huh?" Zhuge Jie was stunned. "If we don't complete the 3rd cycle, how can we break through?" "Let's try another route," Chen Lin said, then continued working on the deep sea lobster on his plate. "Take another route? What kind of answer is that?" Zhuge Jie stood there, his brows furrowed, deep in thought. He had expected Chen Lin to spout some profound theory, but it turned out to be such a simple sentence. But it was this simple sentence that acted like a key, instantly illuminating a closed corner of his mind. After lunch, the group took the hotel's private car to the Provincial Admissions and Examination Center in Tiantai City. Before the car even arrived at its destination, a vast, dark mass of people could be seen in the distance. The examination center is a huge, silver white domed building, shaped like a fist poised to strike. The square was packed with people, young candidates from all over the province gathered here, and the air was filled with a mixture of tension, excitement, and youthful hormones. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation for the future and wariness of competition. As Chen Lin walked through the crowd, feeling the overwhelming enthusiasm, his blood seemed to ignite and begin to heat up slightly. The registration process was not complicated. After verifying his identity information, fingerprints, and iris scans on a smart terminal, Chen Lin quickly received a virtual electronic admission ticket. Exam admission ticket. Examinee, Chen Lin. Exam number, TS073188. Exam time, 9 a.m., September 1st. There are 5 days left until the exam. Hey Jia, you're here too. A voice came from the side, and a tall, thin young man with a few pimples on his face squeezed over and patted Zhuge Jie on the shoulder enthusiastically. Li Mingao. Zhuge Jie nodded, acknowledging the greeting. The young man named Li Mingao glanced at Chen Lin and Zhuge Jie, a hint of amazement and curiosity flashing in his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply said to Zhuge Jie, "How's it going? How's the preparation going? I even brought the berserk potion my dad prepared for me. This time, I'm determined to win." After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Li Mingao hurriedly took his leave and joined another group of people. "Let's go too." Zhuge Jie glanced at Chen Lin and suddenly suggested, "It's still early, why don't we go check out the Shenong Potion specialty store?" Shenong's medicine? Chen Lin was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. "You don't know?" Zhuge Jie explained from the side, "This is currently the largest and most professional gene therapy brand on the market. In the practical screening exam, the use of auxiliary medications is permitted. A good set of medications can be a lifesaver in critical moments, and may even allow you to perform exceptionally well." Zhuge Jie, unusually, took the lead, his tone carrying a hint of expert pride. "That's right. Nowadays, exams are largely about competing for resources. Potions like the instant recovery potion can restore a large amount of stamina in a short time. That iron skin potion can temporarily increase defense and allow you to withstand an opponent's attack. And then there's the berserk potion that Li Mingao just mentioned. It can unleash 120% of your power for 3 minutes. It's a trump card used in desperate situations." He listed them off as if they were his own treasures, and concluded, "These are all essential, otherwise, if you're actually in the exam hall and fighting others barehanded, you'll be at a huge disadvantage." Chen Lin was somewhat stunned. He had thought the exam was a pure test of ability, but he hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved. He subconsciously asked, "These potions must be very expensive?" Zhuge Jie looked at Chen Lin with a disdainful gaze, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His sense of superiority, which had just been suppressed, resurfaced. "Expensive? Of course it's expensive." He scoffed, his tone full of self-righteous sarcasm. "A basic instant recovery potion costs 30,000 credits, and berserk potion is practically priceless. Brother-in-law, you don't actually think martial arts are just about talent, do you?" He paused, then uttered the words he had been holding back for a long time. "If you don't have money, what's the point of practicing martial arts?" Chapter 29, The Smell of Money. If you don't have money, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Zhuge Jie's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold needle piercing through the noisy heat of the square. That sense of superiority that emanated from his very bones seemed particularly glaring under the sunlight of Tiantai City. Zhuge Jie's face instantly turned cold. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Lin gently pressed her hand down. Chen Lin's face was expressionless. He simply looked calmly at Zhuge Jie, his eyes as still as a deep well, as if he were looking at an unreasonable child. He neither refuted nor got angry. This complete disregard made Zhuge Jie feel more indignant than any harsh words. "Let us go take a look," Chen Lin said to Zhuge Jie, turning to her and taking the first step. Zhuge Yun immediately followed and enthusiastically led the way for him, as if the harsh words from before had never existed. The commercial street in Tiantai City is so bustling it's dazzling. A giant holographic dragon coils between the buildings, and a dazzling array of goods are displayed amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The Shenong Medicine specialty store is located in the most conspicuous position. The store is designed like a futuristic technology laboratory, and is made of silver white metal and reinforced glass, exuding a cold and professional atmosphere. Upon entering the store, a cool, refreshing scent mixed with disinfectant and a faint herbal aroma hits you. Sales assistants in white coats, exuding a capable air, moved among the rows of transparent display cases, where colorful medicines were displayed, reflecting a mesmerizing glow under the lights. Chen Lin's gaze swept over the labels. Basic Stamina Recovery Potion, 15,000 credits. Iron Skin Potion Beginner Version, 30,000 credits. Gene Activated Catalyst Solution Low Grade, 58,888 credits. Each of these figures is enough to deter an ordinary family. Hey, isn't this a Jie? A voice came from the side. It was Li Mingao, whom they had just met in the square. He was accompanied by several equally well-dressed young people, each carrying an exquisite gift box bearing the Shinone logo. Mingao, Zhuge Jie nodded, his gaze falling on the gift box in his hand. Did you buy the Examinee Deluxe gift box? Of course. Li Mingao proudly shook the box in his hand, making a slight clinking sound. Instant recovery, iron skin, antidote, and a last-ditch little berserk, the whole set is ready. My dad said the exam hall is like a battlefield, and you can't lose at the starting line with bad equipment. A young man behind him chimed in, yeah, my uncle transferred 200,000 yuan to me too, so I can buy whatever I want. Without money, how can I compete with others? These words, seemingly unintentionally, stabbed Zhuge Jie in the back again. He subconsciously glanced at Chen Lin, his eyes practically overflowing with mockery and disdain. However, before he could say anything more, Zhuge Yun, who had been smiling all along, spoke up. Manager. He waved to a man who looked like a manager, and the man immediately jogged over. Zhuge Yun pointed at Chen Lin, then at his son, and waved his hand with an air of grandeur. Give these two a set of your store's best VIP package each. The manager's eyes lit up instantly, and his voice even took on a hint of obsequiousness. Sir, you have excellent taste. The premium package is specially prepared for elite candidates, including 3 highly effective instant recovery potions, 1 powerful iron skin potion, and 1 berserk potion that can unleash 150% of your potential. The whole set is a great deal of 500,000 credits. 500,000. The smugness on Li Mingao and his group's faces froze instantly, and they stared at Zhuge Yun in disbelief. Compared to this, their luxury gift box that cost over 100,000 yuan is practically a cheap version. Zhuge Jie was also stunned. He did not expect his father to be so generous, and to buy a set for Chen Lin as well. Uncle, this is too expensive. Chen Lin frowned. Oh. Nephew, you're being too polite. Zhuge Yun pulled out his black gold card and slammed it on the counter with a dull thud. Swipe. 1 million. He turned his head, smiling broadly at Chen Lin, but his tone carried an unyielding firmness. This isn't for you, it's an investment our Zhuge family is making in the future. Just focus on your exams, and don't worry about anything else. Money is confidence. At this moment, Zhuge Yun demonstrated to everyone in the most direct way what financial power truly means. Back in the Sky Suite on the top floor of the Tianyue International Hotel, the city night view outside the window is like a dazzling galaxy. Chen Lin held the heavy medicine gift box in his hand, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He understood that Zhuge Yun's investment was a gamble on his 9.9% potential. He had to win, and win spectacularly. Don't feel pressured, Zhuge Qi walked to his side and said softly, my dad and my uncle are just supporting you in their own way. Chen Lin nodded and placed the gift box aside. He looked at the spacious living room, where one could roll around in bed, and a fire ignited in his eyes. 5 more days, he said. That should be enough. He aims to achieve a complete breakthrough in the 8 treasures skill within these 5 days, transforming himself from a quasi-martial artist with potential into a true martial artist. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his coat and walked to the center of the living room. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a deep breath, slowly lowered his body, and assumed the starting stance of the 8 treasures kung fu. Zhuge Qi didn't disturb him, but silently stepped aside, turned on her personal terminal, and began to quickly search. A physical recovery plan after high-intensity extreme training. Nutritional substances needed for martial artists to break through bottlenecks. Ultra-high protein synthesis diet. As night deepened, Chen Lin tirelessly continued his practice in the living room. Sweat quickly soaked his vest, sliding down his smooth muscle lines and leaving wet patches on the floor. His movements became faster and faster, and the popping sounds of his bones gradually changed from subtle crackling to a dense and crisp sound like popping beans. Over the next few days, Chen Lin entered a state of almost frenzied cultivation. Aside from short periods of sleep each day, all his time was spent practicing the 8 treasures exercise. Zhuge Qi completely transformed into his logistics manager, bringing him high-energy nutritious meals delivered from the hotel and nourishing soups she personally brewed using a portable device every day at fixed times. The herbal soups emitted a rich medicinal aroma. They were made from precious medicinal herbs that she had the hotel urgently purchase based on the information she had researched, specifically to replenish Qianlin's rapidly depleted energy and strength. Zhuge Jia had come once before. When he saw the figure in the living room cultivating like a madman, and the mountain of empty nutrient solution boxes piled up beside him, he opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and silently retreated. Late on the fourth night, there were only 30-odd hours left before the exam. Qianlin continued his cultivation, with air currents swirling around his body, even creating a slight whirlwind. Each of his breaths was long and deep, and his exhaled breath formed a faint white arrow in the slightly cool air-conditioned room, lingering for a long time. On his personal terminal, the number on the light screen representing the progress of the 8 treasures Kung Fu was jumping wildly. 8 treasures skill, level 35960. Just a little more experience is needed to break through. Zhuge Qi, who was dozing on the sofa, suddenly woke up with a start. She felt that the air in the room had become thick and oppressive. Under the light, Qianlin's skin appeared abnormally flushed, and his body was steaming with visible white heat, like a red-hot human-shaped branding iron. Is this a breakthrough imminent? Zhuge Qi's heart jumped into her throat. Although she was not a martial artist, she knew that the threshold from a quasi-martial artist to a first-level martial artist was huge, and even ordinary geniuses needed months or even a year of painstaking effort to achieve it. Qianlin has only been cultivating for a few days? This speed is simply unbelievable. Chapter 30, Emerging from the Cocoon to the Butterfly. The air in the hotel suite was as thick as mercury, and the invisible pressure made even the expensive decorative paintings groan slightly. Qianlin's body was like a volcano about to erupt. Beneath his skin flowed not blood, but scalding lava. The cracking sounds from his bones had become a continuous series, like a string of firecrackers that never stopped going off. The white mist formed from his sweat enveloped him, making him look like a celestial being emerging from a furnace in mythology. 8 treasures skill, level 35960. The numbers on the screen were like an insurmountable chasm, firmly blocking the final step. So close, yet it felt like an insurmountable distance. Zhuge Qi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and worry. She could sense that the energy within Qianlin's body had reached a critical point, and if it couldn't break through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, without warning, Zhuge Jia's mocking face and those cold words flashed through Qianlin's mind. If you don't have money, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Money? He suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing like lightning deep within them. He remembered the black gold card that Zhuge Yun had slapped on the counter, the potion worth $1 million, and the precious medicinal herbs that Zhuge Qi had been brewing day and night for the past few days, each one of them incredibly valuable. This is all money. It's the Zhuge family's hard-earned money paving the way for his ascension to the heavens. This $1 million cannot be wasted. Boom! It was as if an invisible shackle within his body shattered instantly. The torrent of qi and blood that had been raging in his dantian, almost bursting his body, finally found an outlet and roared toward a completely new and unprecedented meridian trajectory. In an instant, all the pressure in the room vanished, and the billowing white mist was swallowed up by an invisible black hole and rolled back into Qianlin's body. His flushed skin visibly cooled down, returning to its normal color, even becoming more delicate than before, with a faint jade-like luster. 8 treasures skill, level 40120. Host detected breaking through genetic barriers. Potential is being reassessed. Genetic potential, 10.1%. Body condition, 12.5. Strength, 13.1. Agility, 11.8. Spirit, 10.2. It's done. The transformation from a quasi-martial artist to a first-level martial artist is complete. Qianlin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which condensed into a white arrow in the air and shot more than 2 meters away before slowly dissipating. He opened his eyes, and the whole world had changed. He could clearly see a few tiny dust particles dancing in the airflow coming out of the air conditioner vent. You can hear the faint sound of the light screen constantly switching channels due to agitation coming from Zhuge Jia's room on the other side of the wall. You can also smell the faint, fresh scent of shampoo on the beautiful woman beside you, like the fresh scent of grass after rain. Qianlin, are you all right? Zhuge Qi rushed over, her voice trembling slightly. The burst of energy just now had terrified her. Qianlin didn't speak, but turned around, a smile of relief and absolute confidence on his face that she had never seen before. He stretched out his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace. This hug was firm, warm, and filled with an unprecedented sense of security. "I've broken through," he whispered in her ear. Jugachi's body stiffened abruptly, and then, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over her. She hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his firm chest, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. 4 days. From a potential martial artist to a true first-level martial artist, it only took him 4 days. This is not just genius, this is monster. She looked up at his sharply defined chin, her eyes sparkling with pride and adoration. The next second, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. The next morning, it was broad daylight. The atmosphere in the restaurant was somewhat peculiar. When Chen Lin walked in dressed in simple casual clothes, Zhuge Yun, who was holding a coffee, paused slightly. His sharp gaze swept over Chen Lin, and his eyebrows unconsciously twitched. The young man in front of me looks exactly the same, but the feeling he gives off is completely different. If a few days ago he was an uncarved gem, although his potential was amazing, he still had the roughness of a raw stone. Now, he is like a peerless blade sheathed, its sharpness concealed, yet possessing a calm and unwavering demeanor. Especially those eyes, calm and deep, as if they could see through everything. "Nephew, did you rest well last night?" Zhuge Yun put down his coffee cup, a typical businessman's warm smile on his face. "Very good." Chen Lin pulled out a chair and sat down next to Zhuge Qi. Zhuge Jia, who was in the corner, also felt the faint sense of oppression. He looked up at Chen Lin and met the other's calm gaze. For some reason, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart and subconsciously averted his gaze, lowering his head to viciously chop the fried egg on the plate, as if it were not food but his enemy. "This piece of trash, why does it feel different?" 9 o'clock in the morning, at the Provincial Admissions and Examination Center. Beneath the enormous domed building, crowds surged and the noise was deafening. "Be careful once you're inside." Zhuge Qi carefully straightened Chen Lin's collar and gently reminded him, "Remember, safety comes first, grades don't matter." Chen Lin smiled and took her hand, "Don't worry. Good luck, nephew. If you get the top score in the exam, your uncle will throw you a celebration banquet." Zhuge Yun patted Chen Lin's shoulder hard, his face full of expectations for a future high-performing stock. Zhuge Jie stood aside and finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, "Don't be the first to be eliminated, or you'll embarrass our family." A deep, long blast of a horn echoed across the square, silencing all the noise. Ahead, beneath the fist-shaped building, a row of massive alloy gates slowly rose with a sickening metallic scraping sound. Behind the gate lay a deep darkness, like the open throat of a colossal beast, from which a chilling wind seemed to emanate. Directly above the entrance, a line of large, scarlet electronic characters flashed with a cold light. "Dungeon Number 1 Survival Combat Zone. Candidates, please enter." The cold, electronic sound echoed in everyone's ears. The crowd began to surge, countless young faces filled with tension, excitement and determination, converging into a torrent rushing towards that unknown darkness. Chen Lin turned around and gave Zhuge Qi a reassuring look, then resolutely turned around and followed the crowd, step by step walking into the mouth of that steel behemoth. His figure was quickly swallowed up by the surging crowd and the boundless darkness, disappearing from sight. Chapter 31, Welcome to the Slaughterhouse, Rookies. The moment I stepped through the gate, my feet suddenly lost their footing. The feeling of weightlessness came suddenly, and before Chen Lin could even react, his body plummeted vertically with a powerful suction force. Instead of the dark passage I had imagined, I was surrounded by a bizarre waterfall of data, with countless blue-green codes flashing past my eyes, making me dizzy. This wasn't walking in at all, it was being thrown in. The wind howled in their ears, mixed with the exclamations and screams of other candidates, but soon those sounds were quickly pulled away as everyone was diverted to different channels. About 10 seconds later, the feeling of falling suddenly stopped, and I felt a solid sensation under my feet. The light faded, revealing a desolate steel jungle before Chen Lin. The broken viaduct, the rust-covered wreckage of the hovercraft, the toppled skyscrapers, and the walls covered with huge claw marks and charred craters from the explosion. The sky was overcast, the sun was nowhere to be seen, only the constant, dim light simulated above the dome. The air was filled with a faint fishy smell of rust, dust, and some unknown creature. "Welcome to Dungeon 1, the abandoned urban area." A cold, electronic synthesized voice resounds directly in everyone's mind, devoid of any emotion. A total of 10,325 candidates participated in this joint selection process. Exam duration, 7 days. Mission objective, survive and earn points. Points can be earned in 3 ways. 1. Hunting genetically modified creatures to earn points based on their level. 2. Searching for data chips scattered throughout the city. 3. Eliminating other candidates to earn 50% of their current points. The bracelet will record points in real time and has an emergency SOS function. Once an SOS is activated or vital signs drop below 10%, it will be automatically eliminated and sent out of service. Best of luck to everyone. The electronic sounds disappeared, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Chen-Lin moved his hands and feet, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within his body. After breaking through to the first level of martial artist, his 5 senses became extremely sharp. He could hear the rustling sound of a loose metal piece being blown by the wind and rubbing against the ground 100 meters away. Instead of taking any immediate action, he leaned against a broken concrete pillar and quickly surveyed his surroundings. This is a true survival game, where the opponents are not only genetically modified organisms, but also the more than 10,000 other candidates just like themselves. Rustle. A slight, unusual noise came from behind a pile of abandoned hovercars on the right. Chen-Lin's muscles tensed instantly, his breathing slowed, and he became like a rock blending into the shadows. It's here! A dark figure, as fast as lightning, suddenly darted out from behind the pile of cars, bringing a foul stench as it rushed towards Chen-Lin's face. It was a genetically engineered creature resembling a cheetah, its entire body covered in black carapace, with sharp claws gleaming at the ends of its limbs, and its scarlet eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Black armored cat assault, danger level, F+. The scanning information from the personal terminal flashed by. 5 days ago, facing such speed and power, Chen-Lin would probably have had to put in a lot of effort, and might even have been injured. But now, he didn't even blink. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch his face, Chen-Lin moved. There were no fancy moves, he simply stepped to the left, turned his body slightly, clenched his right fist, and delivered a plain and unadorned uppercut from bottom to top. Bang! A dull, loud bang. The black armored attacking cat's charge came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body was sent flying upwards in mid-air, the sound of its jawbone shattering clearly audible. It didn't even have time to utter a howl before crashing heavily to the ground a few meters away, twitching twice before falling completely still. Slay an F+ level genetically modified creature, plus 10 points. The bracelet vibrated slightly, signaling a notification. Chen-Lin shook his fist, feeling the slight numbness in his knuckles and the exhilarating feeling after the burst of power. This is the power of a first-level martial artist. Constitution 12.5, Strength 13.1, Agility 11.8. Each number represents a strength vastly different from the past. He didn't linger, he quickly left the place where the stench of blood was beginning to permeate. Half an hour later, Chen-Lin had become familiar with the area. He discovered that the distribution of genetically modified organisms was very regular, mostly lurking in the ruins of large buildings or near the entrances to underground parking lots. Just as he was crossing a relatively intact street, a fierce fight and human roars suddenly came from an abandoned shopping mall ahead. Damn it! This beast has such thick skin. Ahoo! Attack from the side. Attack its joints. Watch out for its charge. Chen-Lin paused, then silently slipped into the shadow of a dilapidated shop next door, looking towards the shopping center. In the center of the hall, 3 young men dressed in different combat uniforms were surrounding a genetically engineered creature the size of a small truck. The creature resembled a wild boar, but its body was covered in thick, metallic scales, and its 2 tusks gleamed with a dark light. Each charge caused the ground to tremble slightly. Steel armored boar, danger level, E. Points, 50. The 3 examinees were clearly a team, and their teamwork was fairly good, but their strength was only at the peak of the quasi-martial artist level. Facing this steel-armored boar known for its defensive power, they had an extremely difficult time fighting it. The young man leading the group, known as Tiger, held an expensive vibrating dagger. Each time he stabbed the armored boar, it only produced a string of sparks and a shallow white mark. Chen-Lin had no intention of intervening, he simply watched quietly. He understood the principle that when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The fight lasted for nearly 10 minutes. After one of them was hit by the pig's tail and flew backward, coughing up blood, the young man named Ahu finally seized the opportunity. He roared and activated some kind of potion, causing his arm muscles to swell instantly. He then plunged the shock dagger deep into the eye of the armored boar. Awah! The armored boar let out a shrill scream, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Phew! Phew! It's finally over. Ahu plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. The other 2 were also exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, I almost lost half my life for those 50 points, a tall, thin young man cursed. Just then, Ahu's movements suddenly froze. He looked up and saw Chen-Lin slowly emerging from the shadows. The three of them instantly became alert, struggled to their feet, and assumed a defensive stance. Friend, what do you mean? Trying to get a bargain? Whose voice was hoarse and threatening. He gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and stared intently at Chen Lin. Chen Lin simply glanced at them calmly, then turned his gaze to the carcass of the armored boar, seemingly calculating something. His smug and fearless attitude completely enraged the three men, who were already exhausted and in a bad mood. Chapter 32, Your Territory? It's mine now. Hey kid, what are you looking at? We killed this one. The tall, thin youth stepped forward and roared, his voice trembling with fear. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't force us to make a move. Another wounded soldier leaned against the wall and stood up, adding menacingly, hand over all your medicine and rations, and Tiger might consider letting you go. Otherwise, we can eliminate you and still get some points to recover our losses. In their eyes, Chen Lin was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, without any professional tactical equipment, and was all alone. He must be a self-taught candidate with no background or resources, the easiest target to bully. Whose eyes also turned hostile. They just used up a lot of resources and need to replenish them. Eliminating a newbie not only replenishes their points but also allows them to steal supplies. Why not? I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. Whose voice turned cold. 1. Chen Lin finally shifted his gaze from the boar's carcass to them. In less than 3 seconds. He spoke calmly. What? Who was taken aback. The next moment, Chen Lin's figure vanished from his pupils. Alarm bells rang in Ahu's mind, and his years of combat instincts made him retreat rapidly without thinking. Unfortunately, it was too late. A hand appeared in front of him without warning and gently pressed against his chest. The hand didn't seem very strong, but Ahu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed hovercar. An overwhelming force pierced through his chest, instantly shattering his internal organs. He couldn't even scream. Everything went black before his eyes, his bracelet lit up with a blinding red light, and he vanished in a flash of white light. Eliminated candidate, 27 points awarded. Brother Tiger. The remaining tall, thin man and the wounded man instantly lost all color in their faces, leaving only boundless fear. Sold out instantly. Tiger, a near-peak martial artist who had even used a drug, was instantly killed in one move. They finally realized what a tough nut to crack. Big brother. Sir. We were wrong. We didn't recognize your greatness. The tall, thin young man knelt down with a thud, crying and begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I'll give you all my points. I'll kill myself right now. Chen Lin ignored his performance and appeared in front of the wounded soldier in a flash. The wounded man let out a strange cry, trying to activate his bracelet to call for help, but a hand had already grabbed his neck and squeezed it gently. Click. A flash of white light. Eliminated candidate, 19 points awarded. The last tall, thin man kneeling on the ground, watching his companions disappear one by one, completely broke down. He screamed wildly and flailed his fists at Chen Lin. Chen Lin dodged to the side and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. The world is quiet now. Eliminated candidate, 22 points awarded. In just over 10 seconds, a 3-person squad was wiped out. Chen Lin stood in the empty hall, watching the points on his bracelet soar from 10 to 78. He looked down at his palm and wasn't trembling at all. This is the world that Zhuge Jie described as, what's the point of practicing martial arts if you don't have money? Here, weakness is the original sin. Just then, all the candidates' wristbands simultaneously emitted a soft beep sound. A huge, semi-transparent light screen unfolded in front of everyone, displaying a dense array of names and numbers. 2 hours after the exam began, the real-time leaderboard was officially activated. Chen Lin raised his head and quickly scanned the list. The list was long, but he spotted several familiar names at a glance. Rank 1354, Li Mingao, points, 35. Rank 891, Zhuge Jie, points, 50. It seems Zhuge Jie was quite lucky, having hunted down a steel-armored boar or eliminated a few unlucky players right at the start. Chen Lin's gaze continued upwards, searching for his own name. He quickly found his place at the top of the list. Rank 217, Chen Lin, points, 78. This ranking is already quite high. However, his pupils contracted slightly when his gaze swept over the top few names on the list. First place, Lei Qianjue, points, 320. Second place, Xiao Qingxian, points, 295. Third place, Anonymous, points, 288. 2 hours into the game, the score has already exceeded 300? Are these guys monsters? Just as Chen Lin was alarmed by the terrifying scoring efficiency at the top, an unfamiliar communication request suddenly popped up on his personal terminal. He hesitated for a moment before answering. A processed, gender-indistinguishable electronic synthesized voice rang out, carrying a playful, cat-and-mouse tone. "Newcomer, your efficiency is quite good. Let me introduce myself. I'm ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, anonymous. You're now on my turf, using my prey to rack up points. I'm giving you one chance. Come see me at the top of the central radio and television tower. Otherwise, I'll personally erase you from this list." The communication was cut off, and that mocking, synthesized electronic voice disappeared into the air. In the lobby of the shopping mall, only the thick stench of blood emanating from the armored boar's corpse and the faint buzzing of the emergency lights overhead remained. Erase? Chen Lin looked down at the score of 78 on his wrist, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It wasn't fear, nor anger, it was more like the instinctive excitement that arises when you discover a predator of your own kind and smell another powerful aura in the air. Territory? Prey? This anonymous person, ranked 3rd on the list, really thinks he's the king of this abandoned city. He didn't linger and turned to leave the shopping mall. Despite the gravel beneath his feet, he moved with ease, quickly climbing to the top of a 7-story parking garage. The wind whistled past his ears, carrying the cold, metallic scent of rust. Standing here, the view suddenly opens up. In the distance, a dark spire pierces the gray dome of the sky. Standing out from the crowd, it is the city's iconic building, the Central Radio and Television Tower. That was the location agreed upon by the anonymous individuals. A trap. A blatant trap, brimming with arrogance and self-confidence. Chen Lin did not move immediately, but closed his eyes and released the surge of spiritual power that had just been released after his breakthrough. The sounds of the entire world flooded into his mind with unprecedented clarity. The wind howled as it blew past the broken steel bars. A kilometer away, the faint crawling sound came from inside a building. Even further away, there was another echo of shouts and battles belonging to the other candidates. He locked onto the direction of the TV tower, lowered his body slightly, and in the next instant, he was launched off the edge of the parking garage. Bang! Chapter 33, Trying to snipe me in front of me? Who do you think you are? He landed firmly on the edge of the roof of a building across the street, the concrete beneath his feet cracking into a fine spiderweb pattern from the force of his footsteps. The inexhaustible power within him gave him the illusion that he could conquer this steel jungle. Unlike other test takers, he no longer carefully navigated the streets and ruins, avoiding potential dangers. His route was a straight line. He traversed the gaps between buildings with explosive leaps. Broken overpasses became springboards for him. Vertical walls could not hinder him in the slightest. With a few simple steps, he could easily climb them. His movements became a performance of pure power and agility. Help! Get out of my way! From the corner of the street below, a panicked cry came. During one of the leaps, Chen Lin glanced down. 2 candidates who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old were surrounded by 7 or 8 huge scrap metal rats. The 2 examinees brandished their short knives, but they were unable to break through the swarm of rats. One of them had his calf bitten raw and was on the verge of collapse. Chen Lin's movements did not falter at all. As he passed over the building, he casually swept his right foot to the side. He kicked a half-meter-long piece of rusted steel beam off the edge of the roof, and it crashed down in the middle of the rat swarm with a whooshing sound. Boom! The ground shook, and dust billowed up. The group of scrap metal rats were startled by the sudden turn of events and scattered in all directions. The 2 surviving examinees stood there, looking up at the rooftop, but only saw a black figure quickly disappearing into the distance. Chen Lin had no interest in playing the savior, he was simply clearing obstacles from his path. As he approached the area where the Central Radio and Television Tower was located, the surrounding environment began to change. Traces of genetically modified organisms are becoming increasingly rare, until they disappear completely. The faint smell of blood in the air grew stronger and stronger. At a crossroads, Chen Lin stopped. In the middle of the road, the body of a test taker lay there quietly. The red light on the bracelet had gone out, but the body had not yet been teleported away, indicating that the time of death was no more than a minute. The fatal wound was on the forehead. A smooth, rounded hole, open from front to back, with not much blood flowing out. Chen Lin squatted down and used his fingers to measure the size of the hole. It was caused by some kind of Gaussian weapon or particle beam weapon. A single, fatal blow instantly destroys the brain's central nervous system, leaving the victim no chance to activate any distress signals. Sniper. The anonymous person, or his accomplice, is a top-notch ranged attacker. The so-called meeting on the rooftop means putting yourself into the other party's firing range as a live target. Chen Lin stood up and looked at the approaching black spire, his expression becoming increasingly interested. Things are starting to get interesting. He advanced another kilometer or so, and the TV tower was now within reach. The area was eerily quiet, deathly still, as if even the wind had stopped blowing. Chen Lin slipped into the shadows of a building, completely concealing his presence, leaving only his eyes visible as he observed the massive steel structure. Just then, a figure stealthily emerged from another street. He was also a test taker, seemingly drawn by the TV tower's special status and wanting to try his luck. He moved very cautiously, staying close to the wall and using abandoned vehicles as cover as he slowly approached the base of the tower. Suddenly, Chen Lin's keen hearing caught an extremely faint sound of energy being released. Puff. The sound was so soft it was almost like a hallucination. On the street below, the examinee who was moving suddenly froze, his head tilting back at an odd angle. He didn't even have time to utter a sound before he fell straight down, then turned into a white light and was teleported out of the arena. Another one. Chen Lin's gaze locked on it instantly. The attack did not originate from the top of the tower, but from a window in the middle section of the TV tower, at a height of about 150 meters. That was an excellent sniping position, offering a commanding view and blockade of several surrounding blocks. The anonymous person wasn't waiting for him at the top of the tower at all. Or rather, the entire TV tower was their hunting ground. Chen Lin didn't look at the empty street anymore. He turned around and went around to the back of the building. He looked up. The front of the TV tower may be riddled with traps and surveillance cameras, but its back, due to years of disrepair, has a large number of external maintenance pipes and cable trenches exposed, forming a complex ladder leading to the upper levels. He walked into the shadow of the TV tower, found a sewage pipe with a large hole corroded in it, and crawled inside without hesitation. Inside the pipes, it was pitch black and filled with the stench of rust and stagnant water. Chen Lin didn't care at all. Like a gecko, he silently climbed upwards in the vertical pipe, using both his hands and feet. His breathing was deep and long, his heartbeat was steady and strong, and he blended into the surrounding darkness. He quickly surpassed the height of the sniper window. He didn't disturb the other party and continued upwards. His goal was clear, the top of the tower. Since the other party has extended an invitation, he has no reason not to accept it. However, he will make his appearance in his own way. Finally, he arrived at the very bottom of the tower. This is the equipment floor, above which are a tangled web of wires and a damaged ceiling structure. He easily found a broken ventilation opening, nimbly squeezed inside, hung on the metal frame, and looked up through the gap. At the top of the tower is a huge circular viewing platform. The glass railings that once stood there are now shattered, leaving only bare metal frames. Cold winds howl as they rush in from above. Two figures stood on the edge of the platform, looking down at the desolate city below. A tall, thin man, dressed in a tight-fitting black combat uniform, held a menacing black rifle almost half his height. It was the sniper. The other person was completely shrouded in a large gray cloak, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female. Anonymous. Just then, the cloaked man spoke. The processed electronic synthesized voice sounded exceptionally clear on the open platform and was the same voice I had heard when communicating with Chen Lin earlier. A mouse has entered the building. He was smart he didn't go through the front door. The sniper next to him let out a low chuckle, his voice filled with a bloodthirsty, playful glint. It doesn't matter. A mouse that has fallen into a trap, no matter how clever, is still a mouse. I'll go and meet him. Inside the equipment layer, the metal keel didn't make a sound under Chen Lin's fingertips. He hung inside the ventilation vent, taking in the entire view of the top of the tower through the rusted grill. That sniper exuded the sharpness and ruthlessness of a professional soldier, and was by no means an ordinary candidate. Even though the cloaked figure was just an indistinct outline, it exuded an unsettling sense of oppression. I'll go and meet him. The sniper's voice was deep and confident. He slung his menacing rifle over his back, turned, and headed towards the stairwell leading to the lower level. His footsteps echoed across the empty platform without any attempt to conceal them. Arrogant. This is absolute confidence in one's own strength, and utter contempt for the prey. He didn't think that Rat was worthy of his caution. Chen Lin did not move. He waited patiently, listening to the footsteps recede into the distance until they disappeared completely into the steel structure below. At the top of the tower, only the one who fought Anonymous remained, along with the howling cold wind. Chance. Chen-Lin's arm muscles tensed silently as he exerted force. He silently flipped up through the ventilation duct, his feet landing on the ground as light as a feather. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed forward and pounced on the cloaked figure with his back to him. Chapter 34, To capture the thief, first capture the king. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as the leader is under control, the sniper will be no threat. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the gray cloak, a sudden change occurred. The cloaked figure rippled outwards like water, then transformed into a shimmering stream of blue data and vanished into thin air. Phantom. Chen-Lin felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of crisis exploded from his spine, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. This is a complex scheme. The sniper left not to search, but to take his position. This illusion is the final bait. Puff. Almost at the same moment the phantom disappeared, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of something cutting through the air came from afar. A beam of blazing energy, traveling at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound, precisely struck Chen-Lin's heart. Wow, so fast. Chen-Lin's hair stood on end instantly. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, twisting his body to the side and backward at an angle that defies the laws of physics. Boom! The energy beam grazed past his chest and slammed into the ground where he had just been standing. The solid concrete platform was instantly melted, leaving a smooth-edged hole the size of a washbasin, still emitting wisps of smoke. The power of this shot is enough to pierce the armor of a hover tank. Chen-Lin had just regained his footing when a second whooshing sound followed. Puff! He didn't even have time to catch his breath, and could only rely on his extraordinary combat intuition as a first-level martial artist to tumble to the side in a sorry state once again. Another beam of energy flew past him, almost grazing his scalp, and shattered a broken metal railing in the distance. He was suppressed. The sniper, holding an absolute high ground and a distance advantage, pinned him firmly to this open platform without any effective cover. He is now a sitting duck. Run, little mouse. The mocking, synthesized voice rang out from the personal terminal on his wrist, carrying an undisguised sarcasm. Let me see how many more seconds your $1 million investment will last. An anonymous observer is watching. He watched the cat and mouse game through the sniper's scope. Chen-Lin rolled over and hid behind a section of the collapsed signal tower base, breathing heavily. He could feel an invisible lock constantly surrounding him. If he dares to show his face, he will surely be met with a thunderous blow. The words of the anonymous person also gave him a jolt. The other party not only knew him, but also knew that the Zhuge family had spent 1 million on him. This means that he was being watched from the moment he stepped into the Tianyuet Hotel, or even earlier. The other side's intelligence capabilities far exceeded his expectations. What to do? Should we force our way through? The sniper position is at least 500 meters away on a tall building. Given the enemy's firing rate and accuracy, he wouldn't even make it halfway before being riddled with bullets. Initiate emergency distress signal? That's tantamount to admitting defeat and being eliminated. The Zhuge family's million was truly wasted. Zhugeqi's expectant and proud eyes flashed into his mind. No. He cannot lose. We cannot afford to lose in such a frustrating way. Chen-Lin took a deep breath, and his raging heartbeat quickly calmed down. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Sniper rifle. There are firing intervals. Even if it's very short, it still exists. This is his only chance. He suddenly leaned half his body out. Puff! The expected energy beam arrived instantly. But Chen-Lin swiftly withdrew his body the instant he leaned out. Boom! The base of the signal tower was blasted open, leaving a huge gap, and debris flew everywhere. Oh! You reacted quickly. There was a hint of surprise in the electronic voice. Chen-Lin ignored him and repeated the same action. The probe retracts. Boom! Another shot. The probe retracts. Boom! Another shot. He was like a reckless madman, risking his life to provoke that top sniper. The sniper in the distance frowned slightly. He sensed something was wrong. What is this mouse doing? Just as he pulled the trigger for the fourth time, he saw something through the scope. It was Chen-Lin's jacket that he had taken off, which was being supported by a rock and slowly rose from behind the cover. It's a feint. The sniper sneered inwardly, but his fingers did not hesitate for a moment before firing. Whether it's real or fake, I'll just blast it to pieces with one shot. Puff! The energy beam struck the coat precisely, instantly vaporizing it. But at that very moment, the sniper's heart skipped a beat. In the corner of his eye through the scope, a dark shadow shot out from the other side of the cover at an indescribable, terrifying speed, skimming the ground. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. The moment Chen Lin threw his coat, he shot off like an arrow released from a bow. He unleashed the physique and strength of a first-level martial artist to their fullest potential at this moment. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch with each stomp of his feet, and his speed was so fast that he left afterimages in the air. Trying to get close? Naive. The sniper reacted extremely quickly, lowering his gun instantly to lock onto Chen Lin's figure again. However, what he saw was a sinister smile on Chen Lin's face. During the charge, Chen Lin suddenly shoved his right hand into the ground. He picked up a steel railing about 2 meters long that had been broken by the energy beam with one hand. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, his whole body resembling a warrior throwing javelins on an ancient battlefield, his arm muscles bulging and veins standing out. Get up! Call! He hurled the heavy steel bar with all his might toward the building where the sniper was. The steel bars whistled sharply in the air, spinning like a black spear of death. The sniper's pupils suddenly contracted. He wanted to hide, but his position was a fixed sniper position. He tried to shoot to intercept it, but the steel bar was too fast and spinning at high speed, making it impossible to hit it accurately. He could only watch helplessly as the black spear grew larger and larger in his vision. Boom! A loud bang. The steel bars slammed violently into the wall in front of the sniper. Although it didn't hit him directly, the terrifying impact caused the entire wall to explode. Countless pebbles, mixed with shockwaves, rained down on the sniper. Ah! The sniper let out a muffled groan as he was hit by rubble, staggering backward and nearly dropping his rifle. The field of vision has been lost. Locked, interrupted. Now! Chen Lin's figure had already crossed the last 100 meters. He leaped high from the rooftop of a building, like a hawk hunting its prey, crossing the street chasm dozens of meters wide, and landed precisely on the rooftop where the sniper was located. Bang! The sound of it hitting the ground was heavy and thunderous. The sniper had just steadied himself and looked up when he saw a blank face right in front of him. He instinctively wanted to raise his gun. But a hand, swift as lightning, pressed down on his chest. Click! A crisp sound, like bones breaking. The sniper's sternum caved in completely, his expression frozen in horror. The bracelet flashed red and then disappeared in white light. Eliminating candidate, earning 158 points. Current points, 236. Current ranking, 31. Waste. Chen Lin uttered 2 words without even glancing at the valuable sniper rifle on the ground. His personal terminal rang again. You are very good. The synthesized electronic voice of the anonymous person was no longer playful or teasing, it was now filled with suppressed anger and chilling murderous intent. You have successfully angered me. Wash your neck and wait. Communication was once again unilaterally cut off. Chen Lin looked around the desolate city and stretched his wrists. Your territory? It's mine now. However, just as he was preparing to leave the building to actually take over the land. Rumble, rumble. A deep, rumbling sound, coming from the depths of the earth, rang out without warning. The building beneath our feet began to shake violently. Dust fell from the ceiling, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls. It's not an illusion. It's an earthquake. The entire underground city was trembling. Chen Lin's expression changed, and without thinking, he rushed towards the stairwell. But it was too late. Boom! With a deafening crash, the floor beneath his feet, along with the entire structure of the building, crumbled and disintegrated in an instant. The feeling of weightlessness returned. Chen Lin's vision went black as his body, along with countless tons of concrete and steel bars, plummeted into the bottomless darkness below. Chapter 35, Your Bloodline? Now it's mine. An endless fall. Darkness, weightlessness, and the ear-piercing roar of concrete rubbing against steel bars were Chen Lin's last memories before his consciousness faded. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless well, his body swallowed by a cold void. After an unknown amount of time, the soul-crushing feeling of falling abruptly stopped. It wasn't the excruciating pain of hitting the ground, but rather a gentle dissipation. Immediately afterwards, a completely different feeling washed over me. A faint scent of sandalwood and herbs lingered around my nose, replacing the smell of rust and blood. The howling wind was no longer in my ears, but a woman's suppressed cry of pain, and the sound of anxious, light footsteps. "Madam, push. It's almost out. We can see the head." An old and urgent female voice rang out. Chen-Lin suddenly opened his eyes. What comes into view is neither the hazy light of the dome nor the cold steel ruins. Instead, there was a light blue gauze curtain embroidered with delicate orchid patterns. Beneath her were soft silk bedding, and the air was warm and humid. He turned his head, his gaze passing through the gauze curtain, and saw in a room not far away that several women dressed in simple clothes were busy around a bed, one of whom, a midwife with a full head of silver hair, was loudly giving instructions. On that bed, a pale-faced young woman with sweat-drenched hair was biting her lip tightly, her whole body trembling with each intense contraction. Boom! In that instant, a massive, completely unfamiliar torrent of memories surged into Chen-Lin's mind like a flood bursting its banks. Qinjiao Town, Tianshui County, Chen Clan. He, Chen-Lin, is 18 years old. He is the 18th generation member of the Chen family, a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, and his cultivation level is the 3rd level of qi refining. The woman giving birth on the bed was his wife, Lu, an ordinary woman. Is it a rebirth? The memories of struggling to survive in the underground city in my past life, fighting against genetically modified creatures and human hearts, and the memories of cultivating peacefully, marrying and having children in this life for 18 years, are like 2 violent ocean currents, colliding and merging together. That sudden underground earthquake sent him to this world. Chen-Lin remained calm and composed, his steely heart, forged in the slaughterhouse, only momentarily stunned before commencing a remarkably composed assessment. A world of cultivation? Immortality, the power to burn mountains and boil seas? Satisfy. Chen-Lin uttered 2 words in a low voice, a slight smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although in my memory, the Chen clan was just a minor, insignificant clan. The strongest member of the clan was my grandfather, the clan chief, who was only at the late stage of qi refining. Resources were so scarce that all cultivators had to endure the hardship of meditation and breathing exercises, and the supply of pills was almost cut off. But for him, none of this was a problem. Here, he is a lofty, immortal master, revered by mortals. Though his family is small, they protect this land, ensuring its people have enough to eat and wear. Most importantly, he now has a legal and stable identity. An identity that would allow him to temporarily escape the cycle of prey and hunter. Wow! Just then, a loud baby's cry pierced through the noise of the room, carrying boundless vitality and echoing throughout the courtyard. It's born! It's born! It's a boy! Congratulations, 9th young master! The midwife, carrying a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, walked briskly to Chen-Lin's bedside with a joyful expression and loudly congratulated him. Chen-Lin's gaze fell on the small, wrinkled face of the baby. This is his son? The feeling of bloodline continuity is both strange and wonderful. However, the instant he met the baby's gaze, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice, completely different from the dungeon's notification sound, exploded deep within his mind. Host's bloodline continuity detected that many children, many blessings system is officially activated. Name, Chen-Lin. Age, 18. Cultivation level, qi refining level 3. Spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 spiritual roots, low-grade aptitude. Cultivation technique, greenwood manual low-grade yellow rank. Wives concubines, 1. Offspring, 1. Checking information on newborn offspring. Detection of the host's first offspring, spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire. 4 spiritual roots, aptitude, mid-grade. System? A glint of light flashed in Chen-Lin's eyes. Sure enough, the standard perk for transmigrators had arrived, albeit belatedly. Many children and many blessings? He pondered those 4 words and instantly understood the core logic of the system. His gaze returned to the baby, his eyes burning with intensity. For spiritual roots, mid-grade aptitude. You should know that he himself has the worst 5 spiritual roots, and his cultivation speed is as slow as a tortoise. If it weren't for the slight increase in spiritual power brought about by the fusion of his soul in his previous life, he would probably still be hovering at the 2nd level of qi refining. The most talented patriarch in the entire Chen family only possessed 3 spiritual roots. This kid is a genius. Offspring's potential has been detected to far surpass that of the host, triggering the first-time binding reward. Please select the reward mode. 1. Imprinting. The host can imprint their offspring's spiritual root talent, permanently enhancing their own spiritual root aptitude and randomly gaining an additional reward. This option does not harm the offspring. Second, extraction. The host can forcibly extract the spiritual root of their offspring and refine it into pure cultivation or spiritual root pills, greatly enhancing their own strength. Warning: this option will result in the offspring losing all their spiritual roots, becoming immortal, and there is a 50% chance of them dying young. Looking at the two bright red options on the system panel, Chen-Lin made almost no hesitation. Extraction? Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? How foolish. In his past life, he might have resorted to any means to gain instant power. But now, he is a family cultivator, playing the long-term investment game. The value of a genius son who can grow into a pillar of the family in the future far outweighs any one-time increase in cultivation level. What's more, that brand option was practically tailor-made for him. I choose branding. Chen-Lin murmured to himself. Branding selection successful. Imprinting the 4 spiritual roots mid-grade talent onto the offspring. Boom! A mysterious and gentle warm current suddenly arose from the blood connection between him and the baby, surging into his limbs and bones, and rushing straight to his dantian. Chen-Lin felt as if his body had been thrown into a warm furnace. His originally chaotic and dulled spiritual roots seemed to be sorted and purified by an invisible hand. Those blocked meridian nodes were cleared one by one, and the whole body became lighter and more open than ever before. Imprinting successful. Congratulations, host, your spiritual root aptitude has improved. Current spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 spiritual roots, mid-grade aptitude. Cultivation speed permanently increased by 50%. Triggered bonus: cultivation empowerment. In an instant, a surge of pure spiritual energy, 10 times larger than before, poured into his dantian like a celestial river flowing backward. The bottleneck of the peak of the 3rd level of chi refining is as thin as a cicada's wing in the face of this power. Click. It was as if some invisible constraint had been completely shattered. The spiritual energy within Chen-Lin's body surged instantly, and its circulation speed more than doubled. Chi refining level 4. The bottleneck that had plagued him for a whole year and which had cost the family several precious spirit grains to overcome, crumbled the moment his son was born. Call. Chen-Lin exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging spiritual power within his body and his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly becoming several times clearer. A powerful feeling of controlling everything arose spontaneously. He slowly raised his hand, looking at his fingers and palms, which were slightly rough from years of cultivation. This is cultivation. This is power. 9th young master? You are. The midwife beside him stared at Chen-Lin in disbelief. Just now, she clearly felt a wave of energy emanating from Chen-Lin, causing the air in the room to stagnate and making it difficult for her, a mere mortal, to breathe. Chen-Lin did not answer her. His gaze returned to the now quiet baby. At this moment, the baby had stopped crying and was looking at him curiously with its big, dark eyes. A genuine smile finally appeared on Chen-Lin's face. That is neither love for new life nor the joy of fatherhood. It's the look in a hunter's eyes when he sees the finest prey, or a king's gaze when he discovers the most fertile land. It was filled with scrutiny, satisfaction, and a possessiveness that was determined to get it. Your territory is now mine. Your bloodline and your talent will, from this moment on, become the steps that allow me to reach the pinnacle. He reached out and took the tiny body from the midwife's arms, speaking softly, his voice not loud, yet clearly carrying throughout the entire room. From today onwards, his name is Chen Ping'an. I am Chen-Lin, the eldest son. Chapter 36, The Joy of Birth, the Beginning of Planning. Inside the green gauze curtain, the scent of sandalwood and herbs grew even stronger. Chen-Lin looked down at the pink and tender baby in his arms. The baby's clear black and white eyes were curiously looking at him, and the baby's little mouth was smacking unconsciously. My son. He murmured to himself, the excitement that had surged within him due to his increased strength now slightly subsided. The system panel's notification sound still echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual root aptitude has improved. Current spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 spiritual roots, mid-grade aptitude. 5 spiritual roots, medium-grade aptitude. This is not considered top tier in the cultivation world, but compared to his previous life in a post-apocalyptic world where there was no spiritual energy, and his early rebirth where he could only endure hardship through meditation and breathing exercises, it was a world of difference. Good. Chen-Lin said good 3 times in a row, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. He doesn't have any special paternal love for the newborn, at least not now. What he saw was a priceless resource, an excellent springboard for him to escape the struggles at the bottom and soar to the top. With such good aptitude, he's bound to be a genius in the future. He thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the baby's limbs and bones, as if he could penetrate the flesh and blood to see the flowing spiritual veins that contained astonishing potential. Much better than me, his father. He's truly my fine eldest son. This thought, tinged with a hint of mockery, also carried a touch of anticipation for the future. He didn't need his son to love him much, only that his son be strong enough and obedient enough. Madam, you are weak and need to rest. I will go out first and have the maids take good care of you. Chen Lin's voice was very gentle, deliberately imitating the tenderness of a new father. Lu Shi, lying on the bed, was still pale, and the sweat on her forehead had not yet completely dried. Hearing her husband's words, she simply nodded weakly, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it only turned into a soft sigh. Her eyes were filled with weariness, but even more so with the bewilderment and helplessness of an ordinary woman becoming a mother for the first time. Seeing this, Chen Lin turned to the two maids waiting outside and instructed them, "Take good care of madam. If she feels unwell, come find me immediately." After giving his instructions, he turned and left, his movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Leaving the delivery room, the sunlight was just right in the courtyard outside. The Chen family of Qinjia town, though a family of cultivators, was ultimately a minor clan. Their ancestral lands were quite large, but also somewhat dilapidated, with the eaves of several courtyards showing signs of age. Chen Lin strolled towards the courtyard where his parents lived. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I heard a gentle sound of reading aloud. His mother, Su Lingping, was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, holding a book in her hand. Next to her sat a boy of 11 or 12 years old, who was his younger brother, Chen Liang. The young boy had a touch of childishness in his brows, but his eyes were focused as he followed his mother's reading, one word at a time. "Mother, father," Chen Lin stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. Su Lingping looked up and saw that it was her eldest son. A relieved smile appeared on her face. "Liner, you're here? Who was that just now?" She pointed towards the delivery room. "Yes, it's born, it's a boy." Chen Lin's tone was calm, even a little teasing. Full of energy, a chubby little boy. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang curiously raised his head, looked at Chen Lin, then at his mother, and exclaimed with excitement, "Brother! I'm an uncle now? Go away, stay over there." Chen Lin patted Chen Liang's head irritably, but not too hard. Looking at his younger brother's bewildered expression, a mischievous thought suddenly arose in his mind. "What's bothering you?" Chen Lin suddenly walked up to Chen Liang and asked in a serious tone. Chen Liang was taken aback by his question and subconsciously shook his head. "No. No worries? That's it." Chen Lin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "The problem is, there are too few problems." "Huh?" Chen Liang was completely dumbfounded, blinking his eyes with a blank expression. Su Lingping shook her head helplessly and said reproachfully, "Liner, don't scare your little brother. He's too young to understand your complicated ways." Chen Lin shrugged, stopped teasing Chen Liang, and turned to look at his father, Chen Yaozu. Chen Yaozu was sitting by a small pond in the corner of the yard, holding a fishing rod, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes. He saw Chen Lin, his face expressionless, and simply nodded, Chen Lin walked over and sat down next to his father. "Dad, my wife gave birth to a big, healthy boy. You have a grandson now." Chen Yaozu said, "Oh," in a flat tone, "it's good that it's a boy." "What's his name?" "Chen Pingyan," Chen Lin replied. "Pingyan, a good name." Chen Yaozu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Chen Lin, as if trying to read something from his face. "Your mother said that child made quite a stir?" The movements he mentioned referred to were unusual phenomena at the time of birth, or what the midwife called auspicious omens. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. He knew his father was subtly hinting at something. He knew how incredibly difficult it would be for his family, a relatively minor clan like the Chen family, to produce a son with exceptional spiritual talent. His adoptive father was probably just asking casually, without holding out much hope. Chen Lin mumbled in response, deliberately feigning indifference. He was quite spirited when he was born. As for his spiritual root. He paused, looking at his father. Who knows? This kid does look like me, thick-skinned and tough. He'll probably grow up to be a boorish brute. His words were half a test and half a pretense. He wanted his father, and even the entire family, to believe that this newborn baby was just an ordinary child with mediocre talent, and perhaps even no spiritual roots. Only in this way can Chen Ping'an's true talent be revealed in the future, or his potential be developed by the system, so that he can make a name for himself without attracting too much attention. He understood all too well the principle that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. In his previous life in the dungeon, the most dazzling geniuses were often the ones who died the fastest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaozu simply gave a faint "oh," seemingly unsurprised. He picked up his fishing rod and gently cast it into the pond. It's good that you're like this. It's good that you're safe. For our Chen family, having an ordinary person to help out is something to rely on. Chen Lin looked at his father's weathered face and felt a mix of emotions. He knew his father was thinking about the family's future, but this thinking was too realistic and too helpless. "Dad, what about my eldest brother? How is Qin Jinggao's wife?" Chen Lin suddenly asked. Mentioning his eldest son, Chen Yaozu's expression shifted slightly. Jinggao and his wife went to the Li family's banquet. Your sister-in-law's family had a nephew who passed the imperial examination and held a celebratory banquet, and they went to offer their congratulations. Chen Lin nodded. Chen Jinggao, the eldest son of the Chun family, is now married and has a child. By the way, Chen Yaozu added, your sixth uncle knows you have a son and said he'll come back to visit in the next couple of days. Chen Lin noted it down. Sixth uncle was also a cultivator, serving as a steward in the clan. His cultivation level was the 7th level of qi refining, making him one of the few people in the Chen family with a higher cultivation level besides the clan leader. By the way, regarding the Chen family, is the position of registrar currently held by my eldest uncle? Chen Lin asked casually. Yes, your uncle is still in good health and manages his duties as a clerk very well. He is a pillar of the Chen family in the officialdom, Chen Yaozu replied. Chen Lin seemed to be deep in thought. Although the position of Dianshi was just a minor official, in a mortal dynasty, it was still considered a formally appointed official who could bring some stable resources and convenience to the family. It's quite remarkable that this lowly immortal clan can maintain such a status in the mortal world. He stood up, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to his parents, and said, Dad, Mom, I'm going back now. I'll bring Ping'an to see you again when he's a little older. Go ahead and take good care of your wife, Su Lingping gently instructed. Chen Yaozu simply nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the tranquil pond. Chen Lin turned and left, his steps still unhurried. The sunlight shone on him, warm and comforting. But he knew in his heart that beneath this calm sunlight, undercurrents were already surging. His son, Chen Ping'an. A prodigy possessing 4 spiritual roots. A ladder that he, Chen Lin, will use the system to gradually build to the top. From this day forward, the Chen family, and indeed the entire world, will be swept up in an unprecedented storm because of this tiny baby. And he, Chen Lin, is the eye of the storm. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. In that azure expanse, countless possibilities for cultivation seemed to have begun to emerge, as well as hidden dangers. Peace and safety. He silently repeated the name in his heart, a cold smile curving his lips once again. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Chapter 37, The Immortal Master Who Cultivates Farming, and His Ambition to Raise Gu. After leaving his parents' courtyard, Chen Lin did not return to his own residence. The newborn baby and the weakened mother only bring pointless noise. What he needs now is absolute quiet to take stock of his achievements and the path ahead. He strolled toward the family's animal pen. On the way, the face of his sixth uncle, Chen Wan, flashed through his mind. Sixth uncle, at the 7th level of qi refining, joined a minor, insignificant sect called Yuanqing sect, making him the Chen family's only external ally in the cultivation world. In his previous life, Chen Lin had become close to this elder, intentionally or unintentionally, as early as the age of 12. They would send him some game they had hunted, or help him run errands, maintaining a level of closeness that was beyond that of ordinary nephews and nieces. This is an investment. Now that their son Chen Ping'an has been born, he is exceptionally talented. According to clan rules and social customs, this sixth uncle, who lives far away, will surely send a congratulatory gift. I hope you won't disappoint me, sixth uncle, Chen Lin murmured to himself. A generous gift would be the first pot of gold to launch his plan. Inside the animal pen, a stench mixed with hay and monster dung wafted out. He skillfully untied the reins of a thin, bluish-black demonic horse. This horse was named Qingfeng, a third-generation hybrid descendant of the demonic beast chasing Windhorse. Its bloodline was so diluted that it had almost no strength left, and it was a tool assigned to him by his family for transportation. Even so, such a third-generation demon is worth 2 low-grade spirit stones on the market. Including the 3 spirit stones I've saved up over the past few years through frugality, my entire fortune amounts to no more than 5 spirit stones. Chen-Lin mounted his horse swiftly and decisively. In the eyes of true cultivators, such a small amount of wealth is no different from that of a beggar. He rode his horse to a gentle slope behind Qinjia town. 2 acres of fertile land, cultivated alone here, were his property. The field is planted with green rice seedlings that are half a foot tall, which are the most basic spiritual grain in the cultivation world, Qingyuan rice. This is the family rule. Every family cultivator who has started a family is allocated 2 acres of spirit fields. But you don't have ownership, only the right to use them. Of the spirit grain harvested each year, 70% is handed over to the family, and 30% is yours. When will I be able to fully own these 2 acres of land? 60 years old. When you get old and there's no longer any possibility of advancement, the family will completely transfer these 2 acres of land to you as a kind of guarantee for your old age. His second uncle patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Linner, cultivate the spirit rain technique well, take good care of the spirit fields, and the higher the harvest, the more your share will be." Chen-Lin nodded in agreement, but inwardly he was sneering. What a fine example of drawing a circle around oneself and imprisoning oneself. He took a cloth bag from his horse and poured the fertilizer, a mixture of ordinary manure and a small amount of spiritual soil, evenly into the field. After doing this, he walked to the edge of the field and began to form hand seals. Yun Lai. He let out a low shout, and the spiritual power of the 4th level of qi refining surged within his body. Spirit Rain Technique is a low-grade yellow rank spell that draws water vapor into a fine rain containing traces of spiritual energy. It is an essential skill for every spirit plant master. As the incantation was completed, a thin patch of dark cloud gathered above the spirit field, and a light drizzle fell, precisely covering the 2 acres of spirit field. After casting a spell, nearly half of the spiritual energy that had just surged in his dantian was instantly depleted. Chen-Lin's face paled slightly, but he didn't seem to care. He looked at the rice seedlings stretching their leaves in the spiritual rain, but there was no trace of a farmer's joy in his eyes, only the calculation of a merchant. The family's accounts only record the total output. These 2 acres of land, under favorable weather conditions, can produce 300 caddies of spirit grain a year. He only reported 280 gene each time. He would secretly grind the remaining 20 caddies into spirit rice and sell it. As for the rice bran left over from grinding the rice, which contained the least amount of spiritual energy, he would use it to feed the few blue-feathered chickens he raised in his backyard. Over the course of 4 years, he managed to save up half a spirit stone as a private stash of money using this stolen harvest. No one would doubt it. For a cultivator with low-level 5 elemental roots to manage the spirit fields without reducing yields is already considered diligent. Who would have thought he would dare to falsify production figures and line his own pockets? After irrigating, Chen-Lin's gaze fell on 3 fruit trees that were half a person tall not far away. A few unripe fruits hung on the tree. These were yuanyang fruits, a low-grade yellow-rank spiritual fruit, the main ingredient used by Grandpa Chen Menghe, the family's only alchemist, to refine the yuanyang pill. He was also responsible for taking care of these 3 trees. But he dared not move. Grandpa knew the value of every single fruit. Losing even one could lead to utter disaster. The time isn't right yet. Chen-Lin withdrew his gaze, picked up a hoe, and began to loosen the soil around the fruit trees. When spiritual energy is exhausted, physical strength will suffice. The powerful physique he honed in the underground city in his previous life made him far more efficient at these farm chores than other pampered cultivators. An hour later, after pruning the fruit tree branches and removing the weeds from the 2 acres of land, Chen-Lin finally collapsed from exhaustion under an old tree on the edge of the field, panting heavily. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his muscles ached. Ha, a celestial master? He's just a slightly more advanced farmer. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, but there was no trace of dejection in his eyes, only a cold flame burning within. It was this daily toil and repression that made his thirst for power run deep in his bones. After resting for a while, he led his horse, Xingfeng, around to a more secluded ravine behind the mountain. There was a small, inconspicuous wooden hut that he had built himself. As I pushed open the door, a fragrance of herbs mixed with grains wafted out. In the corner of the room, there were several burlap sacks piled up. It contained the spirit rice and rice bran that he had secretly kept over the years, worth about half a spirit stone. On another shelf were 2 medicinal herbs wrapped in oil paper. One was a white birch ginseng he had picked in the mountains. It was of decent age and worth a spirit stone. The other one was an old Solomon seal that I found by chance. It was a little undercooked, but it was still worth half a spirit stone. This is his true secret vault. Total value, 2 spirit stones. Including the 3 he had on him, his total assets were 5 spirit stones plus a poor horse. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the center of the wooden house and closed his eyes. Instead of counting the valuables, he began to circulate the greenwood technique. Boom! The moment the technique was activated, Chen Lin's whole body trembled. If the previous cultivation was like pushing a boulder through a muddy swamp with great difficulty, each step exhausting one's strength and making very little progress. Now, it's like a boulder placed on a smooth ice surface with just a gentle push, it can slide a great distance. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is no longer the faint mist that was once present but required considerable effort to perceive. They became incredibly clear and incredibly active. Strands and strands, as if drawn by an invisible force, actively converged towards his body, seeping into his meridians through his pores. This is a mid-grade qualification? A storm raged in Chen Lin's heart. He looked inward at his dantian, where the spiritual energy that had just broken through to the 4th level of qi refining was becoming more solid and refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. One full cycle of breathing. In the past, it took an hour. Now, 15 minutes is enough. Efficiency has increased 4-fold. This is only a mid-grade aptitude for a 5 elemental root. Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. He felt the surging spiritual energy within him, and an unprecedented sense of affinity with heaven and earth. A poisonous weed called ambition began to grow wildly in his heart. The fact that he had a son with 4 spiritual roots caused his cultivation speed to increase 4-fold. This is just the beginning. His gaze pierced through the walls of the wooden house, looking towards Qinjie town, as if he could see the baby lying in swaddling clothes. That's not his son. That was a seed. A perfect seed that can lead him to the highest divine throne. Just one has such an effect. What if there are 10? Or 100? What if the next offspring has 3 spiritual roots? 2 spiritual roots? Or even the legendary heavenly spiritual root? The cold and insane thought, like a wildfire, instantly consumed all his reason. He slowly raised his hand, looked at his palm, and a sinister smile spread across his face. My good son, Chen Ping'an. I hope your brothers and sisters can also share your father's burdens, just like you. Chapter 38, Second Uncle's Account Book, A Reward with Thorns. Inside the wooden house, the mixed aroma of herbs and grains was slightly disturbed by Chen Lin's heavy breathing. Ambition is the best catalyst. His eyes, burning with fire, were fixed on the medicinal herbs wrapped in oil paper on the shelf. Birch ginseng. The value of a low-grade spirit stone used to be a huge sum of money that he would have needed to save for several years. But now, it's just a stepping stone. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lin grabbed the birchroot-like plant, tore off the oil paper, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Bitter, spicy, and with a strong earthy taste, it explodes on the tip of the tongue instantly. His expression remained unchanged, his jaw muscles bulged, and he chewed forcefully like a wild beast. The juices inside the ginseng were squeezed out, turning into a hot, thin thread that shot straight down his throat. Boom! A violent surge of medicinal power exploded like a thunderclap in his dantian. A torrent of pure spiritual energy surged and crashed against his newly stabilized meridians. If it were someone with lower grade aptitude, this medicinal power would have been enough to rupture his meridians and cause him to explode and die. But now, things are different. The mid-grade 5 elements spiritual root is like a tough and wide giant net, steadily catching the violent medicinal power. The originally mixed medicinal power was quickly sorted and purified, transforming into the purest spiritual power, which then merged into his dantian. The vortex of spiritual energy within his dantian spun and expanded at an astonishing speed. The barrier of the early stage of the 4th level of qi refining is as fragile as window paper in the face of this power. One poke and it'll break. Mid-stage of qi refining level 4. Late stage of qi refining level 4. The medicine's effects remain potent and its momentum undiminished. Break! Chen Lin roared inwardly, guiding that vast spiritual power to launch the most ferocious attack on the bottleneck of the 5th level of qi refining. Click! Click! A series of crisp cracking sounds came from within his body. The cultivation barrier that had bound him for so long was crumbling inch by inch. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of medicinal power was completely refined, Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and a sliver of light, about an inch long, flashed by. Qi refining level 5. It's done. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air carrying a faint medicinal fragrance, feeling the spiritual power within his body, which was several times stronger than before, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. He stood up, strolled out of the wooden house, and came to the newly irrigated spiritual field. Again! He formed hand seals, and the speed was more than twice as fast as before. The rain of spirits. The spiritual energy was gathering in the sky at an astonishing speed. What was once a thin sheet of dark clouds had now become as thick as ink, covering an area of 10 feet in radius. Splash! The drizzle was no longer a light drizzle, but rather large raindrops that poured down in torrents. The concentration of spiritual energy contained within was several times higher than before. The 2 acres of spiritual fields were instantly enveloped by the torrential rain, and the Qingyuan rice seedlings in the field seemed to be drunk, wildly stretching out their leaves and visibly growing a little higher. The second level of the spirit rain technique. This torrential rain was equivalent to the effect of 5 spells cast in the past. And the spiritual energy in his dantian was only reduced by 30%. Ha ha ha. Chen-Lin chuckled softly, his laughter filled with delight. He concealed his presence, mounted his green windhorse, and instead of returning to his own hut, headed straight for the courtyard in the center of Qinjia town, a courtyard that was more magnificent than any of the surrounding buildings. Main Hall. The place where he was in charge of the family's general affairs, land, and accounts was also the office of his second uncle, Chen Yaowu. As soon as I stepped into the hall, a musty smell of ink and the unique scent of bamboo slips wafted over me. My second uncle, Chen Yaowu, was sitting behind his desk, holding a roll of account books in his hand, without even looking up. Second uncle. Chen-Lin bowed respectfully. Yes, he's here. Chen Yao's voice was indifferent as he continued to stare at the account book. Lu Shi gave birth, it's a boy, not bad. Your parents are very happy. Yes, thanks to second uncle. Chen-Lin stood with his hands at his sides, his posture very humble. Chen Yaowu finally put down the account book and looked up. He was in his early 40s, with a thin face and a goatee, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if they could see through people's hearts. What brings you here today? I just managed to break through to the 5th level of qi refining, and I've come to report to my second uncle to update the clan roster, Chen-Lin said calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Chen Yaowu paused slightly as he stroked his beard. His sharp eyes swept over Chen-Lin, a hint of surprise flashing across them, but he quickly regained his composure. At 18 years old, at the 5th level of qi refining, his aptitude may be a bit lacking, but his willpower and perseverance are unparalleled in the clan. He nodded, but then abruptly changed the subject. That birch ginseng I picked in the back mountain last autumn, it must have been quite potent, right? Chen-Lin's heart skipped a beat. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Also, Chen Yaowu picked up another thin booklet beside him and gently turned a page. In these 4 years, you have handed over a total of 1,120 caddies of spirit grain. Based on the yield from your 2 mu of land, it should have been 1,160 jin. You secretly kept 40 jin, which, after being milled into spirit rice, yielded approximately 28 jin. He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing Chen-Lin, am I right? Quiet. The air seemed to freeze. Chen-Lin felt a fine layer of cold sweat instantly seep down his back. His supposedly flawless scheme was actually meticulously recorded in his second uncle's ledger. Second uncle, you are wise. After a long while, Chen-Lin slowly uttered 4 words, without making excuses or begging for mercy, but simply admitting it calmly. Seeing his appearance, the sharpness in Chen Yao's eyes lessened, replaced by a hint of approval. He has some guts. He took a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Chen-Lin, saying, this is the clan's decision. You have been married for 4 years and have made great contributions to the continuation of the family bloodline. From now on, your share of those 2 acres of sacred land will be increased to 20%. In addition, you will receive 1/10 of your allowance for the past 4 years, totaling 116 caddies of spirit grain, which you can collect directly from the warehouse. Chen-Lin looked at the document, his pupils contracting slightly. It's not punishment, but a reward? He understood instantly. His family had known about his underhanded actions for a long time, but had kept quiet. Now that his son had been born and he had broken through to a higher level, they were finally bringing everything to the forefront. This is both a warning and an attempt to win them over. Nephew, if you dare, Chen-Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and stepped forward. Could our share be increased by another 10%? Or even 30%? I am willing to die for the family. He wanted to test the family's bottom line. 30%? Chen Yaowu laughed, a hint of amusement in his smile. You're quite the prude. He slowly took out another document from another drawer. This document was even more yellowed, and the edges were even a little tattered. It's not impossible to get a 30% share. He pushed the old document over as well, or, you can choose this one. Your grandfather just recently reclaimed a piece of land from outside. Chen Lin's gaze fell on the old document. That was a land transfer deed for a sacred field. This is Black Swamp Slope, 3 acres of low-grade spiritual fields. Chen Yaowu lightly tapped the land deed with his fingertip, his tone becoming somewhat meaningful. This land now belongs to you. 2/10 of the old land, or this new land that nobody wants, you choose. Chen Lin did not answer immediately. He gave up the idea of bargaining, accepted 20% of the profits, and then picked up the land deed. Nephew, choose this piece of land. Chen Yaowu looked at him with an I-knew-it expression on his face. Have you thought it through? That piece of land isn't exactly safe. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Lin put the land deed into his pocket, bowed deeply, and said, Thank you, second uncle, for your kindness. Go on. Chen Yaowu waved his hand, picked up the ledger again, as if nothing had happened. Just as Chen Lin turned to step out the door, Chen Yaowu's voice came again, faintly. Before going to the new place, go to the talisman hall to get a few protective talismans. Remember, don't die too young. Chapter 39, Fortune lies in peril, but a wolf blocks the way. Chen Lin walked out of the main hall with the burning hot land deed in his hand, as if his second uncle's sharp eyes were still piercing his back. He showed no sign of relief at surviving the ordeal. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. A warning? Or an attempt to win them over? This unwanted black marsh slope was like a thorny bone thrown over by my second uncle. If you could chew it up, it would be a merit. If you couldn't, you deserved to die. He turned and headed straight for the family's treasure trove, the talisman hall. Inside the talisman hall, a strong smell of aged paper mixed with special cinnabar ink wafted through the air. The guardian of the talisman hall was an elderly clan uncle who was dozing off in his chair. He only lazily opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. Chen Lin didn't say much, only that it was his second uncle Chen Yaowu's instruction. After verifying the information, the old man took out 2 yellow paper talismans from a locked wooden cabinet. The talisman glowed with a faint golden light, its intricate patterns and subtle flow of spiritual energy revealing its true nature as the Golden Armor Talisman, a low-grade first-tier defensive talisman capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a mid-stage chi-refining cultivator once activated. The other one was crimson red, painted with bursting flame patterns. It was a Fireball Talisman, a low-grade first-tier attack talisman. 1 Golden Armor Talisman costs 3 low-grade Spirit Stones. 2 Fireball Talismans cost 2 low-grade Spirit Stones. Chen Lin calculated silently in his mind, his fingertips lightly tracing the surface of the talismans. 5 Spirit Stones in total. This huge sum of money represented almost all of his secret savings accumulated over the past 4 years. Now, his family was giving it to him as casually as if he were a beggar. This is the most direct manifestation of how one's status rises with increased strength. He carefully put the 3 talismans into his bosom, placed them close to his body, and turned to leave. Back in his courtyard, a rich aroma of medicinal cuisine filled the air. He glanced through the window and saw that his wife, Lu, was already asleep, and the tiny baby in the cradle beside her was also sleeping soundly, breathing evenly. He didn't go in, he just stood there quietly for a moment before turning and walking towards the animal pen. His mount, the azure wind horse, had been replaced by an even more magnificent and divine steed. This horse is named 5 Horns. It is entirely black, and has 5 short, prominent bone spurs on its forehead. It is a descendant of the 5 Horns demon horse, and its speed and endurance far surpass those of the green wind horse. This was redistributed by his family after he broke through to the 5th level of chi refining. Chen Lin skillfully prepared the saddle and bridle, stuffed the 3 life-saving talismans into a convenient little pouch at his waist, mounted his horse, and galloped towards Songju Mountain outside Xinjia town. With the sound of horses' hooves, his mind was already racing with calculations. Haispo, located deep in Songju Mountain, is 3 acres in size, much larger than his original 2 acres of land. It would be impossible to thoroughly explore and understand the soil fertility, water sources, and hidden dangers without spending 3 or 4 days. It's still too isolated. He sat on his horse, feeling the mountain wind blowing in his face, and couldn't help but reflect. Over the years, he has only focused on his arduous cultivation and scheming for that little bit of spiritual grain, neglecting the social interactions among cultivators. Like the Spring Joy Pavilion in the town, which is called a brothel, it is actually a gray area where various independent cultivators and family cultivators exchange information and buy and sell private goods. If I had gone there earlier, I might have known more about the details of Black Swamp Slope. The sun rises and sets, and in the blink of an eye, it is the fourth day. The weather was overcast, and a thin mist rose in the mountains. Chen-Lin had already ventured deep into the heart of Songju Mountain, where a vast swamp appeared before him. The black silt reeked of decay, and withered branches and leaves floated on the surface. Several strange, unidentified birds were startled and let out hoarse cries that broke the deathly silence. "This is Kurosawa Saka." Hiss. The five-horned horse beneath him suddenly began pawing restlessly, its nostrils flaring with hot breath, and it remained agitated no matter how Chen-Lin tried to soothe it. A foul gust of wind suddenly swept in from the reeds on the side. "A whoa!" With a deep roar, a huge black shadow suddenly sprang out from the waist-high reeds. That was a giant wolf, as big as a black bear. Its body was covered in dirty, matted black fur, its eyes were a terrifying blood red, and saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, making the ground sizzle as it corroded. The demonic aura emanating from him was in no way inferior to that of a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining. The wolf demon kicked off with its hind legs, its massive body transforming into a black lightning bolt, accompanied by a fierce wind that tore through the air, rushing straight towards Chen-Lin on horseback. In the blink of an eye, Chen-Lin showed no panic, only a beast-like calmness. The fighting instincts honed in the slaughterhouse in his previous life were brought to their fullest potential at this moment. He didn't even look at the wolf demon that pounced on him. His right hand flashed into the pouch at his waist, and 2 crimson fireball talismans were already between his fingers. Spiritual power, infuse. Go! Boom! Boom! 2 exploding fireballs, each the size of a human head and trailing long flames, struck the wolf demon's waist and abdomen with astonishing speed, one from the left and one from the right. "A whoa!" A piercing scream echoed through the mountains and forests. The wolf demon's tough fur was instantly blown apart, the black fur charred and curled, revealing a bloody and mangled wound underneath, and a foul, burnt smell filled the air. It was sent flying by the enormous impact, crashing heavily into the swamp and splashing up a large amount of mud. Without even glancing at the result, Chen-Lin yanked the reins with his left hand and used all his strength to forcefully turn the frightened pentagon around. "Drive!" He squeezed the horse's belly hard with his legs, and the 5-horned horse, in pain, turned its 4 hooves and galloped away like an arrow off a bow along the mountain road it had come from. Behind him, the wolf demon struggled to climb out of the mud, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen-Lin's fleeing figure, filled with savagery and resentment, but ultimately unable to give chase due to the severe injury to its waist and abdomen. As he ran down the mountain, Chen-Lin's heartbeat remained steady, but his mind was racing. That wolf demon was about the same strength as himself, but the physical body of a demon beast was incredibly powerful, so if they really fought, he would definitely not come out on top. Only a fool would do something like a head-on confrontation. An idea instantly formed in his mind. Danger? No, this is an incredible opportunity. A demon wolf at the 5th level of chi refining its demon core, fur, claws, and fangs, aren't they all priceless treasures? He couldn't eat them all by himself, but the Chen family could. If he simply reports this matter to his grandfather, the clan leader at the 8th level of chi refining, or his second uncle at the 6th level of chi refining, he can easily hunt down this demon wolf. As the discoverer and hero, he will surely get the biggest share of the spoils. Just as he was calculating how to maximize his profits, a figure suddenly appeared at the bend in the mountain path leading downhill. The man was dressed in the blue Taoist robe of an outer disciple of the Yuanqing sect. He was tall and straight, and he was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen-Lin galloping towards him on horseback. Chen-Lin suddenly pulled on the reins, and the 5-horned horse reared up and let out a long neigh. He recognized the person as his 6th uncle, Chen Wang, who was cultivating in the sect. A glint flashed in Chen-Lin's eyes. He dismounted and rushed to the other party in a few steps. He threw all the polite words and small talk to the back of his mind and asked an urgent question. "Sixth uncle. What level of chi refining are you at now?" Chapter 40, using a demonic wolf as a lure, uncle and nephew conspire together. A mountain breeze blew by, swirling a few withered leaves around Chen Wang's blue Taoist robe. His face, which usually carried a sense of superiority as a disciple of a sect, was now filled with astonishment. His nephew had been excessively sensible since childhood, always respectfully calling him 6th uncle whenever they met. He had never acted like this before, coming up like a hungry wolf, staring intently at his cultivation level. Chen Wang's eyebrows furrowed, and he subconsciously released a trace of spiritual pressure, saying in a deep voice, "What's wrong with you, kid?" Did you just have a baby and your mind isn't clear? The oppressive aura belonging to the late stage of qi refining weighed down on Qianlin like a small mountain. If it had been a day earlier, his legs would probably have gone weak. But now, he only swayed slightly and managed to hold on. 8th level of qi refining. A terrifying light flashed in Qianlin's eyes, not from awe, but from the excitement of a successful scheme. 6th uncle, your nephew has brought you great wealth. Before he finished speaking, he succinctly recounted how he had encountered a qi refining level 5 demon wolf at Black Marsh Slope and how he had managed to escape using a fireball talisman. He deliberately concealed his second uncle's scheme, only saying that he went to explore the newly allocated spiritual fields, but encountered this ferocious beast. Upon hearing this, Shen Wang's dismissive expression vanished, replaced by solemnity and a hint of greed. A demon wolf at the 5th level of qi refining. Its demon core, fur, and bones are worth at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. This is quite a windfall for him. Lead the way. Chen Wang stopped wasting words, grabbed Chen Lin's shoulder, and with a swift movement, he carried a person at a speed that was not much slower than the 5-horned horse. Returning to that stinking swamp, the sky grew increasingly gloomy, and the damp, cold mist almost condensed into water droplets. The black-furred wolf demon was indeed still there. It lay by the mud pit, licking the 2 charred wounds on its waist and abdomen with its tongue, its blood-red eyes filled with ferocity. When it saw Chen Lin return with an even more terrifying human, it let out a threatening growl. However, it did not pounce. Locked onto by Chen Wan's powerful aura at the 8th level of qi refining, the ferocious beast actually felt a fatal threat. It suddenly turned around, its thick front paws frantically digging at the black mud beneath it. A moment later, it dug something out of the mud, about the thickness of a baby's arm, completely black, and resembling the tentacles of some creature. As soon as that thing appeared, an incredibly rich aura of medicinal herbs burst forth, overwhelming the stench of the swamp. The wolf demon opened its blood-red maw, intending to swallow the black tentacle whole. You beast, how dare you! Chen Wang's eyes widened, and his hair and beard stood on end. He couldn't even see what it was, but just from the aroma, he knew it was a priceless treasure. He moved. There were no spells, no talismans, just a pure burst of spiritual energy. His figure was like a cannonball fired from a gun, carrying an unparalleled momentum, instantly traversing a distance of dozens of feet. Boom! A dull, loud bang resounded, sending visible ripples through the air. The arrogant wolf demon didn't even have time to let out a scream before Chen Wang's shoulder slammed into its side. Its massive body flew out like a tattered sack, crashing with a thud into an ancient tree in the distance that would take 3 people to encircle. The impact sent withered leaves rustling down, before it slid softly to the ground, its fate unknown. Without even glancing at the wolf demon, Chen Wang rushed to the black tentacle, his breathing quickening, and carefully picked it up. It was a section of vine, as black as ink, with cloud-like natural patterns on its surface, and a spiritual light seemed to flow slowly within it. Wu Yun vine. Chen Wang's voice trembled, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. It's actually one of the main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill, Wu Yun vine. He gripped the vine tightly, trembling with excitement. With this item, he could exchange it for a foundation establishment pill, or use it as the main ingredient to persuade an elder in his sect to refine a pill for him. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years finally offered hope for a breakthrough. Chen Lin silently walked to the unconscious wolf demon, checked its breath, and found it was still breathing. He looked up at his overjoyed 6th uncle and calmly said, 6th uncle, it's a pity to kill this wolf. Chen Wang snapped out of his euphoria and frowned. Why keep such a ferocious beast around for the new year? It will surely cause trouble if we leave it alive. Killing him would only make him a dead thing worth 20 spirit stones. Chen Lin walked up to Chen Wang, his gaze intense. But what if we tame it and use it to breed with ordinary horses? Wouldn't our Chen family then be able to secure a stable breeding channel for demon horses? Chen Wang froze. He looked at his nephew as if he were meeting him for the first time. How audacious, and how tempting, this idea. Why is the Chen family only a minor clan? Ultimately, it's because they lack a stable source of spirit stones. If they could monopolize the demon horse trade around Chen family town, how could the family not prosper? Taming a demon wolf at the 5th level of qi refining is easier said than done. Chen Wang quickly calmed down and hit the nail on the head. Unless you can get your hands on a second-tier beast taming talisman or an even more obscure love root talisman, but love root talisman, Chen Lin uttered 3 words. This talisman is not forcibly enslaving, but rather to stimulate the primal reproductive instincts of demonic beasts, making them docile and focused on mating. Although it is a first-grade high-quality talisman, its price is higher than that of ordinary second-grade talismans due to its strange drawing method in scarce materials. It costs at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Wang looked at the priceless black cloud vine in his hand, then at Chen Lin's determined eyes, and was torn between his own thoughts and his own. A moment later, he burst into laughter. Good. Well done, Chen Lin. My nephew, Chen Wang's nephew, should have such ambition. He had gained tremendous benefits from the black cloud vine, and his ego was high. He could afford to gamble with a mere 50 spirit stones. The spirit stones will be split equally between me and my family. I'll go back to the sect and find a way to get you the love root talisman. This wolf demon is yours. Chen Wang made the final decision. He stared at Chen Lin, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness of a businessman. However, let's get this straight. Half of the spirit stones you earn from this wolf demon must be handed over to repay the family's investment. Only after you've paid off the debt will this demon horse business truly be yours. Furthermore, if the family needs to purchase demon horses, you must supply them at the lowest possible price. Deal. Chen Lin said without the slightest hesitation. These conditions, though seemingly harsh, were actually an incredible bargain. He essentially got something for nothing, using his family's resources to leverage an entire industry of his own. The uncle and nephew exchanged a smile, and a new tacit understanding quietly developed between them. Chen Wang did not mention that if Chen Lin died or there was no successor, the business would eventually return to the family. Chen Lin didn't point it out, he was just thinking about his newborn son, Chen Ping'an, who possessed 4 spiritual roots. Is there no one to carry on the legacy? It does not exist. He has many good sons. Chapter 41 The Ancestor's Elixir, Intelligence from Chuanhuan Tower. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the main hall, the candlelight flickered, casting an uncertain glow on Chen Yao's thin face. Bang! A black-furred wolf demon, about the size of a calf, was thrown heavily onto the open ground in front of the hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wolf demon was covered in blood, with 2 charred wounds on its waist and abdomen being particularly conspicuous. Although it was unconscious, its ferocious demonic aura still made the air in the hall feel heavier. Chen Yao slammed the ledger in his hand onto the table with a thud. He stood up abruptly, his sharp eyes fixed on the wolf demon. He glanced at Chen Lin, who looked calm and collected, and his 6th brother, Chen Wang, who had a smug look on his face. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. His barbed reward was meant to serve as a warning, to teach his ambitious nephew a lesson he shouldn't be so arrogant. He had foreseen everything. He knew Chen Lin would go, he knew there would be danger, and he even knew Chen Lin might be injured and escape back. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Lin not only returned alive, but also dragged that danger back with him. This is, that monster from Black Swamp Slope? Chen Yao's voice was somewhat hoarse. Second brother, you almost killed my good nephew. Chen Wang stepped forward, his tone tinged with exaggerated lingering fear, yet he concealed the priceless black cloud vine meticulously. If I hadn't happened to be visiting my parents and passing by Songzhu Mountain, Chen Lin would have perished there today. Chen Yao's face twitched, and a hint of guilt and lingering fear surfaced in his eyes. He strode out from behind the desk, circled the wolf demon, and grew increasingly alarmed. A wolf demon at the 5th level of Qi refining possessed a formidable physical body. If it truly fought to the death, even an ordinary cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining wouldn't stand a chance. He took a deep breath, pulled out a golden talisman from his pocket, and stuffed it directly into Chen Lin's hand. It was my fault, uncle. It almost led to a terrible mistake. Keep this golden armor talisman as compensation from your uncle. Chen Lin accepted it without hesitation. He knew that the "I'm sorry" was more important than the talisman itself. This matter, and the fate of this wolf demon, are no longer within my control. Chen Yao quickly regained his composure, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The matter of the black cloud vine is of utmost importance, and taming a demon wolf is unheard of. We must ask the ancestor for a decision. The backyard of the Chen family is a secluded and quiet independent courtyard, permeated with a faint medicinal fragrance all year round. This is the true forbidden area of the Chen family, the place of seclusion for the family's ancestor, Chen Qishan, an alchemist at the 8th level of Qi refining. When Chen Yao, along with Chen Wang and Chen Lin, carried the unconscious wolf demon into the courtyard, the tightly closed wooden door opened by itself without any wind. An elderly man dressed in gray cloth, with his white hair neatly combed, stood inside the door with his hands behind his back. He looked no different from an ordinary old farmer, except for his eyes, which, though cloudy, revealed a wise insight that seemed to see through the deepest secrets in people's hearts. What's all this commotion? Chen Shishan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Chen Wang dared not delay and quickly stepped forward to report in detail what he had discovered about Wu Yuntang and Chen Lin's plan to tame demon wolves and breed demon horses. He deliberately emphasized Chen Lin's boldness and meticulousness, as well as the immense value of this plan for the family's future. Chen Shishan listened quietly, his gaze shifting from the ecstatic Chen Wang's face to the piece of black cloud vine that he was carefully holding, and finally settling on Chen Lin, who had stood respectfully with his hands at his sides the whole time, neither humble nor arrogant. "Raise your head." Chen Lin looked up as instructed, meeting his ancestor's eyes, which seemed to pierce through his soul. "Use the family's resources to raise a wolf that may or may not be tamed, to mate it with a herd of horses that may or may not be able to conceive, and finally earn the possible spirit stones. Do you think this deal is worthwhile?" Chen Shishan asked slowly. "Reporting to our ancestors, your grandnephew thinks it's a good deal." Chen Lin said calmly, "The risk will be borne by my nephew alone. If things fail, I am willing to spend the rest of my life refining pills and making talismans for the family to repay all the investment. But if successful, the family will possess a continuous vein of spirit stones. What a great idea to take the risk all by yourself." A glint of light flashed in Chen Shishan's cloudy eyes, and he suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with a long-lost sense of joy. "Finally, a man of guts has emerged from the Chen family this generation." He nodded, making the final decision. "This matter is now entirely in your hands. Yawu, allocate 50 spirit stones from your account to Chen Wang and have him go to the sect as soon as possible to exchange them for the love root talisman. This wolf demon will be kept in the beast garden in the back mountain for now, and you will be in charge of its care." "Yes." Shen Yawu bowed and accepted the order. Chen Shishan's gaze swept over the three of them, and his tone became extremely serious. "Remember, the matter of the black cloud vine is known only to heaven, earth, and the four of us. If a fifth person finds out..." He didn't finish his sentence, but his cold gaze said it all. "Yawu, send someone to keep a close eye on the other three families in town, especially that old fox from the Li family, and see if there are any unusual movements recently. Furthermore, gather all the available spirit stones from the family account, 100 of them, and give them to Yaodong so he can go into seclusion and attempt to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. With this piece of black cloud vine, his chances of foundation establishment will be 3 times greater." These words shocked Chen Yawu and Chen Wang, and their eyes blazed with fury. Foundation building. This is a mountain that has weighed on the heads of the Chen family for generations. If a foundation establishment cultivator could emerge from the Chen family, the Chen family would leap into becoming a true family of immortal cultivators. Finally, Chen Shishan's gaze returned to Chen Lin. He flipped his wrist, and a celadone porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. With a flick of his finger, he sent it flying toward Chen Lin. "Here are 6 Qingyuan pills, a reward for discovering the Wuyun vine. Your cultivation has increased too quickly, which is likely to arouse suspicion. From today onwards, you shall claim to the outside world that you were able to break through by chance by finding a dragon scale fruit in Songju Mountain and consuming it. Use this to cover up the secret of Haispo." Chen Lin took the porcelain bottle. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and emitted a fragrant aroma. He was greatly shocked. This was a pill that could improve one's cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refining. Even one pill was incredibly valuable, and his ancestor had given away 6 at once. "Thank you for the reward, ancestor. Go." Chen Shishan waved his hand, turned to go back into the house, but then stopped and gave Chen Yawu the final order, his voice as cold as ice. "Find out as soon as possible who else, besides Chen Lin, has been to the Songshushan area in the past few years, or knows anything about it. Once you find them, deal with them thoroughly, leaving no one behind." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Wang hurriedly returned to the sect with most of the family's savings. Chen Lin first went to Haispo. He didn't rush to cultivate the 3 acres of spiritual fields, but carefully re-examined the swamp. Near the pit dug by the wolf demon, he indeed found several small roots of the black cloud vine. Although their medicinal power was far inferior to that of the main vine, they were still rare treasures. He carefully dug it out and put it away. After doing all this, he mounted his 5-horned horse and headed towards Qinjia town. However, instead of going home, he went around to the busiest street in town, South Street. A 3-story building adorned with pink lanterns appeared on the street corner. The air inside was filled with the sounds of birdsong and the scent of perfume that could be smelled from afar. Chunhuan Lu. Qinjia town's largest intelligence hub is a melting pot of all sorts of people, but also a place where information flows freely. Chen Lin dismounted, handed the reins to the pimp at the door, straightened his robes, and went straight inside. He needed to know if any significant events had recently occurred in the town or even the surrounding area. Chapter 42, Cliques and Traces of the Demonic Cult. Inside Chuanuan Tower, a peculiar smell wafted out, a mixture of cheap cosmetics and rich wine. In the lobby on the first floor, decadent music filled the air as several scantily clad women clinked glasses and chatted merrily with several wealthy, vulgar businessmen reeking of alcohol. Chen-Lin kept his eyes straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the flirtatious glances thrown at him from in front and behind. A sharp-eyed middle-aged woman swayed her slender waist and greeted them with a professional smile. "Oh my, isn't this young Master Lin from the Chun family? What brings you here today?" Without wasting words, Chen-Lin took out a wooden plaque engraved with the character Wang, meaning king, from his pocket and waved it in front of her. The madam's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a respectful expression. She bowed slightly and stepped aside to clear a path for the stairs leading to the backyard. "The gentlemen are all in the listening wind pavilion on the 6th floor. Please come in." The first to third floors of Chuanuan Tower are a den of debauchery for mortals, while the 4th floor and above are the true domain of cultivators. As you step onto the wooden stairs leading to the 6th floor, the surrounding noise and frivolous atmosphere are shut out by an invisible barrier, and the air becomes fresh and crisp. Push open a carved wooden door, and an elegant attic comes into view. The attic was not lit, but several luminous pearls emitting a soft white light hung from it. Outside the window were the lights of thousands of homes in Xinjia town, twinkling like stars in the sky. 3 people were already seated in the attic. Sitting at the east end was a burly young man, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. He was Wang Qinhu from the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Tianshui County. Opposite him stood a handsome man with a folding fan in his hand, looking every bit the elegant gentleman Lin Zixuan of the Lin family. On the other side was a thin, slender young man with sinister eyes, Yu Zan from the Yu family. These 3, along with Chen-Lin, are the 4 most outstanding young people in Xinjia town. They are true second-generation immortals and tacit allies. "Chen-Lin, you finally arrived. If you'd been any later, you wouldn't have gotten your share of this monkey brew." Wang Xinhu's voice boomed as he lifted the wine jar on the table to pour wine for Chen-Lin. However, just as he raised his hand, his movements suddenly froze. His tiger-like eyes were fixed on Chen-Lin, as if trying to see through him, his face filled with disbelief. "Qi refining, mid-stage?" Wang Xinhu's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the private room. Lin Zixuan snapped his folding fan shut, and Yuzan's sinister eyes flashed with surprise and uncertainty. "Chen-Lin, you broke through?" Lin Zixuan couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with disbelief. Within their small circle, Wang Qinhu, at the 5th level of Qi refining, was undoubtedly the number 1. He and Yuzan are both at the 4th level of Qi refining, while Chen-Lin has been stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining for the past few years, and is recognized as the worst among the 4. Who would have thought that, after just over a month apart, Chen-Lin would catch up with them so quietly? Chen-Lin pulled out a chair, poured himself a glass of wine, and spoke calmly as if he were talking about something trivial. "I went to the mountains a few days ago and luckily got some opportunities." He didn't mention the dragon scale fruit. The ancestors' advice was to give him a reason to speak to outsiders, not to spread it around. The more you talk to these shrewd folks, the more flaws you reveal. A simple chance encounter is enough. Wang Qinhu gave him a deep look, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good. 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 I knew you were no ordinary kid. Come, this cup is for you." The atmosphere warmed up again, but the way they looked at Chen-Lin had subtly changed. The sympathy and slight disdain they once felt had turned into seriousness and apprehension. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Qinhu put down his wine cup, his face darkening, and the temperature in the entire private room seemed to drop several degrees. "Let's get down to business." His voice was low. "I just returned from the county seat with some news. The Zhang family in Lingyi County was wiped out 3 days ago." "What?" Lin Zixuan and Yuzan both paled. The Zhang family of Lingyi, like the other 4 families, was a cultivation family under Yunwu County. Although slightly weaker, they still had a patriarch at the 7th level of Qi refining. How could such a family be wiped out so easily? It was done by the demonic cultivators of the Black Demon sect. Every word Wang Qinhu uttered seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The patriarch of the Zhang family, who was at the 7th level of Qi refining, was killed on the spot. According to my informants within the 6 doors, at least 5 demonic cultivators made the move, and 3 escaped. The strongest of them was at the 8th level of Qi refining. Qi refining level 8. This number weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Chen Lin's hand, holding the wineglass, paused slightly. Even his ancestor had only reached this level of cultivation. Lingyi County is only 300 miles away from our Tianshui County. Could those demonic cultivators possibly wander over here? Yuzhan's voice was somewhat hoarse, and the sinister look in his eyes turned into deep worry. It's not a matter of whether they will or will not, it's a matter of certainty. Wang Qinhu said decisively, Yunwu County is only so big. If they don't run towards us, where else can they run to? There's a foundation establishment stage cultivator in charge of the county town, so they wouldn't dare to go there. Our subordinate counties are their best hiding place and source of food. For a moment, the private room was deathly silent, with only the howling of the wind outside the window. We must prepare as soon as possible. Chen Lin broke the silence first, his fingertips tapping lightly on the cold table. What did the county government say about this? What else can I say? Lin Zixuan gave a wry smile. As the son of the county magistrate, he knew these things best. The county magistrate has already ordered martial law to be in effect throughout the county. For ordinary constables, facing demonic cultivators is no different than sending them to their deaths. It's nothing more than appeasing the public. If ordinary people don't work, then we'll use our own people. Chen Lin looked at Wang Qinhu and said, Brother Wang, your family has the most guards and servants. The Chen family also has some influence among the town's soldiers. Starting tomorrow, strengthen patrols and questioning at key points, especially for outsiders. He then turned to Lin Zixuan, Brother Lin, what your family needs to do is to use the power of the county government to mobilize all the ordinary people in Tianshui County. They set up both overt and covert checkpoints, established a system of mutual protection among neighbors, and would sound a gong to warn others at the slightest sign of trouble. No matter how powerful the demonic cultivators are, they can't possibly slaughter the entire city silently. As soon as they dare to make a move, we'll know their location immediately. Wang Qinhu and Lin Zixuan exchanged a glance and both nodded. This was indeed the safest approach at the moment. Using the lives of mortals to buy time for these cultivators to receive a warning. What about the other smaller families in Tianshui County? Yu Zhan suddenly asked. Should we also inform the Zhao and Sun families and ask them to lend a hand? The private room fell silent once again. Wang Qinhu picked up his wine cup, downed the wine in one gulp, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Why did we notify them? To let them compete with us for any treasures that the demonic cultivators might have dropped? Lin Zixuan waved his folding fan, smiling like a fox. Brother you're overthinking it. The more people who know, the more panic there will be. Besides, if these demonic cultivators really come, they'll have to find some easy targets to pick on first, won't they? Chen Lin didn't say anything, he just silently drank his wine. The answer is self-evident. Those small families struggling at the bottom are the best bait, the cheapest shield in front of the four great immortal clans, and the flesh and blood sentinels used to explore the way in the dark. The four exchanged a knowing smile, everything understood without a word. A cruel and chilling tacit understanding was quietly established in the darkness of the night. Chapter 43, Prioritizing Survival, the Shadow of Demons reappears. The aroma of wine from Chunhoanlu had not yet dissipated, but the atmosphere in the quiet courtyard behind the Chen family was already as cold as ice. Chen Yawu reported everything that happened in the private room of Chuanwan Tower to his ancestor Chen Shishan exactly as it happened. Under the candlelight, the old ancestor's wrinkled face revealed no emotion, except for his cloudy eyes, which lit up briefly when he heard about using a small family as bait. A bunch of little foxes. Chen Shishan let out a cryptic snort and tapped the stone table in front of him. But the method is good. For our Chen family, the most important thing right now is to survive. He glanced around at the unsettled Chen Yawu and the standing Chen Lin, his voice steady. Yawu, do as they discussed. Send more ordinary soldiers to patrol, just to make a show of it, but none of the cultivators in the family are allowed to go out on their own. Tell them to stay home and cultivate properly. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Yes, ancestor. Chen Yawu bowed and replied, feeling reassured. The words of our ancestors are the cornerstone of the Chen family's stability. A few days later, Chen Wang hurriedly returned from the sect, his face somewhat pale, clearly having exhausted his spiritual energy from traveling all night. Without uttering a single word, he directly slapped a jade box in front of Chen Lin. When the jade box was opened, it didn't contain any glittering golden talismans, but rather a piece of paper covered with eerie pink patterns, emitting a cloyingly sweet odor. This is the love root talisman. This thing is really weird, be careful when you use it. Chen Wang, with a look of disgust, instructed, I owed a favor to my senior brother in the sect to get this. The spirit stones earned from breeding the wolf demon should be used to pay back my 50 spirit stones first, understand? In the beast garden behind the mountain, the black-haired wolf demon was chained to a stone pillar with thick iron chains. When it saw Chen Lin, it let out a series of threatening growls, its bloodshot eyes filled with ferocity. Chen Lin remained expressionless, holding the talisman that emitted a sweet smell. He activated his spiritual power, and the talisman spontaneously combusted, turning into a wisp of pink smoke that, like a small, living snake, burrowed straight into the wolf demon's brow. Awah! The wolf demon let out a shrill howl, its massive body struggling wildly, the iron chains stretched taut and creaking under the strain. The ferocity and rationality in its eyes were rapidly fading, replaced by a murky, primal desire. A moment later, the struggle stopped. It lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and its eyes no longer held hatred as it looked at Chen Lin, only the bewilderment and obedience of an animal facing its master. Chen Lin could clearly sense that the demonic power within the wolf demon's body was forcibly locked by an invisible force, making it impossible to advance any further. Even its vigorous life force was slowly and irreversibly fading away. Its path of cultivation has been severed. Its lifespan has been reduced by at least half. From today onwards, you'll be called Big Black, Chen Lin said calmly, patting its enormous head. Chen Wang urged Chen Lin to make money and recoup his investment as soon as possible by breeding wolf demons, and then hurriedly return to the immortal sect. Chen Lin immediately took action. He used the startup funds allocated by his family to select 10 of the strongest mares from the town's horse market. When these mares were led to the animal enclosure, the wolf demon, who had just been named Big Black, initially showed great resistance and disdain. How could a proud demon beast possibly look down on these mortal livestock? However, faced with the domineering power of the love root talisman, all pride became a joke. Just half a day later, it succumbed to its most primal instincts, and the restless neighing of mares began to echo in the animal enclosure. Spring goes and autumn comes, and more than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the 3 acres of low-grade spirit fields on Black Swamp Slope, the spirit rice, which is half a person tall, has already sprouted tender yellow ears of rice and is growing well. Chen Lin discovered that after his spirit rain technique advanced to the 2nd level, the spiritual rain he received carried a faint aura that nurtured all things, as if it were applying the finest fertilizer to the spiritual rice. With each spell he cast, not only did the spirit rice grow better, but his proficiency in magic also increased rapidly. To his even greater delight, good news came from the beast garden. Of the original 10 mares, 4 had successfully conceived demonic offspring, their bellies swelling day by day. Chen Lin calculated that once these 4 demonic foals were born, they could be sold for at least 40 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting costs, the family's investment can be repaid quickly. Once this path is successful, there will be a steady stream of income. He sensed the spiritual power within his body at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining and silently calculated. With methodical cultivation and the aid of elixirs, it would probably take him more than 4 years to break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Too slow. He thought of his son Chen Ping'an, who was far away in the sect, and then he thought of his wife Yushan. Once his wife has fully recovered, they must have another child as soon as possible. If they could have another child with spiritual roots, his cultivation speed would advance to another level. He also had to prepare for his eldest son's future departure from the family and for his own concubine. He needed to have a child without spiritual roots to stay by his wife's side, so that she would have someone to rely on. For the past 6 months, Tianshui County has been peaceful. The vicious black demon cult cultivators that Wang Qinhu and his group talked about seem to have vanished into thin air, and not a trace of them has been seen. But the more this was the case, the stronger Chen Lin's unease became. The calm before the storm is always exceptionally profound. 30 miles west of Tianshui County lies Daqiao Village, where the Bai clan is the main inhabitant. Few people know that the Bai clan was once a family of immortals who produced late-stage qi refining cultivators 50 years ago. Unfortunately, in a bloodbath by demonic cultivators, all the masters perished, their lineage was severed, and they were reduced to a mortal village. Only in recent years, thanks to their thin bloodline, a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, Bai Zhengshou, and 3 other clansmen at the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refining have emerged, barely managing to keep their cultivation path afloat. Late at night, inside the Bai clan ancestral hall. This place, which should have been a quiet spot for ancestral tablets, was now filled with a sweet, pungent smell of blood. In the center of the ancestral hall, a young man dressed in a black robe, his face so pale it was almost transparent, was leaning back in a grand chair, slowly sipping a bright red liquid from a jade bowl through a silver straw. Bai Zhengshou, the only hope of the Bai clan, was kneeling on the ground, covered in sweat, his body trembling like a leaf. Venerable One, the 4 pairs of boys and girls for this month have already been offered. The village really can't find any more. The young man in black robes, the Venerable One of the Black Demon cult, put down the jade bowl, stuck out his scarlet tongue, and licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. He let out a satisfied sigh, but his voice was as cold as ice. The blood of young boys and girls does taste quite good, but unfortunately, I'm tired of it. He slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze falling on the trembling Bai Zhengshou, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I heard that your Bai family has recently produced several cultivators with spiritual roots? Bai Zhengshou's heart clenched suddenly, and a bone-chilling cold rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The Venerable One said in a consultative tone, let's change things up. Tomorrow, wash the 3 of them clean and bring them over. Chapter 44 Bloodbait and Hidden Stakes. Bai Zhengshou seemed to have his bones removed, collapsing onto the cold ancestral hall floor tiles, a stench of urine spreading uncontrollably. He watched as the black-robed Venerable One who called himself Cheng Qiong used the silver straw to suck the last drop of blood from the jade bowl, a morbid satisfaction on his face. The blood of cultivators is indeed much purer than that of mortals. Cheng Qiong casually tossed the jade bowl to the ground, making a crisp cracking sound. His pale fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the armchair, his gaze falling mockingly on Bai Zhengshou. Unfortunately, it's still a bit lacking. The old wounds left by the backlash of my demonic power require a seed containing spiritual roots to be completely eradicated. He stood up, walked over to Bai Zhengshou, and his leather boots crunched on the broken porcelain shards, each step feeling like a blow to Bai Zhengshou's heart. Your 3 clansmen have mixed spiritual roots, which are better than nothing. What I want is a true immortal bloodline. Cheng Qiong spoke casually, but the contents sent Bai Zhengshou's soul flying. I heard that 50 years ago, it was the Lin family that took away your Bai family's position in Tianshui County? A long-buried family feud was thus easily exposed. Bai Zhengshou trembled even more violently. He knew what the other party intended to do. Cheng Qiong squatted down, pinched Bai Zhengshou's chin, forced him to raise his head, and shoved a jet-black pill with a fishy smell into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a chilling energy that instantly traveled throughout his limbs and bones, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his meridians. 5 days. Cheng Qiong's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Within 5 days, find a way to bring me a mid-stage qi refining cultivator from the Lin family. If this succeeds, not only will I remove the heart-eating goo from your body, but I can also guarantee the Bai clan's peace for 100 years. If it fails... He didn't continue speaking, but simply stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. His gaze was colder than that of a pig or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. With a flash of black robes, Cheng Qiong's figure disappeared into the shadows of the ancestral hall like wisps of smoke, leaving Bai Zhengshou alone, who let out a beast-like whimper in the endless darkness and despair. The autumn wind was bleak, turning the sycamore leaves in the Chen family's backyard yellow. Nearly a year has passed since the incident involving demonic cultivators, and Tianshui County is as calm as a stagnant pool. In Chen Lin's small courtyard, his wife Yushan was sitting on a stone bench, stroking her slightly protruding belly, her face radiating maternal glow. Do you think this child might also have spiritual roots in the future? Yushan's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Chen Lin put down his wood carving, walked to his wife's side, gently held her hand, and felt the pulse of life within her. His heart was filled with tenderness, but even more so with a heavy sense of responsibility. With offspring, the burden on his shoulders grew heavier, and his desire for power intensified. Just then, a servant hurried into the courtyard, bowed, and said, "Young Master Lin, second master requests that you go to the main hall immediately for a meeting." Yushan's smile faltered slightly, and Chen Lin patted the back of her hand to reassure her. He stood up, the tenderness from before vanishing instantly, his eyes regaining their usual calm and depth. He knew that beneath this stagnant surface, the undercurrents were finally about to surge. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The person sitting in the hall is the core figure of the second generation of the Chen family. My eldest uncle, Chen Yaoguo, had a dignified face and an imposing presence. My second uncle, Chen Yaowu, had sharp eyes and was in charge of the family's general affairs. There was also Chen Lin's own father, his third uncle Chen Yaohua, who always had a refined and scholarly air about him. In addition, a young man in his early 20s was standing next to my second uncle. He was dressed in a light blue outfit, with fine silver runes embroidered on the cuffs and collar, the style of an outer disciple of a sect. His name is Qin Jingyang, the son of his second uncle and the second cousin of Chen Lin. He has become an apprentice of a late-stage qi refining talisman master in the immortal sect and has a bright future ahead of him. After Chen Lin came in, he simply found a place to stand quietly. Everyone's here. Chen Yaowu glanced at everyone and got straight to the point. In the last half-month, 4 cultivators have gone missing in Tianshui County. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Uncle Chen Yaowu frowned. The missing person from the Lin family is Lin Ziyuan, who is at the 4th level of qi refining. The Bai family of Daqiao village has lost one member at the 2nd level of qi refining. In addition, the Lu family of Qingni Yugu and the Guo family of Huangsiku have each lost one cultivator at the early stage of qi refining. Chen Yawu's voice echoed in the quiet hall. The county government and several of our families have sent people to investigate, and there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. The person seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Black Demon Cult. Uncle Chen Yaowu, his face pale, uttered these 3 words. Pretty close. Uncle Chen Yaowu spoke in a deep voice. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the table, making a tap, tap sound. There are no signs of a struggle, which means they were not killed on their own turf. These 4 people belonged to 4 different families. Their only commonality was that they were all lured away from their own territories. His gaze sharpened like a knife. There is a strong possibility that there is a sleeper agent behind this. An accomplice responsible for finding prey for the demonic cultivators and luring them into traps. The words covert agents struck everyone like a boulder. This meant that the enemy was not only in the shadows, but might even be disguised among them, appearing as friends or comrades. All eyes involuntarily fell on Chen Jingyang, who was away from home most of the year. Chen Yao's expression was extremely solemn. He turned to his son and instructed him word by word, Jingyang, listen carefully. From this day forward, when you are out in public, politely decline any invitations to be alone with anyone, regardless of who they are or what their reason may be. Unless accompanied by an elder from your sect, you are absolutely forbidden from leaving the market area. Chapter 45 Childhood Arrangements and a Way Out. The oppressive atmosphere inside the main hall seemed to solidify, only dissipating slightly when one stepped outside and was greeted by the cool night breeze. Chen Jingyang remained silent, the dim light of the lantern casting shadows on his face, making it difficult to see clearly. After walking a distance, he suddenly kicked a pebble at his feet, making a dull thud. For spiritual roots, what a joke. Chen Jingyang's voice carried an uncontrollable frustration and self-mockery. I work myself to the bone in the sect, doing missions, earning contribution points, and exchanging them for pills, but in the end, I'm not as fast as you, with your 5 spiritual roots, cultivating at home. Chen Lin paused, turning his head to look at him. This second cousin had always been proud and arrogant, and was one of the few disciples in the family to have entered the immortal sect. His current disappointment did not seem fake. He was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. Second cousin, do you know why I was able to break through? Chen Jingyang was taken aback and turned to look at him. You really think it's just because of the talent of the 5 spiritual roots? Chen Lin curled his lips into a self-deprecating smile and led Chen Jingyang to a more secluded, shady spot under the corridor. A few days ago, I accidentally ate a dragon scale fruit. Dragon scale fruit? Chen Jingyang exclaimed in shock, then immediately covered his mouth tightly, his eyes filled with horror. He knew exactly what it was, a spiritual fruit containing violent fire elemental power. If a qi refining cultivator ate it, they would have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. If they survived, their cultivation would skyrocket. If they didn't, they would explode and die. Chen Lin's expression remained calm, but a hint of lingering fear occasionally flashed in his eyes. I never want to experience that again. My dantian was almost burned through, and my meridians were on the verge of bursting. I was lucky to survive and even managed to break through the bottleneck. His words were half true and half false. He had exchanged the opportunity bestowed by his ancestors for a life or death struggle. The jealousy and resentment on Chen Jingyang's face instantly transformed into a complex mix of emotions and relief. It wasn't talent, it was reckless dedication. Looking at Chen Lin's calm face, he suddenly realized that this previously unremarkable cousin possessed something he couldn't understand. He patted Chen Lin on the shoulder and took out 2 talismans from his pocket and handed them to him. The 2 yellow paper talismans, one light blue and the other earth and yellow, had runes drawn with cinnabar that faintly shimmered with spiritual light, clearly indicating their high quality. These are my self-made Swiftness Talisman and Heart Protection Talisman, both of which are top-grade Tier 1. Chen Jingyang's tone returned to normal. I heard that my second brother, Chen Jingkong, is now the militia commander in the county, leading men to patrol the streets every day. It is the most dangerous time. I'm heading back to my sect soon. Could you please give these 2 talismans to him and tell him to keep them close to his body? They could save his life in a critical moment. Chen Lin did not refuse and carefully put away the two talismans. Although his second cousin was arrogant, he was good to his own brothers. He would remember this favor. Don't worry, second brother, I will definitely bring the things. After a while, when the demon horse in my beast garden gives birth, I will give you a horse to ride. He added casually. A demonic horse? Chen Jingyan's interest was piqued. You actually managed to make one? We managed to sell 4 of them by luck. If they find a market in the future, I hope my second cousin can put in a good word for us within the sect. Chen Jingyang waved his hand, clearly in a much better mood. No problem, we're all family, no need for formalities. After parting ways with Chen Jingyang, Chen Lin did not go directly back to his own courtyard, but instead turned and headed towards his father Chen Yaohua's study. The study was still lit, and the dim candlelight cast a shadow on the window paper. As you push open the door, a faint scent of ink mixed with sandalwood wafts out. Chen Yaohua is sitting behind his desk, stroking a jade pendant in his hand, his expression solemn. Father. Chen Lin bowed respectfully. Sit down. Chen Yaohua pointed to the chair opposite him, and the father and son were speechless for a moment. The candle flame flickered slightly. Who do you think that spy is? Chen Yaohua suddenly asked. Chen Lin pondered for a moment and said, the 4 missing people belong to 4 different families, and the one from the Lin family is only at the mid-stage of qi refining. The number of people who can be on good terms with all 4 of them and gain their trust is very small. I guess it's the Bai family from Duxiao village. A hint of approval flashed in Chen Yaohua's eyes. Why? The Bai family held a grudge because their business was taken over by the Lin family 50 years ago. Now that the demonic cultivators have reopened old wounds and are offering huge rewards, it's normal for them to be tempted. Moreover, the Bai family is currently the weakest, most eager to change their situation, and most easily manipulated by the demonic cultivators. The missing member of their tribe was probably not captured, but rather a performance for us. Chen Lin's analysis was clear and logical, cold and devoid of any emotion. Not bad. Chen Yaohua nodded, then changed the subject, his voice becoming even deeper, but the demonic cultivators are more cunning than you think. Once this spy is no longer of any use, what do you think will happen to him? Chen Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Chen Yaohua said, word by word, that demonic cultivator is extremely cautious. When he has used the Bai family to catch a fish of sufficient weight, or when his whereabouts are about to be exposed, the first thing he will do is to eliminate the Bai family. By then, all the leads will have gone cold. A chill ran down Chen Lin's spine. This demonic cultivator was not only ruthless, but also cunning. Father, the demonic cultivators are now operating in the shadows while we are in the open, making it impossible to defend against them. Is there a foolproof plan to avoid this calamity? This was Chen Lin's true purpose in coming here late at night. Chen Yaohua gave him a deep look, his gaze complex. He got up and walked to a bookshelf, taking out a dusty rosewood box from a hidden compartment. A foolproof plan? He gave a wry smile. Tianshui County is only so big there's no absolutely safe place. However, there is indeed one place where the demonic cultivator would never dare to make a move. Where? The county magistrate's office. Chen Yao opened the wooden box and took out a neatly folded red invitation card with yellowed edges. He unfolded the card and pushed it in front of Chen Lin. This is a betrothal arranged for you when your grandfather was still alive. Chen Yaohua's voice was very calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The other party is the only daughter of Hu, the magistrate's advisor. Master Hu is deeply trusted by the county magistrate and his word is law in the county office. As long as you nod, I will take you to his door tomorrow to finalize this marriage. Chapter 46. Only by living can there be hope. The air in the study seemed to have been sucked out, and Chen Lin felt a buzzing in his ears. The yellowed red invitation card seemed to him like a burning will-o'-the-wisp, with a bottomless cliff on one side and a narrow bridge leading to the unknown on the other. He thought of Yushan's gentle profile as she stroked her lower abdomen, and of his various plans for the future. But then he thought of the Bai family's fate of being silenced, and of that demon who licked his lips in the dark and treated cultivators as food. Survival is the top priority. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Father, this matter is of great importance. Chen Lin's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't touch the red invitation card, but instead raised his head and looked intently at Chen Yaohua. I beg you, father, to go and sound out Master Hu's opinion first. He simply said he wanted to escape the demonic cultivators and find a job in the county magistrate's office, hoping to avoid trouble in this place. As for the childhood betrothal, he said, let's not bring it up yet, and see how the other party reacts. He couldn't push things to the brink. If the Hu family was simply looking for an ally, there was still room for maneuver. If the other party is determined to use their daughter to bind a cultivator to death, then one must prepare for the worst. Chen Yaohua gave his son a deep look, taking in the resolute and calculating look in his eyes. He nodded slowly and put away the red invitation card. All right, I will go tomorrow. The next day, Chen Lin went to his second uncle Chen Yao's courtyard early in the morning. Chen Yao, who hadn't slept all night, had bloodshot eyes and exuded anxiety. Second uncle, is there any news from Daxiao village? Chen Yao took a swig of strong tea, his voice hoarse, that's all. The mortal scouts sent out reported that the entire Bai clan ancestral hall had been burned to the ground, filled with charred corpses, indistinguishable from one another. Daxiao village was now extinct. Just as expected. Chen Lin's last shred of hope vanished. That demonic cultivator was ruthless and meticulous in his actions. He used the Bai family as a pawn and then discarded them, leaving not even ashes behind. I plan to go out and lay low for a while, Chen Lin stated his purpose directly. Chen Yao paused for a moment, then understood. He patted Chen Lin on the shoulder, his face weary. Go ahead. With the ancestor here at home, things won't be chaotic for now. Be careful out there. No one in Tianshui County can sleep soundly until this demon is eliminated. At dusk, Chen Yaohua brought back Master Hu's reply. Master Hu has agreed. Chen Yaohua looked at Chen Lin with a complicated expression. The magistrate's mansion is short of a guard who knows some martial arts. You can go there any time. However, he has one condition. He paused, then said, word by word, you can move in as a guard first, and his daughter will observe you secretly. If she doesn't like you, you can leave after a year, and the two families will no longer discuss the marriage. But if she does like you, then you can't refuse the marriage. This was a huge gamble. The stakes were his entire future. Chen Lin was silent for a moment, his wife's gentle face flashing through his mind, and finally nodded heavily, I agree. The action was exceptionally swift. That very night, Chen Lin made up an excuse, saying he was going to a secluded valley to cultivate in seclusion and attempt to break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Although Yushan was reluctant, she packed her bags for her husband with tears in her eyes for the sake of his future. Chen Lin secretly sent his wife and children to one of the most inconspicuous farms in his family estate, and instructed his trusted servants to guard them day and night. After that, he went to the animal park in the back mountain alone. He led the wolf demon Big Black by an iron chain to a hidden cave near Black Marsh Slope that he had discovered long ago. He left enough food and water, and sealed the cave entrance with huge rocks, leaving only an inconspicuous ventilation hole. This was his foundation, and he could not afford to lose it. As for the 4 mares carrying demonic offspring, they were left in the family's animal enclosure and entrusted to special care, which was also a way of giving the family an explanation. Magistrate Zhu of Tianshui County is not a cultivator, but an official who came from the imperial examination system of the Great Qian dynasty, and has the powerful backing of the imperial court. No matter how rampant the black demon cult is, it wouldn't dare to openly storm the county government office that would be courting death. Master Hu, who had served Lord Zhu for nearly 20 years, was his most trusted confidant. Although he himself lacked spiritual roots, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power of cultivators. Seeing the undercurrents surging in Tianshui County, he was more anxious than anyone else. Marrying his only daughter to a local immortal clan member and then having him reside in the county magistrate's residence was like providing double insurance for his family. The Chen family thus became his best choice. 2 months passed quietly. Chen Lin's life in the magistrate's mansion was eerily peaceful. He changed into the blue cloth short jacket worn by the mansion's guards, and his daily work consisted of guarding a martial arts training ground in the backyard. The person he was supposed to protect, Hu Yuelin, the only daughter of Master Hu, completely overturned his expectations. She doesn't have the delicate demeanor of a pampered young lady. Instead, she's a spirited and tomboyish woman who loves wielding swords and spears. Hey Chen Mutu, don't get distracted, watch out for the gun. With a crisp, delicate shout, a red tasseled spear, accompanied by the sound of wind cutting through the air, pierced straight towards Chen Lin's face. Chen Lin sidestepped, easily dodging the attack, and with a swift movement of his wooden stick, he deflected the spearhead. Hu Yuelin flicked her wrist, and the spear shaft sprang back like a serpent, sweeping across Chen Lin's lower body. The two exchanged blows on the training ground, the sounds of wooden sticks clashing against spears filling the air. Hu Yuelin displayed excellent spear skills, her moves sharp and fierce, clearly the result of diligent practice. Unfortunately, she was just a mortal martial artist, and her strength was no match for Chen Lin, a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. Chen Lin suppressed his strength and speed to a similar level to hers, and by simply dissecting her moves, he became a true sparring partner. I'm not fighting anymore. You're so boring. You always do it like you've planned it all out perfectly, never putting in an extra bit of effort or a fraction of it. Hu Yuelin, panting, put away her gun, glared at Chen Lin, and went to drink tea at the stone table next to her. Chen Lin touched his nose, but felt a sense of relief. For the past 2 months, Hu Yuelin had no interaction with him other than ordering him around during martial arts practice. She looked at him as if he were a wooden stake, without any romantic feelings whatsoever. Good, that's how it should be. He figured that as long as Hu Yuelin remained uninterested in him, he could safely leave once the year was up. By then, the turmoil surrounding the demonic cultivators would likely have subsided, allowing him to return and reunite with his wife and children. However, just when Chen Lin thought he could live peacefully until the storm subsided, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure quietly appeared on the most bustling East Street in Tianshui County. Cheng Qiong changed out of his conspicuous black robe and into an ordinary gray short shirt. His face was still pale, but the cruelty in his eyes was replaced by a playful look. He looked like an ordinary country youth, curiously examining the cosmetics shops on the street, a slightly lewd smile playing on his lips. His gaze finally settled on the brightly lit 3-story restaurant not far away, Chuanhuan Restaurant. Everyone thinks I'm hiding in some remote corner of the countryside, huh? The most dangerous place is the safest place. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his chapped lips, a greedy glint in his eyes. I heard that the brats from the Chen, Lin, Wang, and Li families have been having parties here lately? Perfect, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. At that time, you will move into the backyard of the magistrate's mansion as a prospective son-in-law until the turmoil subsides. Chen Lin's gaze fell on the red invitation in front of him, and his mind went blank. A marriage arranged when they were children? He thought of his pregnant wife, Yushan, in the courtyard. Full of anticipation, he thought of his long-term plan to take a concubine and have children, and he thought of the black demon cult master who was hiding in the shadows, ready to devour anyone at any moment. On one side are family troubles and future problems, on the other side is a tangible path to survival. Chen Yaohua didn't urge him, but simply watched him quietly, leaving the choice entirely to him. As night deepened, the candlelight in the study illuminated Chen Lin's unpredictable face. Chapter 47, Bloodstained Spring Pleasure Pavilion. As night falls, Chunhoanlo on East Street in Tianshui County becomes the most bustling den of extravagance in the entire county. The 3-story wooden building has upturned eaves and strings of bright red lanterns hanging under the eaves, illuminating half the street as if it were daytime. The sounds of string and wind instruments filled the air, mingling with the smell of alcohol and the strong fragrance of perfume from women, making one feel weak in the knees. Cheng Qiong's figure was like an invisible ghost. He wore the most ordinary gray short shirt, with a simple yet slightly lewd smile on his face. He skillfully bypassed the patrons in the lobby who were playing drinking games with girls in their arms. He lightly touched the stairs with his toes without making a sound, and floated up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was reserved for private rooms, exclusively for prominent figures in the county. The innermost room, the top classroom, had its door ajar, and the loud voices of several young people could be heard talking loudly inside. Brother Wang, did you bring back any new gadgets from your trip back from the county? Of course. Let me tell you, the immortal market in the county is a real spectacle. Cheng Qiong's ears twitched slightly, and the smile on his lips vanished instantly, replaced by a playful, cat-and-mouse expression. He pushed open the door, like an ordinary drinker who had wandered into the wrong room. Inside the room, 4 richly dressed young men were sitting around a table, which was littered with cups and plates. Seated in the main seat was Wang Qinhu of the Wang family, a qi refining stage 3 cultivator, looking quite spirited. Beside him sat 2 members of the Yu and Li families, both at the qi refining stage 2. Who are you? Get out! A member of the Yu family frowned and shouted as soon as someone barged in. Cheng Qiong grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He didn't answer, his figure leaving a faint afterimage in place. Put! With a soft sound, the shouting of the Yu family member came to an abrupt halt. A bloody hole, about the thickness of a finger, appeared between his eyebrows, and the shock and confusion in his eyes froze instantly. Warm blood mixed with brain matter slowly flowed down his cheek. Changes can happen in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack. Wang Qinhu reacted the fastest. He slammed his hand on the table and retreated rapidly, crushing a communication talisman in his hand at the same time. Cheng Qiong didn't even look at him. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared behind another member of the Li family. His pale hand had now transformed into sharp claws covered in fine black scales, the 5 fingers like hooks, easily piercing the opponent's back. The Li family member didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp and he quickly lost his life. Boom! Seeing this, Wang Qinhu was terrified. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his full spiritual power, smashing through the wooden wall behind him and leaping off the 3rd floor. Trying to run? Cheng Qiong let out a hoarse chuckle. He glanced at the still warm wine on the table, licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, and in a flash, chased after Wang Qinhu through the hole he had created. On the bustling street, pedestrians were startled by the sudden turn of events and scattered in all directions. Wang Qinhu was running desperately across the rooftops, but the sound of the wind rushing past him was like a leech, getting closer and closer. He could feel the chilling killing intent emanating from it, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was already at his neck. A dark figure descended from the sky, blocking his path. "Little guy, you run pretty fast." Cheng Qiong stood on the roof ridge, looking down at him with cold eyes. Without saying a word, Wang Qinhu summoned his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light and pierced straight at Cheng Qiong's face. Cheng Qiong neither dodged nor avoided, but simply extended his scaly ghost claw and grabbed casually. Clang! With a crisp sound, the low-grade magic weapon flying sword was actually caught in his hand. The sword emitted a mournful cry, and its spiritual light dimmed. Cheng Qiong exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the flying sword broke in 2. Wang Qinhu suffered a mental blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. His eyes were filled with unbearable horror, and he turned to flee in another direction. But Cheng Qiong was faster. A blood-red claw shadow ripped through the night sky, instantly catching up with Wang Qinhu's back. Puff! Claws pierced through flesh and blood. Wang Qinhu screamed and fell heavily from the roof, crashing onto the bluestone street. On his side, a hideous claw mark was so deep that bone was visible. A surge of cold, demonic spiritual energy was frantically eroding his meridians, and the spiritual root in his dantian felt as if it were being gnawed by thousands of ants, causing him unbearable pain. "Die, you demon!" Just as Cheng Qiong was about to finish off Wang Qinhu, a furious roar exploded like thunder. A dazzling sword light tore through the night, carrying unparalleled power, slashing down from the end of the street. The eldest elder of the Wang family, Wang Qinhu's grandfather, Wang Chuang, who is in the late stage of qi refining, has arrived. Cheng Qiong's eyes narrowed, and he dared not take the attack head-on. He retreated rapidly, narrowly avoiding the sword light. The sword light struck the ground, leaving a deep, bottomless ravine. Wang Chuang's hair and beard stood on end as he stared at his grandson lying in a pool of blood, his eyes bloodshot with rage. A simple, ancient sword hummed in his hand, its blade radiating power as he once again lunged at Cheng Qiong. Ha! Another old guy. Cheng Qiong chuckled, and a blood-red vertical line between his brows suddenly opened, transforming into a strange, blood-red eye. An invisible mental shock instantly enveloped Wang Chuang. Wang Chuang felt a buzzing in his head, the scene before his eyes distorted, and his mind went blank for a moment. In a battle between masters, the outcome can be decided in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Qiong transformed into a wisp of black smoke, lunging forward and aiming his claws straight for Wang Chuang's heart. Just at this critical moment, a hiccup came from not far away. Hiccup! What a drunken tantrum! An old man dressed in a gray robe and carrying a gourd of wine appeared at the street corner at some unknown time. He was none other than Chen Xishan, the ancestor of the Chen family. He glanced around the room, his eyes still blurry with drunkenness, and casually tossed the gourd of wine in his hand away. The gourd grew larger in the wind, instantly becoming the size of a small mountain, and with immense force, it pressed down on Cheng Qiong. A terrifying pressure froze the surrounding air. Cheng Qiong's expression changed drastically. He could feel the deadly threat emanating from the wine gourd. He abandoned his attempt to kill Wang Chuang, instead crossing his claws above his head to withstand the immense pressure. Boom! Cheng Qiong was forced into the ground, causing the ground to crack. However, before Chen Xishan and Wang Chuang could give chase, a cloud of black energy exploded from the deep pit on the ground, and Cheng Qiong's figure transformed into a streak of blood-red light, skimming along the ground and disappearing into the dark alleyway at an incredible speed, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Wang Chuang helped his seriously injured grandson up, and after examining him, his face turned ashen. 2 experts from the Lin and Yu families also arrived one after another. Seeing the 2 cold corpses in Xuanwan Tower, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. This demon is ferocious and cunning, we cannot handle it alone. Chen Xishan put away his wine gourd, his expression grave. We must immediately report to the Demon Suppression Division of the Prefecture and request reinforcements. The next morning, Magistrate Zhu posted a notice at the entrance of the county government office, sternly rebuking the criminals and publicly ordering the county clerk and clerk to solve the case within a specified time. His actions, which appeared to be acting in the best interests of the people and were decisive and efficient, drew cheers from the unsuspecting citizens. The four immortal clans scoffed at this, arguing that how could a mortal government possibly capture such a ferocious demonic cultivator? This was nothing more than Lord Zhu taking the opportunity to win over the people and suppress the prestige of their immortal clan in Tianshui County. The training ground is located in the backyard of the county magistrate's residence. As Chen Lin listened to the news from his servant, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Wang Qinhu and his men had also invited him to Chuanhuan Tower, but fortunately, he had never gone to avoid suspicion. Wang Qinhu, at the third level of qi refining, was severely injured in one move, his spiritual root damaged, and he's likely ruined for life. One person each from the Yu and Li families died. This demon's strength far exceeded expectations. He was increasingly grateful for his decision to hide in the magistrate's mansion. To survive was the only way. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, a crisp voice came from behind him. Chen Mutu, what are you daydreaming about? Chen Lin turned around and saw Hu Yuelin, who should have gone back to her parents' home, standing there prettily, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, holding that familiar red-tasseled spear in her hand. Didn't Miss go home to visit her family? Chen Lin asked, somewhat surprised. Hu Yuelin pursed her lips, strode up to him, and looked him up and down with her bright eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of cunning and insight. She suddenly leaned closer and lowered her voice. Stop pretending, my dad already told me. Chapter 48, Xinger in the Open Scheme. Those eyes, which always carried a touch of heroism, were now like two deep wells, staring intently at Chen Lin, as if trying to reveal all the secrets in his heart. My dad told me everything. These words, though spoken lightly, struck Chen Lin like a thunderclap. His heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless, though a barely perceptible ripple flickered deep in his eyes. A childhood betrothal? Or is it because of his qi refining level 4 cultivation? Hu Yuelin took in his subtle reactions, a mocking smile curving her lips. She stuck the red-tasseled spear in her hand into the weapon rack next to her with a crisp clang, and then walked step by step to Chen Lin. A faint scent, a mixture of sweat and a girl's natural fragrance, wafted towards me. Chen Lin, qi refining level 4, a member of a collateral branch of the Chun family, is married and his wife is 6 months pregnant. Hu Yuelin's voice was extremely low, each word like a pebble striking Chen Lin's heart. Why do you think my father chose you? Chen Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. The Hu family investigated so thoroughly. Because you're ruthless enough, and also afraid of death enough. Hu Yuelin's gaze was sharp as a knife. To save your life, you abandoned your pregnant wife and used a marriage certificate as a cover to hide in the magistrate's mansion. Such people are the most reliable, because your life is more important than anything else. Her words were like an awl, mercilessly piercing through all of Chen Lin's pretenses. My father has served Lord Zhu for 20 years. He is ostensibly the magistrate's most trusted advisor and enjoys immense prestige. But he forgot that Lord Zhu was a temporary official. His term would eventually end in 3 or 5 years. Hu Yuelin spoke faster, her voice revealing in barely suppressed anxiety. At that time, Lord Zhu's political enemies, those local powerful families that my father offended, will pounce on us like sharks smelling blood, and devour our Hu family until there are no bones left. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and for the first time, tears welled up in her bright eyes. My Hu family has no spiritual roots. In the eyes of you immortals, we are nothing more than slightly richer ants. My father needs a powerful backer, someone who can protect the Hu family bloodline after he loses power. And you, Chen Lin, need a safe haven where you can escape the pursuit of demonic cultivators. We are in the same boat. Chen Lin fell silent. Looking at the woman before him, who had shed all pretense and laid bare the bloody reality for him, the anger at being seen through instantly transformed into a complex emotion of shared misery. Therefore, you must marry me. Hu Yuelin's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Only if we become in-laws will the Chen family help us out of respect for you when our Hu family is in dire straits. Seeing that Chen Lin remained silent, the tears in her eyes finally broke free, turning into a resolute look. Her knees buckled, and she was about to kneel down on the spot. What are you doing? Chen Lin's expression changed, and he subconsciously took a step forward and reached out to help. Hu Yuelin was already leaning forward, and when he pulled her like that, she immediately lost her balance, cried out in surprise, and fell into Chen Lin's arms. Caught off guard, Chen Lin was knocked back several steps by her collision. He tripped over something and with a thud, the two of them rolled over and fell heavily onto the soft couches for people to rest on the edge of the martial arts arena. Chen Lin felt a warm, soft body embrace him, his nose filled with the delicate fragrance of her hair. He instinctively tried to push her away, but found a pair of soft arms already tightly wrapped around his neck. He looked down and met those eyes that were filled with moisture. Chen Lin, I have no way out. Her voice trembled with a plea, her warm breath brushing against his face. Marry me, and I will be yours, and everything in the Hu family will be yours. Before the words were finished, a pair of warm, moist lips pressed against mine, clumsily yet firmly. Chen Lin's mind went blank, and he froze completely. This kiss contained no trace of lust, only a resolute determination to burn one's bridges. After a long while, their lips parted. She nestled against his chest, burying her face in his clothes, and said in a muffled voice, "My name is Miley Wu, and Yu Lin is my nickname." Chen Lin let out a long breath, put his arm around her slightly trembling shoulders, and made up his mind. All right, after this turmoil, I will go to your residence to propose marriage. He looked at the roof beam above his head and said calmly, I have secured the Hu family. The delicate body in his arms visibly relaxed. Miley Wu, however, raised her head and shook her head. No, we can't mention it now. The demonic cultivators haven't been eliminated yet. If our two families were to form a marriage alliance at this time, it would only attract him here, which would harm you and the Chen family as well. Chen Lin's heart stirred. This woman was not only decisive but also intelligent. He needed time to become stronger and more valuable before he could make this deal truly unbreakable. 1 month later, early morning. Chen Lin carried a simple bundle and walked out of the side gate of the county magistrate's mansion. Master Hu stood inside the door, watching his retreating figure, his beard bristling and eyes wide, finally squeezing out 3 words through gritted teeth, "You little rascal." Instead of returning to the Chen family mansion, Chen Lin took a roundabout route and arrived at an inconspicuous farm in the suburbs. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a familiar figure was hanging baby clothes to dry in the yard. Yushan's belly was already quite large, but her movements were still nimble, and her face radiated a maternal glow. Upon seeing Chen Lin, she was taken aback at first, and then her eyes reddened. Chen Lin quickly stepped forward, helped his wife up, and looked at his son Chen Ping'an, who was sleeping soundly in the cradle in the yard. The softest string in his heart was touched. He decided that his wife and children would stay here until the threat from the demonic cultivators was completely eliminated. Back in his own courtyard at the Chen family home, Chen Lin plunged headfirst into the spirit field in the backyard. He first carefully tended to the 2 acres of spirit fields, and seeing the thriving spirit grains, his mood improved considerably. Afterward, he went to the beast garden on the back mountain. The 4 mares carrying the demon's offspring were kept in separate enclosures. Their bellies were round, but their spirits were somewhat low. Chen Lin frowned as he examined the body, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The bloodline of this demonic species was far too domineering. A mortal horse's body would likely be unable to withstand it. He had originally hoped that these second-generation demons would produce offspring and he could sell them for a sum of spirit stones, but now it seems that the hope is slim. 2 more months have passed, and the height of summer has arrived. The bad news finally arrived. All 4 mares died from exhaustion during childbirth, and their offspring were all stillborn. Chen Lin stood by, looking at the several mangled foal corpses, feeling extremely frustrated. The only consolation was that the spiritual grains in the spiritual field were about to ripen, and Yushan's due date was also approaching. In the farmhouse courtyard, Chen Lin told Yushan everything about taking Hu Xinger as a concubine. To his surprise, Yushan remained silent for a moment after listening, then calmly nodded, "Husband, be careful while you're away. Don't worry about me at home." There was no resentment in her eyes, only a detached indifference born from a deep understanding of the world. As the principal wife of the immortals, she knew very well that her husband could not possibly have only one woman. Instead of fighting over a man, it's better to quickly produce offspring for your husband's family and give birth to several legitimate sons. This is the key to consolidating your position. Feeling guilty, Chen Lin gripped her hand tightly. Just then, Chen Ping'an woke up in the cradle. He didn't cry or fuss. He opened his big, dark eyes and looked at Chen Lin curiously. Suddenly, he grinned and smiled with his toothless little mouth. Chen Lin's heart stirred, and he picked up his son. He suddenly realized that his eldest son seemed to possess a natural affinity for people. No matter who held him, he was never shy and was always smiling, which made people feel happy. Destiny, the good-natured person Gray. The words that came to mind made Chen Lin's eyes light up. A pushover? This fate sounds useless, but if used wisely. A plan quietly took shape in his mind. In the family, his grandfather Chen Yaohua and his second uncle Chen Yaowu controlled the finances and power, respectively. It's difficult for them to even see each other on a normal day, but what if they could let their beloved grandson, whom everyone loves, hang around in front of them more often? Chapter 49. It's a big, healthy baby boy. Mother and child are safe. The autumn rain continued, pattering against the roof tiles with a crisp, crackling sound. The air was filled with the damp, earthy smell, mixed with a faint stench of blood wafting from inside the house. Chen-Lin paced back and forth in the corridor, his footsteps somewhat disordered. He would occasionally look up at the closed door, his brows furrowed slightly. This was his second child according to the family genealogy. If it were a boy, he would belong to the Yun generation. The cultivation world is cruel. Without spiritual roots, a mortal's life is only a few decades long, like the flourishing and withering of plants. Although the eldest son, Jin Ping'an, is an ordinary person, he has a favorable destiny and is a wealthy man who can live a stable life. Chen-Lin secretly hoped that his second child would have a spiritual root, even if it was a mixed 4 or 5 spiritual roots, so that at least he could have a companion on the path to immortality. A loud cry pierced the oppressive silence of the rain from inside the house. The midwife, her hands covered in blood, pushed open the door with a forced smile on her face, a smile that seemed somewhat exaggerated in the dim light. "Congratulations, immortal master. Congratulations. It's a healthy baby boy, and both mother and child are safe and sound." Chen-Lin felt a huge weight lifted from his heart and strode into the house. Yushan was pale, her hair soaked with sweat and plastered to her forehead, and she was holding a bright red baby in her arms. He reached out and took the child, his fingertips resting on the baby's delicate wrist, a gentle spiritual energy seeping into his body. The spiritual energy circulated through the meridians without any obstruction, yet it also left no trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. No spiritual root. Chen-Lin's fingers paused slightly, a wave of indescribable disappointment washing over him, but it was fleeting. He looked at the still crying baby in his arms, his gaze softening. It's good not to have spiritual roots. You don't have to fight for that sliver of immortality, and you don't have to be like me, scheming against people all day long and living on thin ice. Just then, the familiar panel in my mind trembled slightly, and a few lines of golden text appeared. Offspring, Chen Yun. Qualification, ordinary bone. Destiny type 1, the lucky one. Blue. This person is deeply blessed. Although lacking the aptitude for spiritual cultivation, they often experience unexpected joys, turning misfortune into good fortune and adversity into auspiciousness. Destiny 2, male. Beauty and calamity. Purple. Male with feminine features, possessing unparalleled beauty. Upon reaching adulthood, he will have a captivating appearance that easily attracts romantic attention and sparks conflict. However, he may also gain the favor of powerful female cultivators through this. Chen-Lin looked at the line of purple text, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Male confidant, a femme fatale? He lowered his head and carefully examined the son in his arms. Most newborn babies are wrinkled and look like little old men, but Chen Yun is different. Her skin is as white as jade, and her eyebrows and eyes are surprisingly delicate. Even when she is crying with her eyes closed, she exudes a kind of loveliness that makes people feel sorry for her. Before he could even react, the clock in his mind swayed gently and chimed softly. A special purple destiny has been detected in the offspring. The father's status will rise due to the son's success. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations on acquiring the passive talent, Basic Strong Luck. Basic Luck, your luck will receive a slight boost, with a chance to gain extra rewards in exploration, gambling, and loot drops. A warm current instantly flowed through Chen-Lin's body, and he felt refreshed. Even the sound of rain outside the window sounded more pleasant. Luck? This is the most mysterious and important thing in the cultivation world. Countless geniuses have died due to bad luck, and countless mediocre talents have defied fate with sheer luck. Although it's only at the beginner level, it's still enough to surprise people. Yushan weakly propped herself up, looking at her husband's ever-changing expression with some worry. Husband, is something wrong with Yuner? Chen-Lin came to her senses, carefully placed the child back beside her pillow, and tucked the blanket around her. There's nothing wrong with it, it's perfectly fine. Chen-Lin looked at the small face that already exuded a devilish aura even before it had fully grown up, and said in a strange tone, "This kid, I'm afraid he won't have to work as hard as I do in the future." Yushan didn't understand what he meant, but she lovingly stroked her son's cheek. Since he has no spiritual roots, let him live as a wealthy man in the mortal world. I will protect him and never let him suffer the slightest grievance. Chen-Lin chuckled inwardly as he watched his wife fiercely protective of her child. This kid can make a living off his looks in the future. Who knows, he might catch the eye of some nascent soul cultivator's granddaughter one day and marry into a wealthy family. That would be a real case of living off a woman's money, much better than his father, who has to work even harder farming. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch him. Chen Lin patted his wife's hand. You rest well, I'll go tell your parents the good news. Inside the Chen family mansion, the study was filled with the gentle fragrance of sandalwood incense. After listening to Chen Lin's report, Chen Yaohua simply nodded, without even putting down the account book in his hand. If he has no spiritual root, so be it. The family isn't short of food. Since he's named Chen Yun, let's record him in the family genealogy. If he has a talent for business in the future, let him manage a few secular businesses. For cultivation families, offspring without spiritual roots are greatly diminished in value. If it's a girl, she can be used for marriage alliances to gain resources or allies. If it's a boy, he can only be used as a tool for procreation or as a steward to manage mundane affairs. Chen Lin was already used to this indifference and bowed in response. Stepping out of his study and gazing at the gloomy sky, his resolve only grew stronger. Family could not be relied upon, only personal strength was the true foundation. In a few days, once Shaner has recovered, I will take her back to her in-laws' home. Although the Yu family was a small and humble household, Yushan was, after all, the apple of the eye of the Yu family head. Now Yushan has given birth to 2 sons, neither of whom have spiritual roots, but they have managed to establish themselves in the mortal world. Taking her back to visit her family was partly to help her relax, and partly to try and get some rare medicinal herb seeds through her in-laws' connections. When we got back to the farm, the rain had stopped. Chen Lin first went to the stables in the backyard. The stables seemed rather empty after the Mares died. The strongest stallion he had deliberately left behind was idly chewing on hay. I wonder if I can use the good luck that Yuner gave me on this. He reached out and patted the stallion's neck, his palm slightly warm, and sent a wisp of spiritual energy into it. If they're lucky, this horse might produce a fine steed with the bloodline of a demon beast next time it's bred. If even one horse survives, that's an income of several hundred spirit stones, enough for Chen Yun to build a substantial fortune. Leaving the stables, Chen Lin rolled up his trousers and walked into the spirit field. The spirit grains in the 2 acres of spirit fields had already sprouted ears of grain, their heavy heads bending the plants and emitting a faint fragrance. This was the foundation of his livelihood, and he could not afford to make the slightest mistake. He formed hand seals and cast a minor cloud and rain technique. A white cloud condensed in mid-air, and a gentle drizzle of spiritual rain fell, nourishing the parched land. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed past in the waves of rice. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed. The thing was incredibly fast, skimming along the ground. Wherever it passed, the roots of several spirit rice plants were instantly bitten off, and the entire rice plant fell down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How dare you! Chapter 50, Snatching Food from a Rat's Mouth and Good News for the Family. Chen Lin snorted coldly, and his hand seals changed. A beam of golden light shot out from the fingertip, transforming into a sharp golden needle that pierced straight at the gray shadow. Squeak! A sharp scream rang out. Chen Lin strode forward and parted the rice stalks. There lay a huge rat twitching in the mud, its forehead pierced by a golden needle, its blood staining the surrounding soil red. This rat was as big as a house cat, covered in a layer of grayish-brown hard skin, like wearing armor. Its claws were as sharp as knives, and there were still bits of spirit grain left around its mouth. A pangolin? Chen Lin raised an eyebrow. This was a low-level demonic beast. Although it had little offensive power, it was extremely good at digging holes and loved to steal spiritual plants. Its skin is extremely tough and difficult to damage with ordinary swords and knives. If Chen Lin had not already reached the 5th level of qi refining and had not mastered the golden needle technique, he might not have been able to kill it with a single blow. He lifted the pangolin by the tail, weighed it in his hand, and felt a pang of regret. This pangolin squirrel ruined at least 10 kilograms of his spiritual grain. Since this beast has appeared here, there must be its lair nearby. Pangolins have a habit of being greedy. They not only eat, but also like to hoard. Whenever a spirit field is discovered, a hole is dug nearby to hide the stolen spirit grain deep inside, to be enjoyed slowly over the winter. A glint of light flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. If we can find this beast's lair, we might be able to make up for the losses, or even make a small fortune. He immediately released his divine sense and carefully searched the area around the spirit field. A moment later, he discovered a fist-sized hole behind a hidden thicket of bushes on the edge of the field. The entrance to the cave was completely hidden by weeds, and it would be impossible to spot without careful observation. The soil around the cave entrance was fresh and carried a faint, eerie aura. This is it. A smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips. He took out a shovel made of fine iron from his storage bag. It was originally used to till the spirit fields, but now it had become a useful tool for treasure hunting. Just after acquiring a lucky talent, a windfall has come knocking on my door. It seems my luck is truly extraordinary. Without further hesitation, he swung his shovel and began digging forcefully along the hole. Dirt flew everywhere as the burrow stretched downwards, winding and twisting. This pangolin was clearly a seasoned burrower. The burrow walls were smooth and hard, making them extremely difficult to collapse. After digging about half a meter deep, the shovel suddenly hit a hard object, making a crisp ding sound. Chen Lin paused, his heart skipping a beat. This sound doesn't sound like stone. He carefully dug away the surrounding loose soil, and a faint glimmer of light came into his view in the dim underground. That's not lingu. Instead, it was a piece of mineral the size of a fingernail, emitting a soft blue light. Chen Lin's breath hitched. He quickly picked up the ore and examined it carefully in his palm. The surface of the ore was irregular, but the pure water attribute spiritual energy made the spiritual power within his body more active. This is water cloud crystal? Chen Lin stared wide-eyed at the stone in his hand in disbelief. Water cloud crystal, a type of spiritual ore found in underground water veins, is an excellent material for crafting water attribute magical artifacts. Although the small piece isn't top grade, it can still fetch at least 3 to 5 spirit stones in the market. This pangolin actually built its nest on a tiny mineral vein? Or perhaps it dug up this treasure elsewhere and brought it back as a sparkling collectible? Regardless of which possibility it is, there's definitely more than just this one area below. Chen Lin licked his dry lips, glanced at the dead pangolin next to him, and his eyes became extremely fervent. Good son, your good fortune is truly bringing prosperity to your father. He took a deep breath, gripped the shovel tightly, and like a miser, shoveled down hard again. Amidst the flying dirt, the deep rat hole seemed to transform into a gaping maw leading to a treasure trove, awaiting his exploration of unknown surprises. Chen Lin channeled spiritual energy into his arms, and the iron shovel in his hands danced until only a blur remained. The damp soil was thrown behind them in large chunks, like blocks of tofu. Their digging efficiency was even higher than that of the pangolin. The air was filled with the smell of earth, and the deeper you dug, the stronger the pungent stench of the monster became. This isn't digging a mouse hole, it's clearly digging a door to a gold vault. Chen Lin's mind is now filled with thoughts of his newborn son, Chen Yun. That lucky son's fate is simply extraordinary. He's barely been born, and his father has already stumbled upon such good fortune. The cave meandered and extended downwards for over 10 feet. Chen Lin stopped what he was doing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The surrounding soil had changed, from the original compact yellow mud to soft black soil, and a faint breeze could be felt blowing from the front. That's the unique wind found in underground cavities. Arrive! He put away the shovel and took out a yellowed talisman from his pocket, holding it in his palm. This is a low-grade fireball talisman. Although its power is average, it is definitely enough to blast a large number of monsters in such a narrow terrain. The soil beneath my feet suddenly loosened. Without any warning, Chen Lin seemed to have missed a step on the stairs and plummeted straight down. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is a naturally formed underground cave, about half the size of a basketball court. Several stalactites hanging upside down drip water, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of dry, withered grass. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ear-piercing screams instantly caused an uproar. In the dim light, 7 or 8 pairs of small, green eyes lit up at the same time. They were several smaller pangolins, feasting around a mound of earth. Upon seeing someone intrude, these beasts not only did not run away, but instead bared their 2 large front teeth, kicked off with their hind legs, and charged straight at Chen Lin's face like several gray cannonballs. What a vicious beast! Chen Lin sneered, and with a flick of his fingertips, the fireball talisman he held in his hand was instantly activated. Go! A ball of orange-red fire roared out, leaving a scorching trail in the air, and crashed precisely into the densest part of the rat swarm. Boom! Flames exploded, and heat waves rolled. The narrow cave was instantly filled with the smell of burning and shrill screams. The pangolins were blown apart, their skin torn open, and they rolled on the ground, black smoke billowing from their bodies. In no time, they straightened their legs and were dead beyond any doubt. Chen Lin waved his sleeve to disperse the smoke and dust, his gaze falling on the pile of things surrounded by rats, and his breathing became rapid. That's spirit rice. A huge pile of spirit rice, like a small mountain, was stacked in the corner. Although some of it was damp and moldy, most of it was well preserved, each grain plump and glistening, emitting an enticing fragrance. Those damned rats, they stole so much. A rough estimate suggests that this pile of spirit rice weighs at least 300 or 400 caddies. At current market prices, that's a huge sum of more than one spirit stone. Chen-Lin quickly pulled out several cloth bags from his pocket and began filling them with rice. This was unexpected wealth, why not take it? Chapter 51, Purple Essence Fruit? Halfway through packing, his hand touched something hard. Pushing aside the sage rice covering it, a fist-sized earthenware jar was revealed. The mouth of the jar was sealed tightly with mud, but it still couldn't hide the exotic fragrance emanating from inside. Chen-Lin carefully broke the clay seal. A dense, almost impenetrable purple aura overflowed from the mouth of the jar. Just one breath made his spiritual energy surge joyfully. 3 purplish-black fruits lay quietly at the bottom of the jar, their skin shriveled like dried plums, but their spiritual essence was undeniable. Purple essence fruit? Chen-Lin gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This fruit grows in places where underground spiritual veins converge, and it blossoms once every 50 years and bears fruit once every 50 years. Although it is not classified as a high-grade item, it is a great tonic for cultivators in the early to mid stages of qi refining, as it can purify spiritual energy and cleanse the meridians. These pandolins were incredibly lucky they somehow managed to dig up this treasure from some underground river and even knew how to feed it with spirit rice, ultimately benefiting themselves. Chen-Lin picked up a fruit, hesitated for a moment, and then put it in his mouth. The fruit melted in the mouth, turning into a scalding hot current that rushed down the throat and into the dantian. The once calm dantian instantly boiled over, and spiritual energy surged wildly through the meridians like a river bursting its banks. What a potent medicine! He didn't bother to clean up the mess on the ground. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his internal energy to guide the medicinal power. After an incense stick had burned, Chen-Lin opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with sharp light. Just one fruit is worth 3 months of his arduous cultivation. If he refines the remaining 2, breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of qi refining will be just around the corner. He stood up, looked at the mess on the ground, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. They packed up the remaining spirit rice and purple essence fruit, and also collected the half-cooked pandolin carcasses on the ground. This thing has delicious meat and contains a trace of spiritual energy. It can fetch a good price in the market. However, the journey to the market is long and involves crossing a turbulent wilderness. It's not worth the risk for a few pounds of rat meat. Back on the ground, it was nearly dusk. Chen-Lin filled the hole back in and transplanted a few weeds to cover the traces before carrying the heavy bundle on his back and humming a little tune as he went home. That evening, a strange aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard. Yushan sat at the table with her child in her arms, watching Chen-Lin bring a pot of milky white rat meat soup to the table. "My husband, this is good stuff, very nutritious." Chen-Lin ladled a bowl for her. "Eat more, it's good for your health." Although the pandolin meat didn't look appealing, its taste was absolutely superb, smooth and tender with a sweet aftertaste. Yushan drank a bowl, and her pale face regained some color. The next morning, Chen-Lin carried the processed dried rats to the family mansion. Second Uncle Chen Yawu was sitting behind the counter fiddling with an abacus. When Chen-Lin came in, he didn't even lift his eyelids. "Second Uncle, could you please take a look at some of the mountain produce?" Chen-Lin placed the package on the counter and opened it. Chen Yawu glanced at it, and his previously indifferent eyes instantly lit up. "Oh, a pangolin? And smoked?" He reached out and picked one up, sniffed it, and said, "Well done, just the right amount of heat, most of the spiritual energy is locked in." "We were lucky we wiped out a whole nest of rats," Chen-Lin said with a simple, honest smile. "You've got some luck, kid." Chen Yawu clicked his tongue twice, took out a low-grade spirit stone from under the counter and tossed it over. "Take it. This stuff is perfect as a snack with drinks, and our ancestor loved it." A spirit stone. Chen-Lin was overjoyed. This was much more profitable than selling spirit grains. In the days that followed, Chen-Lin lived a very regular life. During the day, he tended to the spirit fields and stables, and at night he cultivated by consuming purple essence fruits. With the aid of the purple essence fruit, the spiritual power within his body increased at a visible rate every day. The previously indestructible bottleneck began to loosen under the influence of the medicinal power. A month later, the last purple essence fruit was refined. Chen-Lin felt like a balloon being inflated to its limit, the spiritual energy in his dantian overflowing to his throat. Given just one more opportunity, he could completely break through the barrier and enter the 5th level of qi refining. This opportunity came quickly. It was a cold winter night, and the wind was howling. Suddenly, a restless neighing sound came from the stables in the backyard. Chen Lin got up, put on his coat, grabbed a lantern, and rushed into the stable. There he saw the chestnut mare lying on the haystack, struggling in pain, her belly heaving violently, her whole body soaked in sweat. The horse is about to give birth. Chen Lin dared not be careless and quickly mobilized his spiritual power, placing his hands on the horse's belly and slowly channeling gentle would attribute spiritual energy to help the mare straighten the fetus. Time ticked by. The mares in the other two stables also started to move, and soon their neighing echoed all around. Chen Lin was so busy he barely had time to breathe, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. This is a demon seed. The slightest mistake could result in the death of both mother and child. Put. The chestnut horse that started first loosened its grip, and a ball of flesh with blood streaks slid out. Chen Lin rushed forward to check, but his heart sank. It was stillborn. Although the foal was formed, it had no life force, clearly unable to withstand the domineering power of the demon blood, and had died in the womb. Immediately afterward, the second mare also gave birth to a stillborn foal. Chen Lin's heart sank to the bottom. Was he going to lose everything again? Just then, the thinnest gray horse in the corner let out a final, mournful neigh and suddenly straightened its body. A wet little creature slipped onto the haystack, its limbs twitched, and then it actually stood up unsteadily. The foal was entirely black except for a tuft of white hair on its forehead, which looked like a burning flame. It snorted, rubbed its mouth against the mare, and let out a clear neigh. He's alive. Chen Lin was overjoyed and immediately began to investigate. There was a faint but pure demonic energy flowing within the foal's body. Although it was not as strong as that of a pure-blooded demon beast, it was far superior to that of an ordinary horse. The second-generation demon has been born. The next morning, Chen Yawu rushed to the farm. Watching the black colt frolicking in the yard, the usually shrewd second uncle couldn't stop smiling, and even his mustache stood up. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, circling the colt several times and nodding repeatedly. This skeleton, this spirit, it definitely inherited the bloodline of that fiery steed. In the future, when it's bred, it can yield at least 5 spirit stones per breeding. Chen Lin stood to the side with a forced smile. Second uncle, this horse. The family will take it. Chen Yawu waved his hand, took a dusty little bag from his waist, poured out 5 spirit stones and slapped them into Chen Lin's hand. This is the buyout money. From now on, this horse will be raised in the family's animal park. Chen Lin held the spirit stone, but his eyes were fixed on the inconspicuous little bag at his second uncle's waist. The Qianquan bag contains a 3-foot square space, enough to hold a considerable amount of miscellaneous items. It is an essential item for cultivators when traveling and also a symbol of their status. Chen Yawu was a shrewd man. He could easily see through Chen Yawu's intentions. What? You want this? He shook the bag at his waist, a half-smile on his face. Yes, Chen Lin nodded honestly. With this, if I find any treasure in the future, I won't have to hide it like a thief. There are a few old ones in the family storeroom. Although they are a bit small, they are enough. Chen Yawu was in a great mood, and his eyes darted around. Since you've done such a great service this time, I'll give you a spirit stone, how about it? Chapter 52. So what if you're in the mid-stage of qi refining? Even second-hand Qianquan bags on the market cost at least 2 or 3 spirit stones. 1 spirit stone is practically dirt cheap. Thank you, second uncle. Without saying a word, Chen Lin handed back a spirit stone he had just received. Chen Yawu didn't hesitate either, taking out a slightly worn gray cloth bag from his pocket and tossing it to him, while also teaching him the incantation to open it. Chen Lin couldn't wait to try it out. With a thought, the iron shovel in his hand vanished instantly, and with another movement, it reappeared in his palm. This feeling was amazing. After seeing his second uncle off, Chen Lin hadn't had time to be happy for long when his second uncle's last words stuck in his heart like a thorn. By the way, change out of your 2 tattered clothes in a few days and dress yourself up a bit more presentably. Your second cousin, Chen Song, has broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining and has even been accepted as a disciple by a first-tier high-grade talisman master. The family will be holding a 3-day celebration banquet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion on the 3rd day of next month. Chen Song, the second cousin who has always been arrogant and looked down on the children of other branches of the family since childhood? Mid-stage qi refining, disciple of a talisman master. These 2 identities combined are enough to make him ruthless in the Chen family. Chen Lin touched the Qianquan bag in his arms, and his initial joy faded somewhat. This is the reality of the cultivation world. You toil away, digging caves and raising horses, earning a meager living. Meanwhile, someone with talent and recognition can easily leave you far behind. However, Chen Lin glanced at Chen Yun, who was sleeping soundly in the cradle inside the room, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So what if I'm in the mid-stage of qi refining? I have the blessing of my lucky sun, and the purple essence fruit is my foundation. It's time for me to cross the threshold of the 5th level of qi refining. Who will be the pillar of the family at that time remains to be seen. In the stillness of the night, Chen Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the water cloud crystal from his Qiankuan bag, held it in his palm, and closed his eyes. Tonight I'll break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the bare branches outside the window were covered with white frost. The charcoal fire inside was burning brightly, occasionally sputtering out a spark or two. Chen Lin sat cross-legged on the couch, holding the last purple essence fruit in his palm. The fruit's outer skin was shriveled, but its inside contained astonishing heat. One could feel a restlessness even through the skin. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the fruit. Boom! It felt as if a ball of fire had exploded inside his abdomen. A surge of heat rushed through his meridians, and the throbbing pain made him furrow his brow and beads of sweat appear on his forehead. The Hanyuan Gong was activated at full power, guiding the violent spiritual energy to repeatedly wash over the invisible barrier. Reaching the 4th or 5th level of qi refining is a hurdle for low-level cultivators. Those who manage to cross the threshold gain a significant boost in spiritual power and become the backbone of their families. Those who fail to do so are relegated to the bottom rungs, doing menial tasks like farming and feeding horses. If it were the old Chen Lin, even with the help of this spiritual fruit, it would probably have taken him several days and nights to recover. But now, thanks to her son's lucky destiny, the spiritual power within her body seems to have gained sentience, becoming unusually obedient. There was no earth-shattering event as I had imagined. Instead, I heard a crisp, soft sound from inside my body, like an eggshell breaking. Chen Lin shuddered, his pores opened, and a surge of turbid air burst forth. The vortex of energy within his dantian instantly more than doubled in size, and spiritual power, like trickles of water, converged into a mighty river, flowing ceaselessly. He'd succeeded. 5th level of qi refining. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and restrained. The world seemed different to him now. The sound of dew rolling on the roof tiles, the faint chirping of crickets in the corner, and even the dust floating in the air became clearly audible. That feeling of control is intoxicating. Chen Lin got out of bed and stretched his stiff muscles, his joints cracking and popping. He walked to the cradle, looked at his sleeping second son Chen Yun, and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch his chubby little face. This isn't a son, he's clearly his father's golden thigh. The feeling of sucking blood off one's son is truly irresistible. If I can have more children in the future, and if I can gather all 5 astrological signs of fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth, then it's not impossible for me to ascend to heaven on this very day. After tidying up, Chen Lin pushed open the door and went out. It was just dawn, and the air was filled with a biting chill. He didn't go to the spirit field, but headed straight for the Chen family mansion. Now that his cultivation had broken through, there were some things he should put on the agenda. The Chen family mansion, the accounting office. Second uncle Chen Yaowu was staring at a thick ledger, his mustache practically falling off from worry. With the year-end approaching, expenses were piling up, and the family's spirit stone reserves were running low. When he saw Chen Lin come in, he didn't pay much attention and just casually asked about the situation at the horse farm. Chen Lin didn't speak, but simply released a little of his aura. Thud. The calligraphy brush in Chen Yao's hand fell onto the table, splattering ink all over his hand. He suddenly looked up, his shrewd little eyes wide open, staring intently at Chen Lin as if he had seen some incredible monster. You've broken through? Chen Yao's voice changed slightly. He jumped up from his chair, rushed to Chen Lin, and reached out to check his pulse. After confirming that he was indeed at the 5th level of qi refining, the second uncle, who usually valued his abacus beads more than his own life, broke into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Good lad. Really good lad. Chen Yao slapped Chen Lin's shoulder hard, so hard that half of Chen Lin's body went numb. A qi refining stage 5 at just over 20. You're one of a kind in our Chen family's collateral branch. What does it mean to be a late bloomer? This is it. The light in his eyes was even more fervent than when he saw a spirit stone. Within the family, those in the early stages of qi refining are cannon fodder, while those in the middle stages are the main force doing the work. Chen Lin's breakthrough immediately changed his status. It's worth noting that even Chen Yaowu himself was only at the 6th level of qi refining. Even if the difference between the two is only 1 level, they are almost equal in terms of influence. Second uncle, you flatter me. It was just a fluke. Chen Lin said humbly, but he knew perfectly well what was going on. The family valued people, not people. Chen Yawu was in a great mood and immediately ordered his servants to brew the pot of his treasured spiritual tea. As the aroma of tea wafted through the air, Chen Lin revealed his purpose. I want to learn magic. Having cultivation but no protective methods is like being a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The fireball talisman and golden needle technique were only good for dealing with a few rats, but if they encountered a cultivator in a battle, they probably wouldn't even be able to break through the opponent's shield. Chen Yawu paused in his teacup holding hand, then readily nodded. Of course. With cultivation, one must naturally have ruthless methods. Come on, your second uncle will take you to the martial arts arena and broaden your horizons. The Chen family's martial arts training ground is located on an open space behind the mountain, surrounded by simple defensive formations. Chen Yawu stood in the center of the arena, hands behind his back, his robes fluttering even without wind. Watch closely. Chapter 53, The Power of the Water Gun Formation. He gave a low shout, his hands forming hand seals with a speed that was dazzling. The surrounding water vapor quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into more than a dozen water guns, each as thick as an arm, their tips gleaming with a chilling light. Go! With a flick of his finger, more than a dozen water guns roared out, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and slammed into a boulder 100 paces away. Boom! The boulder shattered instantly, sending debris flying everywhere. The water gun, undeterred, blasted a pine tree, as thick as a person's embrace, in half behind the boulder, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Chen Lin's pupils contracted slightly. Was this the power of the low-grade spell water gun formation? Compared to his own fireball talisman, which could only create a small crater, it was worlds apart. If this attack were to hit a person, even someone wearing protective leather armor, they would be riddled with holes. Chen Yawu stood up, slightly out of breath, but he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. How about it? This is one of the clan's most powerful spells in the Chen family. Although it's only a low-grade spell, in the hands of a mid-stage qi-refining cultivator, it's enough to split stone tablets and shatter rocks. Chen Lin nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with envy. But don't overestimate this spell. Chen Yawu changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. Most of the magic passed down in our families are either incomplete or commonplace. If they encountered disciples of those immortal sects, a single spell they casually cast might be even more powerful than this. Chen Lin felt a chill run down his spine, and the slight smugness that had just risen within him vanished instantly. The world of cultivation is vast and boundless. The Chen family is but a drop in the ocean. The two left the training ground and came to an inconspicuous side room deep inside the mansion. This is where the Chen family stores their cultivation manuals and classic texts. Although there are only a few bookshelves, it represents the core essence of the family's heritage. The room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of old paper and insect-repellent herbs. Chen Lin's gaze swept across the bookshelf, lingering for a moment in front of a row of jade slips about beast taming techniques. He was very interested in this craft. After all, he still kept that demonic horse at home. But he quickly looked away. Taming beasts is a time-consuming and labor-intensive process, requiring a large amount of resources to feed them. It's not something that can be accomplished overnight. Right now, the most urgent task is to improve immediate combat strength. I want to learn fire magic, Chen Lin said. He possesses both wood and fire spiritual roots, making it twice as effective for him to cultivate fire-based spells. Chen Yawu seemed to have anticipated this, and took out 3 dusty wooden boxes from the innermost shelf, placing them in a row on the table. There aren't many fire attribute spells in the family. These are the only 3 we can really use. He opened the first box, inside which was a crimson jade slip. A low-grade offensive spell, Fire Cloud Sword. It condenses flames into sword energy, making it fierce and best suited for head-on combat. The downside is that it consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. With your current cultivation level, you can only unleash 3 strikes at most. Chen Lin nodded and looked at the second box. Low-grade defensive spell, Flame Armor. It transforms spiritual energy into a flame armor to protect the body, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a cultivator of the same level, and also has a restraining effect on evil spirits. It offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it a good choice. Chen Yawu's finger stopped on the third box, and his expression became somewhat strange, showing both anticipation and a hint of hesitation. This third one is a bit special. He slowly opened the box. Inside was not a jade slip, but a tattered animal skin scroll covered with densely written characters in ancient seal script, with scorched edges. Controlling Fire Chi Transformation. Shen Yao uttered 4 words in a very low voice. This is what our ancestors risked their lives to bring back from an ancient ruin. It is speculated that this is at least a mid-grade spell, and possibly even a fragment of a high-grade spell. A mid-grade spell. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. Spells are divided into ranks, and the difference between each rank is enormous. Mid-rank spells are things that only Foundation Establishment stage cultivators can access, and their power is far superior to that of low-rank spells. But this thing is incomplete, Shen Yao sighed. It only has the upper half, and the cultivation is extremely dangerous. It requires drawing fire into the body, and the slightest carelessness will burn the meridians. He gave Chen Lin a deep look. Back then, your 6th uncle was exceptionally talented and ambitious. He insisted on cultivating this magic. As a result, he went wrong during his practice and lost all his cultivation. Now he can only live as a wealthy old man in the countryside. Chen Lin fell silent. He knew about his 6th uncle's situation. He was once a genius in the family, but then suddenly disappeared. So that was the reason. Since 2nd uncle has brought it out, he must have something to say? Chen Lin raised his head, his eyes burning. You're a smart man, Shen Yao chuckled dryly. You know the family's current situation. We're facing a generational gap. If you can master this magic, even just a rudimentary one, our Chen family will have more standing in the county. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to use him as a guinea pig. If he wins, the family will benefit, and Chen Lin will rise to prominence. If he loses, it will only cripple a member of a collateral branch, causing damage to the family but not fatal damage. This scheme is so cunning that you can hear it from 2 miles away. Chen Lin stared at the tattered animal hide scroll, his mind in turmoil. Reason told him that choosing the fiery cloud sword or the flame armor was the safest option. But he possessed the destiny of a lucky one and the talent of strong fortune, so perhaps he could take a gamble? Fortune favors the bold. This fire chi transformation technique, which our ancestor risked his life to bring out, is no ordinary item. If one can master it, then in this perilous world of cultivation, one will truly have a trump card to save their life. 2nd uncle, I'd like to take a look at this incomplete piece. Chen Lin reached out and his fingertips touched the rough animal hide. A warm sensation flowed through his fingers, as if an inextinguishable flame was sealed within it. A hint of joy flashed in Shen Yao's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by worry. Have you thought this through? This is no joke. I've thought it through. Chen Lin's lips curled into a smile. What 6th uncle couldn't do, I might be able to do too. Besides, I'm a tough guy, and I've always had good luck. He wasn't lying. With his naturally auspicious son backing him up, he genuinely felt lucky. Shen Yao stopped trying to persuade him and solemnly handed the animal skin scroll to Chen Lin. Since you've made up your mind, then take it. But remember, if you feel unwell, stop immediately and don't push yourself. Chen Lin put the animal skin scroll into his pocket, into the Qiankuan bag he kept close to his body. Stepping out of the side room, the sunlight outside was somewhat dazzling. Chen Lin squinted, gazing at the distant, rolling mountains. 5th level of Qi refining, a mid-grade incomplete spell. This game of chess has only just begun. Back at the farm, Yushan was holding her child in the yard, basking in the sun. Seeing Chen Lin return, she smiled gently and said, "Husband, you're back." Chen Lin walked over and teased Chen Yun, who was in his arms. The little guy seemed to sense something, stretched out his chubby little hand, grabbed Chen Lin's collar, and made babbling noises, drooling all over Chen Lin. Intimate contact between offspring and host detected. Initial stage of strong luck triggered. Comprehension slightly improved. The prompt that suddenly popped up in his mind startled Chen Lin for a moment, then filled him with joy. This son was definitely worth the love. Chapter 54 Haste Makes Waste. The improved comprehension was a godsend for cultivating that obscure and difficult to understand incomplete spell. He didn't bother wiping the drool off his clothes and, under Yushan's surprised gaze, he plunged into the quiet room. Unfolding the animal skin scroll, the previously obscure and difficult to understand ancient seal characters suddenly came to life in his eyes, like leaping fire spirits telling him the secrets of the changes in fire. Controlling fire is not about controlling its form, but about controlling its energy. The essence of fire lies in transformation. Chen Lin sat cross-legged, and following the instructions on the animal skin scroll, he formed a strange hand seal. A wave of heat rose from the stillness of the room, and a sweltering heat began to permeate his surroundings. This time, he sought neither family glory nor his 2nd uncle's expectations. He only wanted to provide a truly peaceful haven for his wife and children in this cannibalistic world. The heat in the quiet room had not yet dissipated, and a sly glint flashed in Chen Yao's shrewd little eyes. He reached out and pressed down on Chen Lin's wrist as he was about to unroll the animal skin scroll. The force was neither too light nor too heavy, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Haste makes waste. This fire chi transformation is good, but you're like a toddler who's just learned to walk trying to carry a sledgehammer that weighs hundreds of pounds. You're likely to hurt yourself. Chen Yawu tapped the crimson jade slip with his other hand. Take my second uncle's advice and master this fire cloud sword first. This spell focuses on the compression and control of fire elemental power, serving as a foundation for that incomplete manual. You can tackle the dangerous thing once you can wield the fiery cloud sword with complete ease. After a moment's thought, Chen Lin loosened his grip on the animal hide scroll. His second uncle's words, though rough, were not without merit. Although he had the strong luck brought by his son, he only had one life after all. He grabbed the crimson jade slip and pressed it against his brow to sense it. A sharp, burning sensation instantly stung his consciousness. All right, I'll listen to second uncle. Chen Lin put the jade slip into his pocket and carefully placed the animal hide fragment into his inner pocket. But since this spell is a family heirloom, I suppose I can't just take it for free? Chen Yawu chuckled, his mustache twitching merrily. It's so much easier talking to smart people. I don't need your spirit stones either. Chen Jingyu from the 5th branch just tested out that he has 3 spiritual roots, which is exactly the time for him to lay a foundation. Your minor cloud and rain technique is so skillful, even the ancestor praised it. Consider this a task, go and guide that kid through the basics, and you can exchange this fire cloud sword for your family contribution. Chen Lin's lips twitched slightly. His 5th uncle's son, Chen Jingyu, was notoriously dense. Teaching him magic would be more exhausting than talking to a brick wall. But this deal was worthwhile. The spirit stone saved could be used to buy other things. Deal. As he stepped out of the side room, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the backyard on the wind, mixed with the smell of sulfur and coke. It was the ancestor Chen Yaohua refining pills. I heard that in order to celebrate his second cousin Chen Song being accepted as an apprentice by the talisman master, the old man went to great lengths, preparing to refine a batch of qi condensation pills as a gift for the apprenticeship, and also to give that Huang talisman master a respectable gift. Chen Lin glanced back at the chimney belching blue smoke and sneered inwardly. This isn't a gift-giving gesture, it's clearly an attempt to use the second cousin's connections to tie the Chen family to that top-tier first-level talisman master. The family's calculations in this deal are more shrewd than anyone else's. It was late at night when we returned to the farm. The moonlight, like water, spilled over the unharvested fields, creating a shimmering, silvery glow. Chen Lin didn't rush to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the edge of the field and, by the moonlight, took out the crimson jade slip. He probed it with his divine sense, and the complex incantations transformed into streams of light that entered his mind. With the blessing of his lucky son, the previously obscure pathways of spiritual energy circulation became exceptionally clear in his mind. Guided by the incantation, the spiritual energy within his body gathered at the Laogong acupoint in his palm. Condense! Chen Lin shouted, and a crimson flame suddenly shot out from his palm. The flame did not dissipate, but instead twisted and stretched under the extreme compression of spiritual energy. Half an hour later. A small sword, about an inch long, hovered 3 inches above his palm. The sword was entirely crimson, and although it was an illusion, it exuded a chillingly high temperature. However, the sword body is not solid enough, the edges are somewhat blurry, and it shakes from time to time, as if it is about to collapse at any moment. It's only an inch long, and it's just a fake. Chen Lin curled his lip, but its power should not be underestimated. With a casual wave of his hand, the tiny sword, barely an inch long, transformed into a streak of red light and shot out, disappearing with a soft poof sound into a piece of blue stone in front of him. Only a small, charred hole remains on the surface of the blue stone, but the inside has been instantly eroded by the high temperature, creating a cavity the size of a fist. The fire cloud sword emphasizes transforming the ethereal into the real when mastered. It can condense into a 3-foot-long blade that can cut through iron like mud. Chen Lin looked at the smoking stone hole and nodded in satisfaction. Although it's just a toothpick now, it would still feel terrible if it were stuck in someone's body. The next few days were exceptionally fulfilling for Chen Lin. During the day, he went to his 5th uncle's house to teach Chen Jingyu, who was as stupid as a pig, how to perform hand seals and chant incantations. When he came back at night, he would diligently practice the fire cloud sword in front of the spirit field. The 4 acres of spirit rice were ready for harvest, and the golden rice ears were heavy and bent over. Chen Lin hired several ordinary tenant farmers and spent 2 days harvesting the spirit rice and storing it in the warehouse. After deducting the 30% that was handed over to the family, the remaining fine rice weighed 400 catties. Adding the spirit rice bran that could be used to feed livestock, this season's harvest was worth about 4 low-grade spirit stones. With spare money in hand, one's mind becomes more active. Chen-Lin touched the Qiankuan bag at his waist, pondering whether he should go to the market to buy a suitable defensive magic weapon. Having only a spear without a shield is tantamount to courting death in the world of cultivation. That evening, the sky was overcast, as if a heavy snow was about to fall. Chen-Lin changed into an inconspicuous gray cloth long gown, put on a straw hat, and quietly left the farm, heading straight for the county town. Magistrate Zhu is being transferred. This news hasn't spread throughout the county town yet, but it's already an open secret among local tyrants like the Chen family. When a new county magistrate takes office, a reshuffling of power is inevitable. At that time, those nameless and unrecognized women in the backyard of the county government usually don't fare well. Chen-Lin skillfully scaled a low wall in the back alley of the county government office, landing silently. In a secluded courtyard, a slender figure is reflected in the window paper, staring blankly at the solitary lamp. Knock knock. 2 soft knocks. The figure inside visibly flinched, then quickly walked to the door. Instead of opening it immediately, they lowered their voice and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, the one collecting the money," Chen-Lin replied in a low voice. The latch was pulled open instantly, revealing a pretty face streaked with tears. It was Miley Wu. "Why are you here at this hour?" Miley Wu was both surprised and delighted. She quickly pulled Chen-Lin into the house, peeked outside, and then carefully closed the door. "I heard that Lord Zhu has been in a bad mood these past few days and has been looking for trouble everywhere." Chapter 55, The Banquet. Chen-Lin took off his straw hat and looked at the woman who had been with him for 2 years. Miley Wu wasn't a stunning beauty, but she was gentle, obedient, and an excellent cook. Shu Bapi is being transferred to a neighboring prefecture as a sub-prefect, did you know that? Chen-Lin asked bluntly. Miley Wu froze, her face turning deathly pale. She was just a maid who had been bought. If the master left, the fate of these people would be like duckweed, either sold off or given away to servants at will. I don't know. Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Then, do you still want me? Why would I climb over the wall in the middle of the night? To catch a cold? Chen-Lin took out a heavy cloth bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. There are 50 taels of silver in here, enough for you to redeem yourself. Take advantage of this chaotic transition between the old and new eras to retrieve your indenture from the steward. Pack your things and wait for me under the old locust tree in the south of the city. I'll have someone pick you up and take you to the farm. Miley Wu clutched the cloth bag tightly, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, unable to utter a single word, only nodding frantically. Remember, only bring your valuables, don't be greedy. Chen-Lin pinched her cheek. Even though you don't have a formal title after entering the Chen family farm, as long as I don't die, no one will dare to bully you. If you have a child in the future and it turns out to have spiritual roots, then that child will be the rightful master of the Chen family. After settling Miley Wu in, Chen-Lin did not linger and hurriedly left under the cover of night. 5 days later, the winter snow cleared. The Chen family mansion was brightly decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and red silk hung from the eaves. The patriarch, Chen Yaohua, had finally emerged from seclusion after successfully producing 3 pills, and although their quality was only average, it was enough to excite the entire family. Today is the day Master Huang Fu is hosting a banquet, and 3 cultivators from the Chen family have been invited to attend. A lavishly decorated carriage was parked at the gate, pulled by 2 magnificent horses. As Chen-Lin approached the door, he saw his second uncle, Chen Yaowu, standing by the car. Seeing him, his uncle gestured with his lip, "Get in." The old master specifically requested that you ride with him. Chen-Lin felt a chill run down his spine. This was an immense honor, usually reserved for family heirs or core elders who were qualified to ride in the same carriage as the family head. He dared not delay, straightened his robes, and respectfully climbed into the carriage. The carriage was warm and cozy, with thick white fox fur cushions. The old patriarch, Chen Yaohua, closed his eyes to rest, turning 2 warm, smooth jade walnuts in his hands. "Here I am." Chen Yaohua didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice slightly hoarse. "Grandson greets the ancestor." Chen-Lin bowed respectfully, then sat down at the lower seat, his back ramrod straight. The carriage started slowly, its wheels crunching over the snow. After a long silence, Chen Yaohua suddenly spoke up. "I heard that you took that girl surnamed Hu from the county government to the farm?" Chen-Lin's heart skipped a beat. The old man's information network was indeed terrifying. "Yes." Chen-Lin did not deny it. "My grandson has some affection for her, and seeing her in distress, he wanted to give her a place to stay. Isn't that the illegitimate daughter of Master Hu from the fourth brother's family? Chen Yahua opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy old eyes. That old fox, fourth brother, sent his daughter to the county government as a maid just to gather information. Now that Magistrate Zhu is gone, this pawn is useless, and he's worried about where to put it. You're kind enough to take over this game for him. Chen Lin lowered his head and said, I just think that having more people in the family and having more children in the future will ultimately add to the family's population. Humph, adding a son to the family? Chen Yahua sneered, spinning the jade walnut in his hand rapidly. You've got your eye on the Hu family behind that girl, haven't you? Although Master Hu's cultivation is lacking, he has cultivated connections in the county government over the years. You want to leverage his influence? Having his thoughts exposed, Chen Lin wasn't embarrassed and said frankly, my grandson has just broken through in cultivation and needs resources right now. Having more options is always better than having none. Chen Yahua stared at him for a long time, until Chen Lin felt a chill down his spine, before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Alright, since you've already accepted it, then keep it. She's just an ordinary woman, she can't cause any trouble. Chen Yahua spoke indifferently, as if discussing an insignificant item, but you must remember, for us cultivators, the foundation is always our own cultivation. He paused, leaned forward slightly, and an aura of late-stage qi refining instantly filled the entire carriage. Linner, you need to understand one thing. Chen Yao's voice turned icy and piercing, like a winter wind whipping through your ears. In this world, everyone but yourself can be abandoned. Women, offspring, and even families are merely accessories in the face of the path to immortality. Chen Lin's breath hitched, and he looked up at his usually smiling ancestor. At this moment, there was no trace of kindness on that wrinkled face, only a chilling coldness and rationality. If one day, it is necessary to sacrifice that girl from the Hu family, or even your wife and children, in exchange for your chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Yahua stared intently into Chen Lin's eyes and asked, enunciating each word clearly, what will you choose? The carriage was deathly silent, with only the monotonous sound of the wheels rolling echoing inside. Chen Lin felt his throat was a little dry. He thought of Yushan, who always looked at him with gentleness, his son Shen Yun, who had the fate of being a lucky one, and Hu Xinger, whom he had just brought back. Grandson. Chen Lin was about to speak. No need to answer me. Chen Yahua closed his eyes again, leaned back on the cushion, and resumed his old and decrepit appearance. You know the answer in your heart. If you don't even have this much ruthlessness, you won't go far. The carriage jolted violently, as if it had run over a stone. Chen Lin watched the snow rushing past the window, his hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves. Ruthless? Perhaps. But he believed even more that as long as he was strong enough that he wouldn't need to make this choice, that was the true path. We've arrived. With the coachman's shout, the carriage stopped in front of a magnificent, golden restaurant. This was the Drunken Immortal Restaurant, where Master Huangfu's banquet was being held. Chen Lin took a deep breath of the cold air and followed his ancestor out of the car. Tonight's banquet is likely more than just a meal. A faint, lingering smell of blood seems to be seeping through the cracks in the restaurant's doors. The stench of blood in the carriage seemed like an illusion, fleeting and replaced by the lingering scent of medicinal herbs from our ancestors. The carriage swayed, and Chen Lin couldn't help but ask the question that had been weighing on his mind for days. As long as that demonic cultivator is not eliminated, it will be like a sword hanging over our heads, forcing us to sleep with one eye open. Chen Yahua slightly opened his eyelids, his fingers caressing the pair of glossy jade walnuts, the clicking sound of which seemed particularly crisp in the closed carriage. That thing is incredibly tough. A few days ago, I teamed up with old Ghost Zhao to corner him once. I thought it was a sure thing, but it turns out that guy practices the blood fiend technique. Even with a broken arm, he can still run faster than a rabbit. In terms of cultivation level, he is a genuine late-stage qi refining cultivator. If it came down to a fight to the death, even this old man like me might not be able to hold him off. Chapter 56, The First Bird to Stick Its Head Out. Chen Lin's heart tightened. If even the ancestor found it troublesome, wouldn't they, the younger generation, be easy prey? But don't scare yourself too much. Chen Yahua seemed to see through his thoughts, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In this world, money can make the devil turn the millstone. Our Chen family, together with 3 other families in the county, pulled together a considerable sum of spirit stones and went directly to the Demon Suppression Division. They've already accepted the order and sent down 2 deacons specializing in thunder magic. Lei Fei Qin Sha, that demonic cultivator, is now a rat crossing the street, only daring to hide in the deep mountains and forests, he has no time to come looking for trouble with you. Upon hearing the words Demon Suppression Division, Chen Lin's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back into his stomach. That's the Great Zhou Dynasty's violent agency specifically for dealing with demons and evil spirits. As long as you pay enough, they can skin you alive, let alone demon cultivators. He let out a long sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his back clung to his clothes, making him feel uncomfortable. Since we don't need to worry about the demonic cultivators, shouldn't my grandson keep a lower profile in the future? After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Chen Lin asked tentatively. Although he hadn't made a big fuss about breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining, it certainly couldn't be kept secret from within the family. Keep a low profile? Chen Yaohua seemed to have heard a joke. A glint of light flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he leaned forward slightly, exuding a strong sense of pressure. In public, you hide your talents to save your life. But within your family, who are you hiding them from? The stronger you are, the more your family will value you, and the more resources will be allocated to you. As for being a pioneer, that's something for those who lack ability. The old ancestor reached out and lifted the carriage curtain, looking at the fleeting snow scene outside, his voice low and deep. Your second cousin, Chen Jingyang, has now climbed the social ladder by marrying Master Huang Fu, and his future is limitless. What you need to do now is not to hide in his shadow, but to become his right-hand man. If you don't understand the principle that one prospers, all prosper, you'll only ever be able to toil in the dirt your whole life. Chen Lin nodded thoughtfully. His ancestor was giving him pointers, telling him to broaden his horizons and not just focus on his immediate surroundings. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and the noise outside surged in like a tide. At the entrance of Zuixinlo, lanterns hung high, casting a red glow on the snow on the ground. As soon as I got off the bus, a wave of heat mixed with cosmetics and the smell of wine and meat hit me. Several people were standing at the entrance. The one in the lead, dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe and sporting a goatee, was none other than Huang Defa, a renowned first-grade talisman master in Xinghe County. Half a step behind him, Chen Jingyang, dressed in a brand-new brocade robe with a jade pendant symbolizing a talisman master apprentice hanging at his waist, was full of vigor. His usually somewhat arrogant face was now beaming with joy. Standing next to him was a thin boy, Huang Ping, another apprentice of Master Huang Fu. He hunched his shoulders and looked blank. Uncle Chen Shishan stood to the side, his face crinkling with laughter, as if he wanted to take a gong and drum and beat it all over the street to tell everyone that this was his son. Master Huang, it's such a cold day, and you've gone to all the trouble of coming out to greet me personally. I'm so grateful. Chen Yaohua quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and adopted a very humble posture. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Today is a joyous occasion. You deserve it, you deserve it. Master Huang returned the greeting with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the Chen family members before lingering on Chen Lin for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which he quickly concealed. The group ushered them into a private room on the 2nd floor. Chen Lin deliberately lagged behind by half a step, moving closer to Huang Ping. This kid didn't seem as quick-witted as Chen Jingyang. His eyes were somewhat vacant, and he was tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. This must be senior brother Huang? I've heard so much about you. Chen Lin casually made a polite remark. Huang Ping was startled and stammered in return, not daring to even lift his head. It seems this competitor poses no threat. Chen Lin chuckled inwardly. This Master Huang Fu was selective in accepting disciples. Chen Jingyang may have a bad temper, but at least he's smart. This Huang Ping is probably just a handyman. The private room was warm and cozy, with a thick wool carpet on the floor that felt soft and comfortable underfoot. Cold dishes were already laid out on the table, and in the very center was a white jade incense burner with wisps of smoke carrying a refreshing and unique fragrance. Today's banquet is truly extravagant. Chen Yaowu leaned close to Chen Lin's ear and whispered something in a low voice. The 4 dishes and 3 fruits on this table alone would cost at least 10 spirit stones. Look at that plate of crimson flame chicken, it's raised on spirit grains, and each one costs 2 spirit stones. And that pot of 100 herbs brew, that's Master Huang's treasured wine, he usually can't bear to take it out. Chen Lin was speechless. 10 spirit stones were enough for him to farm for several years. This wasn't eating, it was eating money. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Now it was time for the gift-giving ceremony. Chen Yaohua took out an exquisite jade bottle, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. Master Huang, this is a batch of spirit-gathering pills that I just refined a few days ago. The quality is acceptable. I'll use it to lay a foundation for my 2 children. Spirit Gathering Pill. Master Huang's eyes lit up. This was a coveted item for qi refining cultivators, capable of accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Although it's only a first-tier pill, the efficacy of the medicine refined by Chen Yaohua, a veteran craftsman, is absolutely unquestionable. Old Chen was very thoughtful. Next was his second uncle, Chen Yaowu, who reluctantly pulled out a long wooden box from his pocket. When he opened it, he found a ginseng with intact roots inside, its skin gleaming with a faint white light. 50-year-old birch ginseng can help replenish the blood and energy of children. Although this item is not as precious as the spirit-gathering pill, it is still a sought-after commodity on the market. It was Chen Lin's turn. All eyes were on him. What good stuff could a distant relative, who had just broken through to the 5th level of qi refining, possibly have to offer? Chen Lin remained expressionless, picked up a bulging burlap sack from beside his feet, and placed it on the table. With a muffled thud, the table trembled. These are a few old mountain spirits that I luckily dug up while patrolling the mountains. They are not rare, but they are large and weigh 5 pounds each. They are perfect for making soup. The bag was untied, revealing several thick, yellowish-brown roots that looked like radishes, still carrying the fresh scent of soil. The private room fell silent for a moment. It was the first time anyone had ever given a sack of local specialties as a gift at this drunken immortal pavilion. Chen Jingyan's lips twitched. He wanted to laugh but dared not. His uncle, Chen Shishan, stared wide-eyed, seemingly finding his nephew utterly shameful. Huang Fusher, however, burst into laughter, reached out and picked up an old mountain spirit to examine it. What a wonderful find! Although this mountain spirit isn't of high quality, it possesses the essence of earth and wood, and such a large one is especially rare. Nephew Chen Lin's gift is truly generous. A simple, honest remark saved the day from this awkward situation. Huang Fusher put down the mountain spirit, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he pierced straight at Chen Lin. I didn't look closely downstairs just now, but if I'm not mistaken, my nephew has broken through to the 5th level of qi refining? These words shocked everyone present. Uncle Chen Shishan's wine glass wobbled, spilling half the wine. Chen Jingyang turned his head sharply, staring intently at Chen Lin, his shock impossible to conceal. Just half a month ago, he was at the 4th level of qi refining, and now he's at the 5th level? It was just luck. Chen Lin scratched his head with an honest expression. A few days ago, I ate that purple essence fruit in the mountains, and with the guidance of my ancestor, I barely managed to break through the barrier. My foundation is still very weak, and I can't compare to a renowned disciple like my second cousin. He kept a very humble attitude, attributing his breakthrough to luck and spiritual fruit, never mentioning talent or hard work. Master Huang gave him a deep look, stroked his beard, and nodded. Luck is also a form of strength. The Chen family in this generation is indeed full of talented individuals. Chapter 57, the music continues, the dance continues. Chen Jingyang finally came to his senses. Looking at his cousin, who usually kept a low profile, he felt a mix of emotions. I originally thought that by becoming a talisman master apprentice, I could leave these side branches far behind, but I never expected that they were not idle either. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. He was a talisman master, a skilled trade that became more valuable with age. No matter how high Chen Lin's cultivation level was, he was just a farmhand. Congratulations, third brother. Chen Jingyang picked up his wine glass, a smile returning to his face, this time with a touch more sincerity. If we brothers work together from now on, what worries will our family have about not prospering? Chen Lin quickly stood up and retorted. Second brother is right. I'll have to rely on your help in the future. After that glass of wine, the slight estrangement between the two seemed to dissipate considerably. Uncle Chen Shishan, watching this scene, beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. Master Huang was also pleased. The harmony of his apprentice's family was a good thing for him, at least it would be easier to use him in the future. Alright, the food's getting cold, let's start eating. With Master Huang's command, the banquet officially began. There's a rule at this spiritual feast: the elders usually only take a small bite, mainly so that the younger generation can eat more and absorb the spiritual energy. Chen Yaohua and Huang Fusher clinked glasses and chatted about the situation in the county. Chen Yaowu and his uncle accompanied them, also acting cautiously. The ones who really ate heartily were Chen Lin, Chen Jingyang, Huang Ping, and his second uncle Chen Yaowu. Although my second uncle is an elder, he is also a notorious miser, and he would never miss such a good opportunity to freeload a meal. Come here, third brother, here's a chicken leg for you to help you recover. Chen Jingyang picked up a plump chicken leg and placed it in Chen Lin's bowl, showing brotherly affection. Thank you, second brother. Chen Lin didn't stand on ceremony, picked up a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. It melted in his mouth, a warm current rushing down his throat and into his stomach, instantly activating his previously calm dantian. What a find! The crimson flame chicken is tender and contains extremely pure fire attribute spiritual energy, making it a great tonic for Chen Lin, who has just begun cultivating the fiery cloud sword. Huang Ping wasn't stupid either. He kept his head down and ate like crazy, stuffing his mouth full like a hamster hoarding grain. As Chen Lin ate, he secretly circulated his cultivation technique to refine spiritual energy. This meal was equivalent to at least half a month of arduous training. That herbal brew is even more exquisite. After drinking a cup, all the pores on your body open up, as if you were soaking in a hot spring. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Jingyang's face turned red. He grabbed Chen Lin's hand and started calling him brother, even promising to let Chen Lin use the finished talismans he drew first. Chen Lin simply smiled and agreed, but he was perfectly clear-headed. He could only listen to these polite words. To actually believe them would be foolish. However, seeing the lively scene of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, Chen Lin's sense of urgency eased slightly. Although the family business is an old and worn-out ship, it can still provide shelter from the wind and rain. As long as one is strong enough, one can secure a good position on this ship. As we were eating, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the window, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility of the night. Chen Yao's wineglass suddenly stopped, and his previously cloudy old eyes instantly became as sharp as a hawk's. Master Huang also put down his chopsticks, his brows furrowed, and looked out at the dark night. The stench of blood that had just dissipated seemed to drift back on the wind. The screams outside the window, like a rooster having its neck snapped, abruptly stopped. Several guards from the Demon Suppression Division, clad in black armor, dragged a limp corpse across the snow, leaving a glaring red trail. It turned out to be a drunken rogue cultivator trying to renege on his debt, but was stabbed through the neck by the guards of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The atmosphere in the private room froze for only a moment before the sounds of clinking glasses resumed. In Qinghe County, the death of one or two people was like the death of a stray dog. As long as they didn't die on their own table, the music and dancing would continue. The banquet ended at 9 p.m. Chen Lin helped his second uncle, whose face was flushed from drinking, into the carriage, while he himself, under the pretext of clearing his head of alcohol, wandered back to the farm alone. The aftereffects of that fiery red chicken leg were so strong that it felt like he had a heater inside his stomach, making him feel hot all over and sweating from the soles of his feet. The aroma of tea wafted through the secret room on the top floor of Zuixinlu. Master Huang dismissed his attendants, leaving only Chen Xishan behind. The usually aloof talisman master's face was now devoid of any drunkenness, replaced by a desolate air of someone nearing the end of their life. He walked to the hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, took out a jade slip that glowed with a faint blue light, and rubbed it with his fingers for a long time until his knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. The item was placed on the table with a crisp sound. Chen Xishan's eyelids twitched, and his gaze was fixed on the jade slip as if drawn by a magnet. Based on his decades of experience in the business world, he knew this thing was no ordinary item. The spiritual aura it exuded alone was hundreds of times better than the common goods in the family library. This is the talismanic heritage I have learned throughout my life, containing my insights into drawing first-tier top-grade talismans, as well as complete diagrams of 3 types of second-tier low-grade talismans. Huang Fusher's voice was very soft, but it sounded like a thunderclap to Chen Xishan. Second-tier talismans. That's a technique only foundation establishment cultivators can master. Throwing out a second-tier talisman is enough to blast a late-stage qi-refining cultivator into ashes. With this, the Chen family can not only stand tall in Qinghe County, but also gain a foothold in the prefectural city. Chen Xishan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he reached out to take it, but then forcibly restrained himself. There are no free lunches, only traps fall from the sky. Brother Huang, what do you mean by this? Master Huang gave a bitter laugh and slumped into the armchair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He loosened the collar of his Taoist robe, revealing a black livid patch on his chest. The patch was still slowly wriggling and emitting a nauseating stench of decay. In his early years, in his eagerness for breakthroughs, he took strong and dangerous drugs, which damaged his fundamental health. Now the corpse poison has seeped into my marrow, and I don't have many years left to live. The most fatal thing is that I have no sons, and the Huang family line is about to die out. Chen Xishan felt a chill run down his spine, but his expression became even more respectful. I was originally from the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, but unfortunately my family fell into decline and I ended up here. Master Huang stared intently at Chen Xishan, his eyes burning. This inheritance can be given to your Chen family, but I have a condition. Jing Yang is a talented child. I want him to adopt a child with spiritual roots into my Huang family, to take my surname, to carry on my family line, and to continue the lineage of my Huang clan. This isn't taking on an apprentice, it's clearly using someone else's seed. Chen Shishan's mind raced. Adopting his grandson's child might sound unpleasant, but it meant becoming an ancestor for the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. Exchanging a surname for a second-tier inheritance, it was a worthwhile deal. Besides, the child has the blood of the Chen family flowing in his veins. It's like his flesh is rotting in the pot. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation. Without any hesitation, Chen Shishan slapped his thigh, his face filled with a solemn and sorrowful expression. Brother Huang, what are you saying? Our two families are close friends, and Jing Yang is your apprentice, so he's practically your son. I'll accept this on behalf of that lad. When I get back, I'll open the ancestral hall and write this into the family precepts. Anyone who dares to disobey, I'll break their legs. Chapter 58, You Know Nothing, Kid. The wariness in Huang Fusher's eyes finally dissipated, and he let out a long breath. He took out a few more jade slips from his pocket and pushed them over in one go. Since we're all family, let's not stand on ceremony. Here are the formation diagrams for several first-tier formations, including the spirit-gathering formation. Furthermore, there is a branch of my Huang family in Chongping County who possesses a complete second-tier array formation inheritance. If the adopted child becomes successful in the future, he can go to Chongping County to acknowledge his ancestors and bring back the formation inheritance. Chen Shishan's hands were shaking. A formation. That's exactly what the Chun family lacks right now. The family's main formation is an ancient relic from 100 years ago, repaired and patched up over the years, and its defensive capabilities have long been greatly reduced. If a spirit-gathering array can be set up, the concentration of spiritual energy in the family will increase, and the cultivation speed of the younger generation of disciples will be at least 30% faster. This Huang Defa is no ordinary dying old man, he's a walking treasure trove. Chen Shishan was beaming with excitement. His eyes darted around and landed on Huang Ping, the dull-witted boy waiting outside the door. Since they were going to tie him up, they might as well tie him up tighter. Brother Huang, I think Huang Ping is an honest and reliable young man, a good man to manage a household. My third son has a daughter who is 16 years old. Although she has no spiritual talent, she is well educated and reasonable, and she is an excellent cook. Why don't we strengthen our family ties and arrange marriages for these two children as well? For an ordinary woman to marry a cultivator is considered a step up. Huang Ping's talent is mediocre in the eyes of Huang Fusher, he's nothing more than a handyman. Being able to form a marriage alliance with the Chun family can be seen as finding him a powerful backer. Huang Fusher gave Chen Shishan a deep look. This old fox not only ate and took, but also tried to take the plate. As you wish. The next morning, at Chen family farm. Last night's heavy snow blanketed the world, and a dead branch broke off from the old locust tree in the yard. Chen Lin pushed open the door and stepped out, feeling refreshed and full of boundless energy. Those crimson-flamed chicken legs and herbal brew were indeed good stuff. After a night of refining, the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian grew stronger again, and his previously unstable realm became completely stable. If one were to meditate step by step, it would take at least 3 months of painstaking effort. This cultivation of immortality is all about resources. If you have money, you can eat meat and drink alcohol to level up. If you don't, you can only suffer by drinking dew and eating air. Just as I reached the well to draw water to wash my face, I saw my second uncle, Chen Yawu, shirtless, practicing boxing in the snow. Normally, this second uncle would rather lie down than sit, and he would rather save every bit of energy than take a breath. Today, however, he was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, performing a set of fierce tiger fist with great force, his whole body steaming with heat, and the white smoke rising from his head was bigger than a freshly steamed bun. Second uncle, are you trying to save all the money you would have for firewood this winter? Chen Lin teased with a smile. Chen Yawu stopped his stance and stood still, his skin as red as a boiled shrimp. He exhaled a long white stream, turned to look at Chen Lin, his small eyes gleaming with shrewdness, showing no trace of his usual calculating demeanor. You know nothing. He rushed over, lowered his voice, and his tone revealed an uncontrollable elation. Last night's meal was worth it. The fiery energy of that crimson flame chicken has loosened the bottleneck that has been stuck in my body for 5 years. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level of chi refining is a hurdle between the middle and late stages. Once you cross that threshold, your lifespan can increase by 10 years or so, and your status within the family will be incomparable. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, second uncle. Our branch of the family will have to rely on you to shelter us from the wind and rain from now on. Don't flatter me. Although Chen Yawu cursed, his face was all smiles. He reached into his Qiankuan bag, took out a low-grade spirit stone, rubbed it a couple of times with a pained expression, and finally threw it to Chen Lin. Here you go. Go buy a few pounds of good meat, let's have another drink tonight, you and me. This time it was all thanks to those old mountain spirits of yours covering for me, which allowed me to snatch 2 more pieces of chicken breast. Chen Lin caught the spirit stones, feeling both amused and exasperated. This second uncle of his was about to break through to the late stage of a great cultivator, yet he was still thinking about those 2 pieces of meat like a starving ghost reincarnated. However, seeing his second uncle's radiant face, Chen Lin felt much more at ease. With another late-stage cultivator in the family, this dilapidated ship would be a bit more stable in the storm. Just then, a figure stumbled and ran towards them along the path in the distance. It was Qin Jingyu, the clumsy boy from Uncle Wu's family. Third brother. Second uncle. Chen Jingyu was out of breath, his face red from the cold, waving a red piece of paper in his hand. My uncle has spoken. He wants all the clansmen here to return to the main house immediately for a meeting, saying there's some incredibly joyous news to announce. Chen Lin and Chen Yawu exchanged a glance. It seems that last night's drinking session yielded even more results than expected. Chen Yawu grabbed a cotton-padded coat from the ground and casually draped it over himself. The shrewdness in his eyes returned. Let's go. Let's see what kind of trouble the boss is up to this time. If there's nothing to gain, then all this sweat has been for nothing. The 2 walked one after the other through the snow toward the mansion. Chen Lin touched the Qiankuan bag in his arms, where the tattered animal hide scroll lay. What a joyous occasion! In this cannibalistic world of cultivation, apart from strength, most other joyous occasions are tinged with bloodshed. The wind and snow intensified, blinding everyone. Chen Lin squinted at his second uncle's broad back in front of him, while wondering if the rogue cultivator who died at the entrance of Zuixinlu last night was also carrying some kind of treasure. It's a pity I didn't get a chance to loot the corpse. He shook his head, banishing the dangerous thought from his mind, and quickened his pace to catch up. 2 clear lines of footprints were left on the snow, some deep and some shallow, leading all the way to the vermilion gate of the Chen family's house. In winter, the Lingtian field is frozen solid, like a piece of iron that has been left out for a long time. The cold wind whipped up snowflakes that crept up Chen Lin's neck. He exhaled a puff of white breath, but his sickle moved with incredible speed, each swing taking away a golden ear of rice. These 4 acres of ling rice are a late maturing variety, frost-resistant, and have plump grains, but they are difficult to harvest. A cry of ouch came from the side. Chen Jingyu clutched his ankle, grimacing as he hopped on one foot, the sickle in his hand nearly flying out and slicing off Chen Lin's ear. Sink down and use your wrists. I'm not telling you to use a sickle to chop wood. Without turning his head, Chen Lin flicked his wrist, and a bundle of rice was neatly stacked on the ridge of the field. If you cut off your own leg, Uncle Wu can skin me alive. Chen Jingyu's face, which was purple from the cold, was full of grievance as he awkwardly bent down again. Although this kid isn't very bright, he's learned to be obedient these past few days by following Chen Lin, and he'll never do anything wrong if he's told to go east. The 2 of them worked for most of the hour and finally managed to clear the 2 acres of land. On the threshing floor, Chen Lin skillfully operated the threshing machine, and golden rice grains fell into the baskets like raindrops, making a pleasant rustling sound. To Chen Lin, the sound was 100 times more beautiful than the music played and sung at Zuixinlu. Weigh it. 173 caddies. Chapter 59, By What Right? Chen Lin looked at the markings on the scale and a smile appeared on his lips. Even after accounting for losses, the output was 10% higher than expected. Based on the current market price, this batch of spirit rice, plus the previous inventory, after deducting costs, should secure the 4 low-grade spirit stones in my pocket. For spirit stones, that's a fortune that even an ordinary rogue cultivator might not be able to accumulate even if they risked their lives. Chen Lin patted the sack full of spirit rice. The heavy feel of it made him feel particularly at ease. From initially having only 1 acre of barren land, to later engaging in animal husbandry and cultivating medicinal herbs, and now having 4 acres of fertile land, every step has been taken with extreme caution. But this feeling is fucking awesome. Third brother, with so much rice, how much can we keep? Chen Jingyu looked longingly at the small mountain of spirit grain, his throat bobbing. Chen Lin pulled a small notebook from his pocket, moistened it with saliva, and opened it. In addition to paying 30% to the family, we also have to pay 20% tax to the Imperial Court's Immortal Tax Bureau on this land. This is an inviolable rule. Chen Jingyu nodded. He knew about it. Although the Great Zhou dynasty turned a blind eye to the cultivation families, it strictly controlled taxation. Anyone who dared to evade taxes would be dealt with by the Demon Suppression Division's embroidered spring blade. Of the remaining 50%, another 15% must be taken as offerings and sent to the Zhang clan in the county town. Chen Lin's tone was calm, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Why? Chen Jingyu jumped up suddenly, his previously wooden face turning bright red, his eyes wide like saucers. Why should we give away the grain we've worked so hard to grow for free to that Zheng family? It's one thing for the imperial court to collect taxes, but who does the Zheng family think they are? Chen Lin glanced at him, then reached out and grabbed a handful of rice, letting it slip through his fingers. Just because they have an ancestor who is in the late stage of foundation establishment, and just because our Qinghe County is begging for food on their territory. Chen Lin patted the rice husks off his hands. This 15% is money to save my life. Don't pay? Within 3 days, the Chen family will be wiped out for colluding with demonic cultivators, do you believe me? Chen Jingyu opened his mouth, like a duck being choked, and finally squatted down on the ground in despair, pounding the ground hard. This world is so damn frustrating. Looking at his angry, rebellious cousin, Chen Lin felt as if he were seeing his younger self. He walked over and kicked Chen Jingyu's butt. Alright, stop complaining. Although you paid a lot this season, the rest is enough for you to exchange for a few bottles of qi gathering powder. Chen Lin squatted down, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of seduction, do you want to not have to pay so much in the future? Chen Jingyu suddenly looked up. Third brother, do you have a solution? The family has a rule that any spirit fields that are reclaimed will be exempt from the family's commission for the first 3 years. As long as you are willing to work hard and save enough spirit stones, you can buy the fields from the family and make them your private property. Chen Lin pointed to the ground beneath his feet, a fierce glint in his eyes. Once it becomes private property, it becomes a family heirloom. In the future, even if your son or grandson is just an ordinary person without any spiritual talent, they can become wealthy men by tending these few acres of land. This is the only way out for people like us with average abilities. Private property. These 2 words seemed to have a magical power, instantly igniting a flame in Chen Jingyu's eyes. For the first time, a clear goal appeared in his blockhead to buy land, own property, and become a wealthy landlord. Third brother, I'll listen to you. Chen Jingyu grabbed the sickle, wishing he could rush into the snowfield right now and clear 2 more acres of wasteland. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. Although this kid is clumsy, he is strong and hardworking, making him a good laborer. Actually, Chen Lin didn't say the rest of the sentence. The Zhang clan of immortals wasn't having an easy time either. I heard that the old ancestor of the Zhang family is nearing the end of his life, and his nephews and nieces are fighting fiercely for power and profit. So far no one has reached the foundation establishment stage. Once the ancestor passes away, the Zhang family will be like a piece of fat meat without skin. At that time, let alone receiving offerings, it will be hard to say whether they can even keep their own little plot of land. The Chen family has been biding their time all these years, even going so far as to send their second cousin to marry a talisman master, all to accumulate power. If their second uncle can break through this time. Just then, a long howl suddenly came from the direction of the mansion in the distance. The whistling sound was powerful, like muffled thunder rolling across a snowfield, causing the snow on the treetops to fall in a rustling sound. Immediately afterwards, a powerful spiritual pressure soared into the sky, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy. Chen Lin suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the mansion. It's done! This aura is more than twice as strong as that of a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, carrying a fierce and fiery energy. Who else could it be but second uncle Chen Yawu? Chen Jingyu was startled by the oppressive aura and stammered, Third brother, what is this? Good thing. Chen Lin smiled and patted the chaff off his clothes. Let's go back to the mansion. Now, our Chen family can stand a little taller. The atmosphere in the main hall of the Chen family mansion was so intense it felt like it was about to burst into flames. Second uncle Chen Yawu sat on the left-hand armchair, his originally somewhat hunched back now standing straight. His usually shrewd and calculating face was now glowing with health, and his body was surging with spiritual energy, a sign that he had just broken through to a higher realm and hadn't fully contained it yet. Qi refining level 7. This is the threshold of the late stage of qi refining. In a small place like Qinghe County, the late stage of qi refining is considered top-tier combat strength, and one can be respectfully addressed as senior wherever they go. The eldest uncle, Chen Shishan, was grinning from ear to ear, holding the second uncle's hand and talking in circles about the great prosperity of the family. Chen Lin stood in the corner, watching this scene, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The second uncle's breakthrough means that the Chen family now has 2 late-stage qi refining cultivators, finally giving them the right to make a move on the chessboard of Qinghe County. Third brother, come with me. A slightly hoarse voice rang in my ears. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw his ancestor, Chen Yaohua, standing in the shadows of the side door. His cloudy old eyes were unfathomable, revealing no emotion. Chen Lin dared not delay and quickly made his way through the crowd, following the old ancestor into the study in the back hall. The study was dimly lit, with only a small oil lamp flickering in the light. Chen Yaohua sat in the armchair, twirling the pair of jade walnuts in his hands, making a clicking sound. Close the door. Chen Lin closed the door as instructed, shutting out the noise from outside. Your second uncle has broken through, that's a good thing. Chen Yaohua spoke calmly, his gaze falling on Chen Lin with a hint of scrutiny. But the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Our Chen family is like a fat man who has eaten too much. If we don't have any real skills, we'll be disemboweled sooner or later. Chen Lin lowered his head and didn't dare to reply. Chen Yaohua suddenly pulled a dark wooden box from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Chen Lin. Open it and take a look. Chapter 60 Blood Pact. Chen Lin carefully lifted the lid, revealing a jade slip with a faint blue luster inside. The moment his fingertips touched it, a profound message flooded his mind: the explanation of the Azure River Talisman. Is this the legacy of the Yellow Talisman, Master? Chen Lin's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the box. This was something his uncle had traded his grandson for. How did it end up in his hands? Surprised? Chen Yaohua sneered. Your uncle, that idiot, only sees the immediate benefits. That old bastard Huang Defa handed over the inheritance in order to ensure the continuation of his Huang family line. But if this thing is given directly to the eldest son's family, do you think the Chen family will still belong to all of us? Chen Lin felt a chill run down his spine and instantly understood what his ancestor meant. The eldest son's branch has produced a talisman master who has also inherited the legacy, and he is destined to become dominant. Although the second uncle has broken through, his foundation is still shallow. The ancestor is trying to maintain a balance. This jade slip is the original. I have already made a copy for that brat Gingyang. Chen Yaohua's voice turned cold. Originally, this was kept with you to safeguard the family. If one day the eldest branch of the family becomes disloyal, or if that brat Gingyang forgets his roots, this will be a bargaining chip to keep them in check. But grandmother, I am but a humble person, and my words carry little weight. Chen Lin felt as if the box in his hand was a burning ember. Precisely because you are of low status and belong to a collateral branch, you are the most suitable candidate. Chen Yaohua interrupted him. I know your little schemes very well. You're hoarding private property, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. That's good. Ambition is what makes a person live long. The ancestor leaned forward, and that suffocating pressure once again enveloped Chen Lin. This lineage includes a blood pact technique. I've already had Jing Yang sign it. His first child must be adopted by the Huang family and must possess spiritual roots. This is a debt our Chen family owes the Huang family, and it's the price the eldest branch of the family is paying. Chen Lin felt a chill run down his spine. This is the cruelty of cultivation families. An unborn child is already placed on the negotiating table, becoming a bargaining chip. And the inheritance he possessed was part of that child's indenture. Grandson, I understand. Chen Lin took a deep breath and put the wooden box into his pocket. Remember, keep this to yourself. Chen Yaohua closed his eyes again and waved his hand. Go on, it's quite a commotion outside, don't let anyone find out. Chen Lin bowed and left the study. Outside, the snow was still falling. Laughter from inside the hall pierced through the snow and sounded particularly jarring. Chen Lin touched the cold wooden box in his arms, and then touched the bag of spirit rice he had just collected at his waist. On one side are bloody transactions, and on the other side are real grains. He looked up at the dark night sky and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. In the world of cultivation, people don't even spit out bones when they eat. People farming is much more reliable. However, now that we have an extra trump card, the road ahead may be wider. Chen Lin tightened his cotton-padded coat and strode into the wind and snow, heading towards the brightly lit and bustling area. In the darkness behind him, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at this seemingly peaceful family. At the entrance of Qinghe County Government Office in the early morning, 2 stone lions, covered in thick snow, bared their teeth and stared down at the group of powerful figures who usually commanded respect and influence. The cold wind, carrying the lingering smell of last night's stale water, seeped into the very bones of people. Chen Lin stood behind his second uncle, his neck hunched, clutching the 4 low-grade spirit stones he had just warmed up, his heart aching with heartache. This isn't paying taxes, it's practically cutting off a piece of your own flesh. 400 caddies of top-quality spirit rice, exchanged for these 4 glittering stones, and before you've even had them in your pocket for an hour, you have to give them away. Besides the Chen family, the heads of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families also arrived. Normally, when these late-stage qi refining experts meet, they would have to exchange pleasantries, but today they all look like defeated roosters, dangling their hands and poking at each other in the cold wind. The vermilion gate of the county government office was tightly closed, and not even a gatekeeper showed his face. This Shu the Skinflint is clearly trying to intimidate us. Chen Yawu cursed in a low voice, and his breath instantly frosted over his beard. He had just broken through to the 7th level of qi refining and thought he could finally stand tall today, but unexpectedly he still had to suffer here. Zhao Fengyan, the head of the Zhao family, glanced over sideways and gave a forced smile. Master Chen's cultivation has improved significantly, and his temper has also become much more volatile. If he were to catch a cold, it would be a loss for the Chen family. Just as Chen Yawu was about to retort, the tightly closed door creaked open. No one came out to greet them. Only 2 servants dressed in gray cotton padded jackets were slowly sweeping the snow off the steps with brooms. The brooms made a harsh, screeching sound as they scraped across the stone slabs, a sound that made one's teeth ache. They were left to dry for a full half hour. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that a hearty laugh echoed from inside the county government office. Magistrate Zhu, dressed in his official robes, walked out with a ruddy complexion, his belly making his robes look round and full, like a walking meatball. Beside him followed a young man dressed in a brocade fish-patterned robe, with a jade pendant engraved with the character tax hanging from his waist. He had an arrogant expression, and his nostrils seemed to suck in the clouds in the sky. "Oh dear, esteemed family heads, you've kept us waiting." Magistrate Zhu cupped his hands in greeting, his fat face bunched up, his eyes narrowed into slits. "Just now, I was checking the accounts with the tax commissioner in the back room and forgot the time. Forgive me, forgive me." The young tax collector merely glanced at the crowd below the steps, a faint hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. This is the cultivation family of Qinghe County? They don't look like anything special. The heads of the 4 great families stiffened, but still had to force a smile. The Immortal Tax Bureau is a violent agency directly under the Imperial Court, specifically responsible for collecting spirit stone resources from cultivation forces across the country. Don't underestimate this young man just because he's only at the 6th level of qi refining. He represents the face of the great Zhou dynasty. Even if a foundation establishment ancestor came, he would still have to be served tea with utmost respect. The tax commissioner is right. We country bumpkins have never seen the world. Zhao Fengyan reacted the fastest, bowing first. His obsequious manner made Chen Yawu roll his eyes. The tax payment process is outrageously fast. Chen Lin followed behind his second uncle and handed him the bag containing 4 spirit stones. The tax collector didn't even glance at it. He held a magical artifact that looked like a compass in his hand and waved it over the bag. The pointer on it lit up with 4 green bars. The Chen family has 4 low-grade spirit stones, verified to be correct. Collect the money, keep the books, and leave. There wasn't a single wasted word throughout the entire process, as if what they handed over wasn't spirit stones, but rather a few pieces of broken copper and scrap iron. Chen Lin kept his head down, trying to minimize his presence. In this situation, even a single glance could lead to trouble. Just as he retreated back into the crowd, he caught a glimpse of a turquoise skirt peeking out from behind the curtain of the side gate of the county government office. A pair of cool, clear eyes seemed to be scrutinizing something through the crack in the door, looking through the crowd. Chapter 61 Flying Magic Artifacts. His gaze lingered on Chen Lin for a moment, carrying a mixture of inquiry and disdain. Chen Lin felt a chill run down his spine and immediately lowered his head even further, wishing he could bury his face in his crotch. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome farmer before?" He muttered to himself, subtly shifting his feet behind his second uncle, using his uncle's broad frame to block the view. After collecting taxes from the last household, the tax collector patted the bulging storage bag at his waist, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. "Lord Zhu, now that the accounts are settled, I will not linger any longer. I must hurry to the next county town." After saying that, he took out a small green boat from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. The green boat grew longer as it faced the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 10-foot-long flying magical artifact, its entire body shimmering with a faint spiritual light. The tax collector leaped into the air, landing steadily on the bow of the boat. He transformed into a streak of azure light and shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. A mid-grade flying magic artifact. Chen Yawu tilted his head back, his eyes almost popping out, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. That's fucking extravagant. Only when the blue light disappeared completely did he reluctantly turn his gaze away, and said sourly, "That's a mid-grade magic artifact. Even if our Chen family sold everything we own, we still couldn't afford a ship like that. The profits from the Immortal Tax Bureau are deeper than the sea." The other family heads around them looked on with envy. The resentment they felt earlier had long since dissipated in the sight of this display of wealth. Chen Lin remained remarkably calm. This kind of secure job within the system was earned with one's life. "Second uncle, let's go back too." Chen Lin tugged at Chen Yao's sleeve. Chen Yao snorted, put his hands behind his back, and walked back, lecturing his nephew as he went. "See that? That's power. That kid's cultivation isn't even as good as mine, but I have to act like a grandson in front of him. You want to get into the Immortal Tax Bureau? Dream on. The positions there are basically hereditary. Unless you are a foundation establishment cultivator and make a great contribution, the Imperial Court might grant you an extra position. For a small family like ours, it's best to stick to farming." Chen Lin nodded in agreement, but in his heart he was wondering if he could turn over those few acres of spirit fields again when he got back. The warm pavilion in the backyard of the county government office. A strong smell of pregnancy-stabilizing medicine filled the room, mixed with the smoke from the charcoal fire, making it somewhat pungent. Miley Wu leaned against the soft couch, holding a pair of tiger head shoes that were not yet sewn up, her eyes somewhat glazed over. She was much fuller than a month ago. Her once pointed chin was now much rounder, and although her face was pale, it radiated a soft maternal glow. She subconsciously stroked her slightly protruding belly, a bitter smile playing on her lips. "That nemesis hasn't come for almost a month. Although I know he did this to avoid suspicion and to prevent others from discovering anything, I still feel empty inside." "Thinking about that heartless man?" A cold voice broke the silence in the room. The door was pushed open, and the woman in the green dress who had been peeping through the side door walked in. She was Zhu Wanqing, the only daughter of Magistrate Zhu. This girl was born with a beautiful face, an oval face, and willow leaf eyebrows, but her eyes were set too high, making everyone look as if they were looking at the mud at her feet. Miley Wu was startled, almost pricking her finger with the needle in her hand, and hurriedly struggled to get up and bow. "Miss." "All right, lie down." Xu Wanqing waved her hand, walked straight to the edge of the bed and sat down, her gaze piercing Hu Xinger's stomach like a knife. "I saw him up ahead just now." Miley Wu froze, and the tiger head shoes in her hand fell onto the quilt. "That Chen Lin looks decent enough, but unfortunately he's a coward." Xu Wanqing picked up the teacup on the table, disdainfully flicked off the tea leaves, and then put it down heavily. He huddled behind his old man the whole time, not daring to even lift his head. "Only you would treat a man like that so preciously. He just doesn't want to cause trouble." Miley Wu lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Don't want to cause trouble?" Xu Wanqing sneered, stood up and paced around the room. "My father is senile. He treats your father as a confidant, and he turns a blind eye to you as well. But I'm not blind. If outsiders find out that the child in your belly is from the Chen family, do you know what the consequences will be? The Chen family is currently locked in a fierce battle with the Zhao family. If someone seizes on this and accuses the Chen family of colluding with government officials' relatives, your father's reputation will be ruined for life." Miley Wu bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "This isn't his fault, it's my fault. You've debased yourself." Xu Wanqing turned around abruptly and pointed at Hu Xinger's nose, cursing. "I had the doctor examine you. The pregnancy seems stable, but it's not impossible to terminate. Before the pregnancy becomes noticeable, get rid of this bastard child as soon as possible." "No." Miley Wu suddenly raised her head, her hands tightly protecting her stomach, her eyes revealing an unprecedented ferocity, like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. "This is my child, and no one is allowed to touch him. If this child is lost, I won't live on either. If we die together, I'd like to see how Miss explains herself to my father." Xu Wanqing was stunned by her sudden outburst, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. You're really crazy." She was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and her finger pointing at Miley Wu was trembling. "Is it worth it for such a good-for-nothing who's all show and no substance? If he really had any guts, why didn't he dare to propose? Why didn't he dare to take you away with him? You don't understand. Miley Wu lowered her head again, picked up the tiger head shoe, and gently patted off the dust. He's not a waste. He understands life better than anyone else in the world. The kind of forbearance that involves silently accumulating strength in the darkness and disguising oneself as a stone in order to survive is something that pampered young ladies will never understand. Fine, fine, fine. Xu Wanqing laughed in exasperation, saying fine 3 times in a row. Since you insist on jumping into the fire pit, I won't stop you. But I'll tell you something so you can give up on this idea. She walked to the door, stopped, and said coldly with her back to Miley Wu. My father has already been pulling strings. The transfer order will come down in 3 months. Our whole family will have to move to the county town then, and you will have to go with us. By then, the mountains will be high and the roads will be long, and even if your lover wants to find you, he will probably only be able to see you in his dreams. After saying that, she slammed the door and left. With a loud bang, the teacups on the table jumped. Miley Wu stared blankly at the swaying door, and the needle and thread in her hand finally slipped and fell to the ground. 3 months. Only 3 months left. Outside the window, the snow fell heavier and heavier, burying the entire backyard in a deathly white. In the training room of the Chen family mansion, Chen Lin sneezed. He rubbed his nose, looked at the Qinghe County map spread out in front of him, and his gaze fell on a valley marked with a red circle. That's strange, why do I feel like someone's talking about me behind my back? Chapter 62, I'm pregnant. He shook his head, dismissing the strange feeling, and tapped his fingers lightly on the map. There grows a crimson blood fruit there that's almost ripe judging by the days, it should be ripe in the next few days. If I can get this fruit and use it with the qi gathering powder, I'll have a good chance of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. As for the rest, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Chen Lin put away the map, blew out the oil lamp, sat cross-legged on the futon, facing upwards, and quickly entered a meditative state. The night was deep, and the heavy snow silently covered all the sins and affections of the world. Only the howling north wind seemed to foreshadow the impending farewell and storm. The night was as thick as ink that couldn't be dissolved. A few snowflakes were swirled by the wind, curling up and trying to sneak down his neck. Chen Lin, like a black cat, silently scaled the high wall of the county government's backyard. Just as the 2 guard dogs under the wall were about to peek their heads out of their dens, they were hit on the bridge of their noses by 2 meatballs coated with sleeping potion. They whimpered, hugged the meatballs, and shrank back to feast on them. He easily found his way to the window of the warm room, where the lights were still on. Chen Lin poked a hole in the window paper with his saliva-covered finger. Inside, the charcoal brazier was burning brightly, occasionally sputtering out a couple of sparks. Miley Wu sat on the edge of the couch, clutching the unfinished tiger head shoe in her hand, tears streaming down her face like broken beads. This silly woman, why is she crying like that? Chen Lin's heart tightened, and he gently tapped the window frame twice with his fingers. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon, 2 short taps followed by 1 long tap. The person inside trembled, abruptly raising their head, their tear-reddened eyes instantly gleaming with surprise. They hurriedly got up, ran barefoot, and unplugged the latch. The cold wind carried Chen Lin into the house, and before he could shake off the snow, a soft, warm body rushed into his arms. Miley Wu hugged him so tightly, as if she wanted to meld herself into his very bones, making Chen Lin's ribs ache. What's wrong? Did that guy surnamed Zhu upset you again? Chen Lin closed the window behind him, shutting out the cold air, and gently patted her back with his large hand. Don't be afraid, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Miley Wu buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking a large patch of his coarse cotton padded jacket. She raised her head, grasped Chen Lin's hand and pressed it onto her flat stomach, her voice trembling but revealing a stubbornness. Sir, I'm pregnant. Chen Lin's hand froze. The belly beneath his palm was warm and soft. Although he wasn't showing yet, he could almost feel a small life quietly taking root inside. A tremendous, unprecedented ecstasy struck him like an electric current, leaving him completely stunned for a long time. The Chen family has an heir. This is more satisfying than mastering any kind of ridiculous magic. Chen Lin grinned, wanting to laugh, but afraid of alerting the people outside, he could only force himself to hold it in, his facial muscles twitching. Real? Yes, almost 2 months. Miley Wu smiled through her tears, her face glowing with maternal tenderness. The doctor said the pregnancy is very stable. Chen Lin picked her up and spun her around twice, then laughed in a low voice, Good. Good. I'm going to be a father too. Tomorrow I'll have my dad prepare generous gifts and go to your house to propose marriage. Let's see who dares to stop me. Miley Wu's smile faded slightly. She clutched Chen Lin's collar, her eyes darting away. Miss knows about this. The joy on Chen Lin's face instantly froze, and his eyes turned cold. What did she say? She told me to have an abortion. Miley Wu's voice was barely audible, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She also said that if people found out that this child was from the Chen family, she would ruin my father's reputation and make it impossible for us to stay in Qinghe County. A violent killing intent instantly erupted from Chen Lin. Abort it? That's Chen Lin's child. Xu Wanqing is already arrogant enough, but now she actually wants to cut off the Chen family line and ruin his woman's entire family. She's not a young lady, she's a venomous snake. A fierce glint appeared in Chen Lin's eyes, and his hand subconsciously reached for the storage bag at his waist. Inside lay 2 freshly drawn, top-grade first-tier explosive talismans. If you just stick them on that woman's forehead, her noble head will explode like a watermelon. This woman cannot be allowed to live. Chen Lin's voice was icy, as if he were talking about killing a chicken. Before they move out, I'll send her on her way tonight. It'll be an accident, and no one will know. Miley Wu was terrified and clung tightly to Chen Lin's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. No. Sir, you're insane. That's the county magistrate's daughter. If something happens to her, the entire county government will be turned upside down in the investigation. Then, not only us, but the Chen family will suffer too. That doesn't mean you can let her shit on your head. She's just talking, she wouldn't actually do it. Miley Wu was so anxious that tears were about to fall again. Besides, my father is still working in the government. If Miss dies, my father will definitely be implicated. Sir, for the sake of the child, let's bear with it. Looking into Miley Wu's pleading eyes, Chen Lin's anger slowly subsided. Yes, killing is easy, but cleaning up the mess is difficult. If our ancestors were here, they would probably have already set up a scheme to ruin Xu Wanqing's reputation or kill her with a sudden illness, and they could also take a piece of flesh from Magistrate Zhu. All that shouting and clamoring for war ultimately backfired. But I'll remember this debt. Chen Lin took a deep breath and reached out to wipe away the tears on Miley Wu's face. Fine, I'll do as you say. But we can't stay here anymore. Tomorrow I'll have my dad confront your dad and get you out of here. I'm determined to marry this woman. Miley Wu was stunned, seemingly not expecting that this man, who usually weighed the pros and cons, would be so decisive this time. She buried her head in Chen Lin's arms and softly hummed in agreement, finally feeling a huge weight lifted from her heart. As long as I can follow him, even if it's just farming, I'll feel happy. It was already past midnight when I left the county government office. Chen Lin didn't return to the farm. Instead, he braved the wind and snow to head straight for a small courtyard in the south of the city. That was where his father, Chen Shiping, lived. My father was an honest and simple cultivator with mediocre talent. He spent his entire life hovering around the 4th level of qi refining and usually managed the accounts in the family shop. Hearing the knock, she put on an old cotton-padded coat and went to open the door. She was startled to see her son. Did you encounter a ghost in the middle of the night? It's scarier than a ghost. Chen Lin crawled into the house, grabbed a sip of herbal tea from the table, and said, Dad, you're going to be a grandfather. Puff. Chen Shiping nearly spat out a mouthful of phlegm, staring at his son with wide, bull-like eyes. What did you say? Which family's daughter is she? Didn't they break her legs? Xinger from officer whose family? Chen Lin recounted the events in general terms, omitting the part about wanting to kill someone. Father, this needs to be done quickly. That crazy woman from the Zhu family is watching us. Delay could lead to unforeseen problems. Chapter 63, Spirit Gathering Array. Chen Shiping walked around the room twice, tapping his pipe on the table with a loud bang. That girl from the Hu family is a good woman at managing a household. Although she has no spiritual roots, her large hips make her easy to raise children. The old man finally made his decision, pulling a heavy wooden box from under the bed. This contains your mother's dowry and about 100 spirit stones that I've saved. I'll go find a matchmaker first thing tomorrow morning and also talk to your second uncle. Our Chen family's wedding can't be a small affair. Chen Lin felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at his father's smiling face. And you better behave yourself for the next few months. Chen Shiping suddenly straightened his face, pointed his pipe at Chen Lin. Now that you're getting married, you need to improve your cultivation. Stop hanging out with those rogue cultivators all day and focus all your energy on cultivation. If you can't even protect your wife and kids, I'll break your legs. Got it. Chen Lin chuckled. In the days that followed, Chen Lin lived like an ascetic. The two demonic stallions on the farm didn't survive the winter and froze to death in the stable. Chen Lin didn't feel sorry for them. He skinned and butchered them and sold them to Zhuxianlu in exchange for a few spirit stones. He devoted all his energy to cultivation. That fire cloud sword technique is indeed difficult to master. Even with the nourishment of the crimson flame chicken, the sword energy only increased by 2 inches after a month. At this rate, it would take at least 10 years to master it. Chen Lin sat on the futon, looking at the faint red sword light at his fingertips, and sighed. This level of talent is so bad that even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Comprehension is like a lottery ticket you're born with. If you don't win, you don't win. Hoping to become an immortal through arduous cultivation will likely leave you stuck in the chi refining stage until you're old and gray. We still need to resort to some unorthodox methods. Chen Lin took out the jade slip containing the inheritance of the array from his pocket, his gaze fixed on the page about the spirit gathering array. If this formation can be set up, even the simplest first-grade low-level formation can gather the surrounding spiritual energy. With spiritual energy, whether it's farming or cultivation, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. But the materials for setting up the formation. A proper spirit gathering array requires an array plate, array flags, and 5 elemental spirit objects to stabilize the array. A complete set would cost at least several hundred spirit stones. Even if he sold his entire fortune, he couldn't raise enough to cover it all. Since we don't have the money to buy an array plate, we'll use spirit stones as the carrier. A bold idea popped into Chen Lin's mind. He had seen a concept of a miniature spirit gathering array in the corner of the jade slip. Although its range was small, covering only a radius of 3 feet, it was portable. Without further ado, he took out a low-grade spirit stone, a carving knife, and channeled his spiritual energy into the tip of the knife, carefully carving runes on the surface of the spirit stone. Crack! The first spirit stone shattered into powder after only 2 strokes were made. The spiritual energy output was unstable, and it exploded. Chen Lin felt a pang of heartache as he twitched his lips. This was the cost of a meal at Zhuxianlu. Again! Crack! Crack! More than a dozen spirit stones shattered in a row, and the dust on the ground could pile up into a small mound. Chen Lin's eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, his hands were trembling like someone with Parkinson's, and his heart was bleeding. This wasn't just engraving arrays, it was burning through money. Just when the last spirit stone was about to be lost, the spiritual energy circuit under the blade finally closed. Buzz! The spirit stone trembled slightly, and a complex pale blue light pattern lit up its surface. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air surged towards the spirit stone like a cat smelling blood, forming a small, visible vortex around it. It's done! Chen Lin was overjoyed and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his internal energy. A surge of rich spiritual energy rushed towards him, at least 50% higher than usual. Although the range was only 3 feet around his body, this was a portable blessed land. Even in the desolate wilderness where spiritual energy is scarce, as long as you take out this thing, you can immediately create a training ground. This is a win. Chen Lin excitedly put away the spirit stones, and without caring about the freezing weather outside, he put on his clothes and ran to his second uncle's courtyard. My second uncle was squatting at the door drinking porridge when he saw Chen Lin rushing in, and he almost smashed the bowl over his face. Are you in a bind? Second uncle, look at this. Chen Lin took out the spirit stone engraved with array patterns as if presenting a treasure and slammed it on the table. As spiritual energy was injected, the miniature spiritual energy vortex reappeared, drawing the steam from Uncle's bowl and causing it to swirl around. Shen Yao's eyes widened. He put down his bowl, leaned closer to examine it carefully for a long time, then reached out to feel the concentration of spiritual energy. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Good lad. This is a spirit gathering array? You carved it on a spirit stone? If we were to sell this, even a one-time use one, it could fetch 10 spirit stones, right? Chen Lin's eyes lit up. Shen Yao didn't respond. His shrewd little eyes darted around as he stroked the stubble on his chin, lost in thought. Selling? That's killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Uncle Air suddenly raised his head, revealing a sly smile like an old fox. Lindsay, since this thing can absorb spiritual energy, can it also absorb other things? Others? Chen Lin was taken aback. The magical beasts and insects in the mountains are 100 times more sensitive to spiritual energy than humans. Shen Yao lowered his voice and pointed to the spirit stone. If you throw this thing into the deep mountains and forests, even if it's a trap, those beasts will fight tooth and nail for that little bit of spiritual energy. Isn't this the perfect bait? Chen Lin felt a sudden rush of light in his mind, as if a door to a new world had been opened. Using a spirit-gathering array to fish. That's brilliant! Rare spiritual herbs are often guarded by demonic beasts, making them very difficult to find on ordinary days. But if we had this, we could lure out and kill the monsters, and even trick those treasure-hunting rats and other spirit beasts into walking into our trap. Second uncle, you are truly cunning and shrewd, far-sighted. Chen Lin gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Chen Yawu immediately said seriously. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm just offering a hypothesis. How can this academic discussion be called encouragement? If you really do it, that's your own idea, and it has nothing to do with your second uncle. That old codger, quick to shift the blame. Chen Lin didn't care, rubbed his hands together, and leaned closer with a fawning expression. Second uncle, this is a good idea, but I don't have any capital. I just spent all my savings on carving this thing. Do you think you could lend me some spirit stones? Once I'm rich, I'll take you to the county town for a night of pleasure and find 2 foundation establishment stage female cultivators to serve you. Get lost. Chen Yawu kicked Chen Lin in the butt, clutching his Qiankuan bag tightly, his face wary. Trying to swindle my life savings? No way. A foundation establishment stage female cultivator? You're kidding me. Get back to cultivation now. Keep this matter of the spirit gathering array a secret. Don't let the eldest son's family find out. Chen Lin was kicked out of the yard, rubbing his backside. Chapter 64, Leaf Earthworm. Although he didn't get the money, he was secretly delighted. Now that the spirit gathering array was working, his options for cultivation and resource acquisition would more than double. More importantly, with this skill, supporting a wife and children would be a sure thing. He looked up at the gloomy sky, where it seemed another heavy snow was brewing in the distance. 3 months Chen Lin touched the array-patterned spirit stone in his arms, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since you want to leave, then go far away. But this small piece of land in Xinghe County will belong to me, Chen, from now on. In the wind and snow, the young figure stood tall and strode towards his family's spiritual field. The snow under his feet crunched crisply, as if warming up for the coming spring. At the foot of Songju Mountain, on the rocky beach, the cold wind blew the withered grass to roll wildly along the ground. Chen Lin found a sheltered rocky hollow and carefully stuffed the spirit stone engraved with array patterns into the crevice. As a wisp of spiritual energy was injected, a pale blue light pattern flowed across the surface of the stone, and the originally lifeless air around it rippled like water being stirred. This is a simplified version of a vacuum cleaner. The spiritual energy within a 3-foot radius was forcibly gathered. Although it was pitifully thin, for this barren mountain foot, this concentration of spiritual energy was like a searchlight in the dark. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, greedily absorbing the hard-won resources. 7 parts internal energy cultivation, 3 parts sword practice. This was a rule he set for himself. The faint spiritual energy within his body flowed slowly along his meridians, and with each complete cycle, the energy vortex in his dantian became more solid. Once he felt warm, he picked up the fine iron longsword and practiced the fire cloud sword technique in the air. There are no fancy sword moves, only monotonous slashing, thrusting, and parrying. The sword's edge sliced through the air, bringing with it a faint, almost imperceptible heat. The crimson rooster, no bigger than a palm, trembled beside him, seemingly quite disdainful of his clumsy swordsmanship. Chen Lin wasn't annoyed. He practiced until he was covered in sweat before stopping to catch his breath, but his eyes were fixed on the array-patterned spirit stone. He was waiting for a fish to bite. About half an hour later, a slight rustling sound came from the ground. Chen Lin's ears twitched, he held his breath, and silently adjusted the angle of the longsword in his hand. A small mound appeared in the soft soil below the rock crevice, and then a bright green worm, about the thickness of a finger, poked its head out. This thing is called leaf earthworm, a disgrace among low-grade first-tier spirit insects. It has little offensive power but is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. Normally, this thing hides 3 feet underground, and it is extremely difficult to catch except when you are turning over the soil. The earthworm was clearly attracted by the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit-gathering array. Dizzy and disoriented, it rubbed against the spirit stone, greedily absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy. Now! Chen Lin flicked his wrist, and the longsword transformed into a streak of cold light. Put! Before the unfortunate earthworm could even taste what spiritual energy was like, it was pinned to the ground, its body writhing in pain for a couple of moments before falling still. Open for business. Chen Lin grinned, skillfully picking the earthworms into the bamboo tubes he had prepared beforehand. Although these things looked disgusting, they were actually very nutritious. That evening, a strange and delicious aroma wafted from the small kitchen in the Chen family's side courtyard. The earthworm was washed and cleaned, cut into short pieces, and thrown into an earthenware pot to stew with the old hen for an afternoon. The soup was milky white, with a layer of golden oil floating on top. Chen ladled out a bowl, ignoring how hot it was, and slurped it down. A surge of heat slid down his throat into his stomach, then exploded, transforming into pure spiritual energy that spread throughout his limbs and bones. This effect was even stronger than half a qi gathering powder. Chen shivered with pleasure, feeling as if every pore on his body had opened up. This is not an insect, it is clearly a moving spirit stone. Having tasted success, Chen was full of energy. For the next 2 weeks, he practically lived like a wild man at the foot of Songzhu Mountain. Every day before dawn, he would set out with that precious spirit stone, playing guerrilla warfare among the various mountain hollows, tree roots, and piles of rocks. The spirit gathering array was surprisingly effective. Those low-level spirit insects and demonic beasts, who would fight tooth and nail for a little spiritual energy, now saw this ready-made source of spiritual energy and pounced on it like they were seeing a naked woman. Of course, most of those who came were low class. Besides leaf-eating earthworms, you can occasionally catch a few lost iron-shelled beetles or wind-walking rats. Chen wasn't picky about food. He would stew what he could eat to nourish his body, and peel and debone what he couldn't eat, saving up the ingredients. In just half a month, they caught more than 30 leaf earthworms. The shelves in the backyard were covered with strings of dried insect carcasses, and the earthy smell was so strong that even the dog from the neighbor's second uncle's house dared not come near. Chen sat on a small stool, holding a small scale in his hand, carefully weighing the pile of dried goods. 1 pound and 2 ounces. According to the market's purchase price, 1 pound of dried earthworm leaves can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Chen put the bag of dried insects into his storage bag, calculating the cost in his mind. With an initial investment of 1 spirit stone, after working for half a month, I'd just barely broken even. Although the profit wasn't much, it was all free money earned without interfering with my cultivation. Moreover, the insect soup that went into his stomach actually pushed his cultivation level up a little. It's still too slow. Chen frowned deeply as he looked at the spirit stone with its worn-out array patterns in his hand. Earthworms are such low-grade creatures that they can only be exchanged for a little pocket money. If you want to save enough money to buy magic pills for your child, you'd probably have to dig up earthworms until your child is old enough to run errands. We need something big. People's courage is emboldened by poverty. The next evening, Chen didn't wander around the foot of the mountain as usual, but gritted his teeth and walked 2 more miles deeper into Songzhu Mountain. The trees here are noticeably thicker than those in the surrounding area, and the air is filled with the smell of decaying leaves and animal droppings. He chose an old pine tree that was so thick it would take 3 people to hug it. The tree grew in a windy spot, its bark mottled like dragon scales, its canopy blocking out the sun. Chen climbed the trunk, found a hollow about 2 zhang above the ground, and stuffed the array-patterned spirit stone inside. This time, he didn't control the output of spiritual energy, but instead pushed the formation to its limit. Buzz, the spiritual energy vortex, which originally could only cover 3 feet, instantly doubled in size. The eerie blue light was particularly dazzling in the dim forest, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, even emitting a slight howling sound. This was a sitting duck. After doing all this, Chen quickly slipped down the tree and hid in a thicket a few dozen meters away. He sprinkled some medicine powder on himself to remove the smell, gripped the fine iron longsword tightly in his hand, and didn't dare to even breathe loudly. To the demon beasts, such a surge of spiritual energy was like throwing a sizzling piece of pork belly into a pile of beggars. The sky gradually darkened. Chapter 65, Fiery Cloud Sword Technique, Killing Move. The wind in the woods turned cold and biting, and the shadows of the trees swayed as if countless ghosts were baring their fangs and claws. Occasionally, the howls of unknown wild beasts could be heard in the distance, sending chills down one's spine. Chen lay prone in the grass, his hands and feet already numb from the cold, but he dared not move. Waiting is the most agonizing torture. Even as the moon hung high in the sky, the area around the old pine tree remained eerily quiet. Apart from a few foolish moths circling the spirit stone, not a single decent prey appeared. Could it be that this place is too remote and there's no stock? Chen was wondering to himself when suddenly, a very faint whooshing sound entered his ears. The sound was not like the flapping of a bird's wings, but rather like the crisp sound of silk being torn. It's here! Chen pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the dark blue halo. A dark shadow swooped down from the treetops above, moving as fast as a black lightning bolt. The thing didn't pounce directly at the spirit stone, but instead deftly veered in mid-air and hovered 3 feet in front of the tree hole. With the help of the faint light emitted by the spirit stone, Chen-Lin finally saw the true nature of this thing. That's neither a bird nor a bat. It was a black silkworm the size of a palm. This silkworm is jet black, with 2 pairs of transparent, thin wings on its back and a faint golden line on its abdomen. It hovered in the air, its mouth opening and closing, taking a deep breath into the dense vortex of spiritual energy. Whoosh! It swallowed most of the visible spiritual energy in one gulp. This little thing has a huge appetite. Chen-Lin's heart pounded. Although he didn't recognize the species, judging from its appearance and the way it exhaled spiritual energy, it was definitely a high-grade spirit insect, possibly worth more than those dozens of kilograms of leaf earthworms. Don't let it get away. Just as the black silkworm was happily sucking its prey and its vigilance was at its lowest, Chen-Lin moved. He pushed off the ground with both legs, shooting out of the bushes like a cannonball. The spiritual power that had been accumulating within him surged into the long sword, and a crimson sword like more than an inch long was unleashed on its blade. The fiery cloud sword technique, a killing move. The black silkworm reacted extremely quickly, sensing the danger. Its thin wings on its back suddenly trembled, and it was about to take off and escape. Get down here, you son of a bitch! Chen-Lin roared, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange arc in the air, blocking all its escape routes. This sword strike was the muscle memory he had developed through tens of thousands of slashes over the past month, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Clang! The sword struck the black silkworm, producing a crisp sound like metal clashing. Chen-Lin felt a numbness in his hand, and his longsword almost slipped from his grasp. This insect's shell was harder than refined iron. Although the attack failed to cut it in two, the enormous impact left the black silkworm disoriented, causing it to fall straight down into the snow under the tree like a stone. Chen-Lin wouldn't give it a chance to breathe. He rolled over as soon as he landed, pulled out his spirit trapping net that he had prepared beforehand, and slammed it down on it. The net tightened, and the black silkworm struggled desperately inside, making squeaking noises and deforming the specially made silk net, but it could not break free. Gotcha! Chen-Lin plopped down on the snow, panting heavily, his heart pounding in his throat. That brief exchange was more tiring than 10 days of work in the fields. He picked up the net and brought it close to his eyes to examine it carefully. The black silkworm was still fiercely battering against the mesh of the net, its carapace gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. This is the ink gold silkworm? Chen-Lin suddenly recalled the records in the appendix of the last few pages of Xinghe Talisman Explanation. The ink gold silkworm, a mid-grade first-tier spirit insect, produces silk as tough as iron, impervious to water and fire, making it a superior material for crafting robes and soft armor. More importantly, the insect droppings from this thing are an essential ink guide for drawing several special talismans. This live black silkworm can fetch at least 20 low-grade spirit stones in the market. 20 yuan. Chen-Lin's hands were trembling. This wasn't just catching a bug, it was like catching a golden goose. He hurriedly took out a specially made jade box from his storage bag, carefully put the still temperamental ancestor inside, affixed 2 sealing talismans, and then tucked it into his bosom to keep close to his skin. After doing all this, he realized that his back was already soaked in cold sweat. The surrounding forest seemed to grow even more eerie, and the distant roars of beasts grew closer. The fight and the fluctuations in spiritual energy must have attracted the attention of something else. This place is not safe to stay any longer. Chen-Lin didn't bother to collect the spirit stones from the tree and turned to run wildly down the mountain. Though his steps faltered in the wind and snow, they carried an unprecedented lightness. The cold jade box in his arms felt warmer to him than the strongest liquor. With these 20 spirit stones, Xinghe had her pregnancy stabilizing medicine, and the money for the baby's formula was secured. Even the second-hand flying sword that he had long coveted no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Chen-Lin ran all the way back to the farm, and only after he bolted the door and collapsed on the Konghe heated brick bed did he dare to laugh out loud. Shu Wanqing, you just wait. He touched the jade box in his arms, his eyes shining frighteningly in the darkness. This is just the beginning. Wearing his balding dogskin coat, Chen Yawo sleepily pulled open the door latch, and a stench mixed with the smell of tobacco hit him. If no one dies in the middle of the night, I'll bury you. Without wasting words, Chen-Lin squeezed into the room, closed the door behind him, and moved with practiced ease. He placed the jade box, which he had been holding warm, on the oil-stained table and tapped the sealing talisman with his fingertip. Second uncle, please take a look. Chen Yawu, who had been picking at his eyes, perked up when he saw his nephew's guilty look. He leaned closer and lifted a corner of the jade box. The black silkworm in the box was curled up in a ball, its transparent wings on its back trembling slightly, and the golden thread on its abdomen was particularly eye-catching in the candlelight. Snap! Chen Yao slammed the lid shut, his beady eyes widening instantly, his breathing heavy like a bellows. He stared intently at Chen Lin, his voice low. Where did this come from? It was caught deep in Songju Mountain using a spirit-gathering array. Chen Lin rubbed his frozen hands. I checked a book, it looks like a black gold silkworm. I heard it can sell for 20 spirit stones? Ink golden silkworm? You idiot! Chen Yao slapped Chen Lin on the back of the head, his beard trembling with excitement. The ink gold silkworm is a vegetarian, but this thing has 2 rows of barbs in its mouth. It's the ancestor of carnivorous creatures. This is the azure sky spirit silkworm. Chen Lin clutched his head, his mind buzzing. Azure sky spirit silkworm? This is really good stuff. Chen Yao caressed the jade box with obvious affection, his gaze even more tender than when he looked at the top courtesan of the Cuihong pavilion. The silk spun by this insect is transparent and colorless, and exceptionally tough. Once enough silk is gathered and woven into a net, even a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining will stumble if they are not careful. Chen Lin gasped, how much can it sell for? Chapter 66, Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm. The starting price is 50 spirit stones, and it depends on whether the seller is willing to sell. Chen Yao held up 5 fingers and shook them. This thing is priceless and unavailable. In our remote and impoverished Qinghe County, the last time this kind of thing appeared was 30 years ago. 50 spirit stones. Chen Lin felt his throat go dry. This wasn't just an insect, it was half a life. Second uncle, should I sell this to the family? Sell my ass. Chen Yao rolled his eyes, pulled a yellowed booklet from a broken box under the bed, and tossed it to Chen Lin. This is the foundation of our family heirloom. Since you're going to get married and have kids, how can the family survive without some means of protection? Selling it is a one-off deal, but keeping it is like having a never-ending money tree. Chen Lin took the booklet and began to read it by the dim light of the oil lamp. This azure sky spirit silkworm is an omnivore that is not picky about food. It will eat anything that contains spiritual energy. Its lifespan is about 6 or 7 years, and it can produce 1 or 2 strands of energy each year. These 1 or 2 strands can be exchanged for 10 spirit stones on the black market. Most importantly, this thing is not even a year old yet, and it's at the stage where it's growing rapidly. But don't get too excited yet. Chen Yao poured cold water on the situation. Although this silk is very tough, it is not invincible. If you encounter a cultivator with a high-grade magic weapon, or a tough opponent who specializes in Gangjin sword qi, this silk is just a slightly stronger cotton thread. Don't expect to be able to run rampant with this stuff. Chen Lin nodded, but his heart was filled with joy. He dared not even dream of being domineering and tyrannical, but this was practically tailor-made for him. He had mostly earthworms in his possession. Although those creatures had low spiritual energy, they were plentiful and filling. Originally, he could only sell them cheaply to pharmacies as medicine dregs when he caught too many, but now he could use them to feed this gold-devouring beast. Alright, get out of here. Chen Yao yawned, reverting to his usual lazy, slick demeanor. Keep this to yourself. If the eldest son's family finds out you have this treasure, who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause. Also, in the future, when you get silkworm silk, don't sell it all at once. Take it slow and steady, understand? I understand, don't flaunt your wealth. Chen Lin chuckled, then slipped out of the courtyard with the jade box in his arms. In the days that followed, the leaf earthworms at the foot of Songju Mountain suffered. Chen Lin was like a tireless harvester, going to various mountain valleys every day without fail to set up positions to catch insects. He kept the azure sky silkworm in a specially made wooden box, feeding it dozens of leaf earthworms every day. Its body became visibly plump, and the shell on its back became increasingly dark and shiny. Watching the insects munching on the leaf earthworms, Chen Lin felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Yi Qiu, such a lowly commodity, was exchanged for top-grade refining materials. The price difference was simply outrageous. He even started to think that when he had more silkworms in the future, he might weave an invulnerable bib for his unborn child. Of course, he also constantly reminds himself to keep a low profile. In this world, before you have the strength, every opportunity is a death warrant. The February spring breeze, like scissors, cut through the ice in Qinghe County, and also severed the official careers of some people. In the backyard of the county government office, several carriages were parked at the gate, and servants were going in and out, carrying boxes and chests of all sizes. Magistrate Zhu is about to be promoted. The news spread like wildfire throughout the county. It was said that this Lord Zhu had made proper arrangements and was to be appointed as a legal officer in Yunwu County. In the tea house, several well-informed scholars were enthusiastically explaining scientific concepts. This position of legal officer is a powerful one. In our great Qian dynasty's official system, the prefect is the top official, followed by the prefectural assistant and the prefectural commandant, and then the 6 offices. The legal officer is in charge of criminal law in a prefecture. That's a job with a knife in hand, much more prestigious than our poor county magistrate position. Chen Lin sat in the corner, peeling peanuts in his hand, his ears perked up. He wasn't originally interested in these intricacies of officialdom, but since deciding to settle down in Qinghe County, he had to think about the pros and cons involved. Most of the county magistrates sent down by the imperial court were cultivators in the late stage of qi refining or scholars from Confucian schools. They came to this place ostensibly to govern the region, but in reality, they were there to check and balance the local cultivation families. The family is an unshakable family, but the county magistrates come and go. Magistrate Zhu has been in Qinghe County for 5 years. Although he did not gain a great advantage in his battles with the Chen and Wang families, he did not suffer any losses either. The fact that he was able to be promoted now shows that he is indeed very capable. He's just a puppet on a string, Chen Lin thought to himself. The real big shots are all based in the county towns and the capital, while these officials below them are just pawns used to annoy the powerful families. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out on the street. A group of constables dressed in black uniforms stormed through the long street, heading straight for the east of the city. Leading them was Magistrate Zhu's trusted head constable, a knife at his waist, his face menacing. "Where are we going?" "Judging by the direction, it looks like Master Hu's house." Chen Lin frowned, crushing the peanut shells in his hand into powder. The Hu family. That's his future father-in-law's family. The Hu residence was not large, but the 2 courtyards were kept very clean. At this moment, the gate was tightly closed, and the courtyard was eerily quiet. Master Hu sat in the armchair in the main room, holding a teacup in his hand, but the tea had long since gone cold. His face was pale, but his eyes revealed a stubbornness. Just half an hour ago, Magistrate Zhu summoned him to his study, saying that out of consideration for their long-standing relationship as master and servant, he wanted to take him to Yunwu County to continue serving. It's called serving the people, but in reality, it's about making him the scapegoat. The legal department is a treacherous place, teeming with scoundrels. A single misstep can lead to utter destruction. Magistrate Zhu was new to the county and needed someone familiar with the law but without any connections to take the fall. Experienced clerk who was the perfect candidate. Master Hu refused. Upon hearing this refusal, Magistrate Zhu immediately smashed his cup. Bang! 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 The sound of banging on the door was deafening. The constable outside shouted at the top of his lungs, "Huan Yuan, the magistrate invites you to the yamen for a chat." "Don't be so ungrateful." Master Hu's hand trembled, and tea splashed onto his clothes. He was just a scholar at the 3rd level of qi refining, whose greatest skill in life was writing and calculating. He had never seen anything like this before. "Father, what should we do?" Hu's daughter ran out from the back room, her face pale, clutching half of an unfinished handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. Although she had no spiritual roots, she was gentle and kind. Her eyes were red and swollen, which was heartbreaking to see. "Don't be afraid." Master Hu took a deep breath, put down his teacup, and forced himself to remain calm. "If we don't make a sound, they won't dare to force their way in. After all, this is a county town, in broad daylight." Before he could finish speaking, the banging on the door turned into a crashing sound. Clearly, Lord Zhu had lost his patience. "Since they won't listen to reason, let's try force. Once we take them away, isn't it just a matter of him setting a charge?" The wooden door creaked so loudly it made your teeth ache, and the bolt looked like it was about to give way. Master Hu closed his eyes in despair. He never imagined that after a lifetime of caution and prudence, he would end up with his family ruined and his life destroyed. Chapter 67, May you rest in peace. Just then, the banging outside the door suddenly stopped. Then came a deathly silence. Master Hu opened his eyes in confusion and looked out through the crack in the door. The usually arrogant and domineering head constable was standing stiffly at the door, his hand holding the knife suspended in mid-air, as if he had been frozen in place. His gaze was fixed on a red paper pasted in the center of the Hu family's gate. It was a wedding invitation that had just been posted recently. A corner of the bright red paper fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing the 4 large characters Qin Jin Ji Hao written in gold powder. At the very bottom of the wedding invitation was a bright red stamp. The seal wasn't large, but it exuded a chilling spiritual energy fluctuation, and 2 ancient seal characters were engraved on it: Chen clan. That is the clan emblem seal of the Chen family of Qinghe. In Qinghe County, this seal is more effective than the official seal of the county government. Cold sweat beaded on the constable's forehead. He recognized the seal. It was a token used only in formal marriages between the Chen family members, representing the Chen family's prestige. To mess with the Hu family is to slap the Chen family in the face. Lord Zhu is leaving, but these Yamen runners still need to make a living in Qinghe County. Offending the Chen family means they might lose their jobs, or even their heads. Boss, this. The subordinate next to him swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The constable gritted his teeth, sheathed his sword, and a smile that was more like a grimace squeezed out of his fierce face. He then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the closed door. Since Mr. Hu has such a joyous occasion, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll come another day to have a drink at your wedding. After saying that, he waved his hand and led his group away in a sorry state, running faster than rabbits. In the courtyard, Master Hu slumped into a chair, as if all his strength had been drained. Father? Hu's daughter cried out, her voice trembling with tears. It's all right, it's all right. Master Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the rickety wooden door with a complicated expression in his eyes. That kid from the Chun family is quick on his feet. The wedding invitation was delivered by the matchmaker this morning, and I never expected it to become a lifesaver. At that moment, Chen Lin, hiding at the corner of the alley, watched the departing figures of the group of constables, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He wrapped his robe tighter around himself, turned, and disappeared into the intricate alleyways. This tiger skin was well worth the trouble. However, this also means that he is now completely tied to the Chen family's ship, with no way to turn back. Lord Zhu, may you have a safe journey. Chen Lin murmured softly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The wind and snow intensified, gradually burying the footprints on the ground as if nothing had happened. But everyone knew that the weather in Qinghe County was about to change again. The wind at the alley entrance whipped up snowflakes that stung my face. In front of the Hu family's gate, the group of Yamen runners who were originally fierce and menacing were now like cowards, each of them gripping the hilts of their knives until they were wet, but their feet seemed to be rooted to the spot, and none of them dared to move forward even half a step. That red paper with black characters was more effective than the wanted posters plastered on the city gate. The 2 seal characters for censure are considered an absolute law in Qinghe County. The Yamen runners knew perfectly well that Magistrate Zhu was going to Yunwu County to enjoy a life of luxury, while they still had to make a living in this area. To offend the local tyrant for the sake of a boss who's about to leave is like courting death. The head constable's eyes darted around as he plotted how to make a quick getaway when suddenly a rapid sound of hooves came from afar, mixed with the crunching of wheels crushing ice and snow. An elegantly decorated carriage stopped at the alley entrance. The curtain was suddenly flung open, revealing a well-maintained but bloated face contorted with anger. Magistrate Zhu has arrived. He was originally waiting for good news at the county office, but after waiting and waiting without seeing anyone, he personally led his men to come over. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his men standing at the door like watchdogs, and he was furious. A bunch of useless trash. Are you guys just here to eat? Magistrate Zhu, wrapped in a heavy fox fur coat, rushed forward and kicked the constable in the backside. I told you to arrest someone, and you're just watching the show? The constable stumbled from the kick, but dared not dodge. With a pained expression, he pointed to the gate. Sir, look up there. Magistrate Zhu followed the finger's gaze, and the glaring bright red made his eyelids twitch violently. The Chen family's seal. Of course he recognized it. He had dealt with the owner of this seal quite a bit in Qinghe County over the years, and they had even flattered each other at the dinner table. But today, this seal is pasted on the Hu family's door, which is a blatant slap in the face to him. The Chen family, what a fine in-law family. Magistrate Zhu sneered, his fat face jiggling. Are they going to tear off all ties with me for the sake of some insignificant clerk? He turned to look at the group of timid and cowering Yamen runners, his anger rising even higher. These people usually acted like tyrants, but when it mattered, they were all cowards. Get out of here, all of you. From today onwards, I'll strip you of your clothes and get you all out of the county government. The constables, as if granted a pardon, didn't even utter a word of begging for mercy. They fled in panic, disappearing into the shadows of the alley in the blink of an eye. With these eyesores gone, the trusted guards behind Magistrate Zhu drew their swords, their blades gleaming coldly, clearly indicating they were skilled fighters who had seen blood. Inside the courtyard, Master Hu listened to the commotion outside, his face ashen. He peered through the crack in the door at the gleaming steel blades, then closed his eyes in despair. The Chen family's wedding invitations could deter the Yamen runners, but they couldn't stop Magistrate Zhu, who was determined to kill and establish his authority. This is a big shot who's going to the county seat to become a legal officer. If he really gets angry, it's not impossible for him to execute someone first and report later. Father. Miley Wu clutched her stomach, her voice barely audible. Don't be afraid. Master Hu forced himself to stand up straight and shielded his daughter behind him. If they break in, run to the well in the backyard. There's a dog hole there you can crawl out. Remember, you must protect the children, they are the roots of our Hu family. Outside the gate, Magistrate Zhu had lost his patience and was about to wave his hand to order his guards to launch a full-scale attack when torches suddenly lit up at the other end of the street. Dozens of men dressed in tight-fitting clothes came through the snow, their footsteps so synchronized that they shook the snow on the ground. The leader was a burly man, as big as a bear, carrying a bronze rod in his hand. His face was full of fierce features. He was Chen Jingkong, the second son of the Chen family. Oh, Lord Zhu, what an imposing air of authority! Chen Jingkong slammed the 100-pound copper rod on the ground, causing several cracks to appear in the bluestone slab. In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping with your concubine in the yamen, you come to the door of my Chen family's in-laws to brandish your weapons. What kind of logic is this? Magistrate Zhu's face darkened, and he waved for the guards to stop. Chen Jingkong, I am handling a case and arresting a major criminal who colluded with evil people. Do you dare to obstruct me? Magistrate Zhu narrowed his eyes, exuding official authority. Don't think that your Chen family can control everything in Qinghe County. I am still the local official. Chapter 68, The Knife Beneath the Wedding Robe. A local official? Chen Jingkong scoffed, picking at his ear. He's about to be fired, what's with all the airs? Hu Wenyuan is my brother's father-in-law, so he's a member of the Chen family. If you want to mess with him, have you even asked about the stick in my hand? The Chen family members behind them stepped forward in unison, their cudgels and broadswords gleaming coldly in the firelight. These men are usually the Chen family's bodyguards, but when it comes to a real fight, they are far superior to those good-for-nothings in the county government. Magistrate Zhu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of this display of force. But he was, after all, the head of a county. If he were to be intimidated so easily, how could he possibly maintain his position in the officialdom? Good, very good. Magistrate Zhu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. I'm giving the Chen family face today and refraining from violence. But remember this, although I'm leaving, the new magistrate is my classmate. With just one letter from me, the Hu family will find it impossible to move an inch in Qinghe County, or even the entire Yunwu prefecture. These words were extremely malicious. Inside the courtyard, Master Hu swayed and nearly fell. This is the power of officialdom. Even without physical violence, they can use subtle tactics to drive people to their deaths. Having offended the soon-to-be appointed Chief Justice, the Hu family, even with the Chen family's protection, will only be able to survive in the cracks, and the slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Magistrate Zhu stared at the tightly closed gates of the Hu family's house, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted: to let this ant spend the rest of its life in fear. Who says the Hu family can't make a single step? A clear, cold voice suddenly rang out, like ice shattering. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man walking out from the depths of the alley. He was dressed in a bright red official's robe, which stood out conspicuously in the swirling snow. The clothes were somewhat oversized, yet he wore them with an air of menacing severity. Chen Lin. He had no weapon in his hand, but his sleeves were slightly bulging, as if he were hiding something. He walked slowly, each step crunching on the snow. Magistrate Zhu frowned as he looked at the usually taciturn illegitimate son of the Chen family. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from this young man. It was the smell of blood he only detected when overseeing executions. Lord Zhu. Chen Lin walked down the steps, tilted his head slightly, and wore the simple, honest smile typical of a country boy, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. You just said you wanted to make it impossible for the Hu family to move an inch? So what if it is? Magistrate Zhu sneered. I am an official appointed by the imperial court, and my word is law. Oh. Chen Lin nodded, as if he understood something. He took a step forward, now only 5 paces away from Magistrate Zhu. His trusted guards immediately tensed up, their hands on their sword hilts, staring intently at him. Chen Lin ignored it, merely brushing the snow off his shoulders, and whispered in a voice only he and Magistrate Shu could hear. Your Excellency's promotion to the position of legal officer of Yunwu County is a great joy. I heard that your family has been settled in the county town? Your son has just turned 10 this year and is studying at Bailu Academy. He is at the age where he is very bright and clever. Magistrate Zhu's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted sternly, "What do you think you're doing? Threatening an official of the imperial court is punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family." Threat? This humble subject wouldn't dare. Chen Lin's smile remained gentle, but his eyes were like a deep, ancient well, sending chills down one's spine. This humble subject merely wishes to remind you, sir, that Yunwu County is a long and arduous journey, with high mountains and dense forests, where demonic beasts frequently roam. Your Excellency holds a high position and is naturally protected by good fortune, but it would be a great pity if your family members were to encounter any accidents. As he spoke, his fingers gently rubbed against his sleeve. Hidden there were the azure sky silkworm he had just caught, and several ruined explosive flame talismans. Magistrate Shu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This is no farm boy, he's clearly a desperado. In the cutthroat world of officialdom, the key is the exchange of interests and saving face. But this person in front of him disregards rules and consequences, directly holding a knife to his Achilles heel. Magistrate Zhu wasn't afraid of the Chen family's power, because that was a game within the rules. But he was afraid of these barefoot madmen who weren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Chen Lin leaned forward, his voice lower and slightly hoarse. Sir, the Hu family is my in-laws, and the child in Hu Xing'er's belly is mine. If you make that child unhappy, I will make your whole family unhappy. I'll give my worthless life for your family as wealth. I'll do this deal. The wind and snow seemed to pause for a moment. Magistrate Zhu stared intently into Chen Lin's eyes, trying to find a trace of panic in his bluff. But he failed. There was only calm in those eyes, a deathly stillness that had long since disregarded life and death. He recalled the report from the guards earlier. Chen Lin had spent a month deep in Songzhu Mountain and returned alive. Even cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refining dared not venture into that place lightly. This kid has people's lives on his hands. Magistrate Zhu's Adam's apple bobbed, his previously arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. It wasn't worth risking the safety of his entire family for a scapegoat. Very good, very good. Magistrate Zhu gritted his teeth, his fat face twitching. The Chen family has truly produced a talent. He gave Chen Lin a deep look, his eyes filled with resentment and even more so with apprehension. This kid was even more troublesome than that smiling tiger clerk of the Chen family, because he was a real mad dog that would bite. Back to the prefecture. Magistrate Zhu abruptly flicked his sleeves, turned, and jumped into the carriage. His movements were somewhat flustered, he even tripped while getting in. The carriage turned around and hurriedly departed, escorted by guards, even faster than it had arrived. The alleyway returned to quiet. Chen Jingkong walked over carrying a stick, looked his unremarkable cousin up and down, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Third brother, what did you say to that fat pig just now? It scared him like that? It's nothing. Chen Lin rubbed his frozen hands, the sinister look on his face instantly disappearing, and he returned to his honest and simple appearance. I just wish him a safe journey and a long life. Chen Jingkong pursed his lips, clearly disbelieving, but didn't ask further. Everyone in the family has their own secrets, and as long as it doesn't harm the family's interests, who cares what methods you use? Alright, since everything's alright, let's leave. Your second uncle wants you to go to the ancestral hall tomorrow. He says he wants to add your name to the E generation in the family genealogy. Chen Jingkong patted Chen Lin on the shoulder and led his men away in a flurry. Chen Lin stood there until everyone disappeared into the wind and snow before slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The cold sweat on his back felt chilly in the wind. For a fleeting moment, he had indeed considered killing him. If Magistrate Zhu didn't back down, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. Fortunately, the fear of death is human nature, especially for officials. He turned and walked to the front of the Hu family's gate, gently knocking on the door knocker. Father-in-law, it's me, Chen Lin. The breathing behind the door paused for a moment, followed by a flurry of footsteps and the sound of the door bolt being pulled open. Chen Lin straightened his wedding robes, trying to make himself look as festive as possible. The storm had subsided for the time being, but he knew the real trouble was just beginning. However, now that he was in this position, he had to shoulder some responsibilities. Chapter 69, A Notorious Figure. The snow stopped, and the smell of blood in the alley was blown away by the cold wind, leaving only red paper scraps scattered on the ground, which had been hastily scattered for the purpose of bringing good luck. Chen Jingkong slung the bronze rod over his shoulder, and his large, fan-like hand slapped Chen Lin's shoulder, making a cracking sound. Third brother, not bad. This burly member of the Chen family grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. That Zhu fellow is usually so arrogant, but today he was scared like a grandson by your few words. If your second uncle saw that smiling face with the air of someone who wants to kill an entire family, he would definitely praise you as a natural businessman. Chen Lin rubbed his aching shoulders and tucked his hands back into his sleeves to warm them. He had just risked his life, betting that someone as incorruptible as Magistrate Zhu wouldn't dare to mess with him. Second brother, you flatter me. The wicked must be dealt with by the wicked. Chen Lin exhaled a puff of white breath, his eyes clear. If he really goes all out, we'll all be done for tonight. Chen Jingkong laughed heartily and swaggered away with his group of guards. The Hu family's gate was wide open, and Hu's advisor, dressed in a worn-out scholar's robe, stood at the door with slightly red eyes. As the young man in the loose wedding robe approached, the old scholar, who had spent his life studying the classics, tremblingly straightened his clothes and prepared to perform the grand ceremony. Chen Lin reacted quickly and grabbed Master Hu's arm. Father-in-law, this is unacceptable. Chen Lin's tone was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Xinger is still waiting for me. Let us take care of business first. Although this marriage is rushed tonight, the Chen family will not neglect any of the proper etiquette. Less than half an hour later, a red sedan chair was carried out of the Hu family's house, accompanied by the sparse sound of swan horns, leaving 2 deep footprints on the snow-covered street. There was no elaborate wedding procession or a lavish banquet hall, but it was the most prestigious wedding in Qinghai County in recent years. After all, this was someone snatched from the clutches of the county magistrate. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Qinghai County overnight. In the Wang family mansion in the south of the city, the Wang family patriarch listened to his subordinate's report, toying with the iron gall in his hand, his face so gloomy it could drip water. The third son of the Chen family usually seems like a quiet, unassuming person, but I never expected him to be such a vicious dog. Clan Chief Wang snorted coldly, the iron gallbladder spinning rapidly in his palm. He dared to threaten an official in the street and even wanted to exterminate the entire family for the sake of a concubine's family. This is no farmer, he's a ruthless killer. We should tell the younger generation in the clan to stay away from him. We can't afford to mess with this mad dog. Overnight, Chen Lin was labeled a villain. Inside the new house, red candles burned brightly. Miley Wu sat on the edge of the bed, her veil already lifted. Clutching the unfinished embroidered mandarin duck handkerchief in her hand, she looked at Chen Lin, who was doing accounts at the table, and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Chen Lin put down his pen and started clicking the abacus beads. Laugh at those outsiders for being blind. Miley Wu mustered her courage and leaned closer to grind ink for him. They all say you're a ruthless killer, but who knew that this ruthless killer didn't consummate the marriage on his wedding night and instead came here to calculate how many spirit stones this banquet cost? Chen Lin casually put his arm around her waist, a faint scent of osmanthus oil lingering around his nose. The more infamous you are, the better, Chen Lin said, pinching her slightly chubby cheeks. If everyone thinks I'm a pushover, your dad will be thrown in jail tonight to take the blame. By the way, it would be great if this baby was a girl. The house is full of boys, they're too noisy. Miley Wu blushed and buried her head in his chest, feeling a sense of security she had never felt before. This man might not be dashing, but he could shield the city from the glint of swords in a red robe on a snowy night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the back gate of the county government office opened silently, and several unmarked carriages drove into the morning mist. Magistrate Zhu didn't even dare to go through the main gate, fearing that the madman from the Chun family might change his mind and cause him an accident halfway there. Inside the carriage, Miss Zhu lifted a corner of the curtain and took one last look at the small town where she had lived for 5 years. As her gaze swept across the street corner, she seemed to see a familiar figure carrying a basket of freshly bought fried dough sticks and soy milk, slowly walking back. The man moved with light steps, showing no trace of the ruthless, predatory demeanor he had displayed the night before. Bastard, Miss Zhu muttered under her breath, biting her lip. She had always thought Chen Lin was a good-for-nothing, an illegitimate son who lived off the family's legacy. It wasn't until last night that she realized this person had been hiding his true abilities. Beneath those calm, still eyes lay a ruthless edge capable of crushing a person to the bone. Father, hurry up. Miss Zhu lowered the curtain, her voice trembling slightly. Magistrate Zhu, in the lead carriage, urged the driver to whip the horse. The mournful sound of hooves echoed through the empty streets. Not a single person came to see them off. The newly arrived magistrate Lu was a clever man. In the half-month since taking office, apart from the usual visits to the Chen and Wang families to pay respects, he spent the rest of his time drinking tea and reading in the backyard of the county government office, turning a blind eye to the affairs of the county. As for the legendary demonic cultivator who supposedly escaped, he wasn't even mentioned, as if he had never existed. Qinghai County has ushered in a rare period of peace. Taking advantage of this period of stability, Chen Lin also brought his wife, Yu Shan, who lived at the foot of Songzhu Mountain, into the city. Originally worried about discord between his wives and concubines, he didn't expect Yu Shan to be so carefree and Hu Xing'er to be so gentle. The two of them ended up keeping each other company and spent their days thinking about how to make some nourishing soups for Chen Lin. This caused Chen Lin to experience a dull ache in his kidneys while enjoying the bliss of having multiple wives. Chen Lin converted the cellar in the backyard into a temporary insect chamber. That azure sky silkworm was quite promising. After eating earthworm leaves for half a month, it had gained weight and its entire body had a jade-like luster. Last night, it even spun its first strand of silk. The thread was as thin as a spider's web, yet incredibly strong. Chen Lin tried to cut it with his dagger, but could only leave a white mark. Good stuff. Chen Lin's eyes lit up. If enough of this azure sky silkworm silk is collected, it can be woven into soft armor worn close to the body, providing defense comparable to a mid-grade magic weapon. The key is that this thing is thin and light, so no one can see it when it's worn under clothes. It's practically a lifesaver for sneaking around and saving your life. As for those leaf earthworms, besides being used as feed, the remaining 2 mutated demon species were also very helpful, as 2 low-grade spirit stones were extracted from their excrement this month. Although it's not much, it's a steady, long-term benefit. Chen Lin calculated his savings. The spirit stones he currently had, plus the profits from selling medicinal herbs, amounted to about 30. I've been reluctant to use the golden armor talisman I bought from the black market. Now that I have silkworm silk for defense, I might consider selling it for spirit stones. After all, spirit stones are the real hard currency. Just as he was pondering this, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. It was the page boy from his second uncle, Chen Yaowu, who said that the old man was summoning the core clan members to a meeting in the ancestral hall. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. Holding a clan meeting at this time was most likely related to spirit stones. The atmosphere inside the ancestral hall was sullen and oppressive. Chapter 70, Old Six Breakthrough. In the incense burner before the ancestral tablets, 3 sticks of incense emitted wisps of smoke. Old Master Qin Shixian sat in a grand chair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his gaze sweeping over the people below him. Besides his second uncle Chen Yaowu, Chen Lin was also summoned. This would have been unthinkable before. Clearly, after the incident of forcing the county magistrate to resign, his status in the family was no longer what it used to be. Sixth brother has broken through. The old man's first words made Chen Yaowu's teacup tremble. Sixth uncle Chen Yaodong is a martial arts fanatic who spends most of his time cultivating in a sect in Yunwu County. He is the Chen family's greatest asset outside the home. 9th level of qi refining. The old man's voice trembled slightly, filled with barely concealed excitement. News came from the sect that as long as the resources are sufficient, Lao Lu has a 30% chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Foundation building. These 2 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ancestral hall. In a small place like Qinghai County, even a late-stage qi refining cultivator can become a powerful figure. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to emerge from there, the Chen family would immediately rise from a local tycoon to a prominent family in the prefecture, and even the prefect would have to give them some respect. But this is followed by a huge resource gap. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one needs foundation establishment pills, pulse protection pills, and spirit gathering arrays, each of which requires astronomical sums. The family treasury can still produce 300 spirit stones, but that's far from enough. The old man sighed, took a heavy cloth bag from his pocket, and placed it on the table. This is all I have left for my funeral, 100 spirit stones. If sixth brother succeeds, our entire Chen family will be blessed if he fails. He didn't elaborate, but his meaning was clear. This is a high-stakes gamble. If they win, the Chen family will prosper for a century. If they lose, they will suffer a severe blow. The old man looked at Chen Yaowu and Chen Lin. Right now, the only ones in the family who can come up with cash are your branch of the family and the third son. Of course, this is not mandatory, it is entirely voluntary. A deathly silence fell over the ancestral hall. Chen Yaowu made no attempt to hide the pain on his face. His miserly nature made taking out spirit stones hurt more than cutting off a piece of his own flesh. Chen Lin looked down at his toes, his mind racing with calculations. If Uncle Lu successfully establishes his foundation, his status in Qinghe County will naturally rise, and his business will be able to expand even further. This is not just about family ties, but also a risky investment. Moreover, since the old man invited him here, it means he considers him family. If he pretends to be stupid now, he will truly be marginalized in the family in the future. I'll pay. Chen Lin raised his head, took out the jade box containing the golden armor talisman from his pocket, and then took out all 6 spirit stones that he had hidden close to his body. My family is poor. This golden armor talisman can be exchanged for 12 or 13 spirit stones on the market. Add these 6, and it will be 20 in total. Chen Lin pushed the things onto the table and said sincerely, "Sixth uncle is the pillar of the family. Only when the pillar is strong can our roof tiles be sheltered from the wind and rain." A hint of appreciation flashed in the old man's eyes, and he nodded slightly. This child is sensible and knows what's important. Chen Yaowu, standing nearby, turned green with embarrassment upon seeing this. If his nephew was being so generous, how could he, as the second uncle, possibly save face if he were to be stingy? Damn it, I'll risk it all. Chen Yaowu gritted his teeth and pulled out a stack of silver notes and a few spirit stones from his sleeve, slamming them on the table with a loud bang. I'll pay 20, no, 30 bucks. Tell Lao Lu later that if he fails to reach foundation establishment, I'll go to the sect and break his legs. A smile finally appeared on the old man's face. His wrinkled face resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Good, good indeed. The old man put away the spirit stones and looked out the window with a deep gaze. Our Chen family is going to fight for a great path to success this time. By the time we left the ancestral hall, it was already completely dark. Chen Lin patted his empty pockets, but felt no disappointment. Money could be earned back, but an opportunity to gain recognition within the family's core circle was priceless. Moreover, he also has that azure sky silkworm that is spinning silk. As long as that little thing is still around, the spirit stones will come sooner or later. Third brother, wait a minute. Chen Yaowu caught up and put his arm around his shoulder with a pained expression. That golden armor talisman just now, you really went for it? That's a life-saving treasure. Second uncle. Chen Lin stopped and looked at the light shining in his own courtyard in the distance, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The best way to save your life is never any magical artifact or talisman, but whether our Chen family's reputation is strong enough. Chen Yaowu paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, insightful. You see things much better than second uncle. Come on, let's go to my place for a drink. I just got 2 jars of aged Shaoxing wine. A traveler returns home on a snowy night. Chen Lin tightened his collar and followed his second uncle into the depths of the alley. It seems the waters of Qinghe County are getting deeper and deeper. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Yao's old face was flushed red, and he gripped the cloth bag containing spirit stones tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Third brother, this is our hard-earned money. Chen Yaowu hiccuped, his eyes glazed and reluctant. If that bastard Lao Lu dares to use this money to drink and carouse, I'll break his legs and burn them for firewood. Chen Lin peeled peanuts, smiling without saying a word. His sixth uncle was a martial arts fanatic. All he did was cultivate. This money, once in his hands, would only turn into pills and formations. Chen Shishan emerged from the back hall, carrying a heavy black iron box. This patriarch of the Chen family, usually stern and unsmiling, now wore a solemn expression. All right, stop complaining about being poor. Chen Shishan glared at Chen Yaowu, took the cloth bag and stuffed it into the box, then added a few more spirit-sealing talismans. I will ask General Meng to help me send these spirit stones to Yunwu sect. General Meng is a foundation establishment expert. Our Chen family was able to establish ourselves in Qinghe County entirely thanks to his reputation. With his influence, not even a fly dared to buzz around on the road. Mentioning General Meng immediately made the atmosphere in the room more solemn. He was the great tree above the Chen family's head, and the source of most of the Chen family's annual income from tributes. Life was tough for vassal families. They not only had to rely on the weather for their livelihood but also on the whims of their master. Several days later, at the outer gate of Yunwu sect's miscellaneous servants' quarters, Chen Yaodong, dressed in a faded gray Taoist robe, was carrying a bag of spirit grains weighing several hundred kilograms towards the warehouse. Although he was a master at the 9th level of qi refining, in the sect, those who hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage were just ants, and they still had to do all the manual labor. Chen Yaodong, someone is looking for you, the steward at the door called out, his tone polite. Chen Yaodong wiped his sweat and strode out. He saw a soldier in black armor standing under a tree, radiating a chilling aura. He was one of General Meng's personal guards. This is from the Chen family. Without further ado, the soldier tossed over a dusty, grimy storage bag and turned to leave. Chen Yaodong hurriedly caught it, and subconsciously pulled out 2 spirit stones from his pocket, intending to hand them over. Brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. No need. The soldier didn't turn his head, his voice cold and hard. Someone has already paid the shipping fee. Chen Yaodong stood there stunned until the soldier's figure disappeared at the end of the mountain path before carefully hiding in a secluded spot and opening his Qiankuan bag. Chapter 71 My sweet little girl is made of fire. As soon as the bag was opened, a rich spiritual energy rushed out. 120 low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked inside, shimmering with an alluring luster in the dim forest. A note was pressed on the pile of spirit stones. The handwriting was a bit crooked, but it was the handwriting of the second brother, Chen Yaowu. Next to it was a line of neat small regular script. Sixth brother, we smashed all the pots and pans and sold the scrap metal to raise the money. If you dare to fail, you'll be sleeping in the pigsty when you get back. Second brother. Sixth uncle, in the struggle for supremacy, the family will hold the fort for you from the rear. Your nephew Chen Lin. Chen Yaodong, a man who usually sheds blood but not tears, was now holding that thin piece of paper, his hands trembling as if he were being shaken. He took a deep breath, his eyes red-rimmed, and shoved the Qiankuan bag into his robes. He then kowtowed 3 times heavily in the direction of Qinghe County. I would rather die than not lay a foundation. Spring goes and autumn comes, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The snow in Qinghe County melted and fell again, and the old locust trees in the backyard of the Chen family also sprouted new buds. Chen Lin squatted in the insect chamber, looking at the pile of dried earthworm leaves in the winnowing basket, and nodded in satisfaction. This batch was of good quality. It could be exchanged for at least 7 or 8 spirit stones. Third master, something's happened. Butler Chen Fugue rushed in, almost tripping over the threshold. The horse farm has been hit by a plague. 8 foals of the dragon scale horse died last night. Chen Lin paused, his brow furrowing slightly. The dragon scale horses were a vital source of wealth for the Chen family. A single foal could fetch over 100 taels of silver. The loss of 8 horses was undoubtedly devastating. What's the panic? Chen Lin stood up, dusted off his hands. Trying anything as a last resort won't work. Skin the animal and send the flesh to the Jiasai hospital in the south of the city. But Chen Fugue looked pained. This is several thousand taels of silver. Third master, don't you feel bad about it? What's the use of feeling sorry for them? Chen Lin walked out of the dark insect chamber and looked up at the gloomy sky above. Xinger is about to give birth, so it's a good thing to spend a little money at this time. What's that old saying again? Losing money can avert disaster. These 8 horses can be considered as protecting my unborn child from a calamity. Chen Fugue opened his mouth, but didn't dare to reply. Ever since he forced the county magistrate to back down last time, his third master's words and actions had become increasingly unpredictable. It was clearly a losing business, but the way he described it made it sound like a ritual to pray for blessings. Just then, a series of noisy footsteps came from the backyard. Chen Lin's heart tightened. That was the direction of the delivery room. A number of people were already standing in the courtyard. Yushan, the legal wife, sat in a rattan chair with her large pregnant belly, and standing next to her was a chubby-faced boy, Chen Lin's eldest son, Chen Ping'an. Dad! Chen Ping'an saw Chen Lin and ran over to hug his leg. Is second aunt going to give me a little brother to play with? This innocent outburst from the child instantly created a somewhat awkward atmosphere in the courtyard. Although Yushan smiled, she twisted the handkerchief tightly in her hand. In this world, a son is a source of confidence. If Miley Wu were to give birth to a son, the balance in the harem would be hard to predict. Chen Lin scooped up his son and flicked him on the forehead. What's so great about a younger brother? He's always stealing your chicken legs. It's so much better to have a younger sister. When she grows up, she can embroider purses for you and even help you trick other kids into calling you brother-in-law. But Chen Ping'an covered his forehead and nodded as if he understood. Then I still want my sister. I don't like others taking my chicken leg. Upon hearing this, Yushan's tense shoulders relaxed, and she glared at Chen Lin with annoyance. You're just spouting nonsense. How can you teach a child like that? Chen Lin chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door. Although he had lived 2 lives, the anxiety he felt outside the delivery room was no less intense. He squeezed the safety amulet he had bought from the black market in his sleeve, his palms sweaty. While a loud cry broke the dull afternoon. Immediately afterwards, the clock hanging under the eaves rang out without wind, its clear sound echoing in the courtyard. The midwife pushed open the door with a beaming smile, carrying a bright red swaddled baby in her arms. "Congratulations, third master." "Congratulations, third master. It's a daughter, and she's absolutely gorgeous." Chen Lin felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He strode over and carefully took the soft little thing. The moment I put it in my hand, a warm feeling flowed from my fingertips throughout my body. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on the birth of your daughter. Special talent detected in offspring, awakening the fire spirit body. Host reward, fire affinity greatly increased, fire cloud sword technique reaches perfection, cultivation speed increased by 30%. Chen Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and he almost dropped the child in his arms. The fire spirit body. This is an extremely rare physique, 1 in 10,000 in the cultivation world, born to be the progenitor of fire. People with this physique can cultivate fire-based techniques as easily as eating and drinking. Even in a large sect like Yunwu sect, they would be treated as promising talents and nurtured as core disciples. He looked down at his daughter in his arms. The little one had her eyes closed, and a faint red glow emanated from beneath her pink skin. Unlike other babies who were wrinkled and ruddy, she looked like a piece of warm, smooth jade. Even more miraculously, as his spiritual energy circulated within him, the originally obscure and difficult to understand incantations of the fire cloud sword technique flowed through his mind like water, instantly becoming clear and understandable. The bottleneck that had troubled him for so long also loosened at this moment. "My good daughter, you're truly my lucky star." Chen Lin couldn't help but kiss her rosy cheeks, his smile wide and his eyes disappearing as he grinned. Yushan leaned over for a look and, seeing Chen Lin's overjoyed expression, her sour feeling dissipated. She teased, "Look how happy you are. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd found a top-grade spirit stone. More precious than top-grade spirit stones." Chen Lin handed the child to Yushan, waving his hand with boundless pride. "Pass down the order, double the monthly wages for everyone in the Yu family. Also, book 10 tables of the finest food at Yushan restaurant. I want to treat the entire clan to drinks." Chen Fugue, listening from the side, grinned. He hadn't seen third master so generous when the horse died, but he was overjoyed at the birth of a girl. But he didn't dare say a word and quickly agreed to do it. Chen Lin stood under the corridor, feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Whether it's a son or a daughter, in this world of cultivation, talent is the only true currency. With the blessing of the Bing fire spirit body and the surge in his cultivation speed, Chen Lin finally had the capital to truly stand tall in the perilous Qinghe County. "Dad, what's my little sister's name?" Chen Ping'an tugged at the swaddling clothes and curiously poked his little sister's cheek. Chen Lin watched as the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone directly on the red plum blossoms in the courtyard. "Let's name her Chen Muan. May her life be like the warm winter sun, unafraid of wind and snow. As for those who want to take advantage of the Chen family, they'd better pray they don't run into the seemingly warm but actually all-consuming fire." Chen Lin touched the talisman hidden in his sleeve, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 72. It takes skill to live off a woman. The night was as dark as ink, and the training ground in the backyard of the Chen residence was covered with a thin layer of frost. A burnt smell filled the air, like someone had burned through the bottom of a pot. Chen Linli stood in the center of the room, his right hand forming a sword shape with a red light flickering at the tip. "Rise!" With a low shout, the red light swelled in the wind. The flame, which was originally only 3 inches long and looked like it could be blown out by the wind at any moment, suddenly expanded like an inflating balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a crimson sword aura that was 1.5 feet long. The sword energy was as solid as jade, with magma-like patterns flowing across its surface, and the high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Before this, Chen Lin had practiced the fire cloud sword technique for 3 whole years. The sword energy he had managed to produce was like a malnourished bean sprout, and it could easily break him apart with the slightest exertion. Now, things are much better. Just because his daughter awakened the Bing fire spirit body, the bottleneck that had troubled him for years was as easy as breaking through a window. Is this the world of geniuses? Chen Lin looked at the nimble fire snake at his fingertip and casually waved his hand. The sword energy pierced the air, and a wooden ironwood stake used for training 3 zhang away was neatly sliced in half without even making a sound. The broken edge was smooth as a mirror, charred black, and still emitting wisps of smoke. This feeling is like someone who's used to riding a beat-up ox or a broken cart suddenly switching to a dragon-scaled horse that can travel 1,000 miles a day. It's so exhilarating it makes your scalp tingle. If he were to rely on his own arduous training, it would take at least 10 or 8 years of painstaking effort to achieve that 1.5 foot of sword energy. But now, he only held his newborn daughter, and instantly saved himself 10 years of hard work. This life of luxury is truly delicious. Chen finished his practice, and the red light at his fingertips dissipated. He stroked his chin. Now that he possessed such talent, it was time to put the methods he hadn't dared to think about before into practice. This is like a nouveau riche who, upon acquiring wealth, immediately buys back luxury goods they never dared to even look at before, indulging in a form of revenge spending. The book Flame Armor in the library has amazing defensive power. In the past, it was useless because I didn't have enough spiritual power. Now I must get it. And then there's the fire control and chi transformation technique, which supposedly allows you to manipulate flames in countless ways, and at a high level, you can even mimic the forms of all things. This kind of mystical, no, this kind of practical weapon, we should also learn it. Just as I was pondering this, I heard a soft footstep behind me. Chen turned around and saw the clan leader Chen Shishan standing by the moon gate with his hands behind his back. His usually stern face was now filled with astonishment. Was that sword energy you created just now? Chen Shishan's gaze lingered on the still smoking ironwood stake for a long time, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Chen didn't hide anything, nodding openly and casually conjuring a sword aura, which he then twirled beautifully in the air. Chen Shishan's eyelids twitched violently. He remembered that when the younger generation of the clan was being tested half a year ago, this kid's sword energy was like a candle flickering in the wind. How did it turn into a raging fire in the blink of an eye? This fire affinity is ridiculously high. Good lad. Chen Shishan stepped forward, reached out and touched the broken stake, feeling the lingering scorching heat, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It seems that our ancestors are blessing us. In this generation of the Chen family, besides the sixth brother who was obsessed with martial arts, we will produce another capable fighter. The Chen family used to regard Chen as a cash cow because he was quick-witted and good at business. It seems that this money tree has thorns, and anyone who dares to reach out will likely get their hands pricked and bleeding. Uncle, you flatter me. Chen smiled and seized the opportunity. Since you think I have talent in this area, I would like to ask for 2 spells. Chen Shishan was in high spirits and waved his hand, saying, "Tell me, take whatever you can find in the scripture pavilion. My nephew wants to learn flame armor and fire chi transformation." Chen Shishan, who had been stroking his beard, suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. The flame armor is fine, it's a legitimate defensive spell that, combined with your fire-based talent, perfectly compensates for your defensive weaknesses. But this fire chi transformation. Chen Shishan shook his head, his tone becoming serious. "Third brother, listen to your uncle's advice, this thing is a trap." A trap? Chen was somewhat surprised. Chen Shishan sighed, sat down on the stone bench, and asked with a distant gaze, "Do you know where this spell came from?" Chen shook his head. "That was 20 years ago. Your father, several clan elders, and I ventured into the flaming mountains within the territory of the Great Liang Kingdom. Deep within an abandoned demon cave, we discovered the skeleton of a human cultivator." Chen Shishan's voice was deep and chilling in the quiet night. The skeleton sat cross-legged, clutching the book The Transformation of Fire Chi tightly in its hand. "At the time, we thought we'd struck gold, but after bringing it back and studying it, we realized it wasn't something an ordinary person could practice. Your sixth uncle, that martial arts fanatic, locked himself in a secret room for a whole year to practice this spell. And the result? He didn't even get close to the basics. Instead, he nearly suffered a chi deviation, burning his meridians to a crisp. He only managed to be saved after a pill refiner from the Yunwu sect intervened." Chen Shishan looked at Chen and said earnestly, "This spell requires extremely high control over spiritual power. The slightest mistake will backfire. Our Chen family is weak and cannot withstand this kind of ordeal." Chen heart burned with excitement. The more difficult it was to master, the greater its power. If it were before, he would have run as far away as possible. But now, he is a man with the Bing fire spirit body, so playing with fire is instinctive for him, as natural as a fish swimming in water. "Uncle, I want to give it a try." Chen tone was calm, but it revealed a stubborn streak. Chen Shishan stared at him for a long time, and seeing that the boy was unyielding, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. These people from the Chun family, how come they're all like donkeys? They won't move no matter how you lead them, and they'll only back down when you try to stop them. "Alright, you can try if you want." Chen Shishan held up 2 fingers. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years. If you still can't get the basics right, you'll have to practice the fire cloud sword properly from now on and never touch this evil path again. It's a deal, Qianlin agreed quickly. Chen Shishan snorted coldly, took out a cyan jade slip from his pocket and threw it over. It was the restriction token on the top floor of the scripture pavilion. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped, looked around like a thief, and only after confirming that no one was around did he slip a small white jade bottle out of his sleeve. The small bottle traced an arc in the air and landed steadily in Qianlin's hand. This is? Qianlin uncorked the bottle, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just one sniff made his spiritual energy stir. 12 spirit-gathering pills in total, Chen Shishan said in a low voice, his tone tinged with a hint of heartache. I got this from the county town through connections. It was originally intended for your older brother to use when he was trying to break through the barrier. But now it seems that you need it more than he does. Spirit-gathering pill. This is a sacred medicine for chi refining stage cultivators. One pill is equivalent to a month of arduous cultivation. In a small place like Qinghe County, this thing is a hard currency with a price but no market. One piece can sell for at least 5 spirit stones, and often at a premium. Chapter 73 Peak of Chi Refining Level 6. This bottle contains 60 spirit stones. Don't make a sound. Chen Shishan waved his hand with his back to him. You know your second uncle. If he finds out I'm giving you special training, he'll nag me for half a year. Practice hard and don't embarrass me. Watching Chen Shishan's figure disappear into the night, Qianlin gripped the jade bottle in his hand, a warm feeling welling up inside him. Although this old man was strict on ordinary days, he was truly willing to spend money when it mattered. Back inside, Qianlin sat cross-legged on the bed. Instead of immediately starting his cultivation, he first poured out a spirit-gathering pill. The pill was light blue with faint cloud-like patterns on its surface, clearly indicating its superior quality. He tilted his head back and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, turning into a scalding hot stream that slid down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately afterwards, the heat burst forth in his dantian, transforming into a vast amount of spiritual energy that washed over his limbs and bones like a flood breaking through a dam. Qianlin dared not delay and immediately activated the fire cloud technique. Thanks to the blessing of the Bing fire spirit body, these violent spiritual energies became extremely docile within his body. The meridians greedily absorbed the medicinal power, and the previously somewhat unstable state of mind quickly became stable under the filling of this medicinal power. Nothing was said that night. As the first rays of dawn shone through the window and onto the ground, Qianlin slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air, which condensed in the air and did not dissipate, carrying a faint heat. Peak of the 6th level of Qi refining. With just one pill and one night of cultivation, he went from the initial 6th level of Qi refining to the threshold of the 7th level. This rocket-like speed of improvement was simply addictive. As Qianlin felt the surge of power within him, a playful smile curved his lips. While the spirit-gathering pill is good, it's ultimately an external resource, and it's incredibly expensive. In comparison, having a child is truly a risk-free and highly profitable endeavor. Last night's practice solidified his previous idea. If in the past, having children was about securing a foothold in the family, now it's about pursuing the path to immortality. Simply accumulating quantity is effective, but it's too slow. Qianlin pulled a small box out from under the bed, which contained several yellowed family genealogies and information on various families in Qinghe County. He opened one of the books and tapped it lightly with his fingers. The reason why Xing'er's daughter awakened the Bing fire spirit body is mostly because the Hu family had a rogue cultivator named Hu Sanhua in their ancestor, who was said to be good at refining weapons. Although more than a dozen generations have passed, the genes in this bloodline have still been passed down. That's the rule. If you want a specific talent, you have to find a woman with the corresponding bloodline. The Li family in the west of the city, their ancestors were in the medicinal herb business, and it is said that they produced a Dantu. Qianlin's eyes flickered. If I could marry a daughter of the Li family, the child might awaken a wood or fire element talent. Once the talent is unlocked, wouldn't pills be as easy to eat as candy? There's also the Zheng family's blacksmith shop in the north of the city. Although they've declined now, they used to forge weapons for the imperial court 300 years ago. Their metal-type talent should be quite good too. The more Qianlin thought about it, the more he felt that this path had great potential. Instead of wasting time on tedious meditation, why not focus your energy on what truly matters? If you find the right person and have the right child, won't your spiritual cultivation increase rapidly? This isn't about taking wives and concubines, it's clearly about collecting pieces for the cultivation puzzle. Third master. Hu Xinger's gentle voice came from outside the door. Breakfast is ready, it's your favorite scallion pancakes and millet porridge. Chen Lin put away the documents and went out. The sun was shining brightly, and the snow in the yard was melting, the dripping water sounding like a symphony of spring. Miley Wu was holding Chen Nuan, who was still in swaddling clothes, standing on the veranda basking in the sun. The little one was sleeping soundly, his rosy cheeks glowing with a healthy rosy hue in the sunlight. Chen Lin walked over and teased his daughter's little hand, feeling a warmth at her fingertips. This girl is really warm-hearted, Miley Wu said with a smile. She didn't cover herself with a blanket much last night, but she didn't seem cold at all. Of course. Chen Lin smiled meaningfully. Our daughter is destined for great things. He took the child and felt the continuous resonance of blood ties. In this cruel world of cultivation, some rely on talent, some on fortuitous encounters, but Chen Lin is prepared to forge his own path to the heavens through the laughter and joy in this room. I'll have the housekeeper inquire about it later. Chen Lin handed the child back to Hu Xinger and said casually, is the youngest daughter of the Li family in the west of the city, who is still unmarried, still by marriage? Miley Wu was taken aback, then gave him a reproachful look. We've only been quiet for a few days, and you're already bringing people home again? Aren't you afraid of crowding this backyard? How could that be? Chen Lin laughed and walked towards the dining room. Our Chen family may not have much else, but we have a lot of houses. It'll be more lively with more people eating together. Chen Lin is determined to live off this woman, and he'll do it in a sophisticated and skillful way. After all, he has an ambitious heart. The candlelight in the study flickered twice, bursting into a single flame. Chen Lin casually tossed a yellowed copy of the Qinghe County Gazetteer onto the corner of the table, stirring up a fine layer of dust. This is the 5th book already, and it contains nothing but trivial, old stories. There is very little information about those declining cultivation families. The Chun family has only been in Qinghe County for 60 years. Compared with those established forces that have been rooted for hundreds of years, their foundation is indeed as thin as a sheet of paper. Finding out which family had a wealthy ancestry or which family had a special talent hidden in their bloodline from this pile of old documents is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. We still need to find the local bigwigs. Chen Lin tapped his fingers on the old inkstone on the table, making a crisp, tapping sound. The Yu, Lin, and Wang families have been entrenched in Qinghe County for hundreds of years. Their family genealogies and county annals are probably even thicker than those in the county government office. The next day at noon, in the private room of the Tianzi class at Juxianglu. Fine snowflakes drifted outside the window, but the room was warm and cozy. 4 people sat around the round table. Apart from Chen Lin and his cousin Chen Jingyu, who was dragged along to make up the numbers, the other 3 were all prominent figures among the younger generation in Qinghe County. Wang Qinhu, nicknamed Rugged Vajra by the Wang family, was as broad as a wall, and when he sat there, the chair creaked and groaned under his weight. Lin Chongkong of the Lin family held a folding fan in his hand, seemingly unfazed by the cold of winter, with an inscrutable expression. Yuzan, the cousin of Yushan, Chen Lin's wife, was also there, squinting as he examined the dishes on the table. There were no delicacies or rare foods. In the very center of the table sat a lone, rough porcelain plate filled with a pile of dark, shriveled things that looked like dry tree roots or the corpses of some kind of insect. Shen Jiao, what do you mean by this? Wang Qinhu's big, round eyes widened as he pointed at the food on the plate and shouted. You call us over, and this is all you treat us to? Is this how the Chen family treats its guests? I've heard you're stingy, but this isn't just stingy, it's like you're treating us like beggars. Chapter 74. This is the real deal of using a borrowed hen to lay eggs. Although Lin Chongkong didn't speak, he covered his mouth and nose with the handle of his fan in disgust and leaned back, as if the plate contained some kind of plague source. Chen Jingyu was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. His third brother always acted unpredictably, but this time it was just too outrageous. Chen Lin, however, remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He extended 2 long, slender fingers and picked up a dark, dried strip from the plate. You may not know this, but it's a very good thing. Before he finished speaking, a cluster of crimson flames suddenly rose from his fingertips. The flames were not as violent as ordinary flames. Instead, they seemed to be alive, gently coiling around the dry branch. The high temperature instantly scorched the shriveled skin until it sizzled, and a strange aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of herbs exploded in the private room. Wang Qinhu, who had been complaining, twitched his nose twice and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Go! Chen Lin flicked his wrist, and the tree root that had been roasted to a golden brown and crispy turned into a stream of light, landing precisely in the wineglass in front of Wang Qinhu, stirring up a ripple, but without spilling a single drop of wine. This fire control technique is effortless and masterful. Yuzan's eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly opened, his pupils slightly contracting, spiritual energy transformed into threads. Fire control so precise? Third brother, with this skill, you've probably already touched the threshold of the 6th level of chi refining, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Changkong stopped waving his folding fan, and Wang Qinhu, no longer caring about the fragrant wine, stared at Chen Lin with a look of utter disbelief. In their minds, Chen Lin was just a good-for-nothing who only knew how to do business, and his cultivation level had been stuck at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining. How could he have acquired such skills in such a short time? It's just a trivial skill, I'm afraid I'll only make a fool of myself. Chen Lin extinguished the flames at his fingertips and poured himself a glass of wine. This is called dried earthworm leaves. It's made by soaking earthworms in spiritual spring water and then baking them with 13 kinds of medicinal herbs. Regular consumption can invigorate yang and replenish qi, making it most suitable for cultivators like us. Upon hearing the words aphrodisiac, Wang Qinhu picked up his wineglass without a word and downed it in one gulp, chewing it with a crunchy sound. He then licked his lips with a lingering satisfaction, saying, I must say, this flavor is really strong. Once the atmosphere eased, Chen Lin got down to business. I invited you all here today not only to catch up, but mainly to ask you for a favor, Chen Lin said casually, toying with his wineglass. I'd like to ask you for a list. What list? Lin Changkong raised an eyebrow. A list of all the fallen cultivation families in Qinghai County and even within a 300-mile radius. Chen Lin didn't hold back. Ideally, it should be a family whose ancestors produced foundation establishment cultivators or had special skills passed down, but whose lineage has now been cut off and only mortal descendants remain. This strange request left the three of them looking at each other in bewilderment. Yuzan put down her chopsticks and looked at her cousin-in-law with a half-smile. Third brother, are you planning to dig up graves or scavenge for family heirlooms? Let me remind you, those impoverished families have already been ransacked 800 times over. Even a mouse would come out with tears in its eyes if it went in. No. Chen Lin shook his finger, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. I did it for the sake of the family's grand plan. As you all know, my newborn daughter has awakened the Bing Fire spirit body. This taught me a lesson. For us cultivators, talent is certainly important, but the inheritance of bloodline is even more crucial. He paused, his gaze intense. Those declining families may have lost their cultivators, but their ancestral bloodline remains. If we could marry their daughter, wouldn't our children have a high probability of inheriting our ancestors' talents? That's called using someone else's resources to achieve our own goals, understand? A deathly silence fell over the private room. Wang Qinhu stared wide-eyed, half a dried earthworm hanging from his lips, forgotten to chew. Lin Changkong's folding fan slammed onto the table with a thud. Even the usually composed Yuzan was now completely stunned. The calculations they made were so elaborate and impressive, they practically made a racket. While others marry for political alliances or to acquire resources, this guy treats women like talent extractors. His thought process is so bizarre it's astonishing. Qinjiu, you're a real genius. Wang Qinhu held back for a long time before finally giving a thumbs up. Only you could come up with such a despicable, no, such a visionary idea. Lin Changkong picked up the folding fan, shaking his head with a wry smile. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, upon closer inspection, it actually makes some sense. But aren't you afraid of the cause and effect involved? What are you afraid of? Chen Lin interrupted him, his face full of righteousness. I'm not going to abduct women. I'm going to bring them warmth and hope for their family's revival. It's a win-win situation. Yuzan gave Chen Lin a deep look, as if she were seeing this unassuming cousin-in-law for the first time. All right, I'll help you with this. Yuzan was the first to agree. I'll have someone check the clan's records and list all the families that have declined in the last 100 years. With Yuzan taking the lead, the other two naturally couldn't refuse. After all, it was just a list, and they didn't have to spend any money or effort. They could also do Chen Lin a favor, so why not? The meal lasted until sunset. After seeing the three off, Chen Lin watched their departing figures, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Half a day later, night had fallen. Inside the Chen family's study, several thick stacks of Xian paper were neatly piled on the desk. The efficiency of these three families was indeed astonishing. They not only listed the names, but also clearly marked what each family's ancestors were good at and where their descendants now live. Chen Lin lit the oil lamp and began to sift through the list. A family of array masters, no. He crossed out several names without hesitation. The art of formations is too obscure. Even if a child is born with talent, it's all for naught without a master to guide them. Besides, it's too expensive. The Chen family can't afford to raise such a money-devouring beast right now. We don't want weapon refiners either. Forging weapons is physically demanding, involving constant exposure to smoke and fire. The thought of having a daughter who works as a blacksmith is too horrible to contemplate. His goals were clear: alchemist and talisman master. These two items are the hard currency of the cultivation world. Once you can get started, you're practically a walking money printing machine. The pen tip danced across the paper, circling and crossing out names one by one. The Guo family of Huangsaku, their ancestors included a second-tier talisman master. Chen Lin's finger hovered over the name, he pondered for a moment, and finally crossed it out. Huangsaku is too remote, and it is said that demonic cultivators roamed the area 20 years ago. The Guo family's downfall back then was suspicious. If we rashly get involved, we might get into unnecessary trouble. It's not worth risking your life to have a baby. The selection process lasted a full hour. Finally, Chen Lin's gaze settled on a slightly worn page of paper. Zhang Zhang family. According to records, the Zhang family ancestors were once outer sect alchemists of the Yunwu sect. Although they only refined some low-level pills, they were quite famous for their rejuvenation pill. Most importantly, the last cultivator in the Zhang family died of natural causes 130 years ago, and there is no record of him being hunted down by any enemies. Today, Zhang's descendants farm at the foot of Shaojiao Mountain, living in poverty with a small family. A family with a clean reputation, virtuous ancestors, and no external debts or enemies. Chapter 75, The Birth of an Immortal Root. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips as he tapped the word Zhang's heavily with his finger. This is the place. He stood up and opened the window. The snow outside has stopped, and a cold moon hangs on the branches. Chen Lin took out a communication talisman from his pocket, activated it with spiritual power, and whispered the instructions. Fuguei, prepare the carriage. We're going to Zhang early tomorrow morning. Remember to bring plenty of silk and 2 cartloads of flour. We're going to visit relatives. Now that we've chosen our goal, we must act swiftly and decisively. In the world of cultivation, opportunities are fleeting, and even something as simple as having a child requires seizing the initiative. Who knows if the Zhang family has any unmarried girls? If they do, then they are an important piece of the puzzle on Chen's path to immortality. The wind rustled through the old locust tree in the courtyard, as if foreshadowing new changes that the Chen family was about to face. Chen Lin, on the other hand, was eager to verify the results of his bloodline cultivation theory. The chill of the early morning air felt like a dull knife, scraping haphazardly across one's face. Most of the snow in the yard had melted, revealing the dark brown soil underneath. The air was filled with a damp, earthy smell and a faint scent of pine. Chen Lin held a purple clay teapot in his hands, steam rising from its spout, but his eyes were fixed on the middle-aged fat man standing bowing in front of him. The fat man, named Yuan Fong, was the steward of the Chen family. He was usually very good at reading people's expressions and was now bent over like a shrimp, his 2 beady eyes darting around, waiting for the third master's instructions. There are only 3 things I need to do on this trip to Zhang, Chen Lin said, taking a sip of hot tea and holding up 3 fingers. First, take those 2 carts of flour and silk with you and say you're going to collect mountain goods. Don't act like we're from the Chun family. Just say you're a wealthy family from out of town. Yuan Fong nodded hurriedly, his fat face jiggling. Secondly, when I arrived at the Zhang family, I was told to thoroughly examine the family genealogy. I need to be absolutely certain that the girl is a direct descendant of that alchemist, Elder Zhang. She absolutely cannot be a child of the neighbor's family, even if she looks like a celestial being. Yuan Fong was taken aback. These days, it was common for people to choose concubines based on looks or appearance, but this was the first time he'd seen someone consider the family genealogy. But he was also a shrewd person, so he immediately swallowed his doubts and nodded vigorously. Third, and most importantly. Chen Lin put down the teapot, glanced at Yuan Fong, and lowered his voice. This girl has to have a good temper, a good figure, and most importantly, she has to be able to endure loneliness. Our Chen family doesn't keep idlers or troublemakers in our backyard. Yuan Fong wiped the sweat from his brow and said with a forced smile, Third master, don't worry, my eyes are my measuring stick, I guarantee I'll get a perfect measurement for you. It's just that if the Zhang family finds our identity unclear. Dislike it? Chen Lin took out a heavy gold ingot from his pocket and casually tossed it over. The gold ingot traced a golden light in the air and landed steadily in Yuan Fong's arms. Spend money on them. Spend until they don't mind. If it works out, your son can audit classes at the clan school. If he's talented, I'll arrange for him to be recognized as a member of a collateral branch." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fang trembled all over and almost knelt down before Chen Lin. In Xinghe County, being admitted to the Chen family school is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Being recognized as a member of a collateral branch means that future generations will benefit from this honor, no longer being treated as servants at the mercy of others. "Third master, just you wait and see. I'll go right away, even if I have to turn little Jujube Mountain upside down. I'll handle this matter perfectly for you." Watching Yuan Fang's departing figure, which seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, Chen Lin's lips curled into a smile. There are no secrets in this world, but if the interests are big enough, even a wall can become an iron barrel. After seeing Yuan Fang off, Chen Lin didn't rest. He went back to his room, changed into a tight-fitting black outfit, tucked an inconspicuous storage bag into his waistband, and then turned and left the mansion. He has made some progress in cultivating the flame armor these past few days, and with the incomplete scroll of azure silkworm silk that he bought from the black market, even though he is only at the 6th level of chi refining now, if it really comes down to a fight, even a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining might not have the upper hand. The so-called azure silkworm silk is actually a sinister control spell that can transform spiritual energy into extremely fine threads. Normally, these threads are invisible and intangible, but in critical moments, they can be used to slit throats or strangle necks. Combined with his domineering Bing fire sword energy, this combination of softness and hardness, yin and yang, is simply a golden pair for murder and robbery. After leaving the city, Chen Lin headed north, heading straight for Songju Mountain. Songju Mountain is the location of the Chen family's spiritual fields, which are usually guarded by cultivators from the clan. However, it is currently the winter rest period, and apart from a few old men guarding the formations, not even a bird can be seen on the mountain. Chen Lin didn't take the main road, but instead chose to explore the unpaved paths that no one else used. Half an hour later, he stood in front of a secluded mountain hollow. This place was once the lair of an ironback wolf, but it was abandoned after being wiped out by the Chen family cultivators half a year ago. Now, the ravine is overgrown with weeds, and withered vines coil around the rocks like dead snakes. A strange, sweet fragrance drifted into my nostrils along with the cold wind. The fragrance wasn't strong, but it was incredibly alluring, like a ripe peach mixed with aged Shaoxing wine. Just one whiff made your throat itch. Good stuff. Chen Lin squinted, his gaze sweeping over the pile of rocks. According to the records in that book, the classic of herbs and trees, wherever there is a great demon's lair, there must be spiritual herbs growing there. Although the iron-backed wolf has been dead for half a year, the spiritual energy underground remains stagnant, so it wouldn't be surprising if some rare and precious materials grew there. But he didn't rush forward. In the cultivation world, the more fragrant something is, the more poisonous it often is. Besides, since there were treasures in this place, it was hard to guarantee that no one else was watching. Chen Lin took out a strangely shaped garment from his storage bag. This was woven from dyed hemp strips and withered grass in his spare time. Wearing it, he looked like a walking haystack. If he lay down in the grass, even a foundation establishment cultivator would mistake him for a pile of garbage if they didn't look closely. He called it a ghillie suit. Chen Lin dressed up neatly, found a sheltered crevice in the rock, and clung to it like a giant gecko, lowering his breathing rate to a minimum, as if his heartbeat had stopped. Time passed slowly. The sun began to set, and the sky gradually darkened. The mountain wind grew even more biting, stinging our faces. The sweet aroma grew stronger and stronger, and one could even faintly see a faint red light flickering deep in the mountain valley. Just then, two whooshing sounds broke the silence. "Senior brother, is the treasure you mentioned really in this place?" The speaker was a skinny man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, wearing a drab gray Taoist robe, carrying a ghost head knife in his hand, and his triangular eyes scanning his surroundings warily. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, carrying a huge gourd on his back, and looking somewhat hunchbacked. "Nonsense. I felt something was off when that ironback wolf died half a year ago." The hunchbacked middle-aged man snorted coldly, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed on sandpaper. "That beast is only a first-level demon beast. How could it possibly cultivate a demon core? The only explanation is that there are good things underground." Chapter 76: Strange Plants. The two landed at the mouth of the mountain pass, but instead of rushing in, they each used their magical artifacts to explore the surrounding area. Chen Lin lay prone in the cracks of the rocks, observing coldly through the gaps in the withered grass. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from these two individuals were not weak. The skinny one was at the 7th level of chi refining, and the hunchback was at least at the 8th level of chi refining. Judging from his attire and manner of doing things, he doesn't seem to be a cultivator from a respectable family, but rather a rogue cultivator who specializes in robbing others without any capital. Found it, the hunchbacked middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed, quickly walking behind a huge blue stone. He reached out and pushed aside a clump of withered thorns, revealing a strange plant behind it. The plant was only about the height of a palm, entirely red, with a thumb-sized fruit at its top, from which the enticing aroma emanated. But what made Chen Lin's pupils shrink was not the fruit, but the soil beneath it. The soil had an eerie grayish-white color, like burnt wax tears, and it was still wriggling slightly, as if it were alive. "Inju spiritual soil," the skinny man exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling. "Senior brother, this is the legendary Inju spiritual soil that can nurture immortal roots?" Silence. The hunchbacked middle-aged man glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with a greedy fervor. "I never expected such a treasure to be hidden in this desolate place. With this spiritual soil, plus this blood infant fruit that isn't fully mature yet, all we need to do is find a secluded spot to cultivate it for 10 or 8 years until its immortal root takes shape. Then we'll be able to reshape our physical constitution, and even if we have mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements, we can refine them into celestial spiritual roots." The skinny man was so excited that he trembled all over, and he could barely hold the knife in his hand. Chen Lin, hiding in the shadows, was deeply shaken. Immortal root. This is a legendary treasure in the cultivation world, said to be able to defy fate and turn a useless person into a genius. Although what these two said was somewhat exaggerated, the value of this candle spirit soil is absolutely immeasurable. If I could get my hands on this thing, combined with my many children, many blessings constitution, wouldn't the children I have in the future be incredibly successful? Chen Lin's fingers gently tapped on the rock, and several transparent threads silently slipped from his fingertips, swimming along the withered grass on the ground towards the two people. These two cannot be allowed to live. Even if it weren't for this treasure, just the fact that they saw it means they absolutely cannot be allowed to leave Qinghe County alive. "Senior brother, shall we start digging now?" The skinny man swallowed hard and reached out to touch the spiritual herb. "Fool! This candle spirit soil will dry up if it's removed from the earth. It must be dug up along with the soil using a jade box." The hunchbacked middle-aged man cursed and untied the gourd from his back. This gourd contains a special spiritual liquid, which is perfect for nurturing it. Just as the hunchbacked middle-aged man pulled out the gourd stopper, his attention was completely focused on the sacred soil. Chen Lin made a move. But instead of attacking directly, he gently hooked his finger. A faint hum suddenly rang out in the air, like the sound of a snapping string. The hunchbacked middle-aged man, who was concentrating on digging the spiritual soil, suddenly felt a tightness in his ankle. Before he could react, he was violently pulled backward by a tremendous force. "Who goes there?" The skinny man reacted quickly, his ghost head knife whipping up a black gust of wind as he slashed behind him. But the blade missed its target. Instead, he was met with a crimson sword aura, as red as blood. Put. The sword energy was incredibly fast. The skinny man only saw a flash of red light before a sharp pain shot through his chest. The protective spiritual shield that was strong enough to withstand attacks from ordinary magical artifacts was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of this sword energy. "This is a tough one," the skinny man cried out, retreating rapidly while pulling out a handful of black beads from his pocket and about to smash them on the ground. "That is the Thunder Pearl. Once it explodes, people and animals within a radius of 10 feet will be indistinguishable." Since Chen Lin had already made his move, why would he give him such an opportunity? The moment the skinny man raised his hand, dozens of transparent, azure silk threads had already interwoven into a large net in the air, covering him from head to toe. Those silk threads were incredibly sharp, instantly slicing into the skin and flesh of the skinny man, freezing his movements in mid-air. The scream abruptly stopped. The skinny man's body shattered into dozens of pieces like tofu being cut open, blood splattering all over the ground. The few lightning beads rolled into the pool of blood, but did not explode. The hunchbacked middle-aged man on the other side had just regained his balance when he saw his junior brother's tragic death and was terrified. He didn't even see the attacker's face clearly. He only saw a strange thing that looked like withered grass crawling out of the crack in the rock, clutching the deadly transparent thread in its hand. "Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I don't want this treasure anymore." The hunchbacked middle-aged man begged for mercy while frantically urging the gourd on his back. A plume of black smoke shot out from the gourd's mouth, transforming into a ferocious black snake that opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Chen Lin. This is his trump card, the black fiend poison smoke. Anyone who touches it will die. Chen Lin stood still, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Rise." With a low shout, a layer of crimson flame armor suddenly rose from his body. The flames were as solid as jade, with magma-like patterns flowing across their surface, and the high temperature scorched and distorted the surrounding air. The black smoke hit the flame armor, making a sizzling sound, and was instantly burned to ashes. The hunchbacked middle-aged man was utterly desperate. This wasn't some withered grass monster at all. He was clearly a master of feigning weakness to deceive others. His fire control techniques and those insidious threads were beyond the reach of even a foundation establishment cultivator. In your next life, remember not to be too greedy. Chen Lin's voice was as cold as ice. He raised his hand and pointed, and the fiery cloud sword energy that had been gathering momentum at his fingertips suddenly erupted. The crimson light illuminated the dim mountain valley, and also reflected the hunchbacked middle-aged man's twisted, fearful face. After a loud boom, the valley fell silent once more. Only the crimson blood infant fruit swayed gently in the cold wind, emitting an increasingly rich sweet fragrance. Chen Lin removed his flame armor and tore off his tattered ghillie suit, revealing a smart black outfit. He walked up to the pile of minced meat, expressionlessly picked up the two men's storage bags, and then burned the corpses to ashes with flames. After doing all this, he turned around and stared intently at the clump of grayish-white soil. Immortal root. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This thing might improve one's own aptitude if used on oneself. But if it's used to lay a foundation for one's future children. Imagine if every child in the family had a heavenly spiritual root, wouldn't the Chen family have swept through the cultivation world? This isn't just finding treasure, it's uncovering the Chen family's eternal legacy. Chen Lin carefully took out the jade box, dug it out along with the soil and grass, and solemnly put it into the deepest part of his storage bag. Night had fallen, and the wind and snow began to fall again. Chen Lin's figure quickly disappeared into the vast night, leaving only the empty pit, as if nothing had ever happened. As for those two unlucky guys? Who knows? These days, it's perfectly normal for one or two people to go missing in the mountains. Chapter 77, Door-to-Door Delivery. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind howled through the forest, carrying the remaining snow, making a sound like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. Chen Lin was in a very good mood after dealing with those two reckless rogue cultivators. The Yin Zhuling rang in his arms was pressed against his chest, emitting a faint warmth. This was the foundation for the Chen family to expand and mass-produce geniuses in the future. He moved with lightning speed, leaving no trace on the snow, and was about to bypass the withered grove of trees ahead and head straight back to the Chen residence. As they approached the edge of the woods, a faint smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay drifted on the wind. Chen Lin paused, instantly shrinking behind a huge old locust tree. He recognized the smell. It wasn't the stench of wild animals, but human blood, and fresh, hot blood that had just flowed out. In a snowdrift not far ahead, two figures were crouching furtively, seemingly rummaging through something in their hands. By the dim moonlight, Chen Lin could make out their attire. He wore a long, jet-black robe with grotesque skulls embroidered on the cuffs, and a waist tag made of some unknown bone hung from his waist. The Black Cult. Chen Lin's eyelids twitched. How did these lunatics end up in a godforsaken place like Qinghe County? The Black Demon Cult is notorious in the cultivation world for its eccentric behavior and frequent human sacrifices. It is a rat that everyone hates. He held his breath, suppressing his aura to the extreme. His divine sense silently probed over, scanning the two individuals. Qi refining level 4. Two weaklings. Chen Lin's tense muscles relaxed slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He'd just made a windfall, and now the heavens weren't satisfied, sending two delivery men as well? Inside the snowdrift, the two black magic cultists seemed to be arguing. Brother Liu, we've been risking our lives on this job, the shorter man on the left said in a low voice, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The spirit stones we just searched from that family should at least be split 50-50, right? Giving me only 2 low-grade spirit stones is a bit stingy, isn't it? The tall man, referred to as Brother Liu, chuckled, fiddling with a dusty storage bag in his hand, his eyes gleaming. Brother, that's not right. I was the one who contributed the most when we were breaking the formation. Besides, there's not much profit in this storage bag. We need to save the lion's share to give back to the altar master. If the sect leader finds out we've pocketed the spoils, how long do you think you can keep up your facade? The short man shrank back, clearly terrified of the altar master, but the greed in his eyes ultimately overcame his fear. He took a step forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. The altar master's share is naturally indispensable, but what about the rest? Before the words were even finished, a sudden change occurred. The tall man, Brother Liu, hadn't even finished smiling when a black dagger suddenly slid out from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust it like a venomous snake towards the short man's throat. The movements were ruthless and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The short man was clearly a seasoned veteran, having anticipated this move, and suddenly leaned back. Unfortunately, the snow was slippery, and he stepped onto a patch of dark ice, instantly losing his balance. Thud! A flash of black light, and although the dagger didn't pierce the throat, it plunged deep into the short man's heart. You! The short man's eyes widened, a gurgling sound came from his throat, and he gripped Lou's collar tightly with both hands, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Brother Lou's face contorted with rage. He twisted his wrist forcefully and then kicked his companion away. Pa! What kind of class do you think you are, daring to talk to me about a 50-50 split? Brother Lou spat at the corpse, bent down to wipe the blood off the dagger on the body, hummed an unknown tune, and reached out to touch something in the corpse's arms. The instant his fingertips touched the corpse's clothes, a streak of crimson light shot out from behind the old locust tree on the side without warning. The light was too fast and too intense. Like a firework suddenly exploding in the dark night, it brought scorching heat and a piercing sound, instantly reaching the back of Brother Lou's head. Brother Lou felt a chill on the back of his neck. The fear of being locked onto by death made his scalp tingle. He instinctively wanted to summon his protective magic weapon, but the sneak attack on his companion had exhausted most of his mental energy, and now his old strength was depleted and new strength had not yet been generated. Who? The moment he uttered that word, the crimson sword energy sliced off half of his head as easily as cutting tofu. Red and white substances were sprayed onto the pristine snow, steaming hot. Brother Lou's headless body swayed twice before collapsing with a thud next to his companion's corpse. The two brothers were now together, saving them the trouble of missing each other later. Chen Lin slowly walked out from behind the tree, carrying a crimson longsword in his hand, the blade still bearing traces of lingering fire spirit energy. Eating each other, dogs fighting dogs, this kind of drama may be old-fashioned, but it is indeed stress-relieving to watch. He walked over to the two corpses, kicked them skillfully to confirm they were dead, and then squatted down to begin touching them. This is his specialty. His movements are fluid and graceful, possessing a great deal of beauty. In a short while, he had emptied 2 storage bags, a stack of crumpled silver notes, a few broken spirit stones, and a bag of dried fruit that smelled sweet and sour. Poor bastard. Chen Lin weighed the 2 shrunken storage bags in his hand and couldn't help but curl his lip. Aside from some low-level talismans and a few broken magical artifacts, the most valuable item was actually the bag of dried fruit. He picked up a piece of purplish black fruit, popped it into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and his eyes lit up slightly. This tastes good, like it's made from some kind of dried spiritual fruit. Although the effect of restoring spiritual energy is negligible, its texture is chewy. He casually cast 2 fireballs. Orange flames rose from the snow, accompanied by the sizzling sound of burning oil, and the 2 corpses quickly turned into a pile of charred remains. A cold wind blew, scattering the black ash everywhere, and even the last trace was covered by the heavy snow. After doing all this, Chen Lin clapped his hands, and with a flash, disappeared into the vast night. Half an hour later, in a secret room in the backyard of the Chen residence, the light was dim. Chen Shangqing, the patriarch of the Chen family, was wearing a thick fox fur coat and holding a purple clay teapot. He looked solemnly at the pile of odds and ends on the table. Sitting next to him was Qin Shan, the second son of the Chen family, who also had a serious expression on his face, playing with a black short blade that was broken in half. Third brother, are you sure these 2 are from the Black Demon cult? Chen Shangqing put down the teapot, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy old eyes. Chen Lin, sitting at the lower end of the table, was peeling peanuts that he had taken from the corpse. He nodded upon hearing this. The clothes, the waist tag, and that nauseating aura of bloodlust, there's no mistake. Chen Lin patted the red clothes in his hand. Moreover, although these 2 are not highly skilled, they are ruthless and will kill even their own people. Apart from those lunatics in the Black Demon cult, I can't think of anyone else. Chen Shan frowned, placed the broken blade on the table, and it made a crisp ding sound. Chapter 78, Mysterious Ice Root. Although this dagger is only a semi-finished magical artifact, its material is special, mixed with iron, which is only produced in mines controlled by the Black Demon cult. It seems that these guys have really infiltrated our Qinghe County. Chen Shangqing didn't speak, his gaze falling on an inconspicuous dead tree root among the pile of spoils. The tree root was entirely dark blue, covered with a thin layer of white frost, and even in this warm, enclosed room, it still exuded a bone-chilling cold. The old man stretched out his withered fingers and gently tapped on the tree root. This is Xianbing root. Chen Lin and Chen Shan were both stunned. Mystic ice root? Chen Lin put down the peanuts in his hand. Isn't that the main ingredient for refining ice-type array plates? This stuff is a rare commodity in our southern region. Not bad. Chen Changqing's face grew increasingly gloomy. The black demon cult leader cultivates the blood fiend demon art, so in theory he should collect materials that are either extremely yang or extremely yin or extremely evil. But this mysterious ice root is used to set up the mysterious ice spirit trapping array. This kind of array has only one function: to trap people, or trap beasts. The air in the sealed room seemed to freeze. Chen Lin's mind raced, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. The black demon cult, a mere chi refining stage henchman, the profound ice root, the trapping array, these clues connected, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Father, are you saying they've set up an array in the mountains? Chen Lin asked tentatively. Chen Changqing nodded, stood up, and paced back and forth in the secret room. The terrain deep within Songzhou Mountain is complex, and yin energy gathers there. If they have set up a large formation there, it's definitely not just to capture a few demonic beasts. They might be plotting something big, or targeting someone. The old man stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp and piercing. Second brother, go to the county government office first thing tomorrow morning. Don't make a big fuss. Find an excuse to let that Constable Wang know that there are ruthless bandits roaming in the mountains. Third brother, come with me to Songzhou Mountain again. If we don't find out the truth about this, our Chen family won't be able to sleep peacefully. If necessary, report directly to the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Lin nodded, abandoning his nonchalant demeanor. He couldn't tolerate others snoring beside his bed. The black demon cult, those ticking time bombs planted right at his doorstep, were indeed a major problem. Deep in the Songzhou Mountains lies the Cold Pool Valley. This place is shrouded in thick fog year-round, and the air is bitterly cold, so much so that even birds are reluctant to fly overhead. At this moment, the once quiet valley was filled with a chilling atmosphere. More than 20 cultivators dressed in black robes were scattered around the valley, each holding a pitch-black array flag. Rolling black energy surged from the flags, weaving into a huge black net of light in the air. Above the light net, a chilling aura filled the air, with countless icicles hanging like sharp swords, blocking all escape routes. In the center of the formation, a man dressed in the standard brocade robes of the Demon Suppression Division knelt on one knee. The long sword in his hand had broken in half, and his body was covered with wounds of all sizes. Blood stained half of his body and pooled on the ice beneath him, forming a glaring crimson stain. This man was Yuan Ji, the patrol officer dispatched by the Demon Suppression Division to Qinghe County. Cough cough. Yuan Ji coughed violently twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood froth mixed with icy shards. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the two figures standing suspended in mid-air outside the great formation. The man on the left was dressed in a purple robe, with an eerie face. He was holding a folding fan and looked like a dashing scholar, but the bloodthirsty red light in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. The man on the right was a bald, burly man with a face full of scars, carrying a large, ghost-headed sword. He was Cheng Qiong, a well-known demonic cultivator in the area. Lord Yuan, don't bother. The purple-robed Taoist priest lightly waved his folding fan, his voice so soft and effeminate it seemed to drift from hell. This Xianbing Grand Array was specially prepared for you. We went to great lengths to lure you into this trap, and even had to sacrifice a few useless people on the periphery to their deaths. Cheng Qiong grinned, revealing a set of large, yellow teeth. Hee, the people from the Demon Suppression Division are tough as nails. But it doesn't matter, the chill in this formation will seep into your bones little by little, freezing you into an ice sculpture. When that happens, I'll smash you to pieces and use you as a snack. Yuanji gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but the sharp pain in his knees made him fall again. What exactly does the black magic cult want? What are you doing? The purple-robed Taoist closed his folding fan and pointed to the swirling snow. Although Qinghe County is a small place, the things buried underground smell incredibly good. Lord Yuan, you can rest in peace on your journey. After you die, the world in Qinghe County will change. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivators around him waved their array flags in unison. Buzz the great formation roared, and countless ice shards, accompanied by piercing shrieks, rained down on Yuan Ji in the center of the formation. Yuan Ji closed his eyes in despair. Just then, on a distant mountaintop, two figures lay prone in a snowdrift, silently watching everything unfold. Father, this is quite a big commotion. Chen Lin looked at the icy rain pouring down, his lips twitching. Are those the people surrounded from the Demon Suppression Division? Should we rescue them or not? Chen Changqing squinted, holding several dark yellow talismans in his hand, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Save him my ass. He's a Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator. We'd be nothing but cannon fodder if we went up there. The old man gritted his teeth. Retreat. Retreat now. Go back and pack your valuables. Qinghe County is about to change drastically. However, just as the two were about to slip away quietly, the purple-robed Taoist seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned his head, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the direction where Qianlin was hiding. Where did this little mouse come from? A streak of purple lightning instantly ripped through the night sky, heading straight for the father and son's hiding place. Purple lightning exploded in the snowy night, and the smell of burning instantly masked the original stench of blood. The lightning bolt did not descend from the sky, but rather moved rapidly along the snow-covered ground like a winding purple snake. Wherever it passed, the ice and snow instantly vaporized, revealing the scorched frozen soil beneath. Chen Shangqing reacted extremely quickly, slamming his withered hand on the ground. He was like a startled old ape, using the force to propel himself backward several meters. Qianlin was not slow either. He moved with strange steps and twisted his body to barely avoid the direct impact of the lightning. However, the arcs of electricity still scorched the corner of his clothes. The Taoist priest in purple robes stood on a high place, his eyes sinister. Run? Let's see where you run to. He waved his folding fan lightly, and two demonic cultivators dressed in black robes immediately broke away from the edge of the formation, rushing towards Qianlin and his companion like ghosts. The two men exuded a chilling aura, clearly skilled at the 6th level of qi refining. One of their magical weapons was a white bone hook, and the other was a jet-black long cone, both gleaming with a ghastly green poisonous light under the moonlight. After landing, Chen Shangqing did not hesitate at all, turned around and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. His movements were so practiced that they were heartbreaking. Qianlin was a beat too slow. Chapter 79, The Whole Family Mobilized. The demonic cultivator wielding the bone hook grinned maliciously, his arm swelled up, and the bone hook, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, aimed straight for Qianlin's back. Kid, be more careful in your next life. Before he could finish speaking, Qianlin, who seemed to be in a panic, suddenly slipped and fell forward in an extremely disheveled manner, just managing to avoid the fatal blow. He scrambled and rolled across the snow, yelling, "Help! Murder! Uncle, save me!" Upon seeing this, the two demonic cultivators' contempt deepened. This kind of spineless coward was someone they could easily crush. The two exchanged a glance, unleashing their spiritual power to its fullest extent. Their figures transformed into black smoke, flanking the little mouse from both sides, determined to tear it apart on the spot. Just as the two were about to catch up with Qianlin and raised their magical artifacts high, the snow in front of them suddenly exploded. It wasn't an explosion caused by a surge of spiritual energy, but rather a physical collapse. Beneath the thick snow, a burly figure, like a bear awakened from hibernation, soared into the sky amidst a flurry of snowflakes. "Who dares to touch my precious son?" A loud shout shook the snow off the treetops. Chen Shan, the second son of the Chun family, held his hands outstretched forward, not weapons, with a bright blue light emanating from his palms. Two jets of high-pressure water, like tangible spears, shot out instantly at extremely close range. This was no ordinary stream of water, but the mysterious heavy water that Chen Shan had cultivated for 30 years. Each drop was as heavy as mercury, and under high pressure, its penetrating power even surpassed that of a flying sword forged from refined iron. Put! Put! Two muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The two demonic cultivators didn't even have time to react defensively. Their protective spiritual shields were as fragile as paper in the face of the terrifying water pressure. The blue water guns pierced their chests instantly, spraying large plumes of blood mist from their backs and blasting two large, clear holes into the old tree behind them. The two corpses lurched forward a few steps with the force of the impact before collapsing to the ground, their sinister smiles still lingering in their eyes before they were extinguished. Qianlin was no longer in a disheveled state. He leaped up from the snow, brushed the snow off his body, and casually hurled a wind blade towards the shadows on his left. Hidden there was a qi refining level 4 demonic cultivator preparing to launch a sneak attack, his hands trembling with fear from the scene just now. The wind blade precisely sliced through his throat, drawing a string of blood beads. "Second uncle, your water technique has improved again. The power is incredible." While praising them, Qianlin skillfully pulled off the storage bags from the waists of the two corpses and stuffed them into his own pocket. Chen Shan shook the water droplets off his hands, a simple and honest smile appearing on his square face, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. The purple-robed Taoist in the distance finally changed his expression. Two subordinates at the 6th level of qi refining were instantly killed in a single exchange? These weren't just random cultivators passing by, they were clearly elite members of a well-prepared family. Chang Qiong. Go and kill that guy who's playing in the water. The purple-robed Taoist shouted sharply, his folding fan snapped shut, and another bolt of purple lightning struck Yuan Ji, who was still struggling in the formation, in an attempt to suppress the opponent's counterattack. Cheng Xiong, who had been guarding the formation, spat out the grass root in his mouth, shouldered the exaggerated ghost-headed broadsword, and charged towards Chen Shan like a heavy chariot with his joints cracking. The pressure of the 8th level of qi refining was released without reservation, and the surrounding air seemed to become viscous. Hey you, playing in the water, I've got your head ready. Every step Cheng Xiong took caused the ground to tremble. The ghost-headed saber in his hand was shrouded in black mist, the murderous aura accumulated from countless killings. Even a single glance at it would cause an ordinary cultivator to lose their composure. Chen Shan's expression was solemn. He once again conjured a water gun with both hands, but under the pressure of the 8th level of qi refining, the blue water flow was clearly somewhat unstable. Second brother, retreat. A hoarse yet powerful roar came from the treetops. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a whistling sound, and crashed straight into Cheng Xiong, who was charging forward. It was a gourd. A giant gourd, the size of a millstone, entirely red, with countless golden characters engraved on its surface. Alarm bells rang in Cheng Xiong's mind. He couldn't care less about attacking Chen Shan. He suddenly swung his ghost head knife upwards, trying to cleave the heavy object falling from the sky. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and sparks flew everywhere. Cheng Xiong felt an immense force that was difficult to resist coming from the hilt of the knife. His tiger's mouth instantly split open, his legs went weak, and he was actually slammed so hard that his knees were buried in the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the gourd deftly flipped in midair and crashed down again. This time, the target wasn't Cheng Xiong, but a 7th level qi refining demonic cultivator who was trying to come up and help. The demonic cultivator had just raised a bone shield when the red meteor falling from the sky smashed him and the shield into the mud. Splat! The sound was a bit teeth-grinding. When the gourd flew up again, all that was left on the ground was a blurry pool of flesh and blood and a few broken bone fragments. Even the human form was no longer recognizable. An elderly man in a gray robe, with white hair and beard, landed lightly on the gourd, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked down at people with disdain. Chen Shishan, the eldest elder of the Chen family. Peak of the 8th level of qi refining. Where did this stray dog come from, daring to run wild on my Chen family's territory? Chen Shishan tapped his toes, and the huge gourd spun around, spewing out a burst of scorching fire, forcing the low-level demonic cultivators who wanted to move forward to flee in disarray. These changes happened so quickly that the previously solid encirclement was instantly torn open. The morale of the 20-odd demonic cultivators who were controlling the Shenbing trapping spirit array collapsed instantly when they saw their own experts being suppressed and their comrades being smashed into mincemeat. The array flags in his hands could no longer maintain their rhythm, and the countless ice shards and black nets began to tremble violently, revealing numerous cracks. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The spirit trapping array has been broken. Yuan Ji, who had been suppressed within the array, finally erupted. He was covered in blood, but his eyes shone with a frightening light. After being suppressed for so long, this inspector of the Demon Suppression Division was like a tiger unleashed from its cage. Die, you scum of the Black Demon cult! Yuan Ji roared, and the broken half of his sword burst forth with a dazzling white light. Ignoring his injuries, he transformed into a white streak and charged straight at the purple-robed Taoist. The purple-robed Taoist was also thrown into a panic. The backlash from the broken formation caused his blood to surge. Faced with Yuan Ji's desperate attack, he could only hastily raise his folding fan to defend himself. Boom! A shockwave rippled outwards, sending the purple-robed Taoist flying backwards. His jade crown, which bound his hair, shattered, leaving him disheveled and in a sorry state. On the other side, Chen Shishan, controlling the giant gourd, firmly suppressed Cheng Xiong. The gourd was not only heavy, but it could also spew out raging fire and poisonous smoke, leaving Cheng Xiong, a qi refining level 8 body cultivator, powerless and only able to passively take the beating. His body was already charred black, and his ghost head saber was full of nicks. The scene was in complete chaos. But this was exactly the rhythm Chen-Lin liked best. Second uncle, don't just stand there, that's money. Chen-Lin pointed at the low-level demonic cultivators who were scattering and fleeing, his eyes gleaming with greed. Chapter 80. Want to leave? Leave your life behind. Chen Shan snapped out of his daze, chuckled, and the water gun in his hand materialized again. The uncle and nephew were like two weasels that had wandered into a flock of chickens, specifically targeting lone or injured demonic cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of chi refining. Chen Lin was agile and never engaged in direct confrontation. He used the terrain to his advantage, sometimes hiding behind trees and throwing out poison needles, and sometimes using his incredibly sharp azure silkworm silk to set traps. A demonic cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining was trying to break through from the side when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Before he could understand what was happening, his head had already been severed. Chen Lin darted over quickly, skillfully grabbed the storage bag, and also stuffed a low-grade spirit sword from the demonic cultivator's hand into his pocket. The third one, he muttered to himself, his feet never stopping as he rushed toward the next target. At this moment, Chen Shan became even more ferocious. He no longer used precise water gunshots, but instead clasped his hands together, and a large amount of water turned into countless fine ice needles, sweeping out in a fan shape. The protective talismans on the low-level demonic cultivators shattered under the intense attack, and screams of agony filled the air. In the short time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, 7 or 8 more corpses appeared on the snow. Chen Lin's storage bag was already bulging with 7 items, its heavy weight filling him with joy. This wasn't a battle, it was a stockpiling operation. Third brother. Stop picking up trash and go help Lord Yuan block the road. In the distance, Chen Changqing appeared out of nowhere, holding a handful of talismans, and was bombarding several demonic cultivators who were trying to escape. Chen Lin pursed his lips. Although he was reluctant to part with the corpses he hadn't even had a chance to touch, he knew the importance of the matter. If this purple-robed Taoist priest escaped, the Qin family would face endless trouble in the future. His gaze shifted and locked onto the purple-robed Taoist who was being chased and hacked at by Yuan Ji. At this moment, the purple-robed Taoist was at his last gasp. His purple robe was tattered, and his left arm hung limply, clearly broken by Yuan Ji. He fought and retreated, his eyes constantly glancing towards the exit of the ravine, clearly trying to slip away. Trying to run? Chen Lin sneered, his fingers twitching slightly. Several almost invisible transparent threads silently swam across the ground, setting up a tripwire in the only path. Just as the purple-robed Taoist blocked Yuan Ji's blade strike and retreated rapidly, he suddenly felt a tightness under his feet. Normally, such trivial skills would be no match for a foundation establishment expert. But at this moment, his mind was in disarray and his spiritual energy was insufficient, so this actually caused him to stagger. In a battle between masters, that one moment of weakness can be the difference between life and death. Die! Yuan Ji seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the broken sword in his hand flew out, turning into a streak of light and piercing into the purple-robed Taoist's abdomen with a soft thud. Ah! The purple-robed Taoist screamed and fell to the ground in the snow, his blood staining the white snow beneath him. On the other side, Shang Qiong, seeing that the situation was hopeless, no longer wanted to fight. He withstood a heavy blow from Chen Qishan's gourd, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Using the force of the recoil, he slammed into the mountainside like a cannonball, trying to break through and find a way out. Want to leave? Leave your life behind. Chen Qishan sneered, took out a crimson pill from his pocket and swallowed it. His previously depleted spiritual power surged instantly. The enormous red gourd grew larger in the wind, instantly transforming into the size of a house, and with the force of Mount Tai crashing down, it slammed down on Shang Qiong's back. A deafening roar followed. The mountainside collapsed, sending rocks tumbling down. After the smoke and dust cleared, the red gourd was seen deeply embedded in the rock, with a large foot still twitching slightly protruding from below. The valley finally fell silent. Only the howling wind and snow continued, concealing the devastation and bloodshed on the ground. Chen Lin emerged from behind the tree, toying with the folding fan he had just taken from the purple-robed Taoist priest. He walked to Yuan Ji's side, his face displaying an expression of extreme concern. Lord Yuan, are you alright? Oh dear, these demonic cultivators are really too rampant. Fortunately, our Chen family discovered them early, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yuan Ji leaned against a rock, panting heavily, looking at the family in front of him with a complicated expression. This is hardly the benevolent cultivation family they seem. Their practiced killing methods, their professional looting techniques, and their perfectly coordinated double-crossing tactics. These are clearly wolves in sheep's clothing. But anyway, I've saved my life. Yuan Ji gave a wry smile. Just as he was about to thank him, he saw Chen Lin staring at the broken jade pendant at his waist, a hint of regret in his eyes. Fellow Daoist Chen, although this jade pendant is broken, it is still a token of the Demon Suppression Division, so don't worry about it. A muffled growl came from the pile of rubble, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. The large foot that was sticking out suddenly retracted, followed by a shower of flying rocks, and Chang Xiong emerged from the ruins covered in blood. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a body cultivator. He was hit head-on by a gourd weighing several thousand pounds, yet he's still alive. However, his bald head now has several horrifying bloody holes, and his fleshy body is deformed from being squeezed, making him look like a skin toad. Ignoring the excruciating pain all over his body, and not even daring to look back at the deadly red gourd, Chang Xiong stomped his foot, creating 2 deep craters in the ground, and used the momentum to run wildly towards the dense forest in the opposite direction. Once inside the forest, given his familiarity with the terrain and his brute strength, he might just be able to escape alive. Chen Shishan stood atop the gourd, his aged face expressionless, only a mocking smile playing on his lips. His withered fingers traced lines in the air, and a golden talisman appeared out of thin air. Run? Did I say you could run? With a soft shout, the talisman transformed into a streak of light, moving at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Chang Xiong. Golden light exploded in the air, transforming into 3 golden chains as thick as an arm, which, like snakes emerging from their holes, instantly wrapped around Chang Xiong's neck and limbs. Heavenly locked talisman. You old geezer. Chang Xiong felt a tightness around his neck, and the immense inertia caused him to fall flat on his face in the snow. His limbs were tightly bound, and the more he struggled, the tighter the chains tightened, digging into his flesh with a teeth-grinding sound. Before he could finish uttering his curses, the sky above him darkened. The enormous red gourd had somehow flown directly above him, its intricate gold inscriptions at the bottom gleaming with a breathtaking light. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't mess with anyone surnamed Shen. Chen Shishan lightly touched the ground with his toes. Boom! The gourd fell straight down without any fancy movements. The earth trembled violently, and the snow on the surrounding trees fell in a blizzard. This time, there was no sound from under the gourd. Only a few streaks of crimson blood slowly seeped out along the lines on the bottom of the gourd, staining the surrounding white snow red. Chen Shishan put away the gourd, glanced disdainfully at the pile of flesh, and then shouted at Chen Lin, who was still digging through the corpse. Third brother's family, come and clean the floor. Use that fire cloud sword to burn it clean, don't leave any loose ends. Chapter 81. The joy of being a member of the staff is unimaginable. Chen Lin was busy taking spirit stones from the boot of a black-robed cultivator when he heard this, and immediately ran over eagerly. He now held a long, crimson sword, a trophy he had just smuggled from some unfortunate fellow. As spiritual energy was poured in, a burst of orange-red flames instantly rose from the sword. Chen Lin skillfully directed the flames toward the indescribable substance, and soon the air was filled with a burnt smell, mixed with the aroma of burning pine wood, which was particularly pungent in the cold snowy night. After dealing with this side, Chen Lin turned his gaze to the other side of the battlefield. The purple-robed Taoist was now covered in blood. While they were dealing with Chang Xiong, he writhed on the snow like a venomous snake with a broken spine, trying to crawl towards the dark valley exit. Once you leave this cold pool valley, you'll find yourself in a complex karst landscape, and there will still be a way to survive. However, a figure blocked their path. Yuanji leaned on a broken sword, his figure swaying precariously, but the flames burning in his eyes were even more intense than the sword in Chen Lin's hand. He slowly raised the broken sword in his hand. His previously depleted spiritual energy began to reverse at this moment, and a roaring sound like a rushing river emanated from his meridians. Just as Chen Lin was about to go over and finish off the enemy, his second uncle, Chen Shan, grabbed him. Don't go there, that's the Yuan family's golden son. Chen Shan's voice was low, tinged with apprehension. The reason why the Yuan family of the Demon Suppression Division has been able to maintain its position is because of this extremely domineering sword technique. This kid is going all out. Chen Lin stopped and curiously peered inside. He saw a golden halo slowly emerging from the broken sword in Yuanji's hand. Although it was only the size of a palm, the heat it emitted instantly vaporized the snow within a 3-zhang radius, sending up a large cloud of white mist. In this dark and cold valley, the golden light was like the rising sun, dazzling and eye-catching. The purple-robed Taoist felt the terrifying heat behind him and turned around in horror, his eerie face filled with despair. Yuanji, you dare to kill me? The sect leader will not let you get away with this. Shut up. Yuanji didn't even give him a chance to finish speaking. With a flick of his wrist, the broken sword fell lightly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any flying blade energy. There was only one golden thread. That golden thread pierced the night sky, cut through the wind and snow, and also passed over the body of the purple-robed Taoist. The purple-robed Taoist's voice abruptly stopped, his body stiffening on the spot, his expression of terror frozen. The next second, his body was neatly split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror, without even a drop of blood flowing out because all the blood had been evaporated by the terrifying heat in that instant. As the golden light faded, Yuanji seemed to have all his strength drained away. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, and the broken knife in his hand clattered onto the ice. The valley fell completely silent, with only the mournful sound of the wind whistling through the treetops. Chen Lin clicked his tongue, toying with the fire cloud sword in his hand, secretly calculating in his mind. If that blade had struck me, even with the golden bell shield protecting me, I'd probably be cut into two pieces. It seems the Demon Suppression Division has some real weaponry. He strode forward, bent down quite naturally, and rummaged through the two halves of the purple-robed Taoist's corpse for a while before finally pursing his lips in disappointment. "You poor wretch, your storage bags have all been chopped up." Chen Lin complained for a moment, then turned around, took out a bottle of healing pills from his pocket and handed it to Yuan Ji, his face instantly switching to that honest and simple smile. "Lord Yuan, your divine might is unparalleled." That strike was absolutely earth-shattering. I was completely stunned. Here is a family heirloom rejuvenation pill, please take a couple for now." Yuanji took the pill and looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression, whose face changed faster than turning the pages of a book. The skillful way he looted the corpse just now, the ruthless finishing blow, and now that harmless look, the Chen family really is a big melting pot. "Fellow Taoist Chen, no need to be so polite." Yuanji swallowed the pill, and a trace of color returned to his pale face. He gave Chen Lin a deep look. "If it weren't for the Chen family's righteous intervention today, I, Yuan, would probably have lost my life here. I will remember this favor." No problem. We're all from the same village, it's only right that we help each other out." Chen Lin rubbed his hands together with a smile. "As long as the Demon Suppression Division doesn't keep eyeing our Chen family's little business in the future." Yuanji gave a wry smile and stood up, supporting himself on his knees. "Fellow Taoist Chen, I see you possess extraordinary skills, and your mind is quite quick-witted. Would you be interested in changing your way of life?" Chen Lin raised an eyebrow. "How do you mean by change? Is Lord Yuan going to introduce me to a wife?" Yuan Ji was momentarily speechless, then said seriously. "The situation in Qinghe County is currently turbulent, and the Black Demon cult has infiltrated deeply. I am short-handed, especially someone as clever as you. If you are interested, I can recommend you to join the Demon Suppression Division as a staff member." Chen Lin's eyes lit up instantly. He had been pondering this for the past few days. Although the Chen family had some influence in Qinghe County, they were, after all, just a cultivation family. In this world, without official backing, they were constrained in many ways. If we could don the skin of the Demon Suppression Bureau, it would be much more convenient whether we were robbing, doing business, or eliminating demons. "Is it a permanent position?" Chen Lin asked tentatively. "Yes." Yuan Ji nodded. "Yunwu 100 Household Office, directly under the command of soldiers. Although it is only a low-level position, it enjoys the salary of the Imperial Court and is protected by the laws of the Demon Suppression Division. Most importantly, with this status, in the future within the territory of Qinghe County, as long as there is no rebellion, basically no one will dare to touch you." Chen Lin turned to look at Chen Changqing and Chen Xishan, who were not far away. The two old men were dividing up the spoils when they sensed Chen Lin's gaze, and Chen Changqing nodded almost imperceptibly. This was part of their plan. Getting in touch with the Demon Suppression Bureau would be entirely beneficial to the Chen family's future development. "Since Lord Yuan thinks so highly of me, then I shall accept your offer without hesitation." Chen Lin immediately put on a loyal expression, cupped his hands in a fist salute, and said, "From now on, wherever Lord Yuan points, I will fight. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I will never flinch." Yuan Ji's lips twitched. He wondered who had tried to run away as soon as they saw a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he does need help now, and the strength shown by the Chen family certainly qualifies them to be allies. Yuanji took out a black iron waist token, a yellowed booklet, and a set of neatly folded brocade clothes from his pocket and solemnly handed them to Chen Lin. "This is your waist tag from the Yunwu 100 Household Office, along with your employment certificate and official uniform. From today onwards, you are a member of the Demon Suppression Division." Chen Lin took the heavy waist token, which was icy cold to the touch. It had a ferocious beast head engraved on it, and the words Yunwu on the back. Chapter 82 Black on Black. He couldn't wait to unfold the brocade robe. The background is black, with silver cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and a dark red Jin, meaning town character on the chest. The material felt smooth and tough to the touch. It was actually woven from the silk of some kind of demonic beast, and it possessed a certain degree of defensive power, far superior to the coarse linen clothes he was wearing. "These clothes are nice, are they waterproof and fireproof?" Chen Lin asked casually as he held them up to himself. "This is a standard robe of low-grade magic artifact level. It is impervious to water and fire and can even withstand a full-force attack from a mid-stage qi refining cultivator." Yuanji explained, then his tone became serious. "However, if you put on this armor, you must bear this responsibility. The rules of the Demon Suppression Division." I understand everything." Chen Lin put the brocade robe on and straightened the collar slightly. To be honest, once he put on this outfit, his original street rogue vibe vanished considerably, replaced by an air of heroism. He straightened his back, holding the fiery cloud sword in his hand, his eyes looking down arrogantly. "From now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble in Qinghe County will have to ask the sword in my hand if it will allow it." Chen Lin felt a sense of security from the official seal at his waist, and his heart was filled with joy. Now that's settled. Going to buy goods again is like having your home raided by imperial decree. Who would dare say no? Alright, stop showing off. Chen Changqing walked over and slapped Chen Lin on the back of the head. "Since we've taken their money, we should do a good job. Hurry up and clean up. This place smells too bloody. If we attract a powerful demon from deep in the mountains, we're all doomed." Chen Lin chuckled, not annoyed, and turned to give Yuan Ji a standard military salute, although the gesture was a bit awkward. "Lord Yuan, where do we go next? Are we going back to the county office to collect our reward?" "No, are we going back to the county office to report on our work, or are we continuing to investigate the remnants of the Black Demon cult?" Looking at his new subordinate who had quickly settled into his role, Yuanji felt a strange sense of relief. Although this guy is greedy, cowardly, and likes to double-cross others in this chaotic world, perhaps it is precisely this kind of person who can live longer and go further. "Let's go back to the county town first." Yuanji gazed at the distant horizon, where the first light of dawn was breaking, his eyes icy. "Since they want to change the government, let's play along. It's still uncertain who will rule Qinghe County." The snowstorm gradually subsided. The group walked through the thick snow towards the outside of the mountains. Chen Lin walked at the back of the group, touching his brocade robes and the bulging storage bag in his arms, a genuine smile spreading across his face. This trip had been incredibly profitable. As dawn broke through the thin mist, the desolate forests outside Qinghe County were tinged with a somber gray-white. The air still carried the acrid smell of burning pine resin, mingled with the raw, earthy odor of freshly turned soil. As Chen Lin walked, he rubbed the brocade robe he was wearing. The material was as smooth as an eel, and his fingertips could pass over it without leaving a trace. "I just went for a walk in the woods. If it were an ordinary cloth garment, it would have been covered with burrs and grass clippings by now, but this official's robe was as clean as new." A faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from the hem of the garment. It was the cleansing and dust-cleansing array solidified within the fabric's texture. "This isn't just clothing, it's practically a lazy person's dream, no washing required." He took out the black iron waist token and, following Yuanji's previous instructions, forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and smeared it on the beast head relief. A flash of dark red light disappeared, and a faint connection was established in my heart. This thing was not only an identity document, but also a portable ledger. The waist tag was attached to a yellowed booklet, which was densely filled with various names and portraits. Turning to the first page, one is immediately struck by the words "Bounty List for Remnants of the Black Demon Cult." Each name is followed by an enticing number merit points, or gleaming spirit stones. It turns out that the Demon Suppression Division was not a rigid government office at all, but a bounty guild disguised as an official agency. Want to ask the experts in the department for help? Sure, exchange merit points for it, or just throw spirit stones at them. Want intelligence from the company? Pay up. Want to exchange for magical artifacts and elixirs from the treasury? Pay up again. As long as you can afford the price, you can even hire a centurion to guard your property. Previously, Chen Lin thought these people were like blood-sucking rats clinging to the imperial court, but now it seems they have taken the concept of each doing their own job and receiving according to their work to the extreme. This kind of work style where they'll do anything as long as the money's right is exactly what Chen Lin wants. Second uncle, Grandpa, this Demon Suppression Division is quite interesting. Chen Lin toyed with his waist token, a subtle smile playing on his lips. With this skin, if our Chen family ever encounters a tough opponent, as long as we're willing to spend the money, we can legitimately call in people to gang up on them. Chen Shangqing walked ahead with his hands behind his back, the snow crunching under his feet. Upon hearing this, the old man stopped and glanced back at his grandson's smug expression, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy old eyes. If the Yanqi army had such flexible rules back then, things wouldn't have come to this. Chen Changqing shook his head, seemingly recalling some old stories, his tone tinged with a sigh. But this is good too. Our Chen family has a shallow foundation after all. With your official position, at least no one will dare to smear us openly when we act in Qinghe County. It is a deterrent and a protective shield. The three found a sheltered mountain hollow, and after confirming that no one was around, they began to take stock of their loot from the night. With a series of crisp, clattering sounds, 7 or 8 storage bags were turned upside down, and multicolored lights instantly illuminated the dark rock wall. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, and elixir bottles rolled all over the ground, piling up into a dizzying little mountain. We're rich. Chen Shan rubbed his calloused hands, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Chen Lin squatted down and began sorting the spirit stones like a miser. There were 87 spirit stones in total, which was hard currency even in the impoverished Qinghe County. It was enough to buy a whole street of shops. Besides the spirit stones, the most eye-catching items are 2 low-grade magic artifacts. A long, jet-black spear with a chilling gleam at its tip, bearing the inscription "Breaking the Mountain" on its shaft. It felt heavy in the hand, weighing at least 100 pounds. The other was an earth-yellow shield with serrated edges, engraved with heavy defensive runes, called the Earth-Splitting Shield. In addition, there were 3 rare barrier-breaking talismans, 4 fragrant spiritual fruits, and 2 spiritual herbs with roots still covered in soil. Roughly speaking, this pile of junk, treasure, is worth about 160 spirit stones in total. As Chen Lin fiddled with his abacus, a habit he always carried with him, he gave his estimated price. Chen Changqing stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over the spoils on the ground. As usual, everyone who sees it gets a share. The 3 of us, grandfather and grandson, plus the family's public accounts, will be divided into 4 shares. Each share is worth 40 spirit stones. Chapter 83: The Imperial Decree to make a fortune and divide the spoils. These rules are the foundation of the Chen family's existence. For the family to develop, the public accounts must have income for individuals to cultivate themselves, their private coffers must not be empty. Chen Shan had long had his eye on that broken mountain spear. He was a road repairman who usually relied on brute force, and this heavy spear was practically tailor-made for him. "I'll take this spear." Chen Shan grabbed the broken mountain spear, casually twirled it, and a low, booming sound filled the air. "This is awesome. This thing would cost at least 40 spirit stones on the market. I'll take this one, and I won't participate in the distribution of the rest." Chen Changqing nodded, his gaze falling on the spiritual fruits and herbs. These medicinal herbs are perfect for refining the fire-nourishing pill, which is very beneficial for cultivation in the late stage of qi refining. "I'll take these and, once I've refined the pill, I'll give you a share." The old man was the only alchemist in the family. Although his skill level was only mediocre, he was still a respected technical talent in a rural place like Qinghe County. It was Chen Lin's turn. His gaze lingered on the earth-splitting shield for a moment. This shield had astonishing defensive capabilities and could save a life in a critical moment. However, his current attack methods include the fiery cloud sword, sneak attacks with flying needles, and escape techniques with the lightness technique. His only weakness is his cultivation level. With only the 3rd level of qi refining cultivation, one feels utterly insecure in this perilous world of cultivation. "I don't need the shield, it's too heavy and carrying it will slow me down." Chen Lin pursed his lips and turned his gaze to the pile of bottles and jars. "Grandpa, do you still have any spirit-gathering pills? Just give me the pills in exchange for this shield." Chen Changqing took out 6 small celadone bottles from his pocket and tossed them to Chen Lin. "This is something I just refined a few days ago, and it's of decent quality. At market price, it's 4 spirit stones a bottle, totaling 24. You still have quite a bit left over from your share, so I'll give you some more spirit stones from the public account later." "All right." Chen Lin happily took the pill, uncorked the bottle, and took a sniff. The rich medicinal fragrance made every pore on his body open up. With this batch of pills, plus the spirit stones in hand, breaking through to the 4th level of qi refining is just around the corner. "Oh right, these empty storage bags." Chen Lin pointed to the empty, deflated bags on the ground. Although storage bags are standard equipment for cultivators, they are not as common as they seem. A low-grade storage bag with only 1 cubic meter of space can sell for 10 spirit stones in the market. This kind of filth is hard to sell, it's easy for people to recognize it. Chen Shan slung the broken mountain spear over his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Just throw it into the family storeroom and sell it to the younger generation in the clan at half price. Consider it a benefit. Chen Lin's eyes darted around, and he pulled out his old storage bag, which he originally used to store miscellaneous items, from his pocket and pushed it over along with the few other bags on the ground. That's perfect, I'll donate this one too. Anyway, I already have a standard Qiankuan bag issued by the Demon Suppression Division, which has a lot of space and can hold living creatures, only insects, so keeping this old one is just taking up space. This selfless move was brilliantly executed. It not only disposed of idle assets but also boosted the family's reputation in front of the elders, and prevented younger generations from being envious of his possessions in the future. Chen Shangqing gave his grandson an approving look. Although the boy was greedy, he was never ambiguous when it came to matters of principle and the interests of the family. After collecting their spoils, the three continued their journey. Chen Lin looked at the old man walking ahead, feeling incredibly envious. Alchemy is such a lucrative craft. Just throw a few herbs into the furnace, spin them around, and they come out as white spirit stones. He works so hard to kill and rob, to punish the wicked and uphold justice, risking his life, and he still doesn't earn as much as someone who sells medicine. Grandpa, look at my aptitude, could I learn alchemy? Chen Lin approached, his face full of flattery. You? Chen Shangqing glanced at him sideways. You have dual fire and wood spiritual roots? You have metal and water spiritual roots. Alchemy? Are you trying to blow up the Chen family compound? Chen Lin shrank back, still somewhat unwilling to give up. Then if I find a wife in the future, I'll specifically look for someone with a talent for alchemy. What do you think? Then you can pass on your skills to her, and our Chen family can open a pharmacy and count money while lying down. Chen Shangqing stumbled and almost fell on the snow. This little brat, how come his thought process is so peculiar? Others look for a Taoist partner to cultivate together and seek the great Tao, but he's different. He just wants to find a free farmhand to refine pills and make money. If you have the ability, bring back the holy maiden of the Dan Ding sect to be my granddaughter-in-law, and I'll give you my position as clan leader. Chen Shangqing cursed irritably. Chen Lin chuckled, but in his heart, he was actually starting to make plans. He decided against the holy maiden of the Pill Cauldron sect. She was too easy to kill. But finding a female cultivator who knows alchemy isn't impossible. These days, skilled workers are the primary productive force. As the snowstorm subsided, the outline of Qinghe County began to appear faintly in the distance. Chen Lin touched the warm medicine bottle in his arms, then tightened his brocade official robes, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. From today onwards, there is one more Lord Chen in Qinghe County who only cares about money and not people. As for those scoundrels still lurking in the shadows, plotting something, they'd better pray they don't fall into his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind letting them know what the joy of being part of the system really means. Dusk in Qinghe County always carries the smoky smell of burning coal ash. The setting sun dyes the mottled city walls of the county town a purplish-brown color, and the snow on the roadside is crushed into black mud by passing vehicles and horses. Chen Lin bid farewell to his second uncle and grandfather, and turned alone into a quiet alley in the west of the city. This is not the Chen family's mansion, but a villa he purchased with his own money half a year ago, named Tinjiachuan. The place is remote and quiet, and most importantly, the two shrewish wives in the family, his aunt and third aunt, have no idea that this property exists. A sparsely built carriage with a blue canopy was parked at the entrance of the alley. A lean man sat on the carriage shaft, carefully wiping his whip with a soft cloth. Upon seeing the figure dressed in brocade official robes and carrying a long sword approaching, the man's eyes lit up, and he nimbly jumped off the carriage and quickly went to greet him. "Young master, your outfit, TSK, impressive." Yuan Fong gave a thumbs up, his face crinkling into a wide smile. "When I saw you from afar at the alley entrance, I thought you were some high-ranking official from the capital traveling incognito." "Stop being so glib," Chen Lin said with a laugh, casually tossing over a piece of silver. "How's the matter I asked you to handle going?" Yuan Fong took the silver, skillfully stuffed it into his sleeve, and lowered his voice. "I have successfully completed my mission. The person has been brought back and is in the car. As you instructed, he has a clean record, is presentable, and most importantly, is obedient." Chapter 84: Keeping a Mistress in a Golden House and an Unexpected Joy. He turned to the side and gently tapped on the carriage wall. The curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a slightly pale but undeniably beautiful face. The girl looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, wearing a brand new plain cotton dress, which she had obviously just changed into. She glanced timidly at Chen Lin, then quickly lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her dress with her hands. Those eyes held both fear of the unfamiliar environment and a hint of hope for the future, much like a kitten that had just been weaned and taken out of its nest. Chen Lin stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the girl before he nodded in satisfaction. There was none of the affected affectation of vulgar women, nor the worldly sophistication of maids from wealthy families. It was like a blank sheet of rice paper, waiting for the painter to apply his brushstrokes. Take him inside and settle him in first, Chen Lin instructed. Don't let anyone else know about this place except you and me. Especially the spies sent by the two ladies at home. If they leak any information, I will hold you responsible. Don't worry, young master, Yuan Fong assured him, patting his chest. I've taken care of everything around this house. Even a fly that flies in has to register first. As for those two ladies, hey, we're preparing for the Chun family to have more descendants. That's a serious matter. Who would dare to gossip? Chen Lin glanced at him. This kid was getting more and more savvy. Once inside the courtyard, Yuan Fong led the girl to the back room. Chen Lin changed out of his conspicuous Demon Suppression Division official uniform in the front hall and into a loose casual robe. He leaned comfortably against the armchair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. A moment later, Yuan Fong walked in, his expression becoming more serious. Young master, this girl's name is Zhang Wan, and she's from the Zhang family of Xias Haitian, Yuan Fong reported, bowing. My background is quite tragic. My grandfather died in a fall while collecting herbs in the mountains when he was young. My father was an honest hunter, but he also died from a cold a couple of years ago. Her mother passed away last month, leaving her as the only child in the family. Because she couldn't afford to bury her mother, she was almost sold into a brothel by a local scoundrel. I happened to be passing by, so I helped her with the funeral arrangements and slapped that scoundrel a few times. She then became completely devoted to coming back to repay my kindness. Chen Lin blew on the tea froth and nodded slightly. Orphaned, with no relatives or friends. While this sounded cruel, in a chaotic world, it was the most reassuring background. There were no troublesome poor relatives trying to take advantage of the family, nor any complicated background entanglements. Everything was clean and straightforward. You did a good job. Chen Lin put down his teacup. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the affairs of Tinjiaxuan. If anyone in the family asks about your whereabouts, just say that I am out on business and need someone to run errands. If the two ladies want you to do anything else, you can refuse directly and say that it was my idea. Yuan Fong was overjoyed. This was tantamount to being given an independent imperial sword outside of the Qin residence. Thank you for your help, young master. Yuan Fong rubbed his hands excitedly. Then, what about Miss Zhang? Bring it over. A moment later, Zhang Wan was led to the front hall. Compared to when she was in the car, she seemed calmer, but when she walked into the spacious and bright hall and looked at the thick carpet under her feet, she still seemed a little lost. She even walked on tiptoe, afraid of dirtying the precious floor. This humble servant. Zhang Wan greets the young master. Zhang Wan knelt on the ground, her voice barely audible. Chen Lin stood up and walked over to her, offering a hand to help her up. Get up and talk. There aren't so many rules here. Zhang Wan stood up shakily, never daring to look directly at anyone. Chen Lin looked her over closely. Although the girl was somewhat thin due to long-term malnutrition, she had excellent bone structure and delicate skin. If she was properly cared for a period of time, she would definitely be a beauty. He reached out, wanting to lift the girl's chin to take a closer look. The moment his fingertips touched Zhang Wan's skin, something unexpected happened. A faint yet extremely clear coolness traveled from his fingertips into Chen Lin's meridians, as if he had touched a piece of warm, smooth jade. At this moment, the spiritual power of the everlasting spring technique within Chen Lin's body actually experienced a strange tremor, as if it had encountered something of the same origin that attracted each other. Chen Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and the nonchalant expression on his face vanished instantly. He grabbed Zhang Wan's wrist and placed 2 fingers on her pulse point. His spiritual energy probed in and circulated throughout the girl's body. Zhang Wan was startled by the sudden movement. Her body stiffened, but she dared not struggle and could only stare wide-eyed in terror. Don't move, Chen Lin said in a low voice. The spiritual energy flowed freely through the meridians. Though weak, it was exceptionally pure. Deep within her dantian, a pale blue vortex lay dormant. Although it had not yet taken shape, it was indeed a sign of spiritual roots. A dual spiritual root of water and wood. And its purity is extremely high. Chen Lin's heart was filled with shock. In the world of cultivation, the chance of a mortal possessing spiritual roots is 1 in 10,000, and those who reveal their spiritual essence without cultivation are even rarer. If this were a major sect, this would definitely be a genius that everyone would be scrambling to recruit as an inner disciple. I never imagined that all I wanted was a docile concubine, but I would find such a gem by the roadside. Is this the legendary protagonist's halo? Or is it that God saw how diligently I'd been committing murder and robbery lately and gave me this year-end bonus? Chen Lin took a deep breath, slowly released his hand, and his eyes became intense. Originally, he only intended to keep Zhang Wan as a caged bird to relieve his boredom when he had nothing to do. But now, the nature of things has completely changed. This is no longer a canary in a gilded cage, it's clearly a money tree yet to grow, a potential Taoist partner to jointly comprehend the great Tao. Young master, am I ill? Zhang Wan asked, her eyes reddening with fear as she saw Chen Lin's expression change. I'm perfectly healthy, I can work, and I don't eat much. You're not sick, you're perfectly fine. Chen Lin smiled like a wolf in sheep's clothing, her tone gentler than ever before. Waner, right? From today onwards, you are the mistress of Tingyu Pavilion. You won't have to do any rough work anymore, I'll find someone to take care of you. Zhang Wan was stunned, hardly believing her ears. Chen Lin turned to look at Yuan Fong, who was standing in a daze at the door, and said in a deep voice. Yuan Fong, go and call the owner of the best tailor shop in the city to have several sets of clothes made for Waner. Also, go to Jubao Pavilion and buy some nourishing pills for qi and blood, the best ones. Although Yuan Fong didn't understand why the young master suddenly changed his attitude after taking his pulse, he was a smart man and knew what he should and shouldn't ask. I'll take care of it right away. For the next half hour, Chen Lin pulled Zhang Wan to sit on the soft couch, chatting idly. It was less of a conversation and more of a subtle test of Zhang Wan's character. Although this girl has never been to school, she is simple-minded and resilient. Most importantly, she had an almost blind adoration and gratitude for Chen Lin. After all, it was this man who gave her a way out when she was at her most desperate. Chapter 85. Emotional investment is often more reliable than a contract. Young master, on the way here, I peeked through the curtain. Zhang Wan gradually relaxed and whispered, there are many shiny things in that market that can even glow. I've never seen them before when I was in the mountains. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she was referring to the trinkets sold by low-level cultivators in the market, which were mostly second-rate magical artifacts or fluorescent stones. Do you like it? Chen Lin asked with a smile. Zhang Wan nodded vigorously, then lowered her head somewhat shyly. I was just looking. I know those things must be very expensive. Yuan Fong. Chen Lin called out towards the door. Yuan Fong, who had just returned from running errands, immediately appeared at the door. Young master, what are your orders? Buy everything that Waner looked at on the road, whether it was glowing or not, as long as she glanced at it a few times. Chen Lin waved his hand, exuding a heroic air. Also, go and buy that flowing cloud hairpin set from Baibao as a gift for Waner. Zhang Wan covered her mouth in surprise, tears welling up in her eyes. In all her life, she had rarely worn jewelry, let alone a decent new outfit. Young master, this is too extravagant. Spending money on you is called an investment, it's called romance. Chen Lin reached out and ruffled her hair, it felt surprisingly nice. As long as you behave, I'll get you all the good things in the world. This wasn't just pampering, it was Chen Lin's true intention. Now that he had discovered this hidden gem, he wanted to keep her firmly by his side. Emotional investment is often more reliable than a contract. It wasn't until night fell and the city lights came on that Chen Lin finally emerged from Tinjiachuan, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The house behind them was already lit up, and the girls' joyful cheers and Yuan Fong's busy shouts could be faintly heard. Chen Lin stood in the snow at the alley entrance, took a deep breath of the cold air, and felt every pore on his body open up. Today's trip not only resulted in me getting a position in the Demon Suppression Division and making a fortune, but I also picked up a wife with top-quality spiritual roots. This luck is simply incredible. Young master, please take care. Yuan Fong escorted Chen Lin to the carriage and respectfully handed him the reins. Next, wheel. Chen Lin mounted his horse, looked down at his capable subordinate, and cheerfully uttered. Take good care of Waner during this time and make sure she doesn't suffer any grievances. We'll go to Orchid Valley again when we have more money in the future. Yuan Fong was taken aback. Orchid Valley? That place is a remote and impoverished area. Being poor is good. Chen Lin's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation. Children from poor families mature early, are sensible, and hardworking. Our Chen family is currently in need of manpower, and we need as many good candidates as possible who are of good character and know how to be grateful. Remember, we need those who are observant and have a good understanding of what's going on. After saying that, he spurred his horse, humming an unknown tune, and disappeared into the vast night. Yuan Fong was left standing there, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It seemed his young master's appetite was growing bigger and bigger. However, with such a generous and capable master, life is becoming more and more promising, even in this chaotic world. As winter turned to spring, the old plum trees in the backyard of Tinjiuxuan, having just finished blooming, were scorched by a wave of heat, causing their leaves to curl up. A burnt smell filled the air, like someone had burned through the bottom of a pot. Chen Lin stood shirtless in the center of the courtyard, his muscles taut, sweat trickling down his back and staining his waistband with a dark sheen. His right hand was clenched, a crimson lightsaber hovering in his palm. Compared to 6 months ago, this fire cloud sword is no longer a straightforward and rigid weapon. Instead, it resembles a newly emerged serpent, its blade twisting slightly with his will, emitting a dangerous red light. Go! With a low shout, the fire cloud sword transformed into a streak of light, drawing a strange arc in the air, bypassing the artificial hill, and heading straight for the wooden stake behind it. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soft plop, and the thick ironwood stake was neatly severed, the cut as smooth as a mirror, even bearing the charred black from being instantly carbonized by the high temperature. Chen Lin didn't stop. With a thought, his spiritual energy surged wildly within him. The pale red flame armor that had covered his body suddenly contracted, flowing into the fire cloud sword through the meridians in his arm. Buzz! The fire cloud sword emitted an excited buzz, and its blade grew 3 feet longer. The originally illusory flames solidified into flowing magma. This sword strike could probably even break open a low-grade defensive magic weapon. Is this the effect of superposition? Chen Lin frowned as he looked at the imposing longsword in his hand. It was powerful, but the consumption of spiritual energy was like drinking blood. After only 3 breaths, the spiritual energy in his dantian had decreased by 10%. This move can only be used as a trump card. If you use it in regular combat, you'll be drained dry before you can even kill the enemy. He dispelled his magic, sat cross-legged, took out a chi-restoring pill from his pocket, and threw it into his mouth. For the past 6 months, aside from going to the Demon Suppression Division to clock in and kill time, he has spent all his remaining time on the fire chi transformation. The fragmented book snatched from the evil cultivator was indeed quite something. Although it was obscure and difficult to understand, Shen Lincoln couldn't resist spending spirit stones to buy auxiliary medicinal materials and managed to speed up the progress bar with money. A tingling, itchy sensation suddenly came from between Chen Lin's eyebrows. He subconsciously reached out to touch it, his fingertips brushing against a slightly raised, warm spot. He walked up to the water vat and looked at his reflection. In the reflection, he noticed a vertical, crimson line that had appeared between his eyebrows. It was only half an inch long and looked like a closed eye or a lurking red worm. Is this the insect-level transformation? Chen Lin tried to mobilize the power within those patterns. In an instant, the fiery cloud sword in his hand reappeared, and deep within the flames at the very core of the sword, a tiny sword, only an inch long, silently separated out. The small sword was as thin as a cicada's wing and completely hidden in the firelight. It would be impossible to detect without careful examination using one's divine sense. Insidious, so insidious. Chen Lin grinned with satisfaction. It's like 2 people fighting with bayonets. Just as your opponent blocks your sword, a poisoned needle suddenly flies out from your blade and pierces their eyeball. Who can withstand that? As the saying goes, all's fair in war, and this hidden sword within a sword tactic is practically tailor-made for a cautious and cowardly cultivator like him. After tidying himself up, Chen Lin changed into a clean robe and leisurely went out the door. The Chen family compound was still bustling with activity. Ever since that batch of stolen goods. After the spoils of war were deposited into the public treasury, the younger generation in the family became more enthusiastic about cultivation, and even their gazes toward Chen Lin held a newfound admiration. A rich aroma of medicine wafted from Chun Changqing's alchemy room. Grandpa, I'm here again. Chen Lin pushed open the door and entered as if he knew the way well, without any hesitation. Chapter 86: Hidden Needles in the Sword and the Grand Plan of Farming. The old man was tending the furnace and fanning the fire when he heard the sound. Without turning his head, he simply tossed a small celadone bottle from the shelf beside him. The 5th bottle, take it away. I get annoyed just seeing you, you always come here like you're collecting a debt. Chen Lin caught the bottle steadily, uncorked it, took a sniff, and his face lit up with a smile. Look at what you're saying. Your grandson just missed you and came to check on your health to see if you can still contribute to the family for another 50 years. Get lost. Chen Changqing laughed and cursed. This spirit-gathering pill is extremely potent. Don't be greedy and reckless. If you die from it, I won't be responsible for burying you. Alright, you go ahead with your work. Shenlin pocketed the pills, turned around, and slipped away. With this bottle, he now has 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. According to his calculations, these 5 bottles are enough for him to refine his spiritual power to its maximum potential. He didn't want to break through the barrier by brute force. That's something only a reckless person would do. What he wanted was a natural breakthrough, the kind that happens as naturally as eating and drinking, saving on elixirs and avoiding bottlenecks. As he passed the stables, Shenlin stopped and took a look. The red-scaled horse that he had fed countless amounts of spiritual herbs recently gave birth to 2 more foals. These 2 foals were stronger than ordinary horses from birth, their bodies covered with fine, light red scales, and their 4 hooves were wreathed in a faint fire. TSK, these are the 2nd-generation demons. Shenlin leaned on the railing, watching the 2 foals frolicking around, his eyes filled with nothing but gold coin symbols. According to family rules, he raised this horse, he found the right mates for it, and he gets the lion's share of the profits. Once he has 2 more horses, enough for a 4-horse share, the stable's profits will belong entirely to him. At that point, just by selling these half-demon bloodline steeds, he can easily earn at least 10 spirit stones a year. This is a steady, long-term business, much better than going out and risking your life. Just as he was plotting his grand plan to make a fortune, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps behind him. "Husband, what are you grinning about here?" Yushan, heavily pregnant, walked over with the help of her maid. Although she was bloated, the first wife's face was radiant, and her eyes revealed the pride of a victor. Shenlin quickly went up to support him. "Why did you come out?" "It's windy outside, be careful not to catch a cold." Yushan rolled her eyes at him, her hand resting on her swollen belly. "The doctor said that walking around more is good for childbirth. But you, my husband, have been going out a lot lately. Is there some seductive vixen out there?" Shenlin's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. "What nonsense are you talking about? The Demon Suppression Division has been very busy lately, as you know. It's the end of the year, and everyone is trying to boost their performance." Yushan snorted, seemingly not intending to delve into the matter further. A woman's intuition can sometimes be frighteningly accurate. Although she didn't know about Tinjiuxuan, ever since Shenlin started to exude that faint scent of perfume, she had been extra diligent in bed. The result was obvious. Zhangwan's belly remained flat, while Yushan became pregnant again. "By the way, where's Pinyin?" Shenlin quickly changed the subject. "He's playing in the mud in the front yard." Yushan sighed. "I don't know who that child took. After all, he does is play wildly all day long. He won't listen when we try to teach him to read." When Shenlin mentioned his eldest son, Chen Pinyin, he also had some thoughts on the matter. "This kid is 4 years old this year. Although his spiritual roots haven't been tested yet, Shenlin secretly touched his bones, and it's highly likely he has the aptitude of 4 spiritual roots. This aptitude is only considered bottom tier in the cultivation world. Without a massive amount of resources, he'll only ever be a chi refining stage cultivator. Let him play, he's just a kid." Shenlin patted his wife's hand. "After we test his spiritual roots in 2 years, if he can cultivate, I'll rent a good spiritual field and grow spiritual tooth rice specifically for him. If we lay a good foundation from a young age, even if he only has 4 spiritual roots, we can still build a future for him." A hint of emotion flashed in Yushan's eyes as she leaned on Shenlin's shoulder. "Husband, you are so good to me." Shenlin looked up at the sky, but his mind was on something else entirely. "The current income from spirit stones is indeed a bit insufficient. Supporting a wife, concubines, and children, and also supporting my own cultivation, is a struggle. Living on just my meager salary and the stable's share is a tight squeeze. It seems we need to put this spirit rain technique on the agenda. Once this spell is mastered to the 3rd level, it can cover 5 acres of spiritual fields. We can rent another plot of land from the clan and grow some high-grade spirit rice ourselves. When these brats grow up, we can use them as free labor in the fields. It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it." Life went on peacefully and fulfillingly. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. Late that night, a light drizzle was falling outside the window, and the air was moist and slightly cool. Shenlin sat cross-legged on a futon in the quiet room, with 5 empty Celadone bottles in front of him. The last spirit-gathering pill had just transformed into a torrent of heat, merging into his limbs and bones. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a rising tide, wave after wave crashing against that invisible dam. There was no excruciating pain, nor any terrifying danger of going mad. Everything was incredibly smooth. With a soft thud, it was as if a window pane had been pierced. The chi-si suddenly expanded, and the originally viscous liquid spiritual energy instantly became even purer, with its circulation speed doubling. Sixth level of qi refining, achieved. Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing deep in his pupils. He stretched, listening to the crackling sounds from his joints and feeling the surge of power within him. A look of contentment, like that of an old farmer watching a bountiful harvest, appeared on his face. Is this the joy of being a government employee? So stable, too stable. He stood up and opened the window. The smell of rain mixed with the earthy odor rushed in, and in the distance, a few lights flickered in the wind and rain in the darkness. Chen Lin took a deep breath and looked up at the dark night sky. Reaching the sixth level of qi refining is just the beginning. In this cannibalistic world, only by possessing sufficient power and resources can one live like a human being. Next, he murmured to himself, tapping lightly on the window frame, I should go check on those few acres of unwanted wasteland. Inside the Chen family's office, the air was filled with the musty smell of old account books, mixed with the aroma of freshly brewed broken tea. Uncle Chen Changqing's purple clay teapot was suspended in mid-air, and he didn't even notice the tea overflowing onto the table. His eyes, which had been shrewd all his life, were wide open like copper bells as he stared intently at his innocent-looking nephew. The old man in the armchair next to him wasn't as out of control, but the fingers twirling his beard visibly trembled, and a few strands of his gray beard were damaged. At 23 years old, he had reached the sixth level of qi refining. This speed might only be considered average in those major sects, but in a small cultivation family like the Chen family, it was practically a miracle. It should be noted that Chen Changqing himself only barely reached the sixth level of qi refining at the age of 40, and has been stuck at the eighth level of qi refining for more than 10 years without making any progress. Chen Lin didn't show off, he just rubbed his fingers together and smiled like a fox who had stolen a chicken. He couldn't just show off his cultivation level, he was here to ask for benefits. Chapter 87: The Doll's Signature and the Grand Plan of Farming. The wasteland near the river bank to the west of the family's residence was usually full of pebbles and weeds. Nothing you planted there would die, and even stray dogs wouldn't bother to urinate there. But in Chen Lin's eyes, it was an untapped gold mine. As long as he acquires these few acres of land and combines them with his spirit rain technique, which is already at the third level, it will become a top-tier spirit field within 2 years. Chen Changqing snapped out of his daze, wiping the tea on the table with a pained expression while glancing sideways at Chen Lin. Ever since this kid joined the Demon Suppression Division, he's become increasingly cunning and ruthless, his profit-driven nature making him even more like a businessman than he is. A brand new land deed was spread out on the table. Chen Lin held his chubby son Chen Ping'an, who was still drooling, in his arms. He grabbed the little guy's plump hand and pressed it hard into the inkpad. Then, he stamped a bright red handprint on the 50-year lease contract. Chen Changqing's lips twitched. A 50-year lease meant this wasteland was practically given to this kid. And using this still-weaned child to sign the agreement was clearly an attempt to profit from this for generations to come. Chen Lin looked at the clear palm print and blew a satisfied sigh of relief. These aren't just handprints, this is the first cornerstone of the future wealthy Chen family. Little Ping'an seemed to find it amusing, waving his little hands covered in red mud, almost smearing Chen Lin's face with it. After carefully putting away the land deed, Chen Lin was about to make a quick getaway when his second uncle called him back. Chen Changqing's expression was somewhat conflicted as he rubbed the purple clay teapot, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. This old fox, usually so calculating, was unusually coy. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, he knew something was wrong, trouble was brewing. Sure enough, Chen Changqing sighed and his gaze fell on the boy who was playing with crickets in the yard outside the window. That was his youngest son, Chen Jinghuai. This kid just turned 14 this year and has been found to have 3 spiritual roots. His aptitude is passable, but he's spoiled rotten by his second aunt. He can't endure hardship or fatigue, and his cultivation is sporadic. Chen Changqing also had his eye on Chen Lin's superb spirit rain technique. There are many people in the family who know this magic, but only one family can cultivate to the third level at such a young age like Chen Lin and accurately control the rain to nourish every inch of spiritual soil. If Jinghuai could learn a few skills from them, even if his cultivation level doesn't improve in the future, he would at least have a skill to rely on and wouldn't starve. After hearing his second uncle's request, Chen Lin shook his head vigorously. Teaching apprentices? That's a tough job. Especially with a spoiled young master like Chen Jinghuai, you can't hit him or scold him. If you're too strict with him, his second aunt might chase him to Tinjiaxuan with a spatula and start yelling at him. If I teach too loosely, the student won't learn anything, and I won't be able to explain it to my second uncle. Only a fool would do something that pleases neither side. Seeing Chen Lin's firm refusal, Chen Changqing became anxious. He went around the table, grabbed Chen Lin's sleeve, and began to pour out his grievances. He started by buying Chen Lin candied hawthorns when Chen Lin was still a toddler, and then he mentioned giving Chen Lin spirit stones when Chen Lin joined the Demon Suppression Division. With tears streaming down his face, he recounted all the uncle-nephew affection they had shared throughout their lives. Judging from his demeanor, if Chen Lin didn't agree, he could cry himself to death right here in this office. Chen Lin's head was throbbing from all the nagging. It was only because he was his second uncle anyone else would have been kicked out long ago. He glanced at his cousin outside the window, still noisily playing with crickets, and mentally made a decision. He'd teach me, but he had to set the rules. Chen Lin held up one finger. If you want to learn a trade, you have to get rid of your spoiled brat attitude first. Starting tomorrow, Chen Jinghuai's monthly allowance of spirit stones will be cut off. If he has no money for food, he should do odd jobs in the canteen. If he has no money to buy pills, he should catch insects in the medicinal herb field. Only those who have experienced hunger know how delicious the rice bowl in their hands can be. Chen Changxing gasped in horror. This wasn't teaching a disciple, it was plotting to harm his own son. If my wife found out, she'd tear the roof off. But then I thought, my son is really spoiled. If I don't discipline him, he'll probably become a spendthrift. Gritting his teeth, Chen Changxing slapped his thigh and agreed. Having resolved this troublesome matter, Chen Lin carried his son out of the Chun family compound. The early spring wind still carried a bit of chill, and it stung my face. The sky was somewhat overcast, with low-hanging dark clouds, as if brewing a spring rain. Chen Lin tightened the swaddling clothes in his arms, shielding Xiao Pingyan's face against his chest. The little guy was tired from playing and was now fast asleep on his shoulder, with glistening drool at the corner of his mouth. Just as I turned the corner, I bumped into two figures. The eldest brother, Chen Jinggao, was wearing a faded blue cotton long gown and holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. That was his eldest son, Chen Xingqi. Chen Jinggao was a mortal. In this cultivation family, mortals without spiritual roots, though they may have no worries about food and clothing, are ultimately marginalized. He usually manages the family's secular silk shop, working from dawn till dusk. His face is now etched with deep wrinkles, and his temples are streaked with gray. Although he was only a few years older than Chen Lin, they looked like they were from two different generations. Upon seeing Chen Lin, Chen Jinggao awkwardly rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with a hint of flattery and expectation. Chen Xingqi, standing beside him, looked timidly at the uncle who was dressed in brocade robes and had an extraordinary bearing. Her little hands gripped the hem of her father's clothes tightly, and her knuckles turned white. Chen Lin stopped and sighed inwardly. Without needing to speak, he knew what his elder brother wanted to do. The family held a unified spirit testing competition every year, but that was for children who had turned 10. Chen Xingqi still has 2 years left, but how can a father wait that long? He always wants to know the result as soon as possible, even if it means giving up hope. Chen Jinggao stammered out his purpose, his voice so low it sounded like he was begging for alms. Without saying a word, Chen Lin switched the sleeping ping into his other arm and gently placed his right hand on Xiao Qingqi's head. A gentle spiritual energy probed into the palm of the child's hand and circulated through the child's tender meridians. The wind picked up, swirling up the fallen leaves and making a rustling sound. Chen Lin's hand remained there, as if time had frozen. Chen Jinggao held his breath, his eyes fixed on Chen Lin's hands, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. Those rough, large hands were tightly clenched together, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. A moment later, Chen Lin withdrew his hand, and the spiritual light in his palm slowly dissipated. There was no spiritual resonance whatsoever. His meridians were blocked, and his dantian was turbid. He was a completely mortal being. Chen Lin paused for a moment, looking into his elder brother's hopeful eyes, and the words that were about to come out became hard to swallow. He shook his head. This shake of the head seemed to drain all of Chen Jinggao's energy and spirit. The middle-aged man who had been forcing a smile just moments before suddenly slumped down, looking as if he had aged 10 years. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only managed a dry, bitter laugh. He lowered his head and reached out to stroke his son's head, a gentle touch that was heartbreaking. Although Chen Xingqi didn't understand what had happened, she sensed the change in her father's emotions, which frightened her so much that her eyes reddened and she was about to cry again. Chen Jinggao quickly picked up his son, thanked Chen Lin somewhat incoherently, and then turned and left as if fleeing. His hunched figure looked particularly desolate under the gray sky. Chapter 88: The Scavenging Eagle Cub and the 100 Household Assembly. Chen Lin stood there, looking in the direction his elder brother had left, the joy of his recent breakthrough fading considerably. This is fate. A single step can make all the difference between being immortal and mortal. He looked down at Pingyan, who was still fast asleep in his arms. The little guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the cruelty of the world. Chenlin tightened his grip on his arm and turned to walk towards Tinjiuxuan. Since the quality wasn't good enough, they could only compete on quantity. My eldest brother is not yet 40, he's in his prime. Although mortals don't have spiritual roots, as long as they have a good physical foundation, having several children might just result in one with a spiritual root popping out like in the lottery. I need to go back to the alchemy room and look through some ancient books to figure out a few prescriptions that can nourish the kidneys, replenish essence, and strengthen the body's foundation. He's not skilled enough at making potent medicines yet, but he can certainly make some mild and nourishing medicinal pills. I'll send my elder brother a few jars of his specially made heroic spirit wine so he can work hard. This was perhaps the only comfort he, as the younger brother, could offer his older brother. The raindrops finally fell, striking the bluestone slabs and spreading out in dark splashes. Chenlin activated his spiritual energy shield, keeping the rain out, and stepped firmly into the rain. Life must go on, the land must be cultivated, and this long journey to immortality has only just begun. The early summer sun was so scorching it felt like it would bake the earth dry, but these few acres of fertile fields by the riverbank were shrouded in a cool, misty rain. Chenlin stood on the edge of the field, his 10 fingers flying like butterflies flitting among flowers, a pale blue light dancing on his fingertips. The dark cloud overhead slowly rotated with his gestures, like a tamed millstone, evenly sprinkling strands of rain imbued with spiritual energy downwards. This is the third level of this spirit rain technique, which is nourishing things silently. The once barren land is now lush and green. The newly planted lingya rice seedlings seem to have been injected with chicken blood, standing tall and greedily drinking in this precious heavenly water. With each drop of rain, the leaves unfurl a little more, their vibrant green color so vivid it seems as if it could drip down. Did you see clearly? Chenlin stopped the spell, wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, and turned to look at the boy behind him. Chen Jinghuai was idly picking at a blade of grass when he saw Chenlin looking over. He immediately spat out the grass root and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I saw it clearly. Cousin, that move was so cool. Especially the finishing move, with that wave of his hand, the clouds dispersed, it was just like the Dragon King in the play. The boy's eyes lit up, and he came over and tugged at Chenlin's sleeve. Cousin, I want to learn this trick. That first layer of water gathering was so old-fashioned. It took forever to create a tiny water ball, and it was too slow even for watering the flowers. Chenlin slapped the kid on the forehead. If you want to run, you have to learn to crawl first. The third level of the spirit rain technique involves the transformation of spiritual energy into silk and the micromanagement of divine sense. With your half-hearted approach, even if you were drained dry, you still wouldn't be able to produce enough rain for half an acre of land. Chen Jinghuai covered his forehead and muttered a few words of grievance, but ultimately didn't dare to talk back. Having been cut off from his rations for the past few months, he truly experienced the taste of hunger. Now, Chenlin is his provider, and he has to support him. At the other end of the field ridge, 4-year-old Chen Ping'an was digging a hole in the mud with his bottom sticking out. The little guy was covered in mud, looking like a mud monkey that had just been unearthed. He was holding a broken tile that he had picked up from somewhere and was digging around with great enthusiasm. Dad! Dad! Chen Ping'an suddenly shouted excitedly, his voice childish yet extremely penetrating. Chenlin raised an eyebrow. This kid usually avoids insects like the plague, has he struck gold today? He strolled over slowly, and Chen Jinghuai followed curiously behind him. What did you dig up? If it's an earthworm, give it to your uncle to use for fishing. Chen Ping'an presented his hands like a treasure, and in his muddy palms lay a wet, red ball of flesh. The fleshy ball was still trembling slightly, emitting a very faint chirp sound. Chen Jinghuai took a closer look and pinched his nose in disgust. Hey, what's this? A hairless rat? It's ugly and smelly. Chenlin didn't take it seriously at first, but when his gaze fell on the fine downy hairs that hadn't yet grown on the surface of the fleshy ball, his pupils suddenly contracted. Those were not ordinary bird feathers. The base of each feather was translucent crimson, like burning sparks, radiating a barely perceptible warmth even in the damp chill after the rain. Looking at its beak, though still immature, it already showed the beginnings of a hook shape, with the tip gleaming with a metallic cold light. Chenlin squatted down and carefully extended a wisp of spiritual energy from his fingertips. As if sensing the fire attribute's spiritual power of the same origin, the fleshy ball actually tried to raise its head and rub against his fingertips, and its originally weak cry became louder. Crimson Celestial Eagle. This is definitely a cub of a second-tier demonic beast, the Crimson Celestial Eagle. When this monster reaches adulthood, its wingspan can reach 2 zheng, approximately 6.6 meters. With a single flap of its wings, it can unleash a raging inferno. It is ferocious and extremely difficult to tame. But this one had clearly just hatched and, whether blown off its nest by a strong wind or abandoned by its parents, had somehow ended up in the muddy riverbed. When luck comes, you can't stop it. Chen Lin's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he reached out and tucked the ball of flesh into his arms, warming it with his body heat. "Cousin, what's this? I want to play with it too." Seeing Chen Lin's expression, Chen Jinghuai immediately realized it was something good. "Play? This thing could peck right through your palm in one bite." Chen Lin glanced at him sideways, his mind racing with calculations. Although the Crimson Eagle is powerful, it is also a notorious money-devouring beast. Children need to eat a lot of spiritual meat to grow. If they go to the market to buy monster meat, they might not even be able to make up for the harvest from these few acres of spiritual fields. My gaze swept over the damp soil turned up along the edge of the field, where several plump, green earthworms were frantically burrowing into the ground. This is a leaf earthworm, a common pest in spirit fields. It feeds on the roots and stems of spirit plants, but it contains trace amounts of spiritual energy, and its flesh is said to be very delicious. Chen Lin's eyes lit up as a brilliant money-saving plan came to mind. "Jinghuai," Chen Lin said with a smile, patting his cousin on the shoulder. His tone was so gentle it sent chills down one's spine. "Since you want to learn advanced magic, you must first train your spiritual sense and concentration. Do you see these leaf earthworms?" Chen Jinghuai nodded blankly. "From today onwards, your daily task is to catch 3 pounds of leaf earthworms with your bare hands without using any spiritual power. Remember, they must be alive, even a severed piece doesn't count. This is called finding stillness in movement. Once you can grasp them with your eyes closed, I'll teach you the second level of the spirit rain technique." "Ha? Catching bugs?" Chen Jinghuai's face turned green. "And Pinyin." Chen Lin looked down at his son, who was still playing in the mud. "From now on, this will be your pet. If you want it to play with you, you'll have to help dig up bugs for it to eat. Dad is doing this to cultivate your sense of responsibility." Chen Pinyin seemed to understand but not quite. Upon hearing the word pet, he immediately nodded vigorously and waved the tile, ready to get started. 2 free laborers, one big and one small, have been arranged. Chen Lin hummed a little tune contentedly, carrying the future aerial overlord in his arms, and led the 2 mud monkeys back. If this Crimson Eagle is raised to adulthood, it can not only guard the house and yard, but if you ride it out for a stroll in the future, the prestige will be amazing. Back at Tinjiaxuan, a tangy and spicy aroma wafted towards me. Chapter 89 Urgent Message from the Demon Suppression Division. Yushan, with her large pregnant belly, was struggling to lean against the doorframe and peer outside. She is now very overweight, her face is rounder, and she is holding a green plum in her hand, eating it with relish. "Why are you only getting back now? I've already reheated the food twice." Yushan glared at Chen Lin reproachfully, then looked at the 2 dirty children and shook her head helplessly. "Go wash up, you smell like mud." Chen Lin handed the child to the maid and helped Yushan sit down. "There was a lot of work to do in the fields, so I was delayed for a while. By the way, I found something good today." He proudly pulled out the crimson celestial eagle cub. Although Yushan didn't understand demonic beasts, she could tell that this little thing was extraordinary. After admiring it for a while, she had someone find a basket lined with soft cotton to place it in. Just as he picked up his rice bowl, he heard Yuan Fang's hurried footsteps outside the door. "Young master. Urgent dispatch from the Demon Suppression Division." Yuan Fang ran breathlessly, presenting a sealed letter with both hands. The dark red suppression seal on the envelope exuded a chilling aura. Chen Lin paused with his chopsticks, put down his bowl, and took the letter. He removed the sealing wax, pulled out the stiff piece of official paper inside, and scanned it quickly. His relaxed expression gradually faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. "What happened?" Yushan keenly sensed that something was wrong and asked nervously. "It's nothing serious." Chen Lin folded the letter and tucked it into his sleeve, then picked up his bowl again and placed a piece of pickled bamboo shoot on Yushan's plate. "The Demon Suppression Division is going to hold a 100 households conference in Yunwu County. Everyone with a formal position in this area must report for duty. How long will it take? Is it far?" Yushan stroked her belly, her eyes filled with worry. "The doctor said it will only take about a month." Chen Lin remained silent for a moment. This meeting of 100 households was, in essence, a meeting to divide the spoils and to choose sides. Yunwu County recently wiped out a large stronghold of demonic cultivators, reaping a considerable harvest. With several centurion positions vacant, it is the perfect time for various forces to vie for power. Although he only held a nominal sinecure, if he didn't attend these kinds of events, he could easily be marginalized or even treated like a pushover. More importantly, these conferences often have insider trading sessions, which are great opportunities to snag bargains. We need to feed the family, raise the Crimson Eagle, invest in the spiritual fields. Everything costs money. I'll be back in 3 days, 5 days at most. Chen Lin held Yu Shan's hand, his palm transmitting warm spiritual energy to soothe her emotions. Don't worry, I'm just going to show my face and get some benefits. My second uncle is taking care of things at home, nothing will go wrong. Although Yu Shan was reluctant, she knew that it wasn't easy for a man to work hard outside, so she could only nod and say, then be careful and don't try to stand out. When have I, your husband, ever suffered a loss? Shan Lin smiled. By the way, I've thought of a name for the child. He pointed to Yu Shan's protruding belly. My fire elemental root is too strong, and the fire element in my family has been too strong these past few years. Whether this child is a boy or a girl, we need to bring some water to suppress it. Yu Shan blinked curiously. What's your name? If it's a boy, we'll call him Chen Shui. It's simple and easy to remember, like the highest virtue being like water, Chen Lin said, making up a story with a straight face. Yu Shan's lips twitched. What if it's a daughter? Then let us name him Chen Miao. Chen Lin slapped his thigh. There will be more water, so it will definitely be auspicious in the future, and it will also bring good fortune to my few acres of spiritual fields. Yu Shan couldn't help but roll her eyes and took a big bite of the green plum. I think you've gone crazy from farming. It was late at night, and the rain outside the window started to fall again, pattering softly. Chen Lin stood under the eaves, looking at the dark rain curtain, his fingertips tracing the letter in his sleeve. This meeting of 100 households is probably not as simple as it seems. The letter subtly mentioned merit point exchange, which means the Demon Suppression Division is about to open its treasury. He touched the faint red mark between his eyebrows, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. If we can obtain those few spiritual materials that aid in spiritual consciousness, the second level of transformation of fire chi transformation might be on the agenda. At that time, he will be able to fight even against cultivators in the late stage of chi refining. I'll risk it all for the sake of baby formula, Chen Lin muttered to himself, turning and walking into the rainy night. His back view exuded a unique aura of resolute determination mixed with worldly wisdom. In a corner of the market in Tianshui County, the atmosphere in a shop with a sign that reads Old Huang's Buddhist Instruments was somewhat tense. The shopkeeper behind the counter had a bitter face, clutching a piece of white paper with ink still wet in his hand, his eyes twitching. On the counter was a palm-sized, earthen yellow round shield, its surface rough like an unpolished millstone, with several rough iron lumps along the edges. Chen Lin played with the low-grade magic weapon called Earth-Splitting Shield and poured a wisp of spiritual power into it. With a hum, the shield instantly expanded to the size of a millstone, and a thick, earthy yellow light condensed on its surface into a layer of solid rock. This thing is a bit ugly, but its solid build-up is reassuring. He nodded in satisfaction, counted out 25 spirit stones from his storage bag, and placed them on the table. Fellow Daoist Chen, this is a top-quality low-grade magic weapon. 30 spirit stones is already the cost price. You're offering me an IOU. Old manager Huan was on the verge of tears. He had been in the market for decades and had seen ruthless bargainers, but he had never seen anyone give an IOU to a cultivator. Chen Lin tucked the shield into his clothes and patted Lao Huang on the shoulder. Old Huang, you know that I now have the backing of the Demon Suppression Division, and I'm also a skilled farmer from the Chun family. The 5 spirit stones are not being withheld, they are being paid on a deferred basis. If I've made it big by the time I return from my trip to Yunwu County, I'll repay you with interest. If I don't, take this IOU to my second uncle at the Chun family and tell him it was my dying wish. Old Huang opened his mouth, but seeing Chen Lin's "you've hit the jackpot" expression, he could only helplessly put the IOU into his sleeve. Since joining the Demon Suppression Division, this Chen family brat has developed a thicker skin, even more so than the earth-splitting shield. Once outside the market, Chen Lin didn't linger. With his home settled and all the necessary life-saving gear purchased, he summoned his second-hand flying sword, which he had used for traveling, and transformed into a not-too-fast streak of light, flying towards Yunwu County. Yunwu County was a full 800 li away from Tianshui County. When that majestic city appeared on the horizon, Chen Lin couldn't help but squint. The towering city walls are made entirely of black granite, with defensive array patterns carved all over their surface, gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the sunlight. The moat was hundreds of feet wide, and thousands of sails raced across its surface, all of them cargo ships transporting spirit rice and aquatic products. Without exception, each of these boats flew a flag embroidered with the character Zhang in gold trim. In this realm, the Zhang clan of immortals reigns supreme. Outside the city, vast stretches of fertile fields extend endlessly, their golden valleys surging like waves in the wind. The air was filled with a unique scent that blended the fragrance of earth with the fluctuations of spiritual energy, more than twice as strong as that of the barren Tianshui County. Chen-Lin stopped the swordlight, paid the city entrance tax of 2 spirit stones, and followed the crowded flow of people into the city. Chapter 90, Buying a Shield with an IOU in Yunwu's Observations. The streets were wide enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side, and shops lined both sides, with shouts of vendors selling elixirs and talismans rising and falling. Among the passers-by, cultivators at the early stage of qi refining could be seen everywhere, and occasionally a few experts at the late stage of qi refining with profound auras could be seen walking by arrogantly surrounded by mortals. The Demon Suppression Division's headquarters is located in the north of the city, a vast black fortress. 2 stone lions, each 2 zhang tall, stood at the entrance, their eyes wide open in a fierce expression, exuding an aura that warned strangers to stay away. Chen-Lin showed his waist badge, and the guards checked it and let him through. After passing through several corridors, they arrived at a spacious waiting hall. The lobby was already quite full of people, from all walks of life. Some were wearing Taoist robes and resting with their eyes closed, while others were bare-chested and wiping their weapons. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, cheap cosmetics, and a faint stench of blood. Chen-Lin found a corner seat and sat down. Just as he adjusted the position of the earth-splitting shield to make himself more comfortable, a lean man approached him. This person had a pair of protruding ears, and his eyes darted around, revealing a clever and quick-witted air. "Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time reporting for duty in the county town?" The man cupped his hands in a friendly manner and lowered his voice. "I am Jiang Song, a rogue cultivator trying to make a living." Chen-Lin returned the greeting with his signature warm smile. "My name is Chen-Lin, from Tianshui County." "Tianshui County? That's the Chun family's territory, isn't it?" Jiang Song's eyes lit up as he looked Chen-Lin up and down. "Judging by your demeanor, brother, could you perhaps be a member of the Chen family?" Chen-Lin nodded vaguely. Jiang Song immediately became interested and moved the stool under his bottom closer to Chen-Lin, as if he was about to impart his experience in the martial arts world. "Brother, since you come from a family, your path is definitely secure. There are many intricacies within the Demon Suppression Division. Those of us who go in to risk our lives fall into 2 categories. One type is like me, the assessment-based group. Those are the spots that truly came from the blood and sweat of battle, and we did all the dirty and hard work." He pointed to several burly men exuding a menacing aura on the other side of the lobby and curled his lip. The other type is the recommendation faction. They have connections in their families or have spent a lot of money to find connections so they can get in, gain seniority, and get a prestigious title. These kinds of people usually get lucrative, low-risk, and high-paying jobs. "Brother, you're from the Chun family, you must have someone recommending you, right?" Chen-Lin's heart skipped a beat. His recommender was Yuan Ji, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division. If this connection were revealed, he could probably walk around this hall with impunity. However, he knew the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind, especially given his meager cultivation level, so it was best to keep a low profile and make his fortune. "Well, my family did pull some strings, but it's just a marginal job, enough to make a living," Chen-Lin chuckled, not taking the bait. Jiang Song gave him an "I understand" look and slapped his thigh. "That's right. What are we trying to achieve by cultivating immortality? It's all about achieving longevity and immortality. Those hotheads who risk their lives for a few merits are fools. If we can just show our faces at the Centurion Assembly and become familiar with the place, it'll be easier for us to get things done in the county town later." As the two were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the lobby. The previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly, like ducks with their necks being choked. A young man wearing silver chainmail strode in. The young man was in his early 20s, with a handsome face, but his brows revealed an undisguised arrogance. He had a long sword inlaid with jewels hanging at his waist, and the armor plates clinked together as he walked, making a crisp sound. What was most surprising was that he didn't wait in the lobby at all, and walked straight into the inner hall. Upon seeing this, a captain responsible for maintaining order frowned and stepped forward to block the road. "Halt! The Centurion is holding a meeting. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Go and line up over there." This captain, surnamed Pang, possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refining and was considered a formidable figure in the Demon Suppression Division. However, the silver-armored youth didn't even raise an eyelid, continuing his march without stopping, and directly rammed into him. "Get out of my way." The two words, spoken lightly, carried an undeniable air of authority. Captain Pang's expression changed, and he was about to lash out, but when he saw the jade pendant with the Taodai pattern engraved on the young man's waist, his pupils suddenly contracted. His once straight spine seemed to have been suddenly pulled away, bending down instantly. The leg that was originally blocking the road was naturally pulled back, and it even moved to the side to make way for a wide road. The silver-armored youth curled his lips into a mocking smile, didn't even glance at Captain Pang, and swaggered into the inner hall. Only after that figure disappeared did the soft murmur of discussion return to the hall. Captain Pang, his face dark, glared fiercely at the few rogue cultivators who dared not speak out, then turned and returned to his post. The veins on the back of his hand holding the knife were bulging, clearly indicating that he was quite angry. "Goodness, who is this? So arrogant?" Chen Lin was dumbfounded. In a violent institution like the Demon Suppression Division, this was the first time he had ever seen anyone dare to disrespect a captain like this. Jiang Song leaned close to Chen Lin's ear, his voice barely audible. "You don't recognize him? That's Zhang Changjie, the only son of Zhang Aolong, the most beloved grandson of the Zhang family's patriarch. It said he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refining just after turning 20, and he wields a truly top-grade magic weapon. Let alone Captain Pang, even ordinary centurions would treat him with utmost respect, calling him young master." Chan Lin gasped. The Zhang family patriarch was a foundation establishment cultivator, and Zhang Aolong was a powerful figure in the Zhang family. This Zhang Changjie was practically a second-generation cultivator born with a silver spoon in his mouth. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly in the Demon Suppression Division. "That's just fate," Jiang Song sighed wryly. "We risk our lives for a few spirit stones, while others are born to throw spirit stones around like rocks. This Captain Pang usually bosses us around, but when he runs into a tough opponent, he has to hide his head in his pants." Chen Lin stared thoughtfully at the tightly closed door of the inner hall. The world of cultivation may seem ethereal and otherworldly, but if you peel back the layers, you'll find that the intricacies of human relationships and social hierarchy are even more naked and cruel than in the mortal world. All notions of tranquility and inaction, and of pursuing the great path alone, must take a back seat in the face of absolute power and resources. It seems this 100 households conference is even more lively than I imagined. Chen Lin touched the IOU in his pocket, which he hadn't even warmed up yet, and the tension he had felt earlier dissipated considerably. "Since we're all just ordinary people, let's do things the way ordinary people do. If you wield your hoe well, no corner is too hard to dig down." Although Zhang Chongjie has powerful connections, there might still be ways to utilize him. Chen Lin's mind flashed to the few acres of spirit fields he had just planted, and then he thought of the hungry crimson immortal eagle at home. His eyes gradually turned into those of an old shopkeeper doing accounts. "Brother Jiang, what are young Master Zhang's hobbies?" Chen Lin suddenly asked. Jiang Song was taken aback, then revealed a meaningful smile. "What? Brother Chen, you want to help us out? This young Master Zhang is too proud to care about anything. But I heard he's been searching for high-level demonic bird cubs lately, saying he's going to hold some kind of eagle fighting competition, but..." Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. "A demon bird cub? What a coincidence." Chapter 91, The Dinner Party Circle and the Concierge of a Wealthy Family. The noise in the lobby was instantly cut off as if by an invisible knife. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark red brocade robe strode up to the main seat. Instead of a standard long sword, he had a short jade rui hanging at his waist. His spiritual pressure was contained but not revealed, yet it made the breaths of the more than 100 cultivators present catch in their throats. This is Zhao Yi, the commander of the Yunwu 100 households, a master of the 9th level of Qi refining. Zhao Yi glanced around, his gaze lingering for a moment on the spot where the silver-armored figure who had just barged into the inner hall had disappeared. Before he looked away, a professional fake smile appearing on his face. The Centurion has sensed something and is currently in seclusion trying to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Today's Centurion Assembly will be presided over by this chief commander. A suppressed murmur arose from the audience. The absence of the Centurion meant that the expected guidance was gone, but it also meant that the feared rigorous examination was also over. Many seasoned veterans who had been coasting along secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their shoulders slumping slightly. Zhao Yi seemed quite satisfied with this reaction and waved his hand. The rules remain the same: fill your stomachs first, then proceed with the investiture. The Demon Suppression Division does not feed starving soldiers. The kitchen has prepared plenty of spiritual food today. As he finished speaking, the side doors on both sides opened, and more than a dozen servants filed out, carrying large wooden barrels that were steaming hot. A rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air, mixed with the unique sweetness of the spiritual valley, making one's mouth water. Chen-Lin followed the crowd to queue for his meal. 2 large spoonfuls of crystal-clear spirit tooth rice were placed in the rough porcelain bowl in his hand, topped with several pieces of stewed, tender monster meat. Although it was just a low-level tusked boar, it was a rare delicacy for a rogue cultivator who was usually frugal. He held the bowl, but his gaze drifted towards the front of the hall. There were several round mahogany tables there, covered with brocade tablecloths. Several cultivators dressed in the uniforms of military officers were chatting and laughing. On the table was second-tier spirit deer meat, and the wine jug was filled with amber-colored spirit wine. Even the bowls for serving rice were made of delicate white porcelain. "Stop looking, that's the treatment for captains." Jiang Song brought over a full bowl of rice, his mouth stuffed with a piece of meat, and mumbled indistinctly. "In the Demon Suppression Division, a higher rank not only crushes you, but even the meat in your bowl has 2 more ounces of spiritual energy than you. We strongmen and junior officers are lucky to even get a meal of spirit rice. See Commander Zhao over there? The tea he's drinking is something we couldn't afford even a tale of in a year of work." Chen-Lin withdrew his gaze and took a bite of rice. This world is so rigidly hierarchical it's painful to look at. However, the stewed pork with fangs was indeed very flavorful, fatty but not greasy. If he brought it back for Yushan to try, she would definitely like it. "Come on, Brother Chen, don't just stand there." Jiang Song nudged Chen-Lin with his shoulder and led him to a square table in the corner. 2 people were already sitting at the table, engrossed in their meal. The person on the left was round-figured, wearing a royal blue silk robe, and had 3 storage rings on his fingers, making him look like a moving display case. The man on the right was completely different. He was dressed in a drab gray outfit, had dark skin, bulging muscles, and carried a massive sword that looked like a door panel on his back. He was as silent as a stone. "Let me introduce you to a new friend, Chen-Lin, a skilled fighter from Tianshui County." Jiang Song slammed his bowl on the table and pointed at the round, fat man. "This is Qianan. His family is in the craft of weapon forging. Although he didn't learn all the skills, his eye for appraising treasures is extremely sharp. That taciturn fellow is called Shi Yuan. He comes from a background of independent cultivation and is a truly ruthless character who has rolled out of piles of corpses." Qianan looked up, his beady eyes crinkling into slits with a smile. He cupped his hands in greeting, revealing a set of gold teeth. Ishihara merely nodded slightly as a greeting, then continued working on the large bone in his bowl. Chen-Lin put down his bowl, a humble smile on his face. "My name is Chen-Lin. I am new here and hope you will take care of me. My family doesn't have any special skills, except that my grandfather was a first-grade alchemist and left behind a few notebooks. I have some knowledge of herbs and pharmacology." The atmosphere at the table changed instantly upon hearing this. Chen-En, who had only been nodding politely, suddenly lit up with enthusiasm, his enthusiasm surpassing that of someone seeing their own father. Even Ishihara, who had been silently gnawing on a bone, paused and looked up at Chen-Lin a couple more times. In this profession where you risk your life, knowing someone who understands pharmacology and might even be good at alchemy is like having an extra life. "Oh my, so you're from a family of alchemists. My apologies for not recognizing you." Chen-En took out a flask of wine from his storage ring and filled Chen-Lin's cup without saying a word. "Brother Chen, if there are any unknown spiritual herbs in the future, I'll have to trouble you to take a look. The appraisers in this market are too greedy, they'll take every last penny." "No problem, no problem." Chen-Lin picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The spicy taste warmed him up instantly. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Jiang Song raised his eyebrows smugly. "In our little circle, if you need money, you have Lao Qian. If you need fighting, you have Lao Shi, and if you need information, you have me. Now that Brother Chen, who understands medicine, has arrived, we're all set. Oh, and there's also fellow Taoist Xia Bingyan, but she's about to be promoted to captain, so she's sitting in the front today. I'll introduce her to Brother Chen when I have the chance." As he spoke, he gestured towards the front row. Chen-Lin followed his gaze and saw a tall and slender female cultivator sitting upright at the captain's table, her back ramrod straight, completely out of place with the atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts around her. As they were talking, Zhao Yi on the stage put down his teacup. "The auspicious time has arrived, let us proceed with the investiture ceremony." Several cultivators awaiting promotion straightened their robes and stepped forward with excited expressions. Xia Bingyan was among them. When she received the bronze seal and command arrow representing her status as a captain, even from a distance, Chen Lin could feel the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes directed at him from all around. That was real power and resources. The investiture ceremony proceeded quickly. Zhao Yi clearly didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Only after the officials received their rewards and left did the atmosphere in the hall liven up again. Zhang Song lowered his voice and mysteriously leaned his head close to the center of the table. "Hey guys, there's a lucrative job up for grabs lately, interested?" Shannon stopped picking up food with his chopsticks, and Ishihara put down his bone as well. A demonic cultivator was recently discovered at Blackwind Ridge, 30 miles west of the city. He is at the 6th level of qi refining and is skilled in controlling in spirits, but he is said to be injured. A reward of 150 spirit stones, plus 30 merit points, is offered. Zhang Song held up 3 fingers and shook them. "Let us join forces. Old Shi will lead the attack, Old Xian will be in charge of breaking the formation, and I'll provide support from the outside. If Brother Chen has any exorcising powder or talismans to help, taking him down shouldn't be difficult. We'll split the spirit stones equally, and I'll keep the credit. How about it? 150 spirit stones." Chen Lin calculated in his mind. He had just bought a shield and was now heavily in debt, and he still had to support his family. The Crimson Immortal Eagle, that money-devouring beast, was a bottomless pit. Relying solely on farming, it would take forever to pay off his debts. Although the demonic cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining is troublesome, his spiritual sense has greatly increased and he has the earth-splitting shield to protect him. As long as he doesn't greedily pursue merits and act rashly, he should be able to protect himself. Chapter 92, The Territory of the Zhang Clan. Count me in. Chen Lin put down his chopsticks, his gaze firm. Great. Zhang Song slammed his hand on the table. It's settled then. We'll meet at the west gate of the city in 3 days. Come on, let's drink. The dinner party ended, and the lobby gradually emptied. Chen Lin bid farewell to his newly met allies and walked alone out of the eerie gates of the Demon Suppression Division. The rain outside had stopped, and the air carried a damp, earthy smell. He touched the gift list he had prepared beforehand in his sleeve, then turned and walked towards the wealthy district in the east of the city. That was the territory of the Zhang clan of immortals. Unlike the northern part of the city where the Demon Suppression Division was located, the streets in the eastern part of the city were paved with neat bluestone slabs, and evergreen spiritual trees were planted on both sides. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the air seemed to be a bit higher. A sprawling mansion stood at the end of the street, its vermilion gate studded with gleaming copper nails, and its 2 white jade lions even more imposing than those at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The doorman was an old man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face. He was reclining in a chair picking his teeth, his eyelids drooping, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. "What are you doing here? This is the Zhang residence. Unauthorized persons, get out of here." Seeing that Chen Lin was dressed plainly, with neither luxurious accessories nor profound cultivation, the old man didn't even raise his eyelids, his tone full of impatience. Chen Lin wasn't annoyed. He understood the principle that even a 7th-rank official had to be present before the prime minister. He slowly took out a waste token from his pocket, then took out a letter and gently placed it on the small table beside the old man. Chen Lin from Tianshui County has been ordered to pay his respects to the 4th branch of the Zhang family. This is a personal letter from Commander Yuan. Upon hearing the words Commander Yuan, the old man's teeth-picking motion abruptly froze. He opened his eyes, caught a glimpse of the Demon Suppression Division's mark on the waist tag, and then looked at the familiar sealing wax seal on the envelope. His droopy eyelids instantly opened, and his wrinkled old face was magically filled with a fawning smile. "Oh dear, it's Lord Chen. I was blind to your greatness, I deserve a beating." The old man scrambled up from his recliner, his movements surprisingly nimble for someone his age. He bowed and accepted the letter with both hands. "Please wait a moment, I'll go inform them right away." Watching the old man rush into the room as if his pants were on fire, Chen Lin flicked non-existent dust off his sleeves and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In this world, you earn your reputation yourself, but sometimes, borrowing someone else's reputation can be quite convenient. A moment later, the main gate swung open. A middle-aged man who appeared to be a butler quickly came out and respectfully invited Chen Lin into the mansion. After passing through several corridors and around a rockery and stream, Chen Lin was led to an elegant flower hall. In the main seat of the flower hall sat a well-to-do elderly man. He wore a brocade robe embroidered with coin patterns, held 2 walnuts in his hands, and had a smiling face that made him look just like a wealthy neighbor. However, the spiritual pressure emanating from him, a 9th-level qi refining cultivator, served as a stark reminder to Chen Lin that this was a true master. Zhang Renkai, the head of the 4th branch of the Zhang family. Junior Chen Lin greets Senior Zhang. Chen Lin bowed respectfully, his posture very humble. Hee, nephew, no need for formalities, please sit down. Zhang Renkai smiled and gestured with his hand, a gentle spiritual force lifting Chen Lin up. That kid Yuanji praised you to the skies in his letter, saying you're a master farmer and a smart man who knows when to advance and retreat. Meeting you today, I can see you're indeed a handsome man. Senior, you flatter me. I was just doing my duty. Chen Lin took out several boxes of spirit tea and a bottle of spirit grain essence extracted from his own spirit field from his storage bag and presented them with both hands, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Senior." Zhang Renkai glanced at the gifts, his smile deepening. The gifts weren't expensive, but the sentiment was what mattered. Although Chen Lin had the backing of the Demon Suppression Division, he hadn't forgotten who the local tyrant of Yunwu County was, and this attitude pleased him greatly. You're too kind, my dear nephew. Zhang Renkai picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke in a seemingly casual tone. If you encounter any difficulties in Yunwu County in the future, just mention my name. Although our Zhang family and the Demon Suppression Division belong to two different families, we are still of the same blood. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Chen Lin felt relieved he had successfully made his pilgrimage. After finishing their business, Zhang Renkai seemed to remember something, put down his teacup, and called out towards the door. Little 17, get in here. The curtain was lifted, and a boy dressed in a pink brocade robe and holding a folding fan swaggered in. The boy was about 15 or 16 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth, but his eyes were unpredictable and gave off a restless vibe. Grandpa, did you call me? The boy approached with a grin. This is your elder brother Chen Lin, a talented young man from Tianshui County. Zhang Renkai pointed to Chen Lin, then put on a stern face and said to his grandson. You spend your days idly in the city, why don't you do something worthwhile? Your brother Chen is in the county town on business these days, so you're in charge of accompanying him, showing him around and broadening his horizons. If you dare take your brother Chen to those shady places, I'll break your legs. Chen Lin was stunned. He had only come to deliver a gift and make an impression, so how did he end up with a burden like this? This young Master Zhang is clearly a playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. If I take him along, won't my plan to capture demonic cultivators be ruined? Grandpa, don't worry. Your grandson will definitely take good care of Brother Chen. The boy named Zhang Chonghui's eyes lit up, he snapped his folding fan shut and winked at Chen Lin. Brother Chen, I know Yunwu County like the back of my hand. I know which family's spirit wine is the best, and which family's, cough cough, their music is the most beautiful. Looking at the old man and the young man, Chen Lin could only force a smile and say, then. I'll have to trouble you, young Master Zhang. This isn't a guide at all, it's clearly a hostage sent by Zhang Renkai to monitor or, as another way, show sincerity. The waters of this wealthy family are indeed harder to swallow than the food of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Zhang Chonghui casually hooked his arm around Chen Lin's shoulder, lowered his voice, and looked excited. Brother Chen, I heard that the Demon Suppression Division captured quite a few female demon cultivators this time? Are they all stunningly beautiful? Chen Lin's lips twitched. Looking at the inquisitive eyes of this little 17, he suddenly felt that this trip to Yunwu County would probably be more tiring than he had imagined. The vermilion gates slammed shut behind them, shutting out the sweet, calming fragrance emanating from the Zhang residence. As dusk approached, the number of pedestrians on the street did not decrease, on the contrary, the night market became even more bustling. Zhang Chonghui stopped waving his folding fan and casually tucked it into his belt. His playboy demeanor became somewhat restrained, and a hint of gloom in his eyes appeared beyond his years. Brother Chen, look how prosperous Yunwu County is. Zhang Chonghui kicked a pebble on the roadside, a mocking smile curving his lips. It's like dough in a frying pan. It looks golden and crispy, and smells delicious, but if the fire underneath burns too brightly, it'll burn sooner or later. Chen Lin paused slightly and glanced at the young man. Chapter 93, A former noblewoman seeks refuge in a brothel. There's a hidden meaning in those words. The Zhang family may seem to wield immense power now, but this seemingly prosperous and glamorous situation probably keeps the family's patriarch from sleeping soundly. Zhang Renkai was eager to win over various forces, even going so far as to have his grandson act as a guide for a mere qi refining cultivator in the early stages, indicating his ambitious plans. Young Master Zhang is too kind. I am just a country bumpkin. I only know that fried dough can fill my stomach. As for the heat, that is the master chef's responsibility. Chen Lin dodged the question, avoiding the hot potato. Zhang Chonghui gave Chen Lin a deep look, then suddenly grinned, reverting to his carefree demeanor. Brother Chen is a sensible man. Come on, since Grandpa asked me to entertain you, we must go to the best place. I heard that Ingchun Pavilion has recently received some dancers from the western regions, whose waists are as supple as snakes. Shall we go and see for ourselves? As the two were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out on the street ahead. Accompanied by the crisp sound of whips striking flesh and piercing cries, a troop of armored soldiers slowly escorted several prison carts. People on both sides of the street quickly made way for them, pointing and whispering, their faces mostly showing schadenfreude. The prison cart was made of specially crafted black ironwood, and it was covered with anti-spirit runes. The car was packed with people, men, women, and children, all disheveled and ragged, bearing no resemblance to their former dignity. The air was filled with a sour and bloody stench, mixed with the greasy smell of street stalls, making it nauseating. The leader, a commander, rode a tall horse, holding a whip in his hand, and was scolding the pedestrians blocking the road with a fierce expression. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Chonghui standing by the roadside out of the corner of his eye. His fierce-looking face instantly collapsed like melted wax, replaced by a creepy, fawning smile. Oh my! Isn't this young Master Zhang? The commander scrambled off his horse, stumbling and crawling, and rushed to Zhang Chonghui, bending so low he almost buried his head in his trousers. What brings you here? I was escorting a prisoner and have disturbed your enjoyment. My apologies. Zhang Chonghui covered his mouth and nose with his fan in disgust and took a half step back. Whose unlucky fellow is this? Replying to your question, young master, it is the family of Zhu Wenyuan, the magistrate of Qinghe County. The commander straightened up and spat towards the prison cart. That old scoundrel embezzled disaster relief funds, and the matter has come to light. The prefect was furious and sentenced his entire family to be executed, the men to be exiled to the army, and the women to be sent to the brothel. Zhu family, Qinghe County? Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze involuntarily swept towards the prison cart. Just then, a woman with a filthy face, huddled in the corner of the prison van, seemed to sense something. She lunged at the bars, her withered fingers gripping them tightly, and let out a piercing scream. Chen Lin! It's you, Chen Lin! The scream was so loud and piercing that it startled the onlookers. Chen Lin frowned slightly, recognizing the woman as a former stewardess from Magistrate Zhu's former residence. Following her gaze, he saw a figure curled up in a ball in the corner of another prison van. The girl was wearing a dirty white undergarment, her once elegant hair was now disheveled, and her face was covered in mud and tear stains. She lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if trying to hide herself in the pile of moldy straw. Xu Qingyu. The once aloof and arrogant eldest daughter of the Zhu family, who never even glanced at Chen Lin. Hey, brother Chen, do you know someone here? Zhang Chonghui followed Chen Lin's gaze, his eyes lingering on Zhu Qingyu's shapely figure, which, despite her disheveled state, could not conceal its exquisite curves, a knowing smile spreading across his face. If brother Chen takes a liking to you, I can still give him some face. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. He didn't have a good impression of the Zhu family, but Xu Qingyu did keep quiet and didn't kick Hu Xinger when she was down when her identity was almost exposed. In the world of cultivation, cause and effect are paramount. Now that we've stumbled upon this, if we don't repay this favor, it will cause trouble later on, as inner demons may fester within us. I wouldn't say I've taken a liking to him, Chen Lin said calmly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the commander's ears. It's just that this woman and my wife had some old acquaintance. When my wife was in trouble, she didn't make things difficult for her. Now that she's in such a state, I can't bear to see her like this. Zhang Chonghui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and patted the commander on the shoulder. Did you hear that? My brother Chen is kind-hearted and values old friendships. I can let the rest of the Zhu family go, but can't we be a little more lenient with this little wench? The commander's eyes darted around. According to the law, it was a foregone conclusion that officials' wives would be sent to the brothels. But rules are rules, and people are flexible. Once the young master of the Zhang family has spoken, let alone the daughter of a disgraced official, even if she wanted the moon in the sky, he would find a way to pluck it down for her. Moreover, they've done this kind of thing countless times, simply crossing a name off a list and reporting it as a death from illness or a missing person. Since they are friends of young Master Zhang and Lord Chen, then of course there is no problem. The commander rubbed his hands together obsequiously. I will arrange it right away. He turned and walked to the prison cart. Without taking the key, he drew his knife and cleaved the chains with a clang. Shu Qingyu, come out. The Shu family members inside the car immediately became agitated. Magistrate Zhu had long lost his former arrogance. Now he lay on the ground like an old dog. When he saw his daughter being brought out, he thought she was going to be taken away for execution, and he trembled with fear. The other women noticed something amiss and rushed towards the railing, crying out in distress. My lord! I know Lord Chen too. Please save me. I am the second young lady of the Shu family. Chen Lin. I'm your aunt. I even gave you some money back then. Chen Lin watched this scene expressionlessly, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at a group of dead people. Shu Qingyu was roughly dragged off the prison van, still completely dazed. Only after the commander removed the shackles from her hands and feet and had a clean cloak brought to her did she raise her head as if waking from a dream, looking at the man in the blue robe standing not far away with his hands behind his back. Once, in front of this man, she was an unattainable phoenix, and he was a peasant from the fields. Now, she is a prisoner, at the mercy of others. He, on the other hand, stands beside the powerful and wealthy, able to decide life and death with a single word. When Maya Li Wu chose this man, I even secretly mocked her for being blind. Now it seems that I was the one who was truly blind. Thank you so much, young Master Chen. Shu Qingyu's voice was hoarse, and she swayed, almost falling over. Zheng Chongwei waved his hand, and a servant of the Zhang family immediately stepped forward to help her up. Take her to Brother Chen's residence, wash her clean, and make sure she doesn't offend the important person. Chen Lin did not refuse. In such a situation, feigning refusal would only appear hypocritical. As night deepened, in a quiet courtyard in the north of the city. This is a private property of the Zhang family in the north of the city. Although it is not large, it is quiet and peaceful.